I have traversed dimensions. Takuro gazes upon the reflection in the water. A hedgehog-like hairstyle, a youthful physique of 10 years, and a swaying tail. I understand now. This is undoubtedly the beginning of a Scion adventure. With the system in hand, the world is mine to conquer. To grow stronger? Achieve Super Scion? With Bulma on my left and Chi-Chi on my right? It is but a matter of time. However, dominance is still a form of energy. My training is not in vain. Though I can transform upon witnessing the full moon, I am certainly not of the Fur tribe. What is One Piece? And what of the Pirate King? What my Dragon Ball? On the first day of my journey, the world of Dragon Ball is perilous. I should focus on survival. After some time, it appears to be rather manageable. Years into my journey, we're celestial dragons. This is my Earth. Chapter 1. A Tale? Am I a Scion? Hiss. Where am I? As consciousness returns, the boy abruptly opens his eyes, only to find not the familiar octagonal cage above, but rather a lush and unfamiliar canopy that obscures the sun. The air is infused with the refreshing scent of earth and vegetation, accompanied by the gentle sound of a babbling brook. He struggles to prop himself up, but a wave of intense dizziness overwhelms him. His gaze instinctively drifts towards the clear stream beside him, where the surface reflects a wholly unfamiliar youthful visage. His hair, dark and rigid, stands upright like the quills of a hedgehog, defiantly resisting the pull of gravity. His round, glistening eyes are pure black, shimmering with the innocent light characteristic of childhood. Yet upon closer inspection, they subtly reveal an untamed wildness. I have traversed dimensions? This thought detonates in his mind like thunder. Just a moment ago, he was in the octagonal cage of an underground boxing arena in Thailand, fervently trading blows with his opponent. In the next instant, darkness envelopes him, and upon reopening his eyes, he finds himself at the edge of this strange forest stream. Wait, what is this? Just as he is bewilderedly observing his new face, an unusual sensation emanates from his tailbone, as if an additional limb, not belonging to a human, is subtly swaying in accordance with his emotions. He abruptly turns his head, and a furry, brown-black tail deftly emerges from behind him, the tip adorned with a tuft of even darker fur. A tail. A tail. The boy's pupils constrict as he fixates on the reflection in the water. A hedgehog-like hairstyle, wild eyes, and this living tail. A singular term suddenly occupies his thoughts entirely. Scion. No way. Could it be? Have I been transported into the world of Dragon Ball and become a little Scion? In his previous life, he was an orphaned underground fighter, surviving on the arena's battlegrounds with nothing but his fists. He was not particularly well-versed in anime, only having heard of the 3 major worker comics. However, he often watched Dragon Ball, for which man could resist the romance of raw power and breaking through limits. Yet at this moment, rather than elation, the boy's expression twists into one of despair. Enjoyment is one thing, but to find oneself thrust into the Dragon Ball universe? What a ludicrous notion. That realm is a veritable hell's cape where stars are easily obliterated and powerhouses abound. Moreover, being a Scion may seem advantageous, but in the eyes of King Frieza, he is merely an insect, easily crushed. Who knows, one day he might be enjoying hot pot and singing, only to have the planet beneath him go boom, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Just as alarm bells ring in his mind, pondering how to survive in this high-risk world, a cold electronic voice suddenly resonates in his consciousness. Ding. Host life signs are stable, and mental fluctuations meet binding criteria. Binding in progress. Binding successful. The ultimate Scion growth system is officially activated. Takuro is momentarily stunned. Then a wave of overwhelming joy washes away his fear, nearly prompting him to laugh aloud. I knew it. A necessary golden finger for any traveler, albeit a bit late. With the system's emergence, it serves as irrefutable proof of his existence in the Dragon Ball world as a Scion. After a moment of excitement, he eagerly thinks, "Open personal panel." As soon as the thought arises, a light blue virtual screen, visible only to him, unfolds before his eyes, displaying a simple stream of data. Host, Takuro, Takanoko, bamboo shoot. Age, 10 years. Bloodline, low-class warrior bloodline, upgradable. Skills, none. Items, beginner's gift pack. Combat power, 5. TSK, a combat power of 5. Truly befitting a low-class warrior's starting point. Takuro smirks, unable to suppress his critique. However, amidst the sarcasm, a clear hypothesis rapidly forms in his mind. Frieza's army. Trading planets. launching weak Scion infants to target planets, and then cleaning up the natives once they grow up. He recalls the plot of the manga. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong was indeed launched to Earth in this manner. However, based on subsequent plot developments and the actions of his father, Bardock, it appears that the primary motivation was to safeguard his life. Yet, Takuro does not perceive himself as possessing such a magnificent father. Disregarding familial bonds and venerating strength is the quintessential nature of the Scions. Thus, it is highly probable that the original host was merely an infant castaway, only to succumb prematurely for reasons unknown, leaving this body to me. The more Takuro pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The crux of the matter is, on which planet am I? Ding. Current location, Earth. The system seemed to have sensed his thoughts and provided an answer in a timely manner. Earth. Takuro's eyes sparkled as his taut nerves relaxed significantly, and he hurriedly inquired, "What year is it now? In which year of the age of the gods are we? Where is Sun Wukong?" However, this time, the system fell into silence, offering no further response. TCH, withholding crucial information. Takuro muttered in discontent, yet the knowledge that he was on Earth brought him considerable solace. Fortunately, from a cosmic perspective, Earth can still be considered a novice village, at least not on Frisia's demolition list. That said, Takuro had no intention of leading a tranquil existence. A fierce flame ignited within his eyes. Since fate had cast him into this world that worships power, granting him the identity of Scion and a system, how could he not witness the vistas at the pinnacle of the universe? What if I am merely a lowly warrior? With the existence of a system, the legendary Super Scion might very well be me, Takuro. An overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him, accompanied by an intense desire for strength, as an intangible and ineffable power suddenly erupted from his youthful form. Buzz! It was as though an invisible sovereign had descended. A heart-stirring pressure emanated from him, spreading like tangible ripples. In an instant, all sounds in the forest, the chirping of birds, the buzzing of insects, the rustling of leaves, came to an abrupt halt. A deathly silence enveloped the area, as if even the wind had held its breath. Takuro was startled by his own presence, but soon realized, filled with a mix of surprise and delight. This is Ki, the very essence of power in the Dragon Ball universe. The tangible manifestation of life energy. Only warriors who have undergone countless trials can actively harness this force. He hastily reopened the system panel, and indeed, the skill bar was no longer blank. Skill: Conqueror's Haki, LV.1. Conqueror's Haki. Takuro scratched his iconic spiky hair, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Could it be that Ki has different types? Is Haki a form of Ki? In his previous life, he had focused solely on the exhilarating battle scenes in Dragon Ball, long forgetting certain intricate details. He shook his head, casting aside his doubts. What does it matter? This is not important. After all, Haki is still Ki, so it should be similar. Whether it be Haki or Ki, as long as it could empower him, it was a valuable asset. Moreover, to think that a mere weakling could awaken Ki, it seems this body possesses more potential than I initially believed. A hint of pride appeared on Takuro's face as he promptly attempted to channel this newly acquired power. He steadied his stance, furrowing his brow, whispering incantations, and gesticulating wildly in the initiation stance for the Kamehameha. However, no matter how hard he tried to hold his breath and exert force, the overwhelming pressure that had silenced the forest vanished without a trace. After toiling for a long while, he found himself breathless and drenched in sweat. It must be that my physical foundation is too weak. Takuro wiped his brow, providing himself with a rational explanation. Having Ki, yet being unable to utilize it. It seems I must first hone my body. Although Ki is paramount in the Dragon Ball world, the cultivation of both body and spirit is equally essential. Moreover, theoretically, the physical potential of a Scion is extraordinarily formidable. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the forgotten lifeline. System, open the novice gift package. Ding! Novice gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Intermediate warrior bloodline automatically fused. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Weakness elimination tail. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Kame Sennin's training manual, knowledge infusion. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Senza Beans X10. Just as the notification concluded, a warm current surged through Takuro's every limb. It felt as though he were soaking in a warm spring, every bone in his body crackling softly, while his muscle fibers seemed to be stretched and fortified by an unseen hand, filling him with an unprecedented sense of strength. Minutes later, as the warmth subsided, he exhaled a long breath, feeling his entire being brimming with explosive power, as if he could punch through solid rock. Eagerly, he called up the panel once more. Battle power, 15. 15 points. Takuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just by elevating to the intermediate warrior bloodline, my battle power has tripled. What if I were to attain the legendary Super Saiyan status, or the bloodline of a monster like Broly? Contemplating the extraordinary rewards that the system might offer in the future, his heart surged with fervor. Such limitless potential for growth. The innate talent of a fighting race that grows stronger with each battle. However, gazing at the still somewhat meager 15 on the panel, Takuro swiftly regained his composure. A meal must be savored bite by bite, and a journey taken step by step. It's decided. He clenched his fists, gazing deep into the forest with unwavering determination. I shall set up camp here and undergo rigorous training for a time. Once I possess sufficient strength for self-preservation, I will venture out. At that point, I will search for the Dragon Balls and inquire about Bulma's whereabouts. In any case, my primary goal is to become the strongest on Earth. Chapter 2. The Slide Tackle. As the sun and moon danced in their eternal cycle, the wind howled through the dense forest. A fortnight passed quietly amidst the grueling training under the incessant rainfall of Takuroan. Deep within the thicket, an astonishing scene unfolded upon a patch of ground that had been brutally flattened. A boy of approximately 10 years, contorted in a posture bordering on self-mortification, was crawling on the earth. His entire physique was taut with muscle, veins protruding, each lift of his arms imbued with a ponderous sluggishness. The reason for his arduous struggle was unmistakable. Upon his not-so-broad back rested an imposing boulder, its size comparable to that of a small truck. Merely gazing upon its weight was enough to leave one breathless. 998, 999, 1000. As the internal count reached its zenith, Takuro emitted a primal growl. His waist and back surging with power, violently casting off the enormous burden. Boom! The boulder crashed down, sending tremors through the earth and stirring a cloud of dust that lingered in the air. Takuro straightened, his chest heaving, sweat cascading down his bronze skin like rivulets into the soil beneath his feet. Ignoring his labored breaths, he eagerly summoned the system panel. Combat power, 20. Takuro's expression of anticipation instantly crumbled, transforming into a sigh of disappointment. The growth rate was excruciatingly slow. Over the past fortnight, he had rigorously adhered to the grueling regimen outlined in the basic training manual of the Turtle School. The abstract descriptions of milking cows at dawn, tilling fields with bare hands, and laboring on construction sites were nothing short of fanciful tales on this desolate island. However, his experience from a previous life in underground fighting allowed him to grasp the essence: resistance training, extreme physical conditioning, and perceptual honing. Thus, the act of delivering milk morphed into squatting under the weight of the boulder. Tilling the land became striking a massive log, and laboring on construction sites translated into climbing cliffs and weighted cross-country running, coupled with other exercises. This fierce determination enabled him to elevate his meager combat power by a paltry 5 points. Was this truly the extent of a Scion's potential? Takuro could not suppress his inner musings, yet he quickly rallied himself. At least he had mastered the art of reading minds. The so-called mind-reading technique detailed in the manual sounded grandiose, but in essence, it merely involved predicting an opponent's intentions through observation of their micro-expressions and muscular tremors. However, upon successfully employing it once, the system panel delivered an unexpected revelation. Skill: Conqueror's Haki LV1. Observation Haki LV1. The transition from mind reading to observation Haki left Takuro perplexed, as though something was amiss. Yet, he dismissed the notion without further inquiry. The ability to anticipate attacks was undeniably advantageous. A Scion need not overthink. The primal instincts of a Scion whispered to him that strength was the ultimate truth. As dusk settled, the light in the forest waned rapidly. Takuro brushed off the dust from his self-made grass skirt and approached a towering ancient tree that would require 2 people to encircle. Without any superfluous motions, he inhaled deeply, clenched his right fist tightly, and concentrated all his strength into that singular point, his muscles bulging beneath taut skin like steel cables. Huh! A thunderous roar shattered the silence of twilight. His fist, imbued with a terrifying pressure, struck the sturdy trunk with ferocity. Bang! Crack! A resounding thud accompanied by the agonizing sound of splintering wood echoed through the air. A clear, deep impression of his fist was indelibly stamped into the tree trunk. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from the impact point, exploding forth. Boom. The immense tree groaned under the unbearable weight, its colossal form collapsing with a cataclysmic force, sending flocks of birds scattering into the sky. Takuro surveyed his handiwork, a satisfied smile curving his lips, though his combat power was a mere 20 points. It was evident that combined with a Scion's physique, it was indeed formidable. Surely, this would ensure his safety when he ventured out, at the very least. With a few deft movements, he wielded his hand like an axe, efficiently chopping the thick trunk into a pile of firewood of various shapes. Cradling the firewood, he returned to the cave where he resided, effortlessly igniting a bonfire and skewering a fish larger than any he had encountered before. The fish sizzled over the flames, its flesh hissing as the oil dripped, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Takuro inhaled greedily, saliva nearly spilling forth. The Scion's voracious appetite was already stirring. However, at that moment, an eerie silence crept over the cave like a cold tide. Something was amiss. Outside, the usual cacophony of chirping insects and birdsong had vanished, replaced by an unsettling, heart-stopping stillness, as if the entire forest held its breath in fearful anticipation. Suddenly, a nauseating stench invaded the cave, an overpowering, acrid odor that mingled the scent of decaying flesh with the pungent musk of feral beasts, thick enough to be suffocating. Thud, thud. Then came a heavy, deliberate vibration, rhythmic and slow, approaching from the depths of the forest, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. And the source of the footsteps was drawing ever closer to the cave. Takuro's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, fixated on the patch of darkness beyond the cave's entrance, where the underbrush was shrouded in shadow. Rustle. The dense foliage ahead quivered violently, as if torn apart by an invisible hand. Two glowing green orbs, radiating a cruel light, suddenly illuminated the shadows, locking onto the figure by the bonfire. With the flickering firelight and the pale moonlight seeping into the cave, the true form of the creature became unmistakable, a terrifying giant tiger, as massive as a small hill. Its muscular shoulders rose like granite blocks, supported by limbs as thick as ancient tree roots, bearing a body so enormous that it seemed to devour the light itself. Curved, dagger-like fangs protruded menacingly from its maw, stained with dark, dried blood, remnants of fur and flesh caught between its teeth. In its icy gaze lay nothing but a pure, insatiable greed for flesh. That gaze was like a tangible icicle, pinning Takuro in place, making him its next meal. Were he an ordinary person, he would have already succumbed to terror, his blood freezing in his veins, spirit shattered. Yet, Takuro was clearly not one to cower. What the hell? How did this tiger get so large? Did it drink nuclear waste? There was no fear in his eyes, only exhilaration at the sight of a living creature. The giant tiger, oblivious to human language, felt the brazen provocation in Takuro's flippant tone and movements, igniting its fury as the king of the island. Roar! A deafening, murderous roar shattered the night sky. The foul wind assaulted him. The colossal tiger transformed into a stinking yellow flash, hurtling towards its minuscule prey with a force capable of obliterating all in its path. The earth quaked beneath its claws. Huh, is it coming towards me instead of fleeing? Rather than fear, a fervent smile of excitement blossomed upon Takuro's face. This was truly thrilling. As the gaping maw, reeking of blood, loomed overhead, its sharp fangs aimed directly at his throat. Too slow. Just as the giant tiger was about to strike, Takuro's body sank like a wraith, executing a clean and precise slide tackle, narrowly escaping beneath the massive beast. The warm belly of the beast was mere inches away. Although his control over Ki was still rudimentary, the perceptive abilities granted by observation Haki came into play at that moment. The tiger's ferocious, yet somewhat clumsy attack trajectory left a clear line of prediction in Takuro's hazy perception. A myriad of openings. In Takuro's eyes, a brilliant light erupted. The moment he executed a slide tackle, the core strength of his waist and abdomen surged forth explosively, propelling him upward like a spring compressed to its utmost limit. His right fist, already brimming with all his might, swelled to its maximum as his arm's muscles expanded, creating a piercing shriek that tore through the air, driving upwards with ferocity towards the unsuspecting soft underbelly of the colossal tiger. Take this now? Boom! A thunderous sound resonated, sending chills down one's spine. At the instant of impact, the tiger's massive form was violently arched into the air by an overwhelming force, as if it were a mere sack of burlap. Although, a haunting wail, distorted in pitch, shattered the tranquility of the night. The beast, weighing several tons, was sent hurtling away by that single punch. Its immense body crashed through several trees as thick as a bowl, finally coming to a halt amidst a chaotic scattering of broken branches, twitching, and then falling silent, with blood gushing from its mouth and nostrils. Takuro slowly retracted his fist and stood upright. The fervor of battle that had once surged within him ebbed away like the tide, replaced by a profound and unabashed disappointment. Is this it? He grimaced, even finding it mundane enough to dig at his ears. A pretty face, but utterly useless, little kitty. I expected to stretch my muscles a bit more. As he shook his head at the lifeless tiger, lamenting the weakness of his opponent, the system, which had languished in silence for over half a month, suddenly stirred. Ding. Battle concluded. Threat assessment, low. Battle evaluation, effortless domination. Congratulations, host, on completing a simple battle. Reward issued, 1 battle power. Chapter 3, the red-haired pirates rewards issued. Takuro's spirit surged, and he promptly summoned the system panel. Battle power, 21. 21 points. An increase. Upon witnessing the numbers dancing on the panel, a radiant joy erupted across Takuro's face. After toiling for half a month, pushing himself to the limits, he had barely managed to increase his battle power by 5 points. Yet, unexpectedly, by defeating a small cat, the system rewarded him with 1 point. Indeed, this is the true path to a Scion's strength. He excitedly pumped his fist, feeling the minuscule yet undeniable surge of power within him, instantly grasping the essence of the system. What torturous training under the turtle school. What arduous muscle conditioning. Those are merely the fundamentals. The core of the system lies in combat, challenging the strong, breaking through one's limits in life and death struggles. In summary, it's simple. Fighting is exhilarating. This philosophy perfectly aligns with the innate instincts of a Scion. No more isolation. He must set sail. With fervent eyes, Takuro envisioned countless experience packages beckoning to him. Whether martial artists or monstrous foes, they would all serve as stepping stones on his path to becoming the strongest in the universe. Filled with infinite aspirations for battle and strength, Takuro drifted contentedly into slumber, dreaming of throwing punches at Frisia and trampling on the god of destruction. However, when the morning sun bathed the beach in its golden glow, Takuro, brimming with ambition, arrived at the shore, gazing at the vast expanse of azure where the sea met the sky, only to have his fervor instantly doused with a chill. How am I supposed to get out there? He scratched his spiky hair, utterly bewildered. With no ship and insufficient food supplies, even though his Scion body could swim for hours without sinking, adrift on this boundless ocean without a direction or a map was no different than being a headless fly. Could he rely on the system for navigation? The system wouldn't even reveal the timeline. Alas, it seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands to provide for himself. Takuro sighed in resignation, reminiscing about the flying technique from Dragon Ball. If only he could fly, he wouldn't have to endure such hardships. Unfortunately, at present, he could only gaze longingly at the sea. Shaking his head, he turned back and plunged into the dense forest behind him. Shipbuilding. He needed to find sufficiently good and large timber. A week slipped by in Takuro's relentless shipbuilding endeavor, hammering and chopping with his fists and hands. Meanwhile, in the same sea area, a uniquely shaped and imposing pirate ship was slowly approaching. This was a classic 3-masted vessel, its lines sleek and its hull sturdy. Most striking was the figurehead, a vividly lifelike dragoness head that exuded both majesty and a hint of rebelliousness. On the enormous mainsail was emblazoned a highly recognizable emblem, a skull with 3 scars over its left eye, crossed by 2 western swords behind it. Should any knowledgeable individual catch sight of this flag, they would likely be struck with terror and flee without a second thought. For this was the ship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force, which had recently risen to prominence in the New World. Its captain, red-haired Shanks, once an apprentice on the ship of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, had now become a super pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. His crew, including the first mate Ben Beckman, sniper Yasop, and fighter Lakeu, were all formidable individuals, each bearing bounties over 1 million. The entire ship was a paragon of elite pirates, a truly terrifying presence capable of traversing the Grand Line with ease. Yet, within this legendary pirate crew, which could make even the Navy headquarters tremble, the atmosphere aboard the ship was somewhat peculiar. Hey Shanks, get up. Stop sprawled out on the deck like a drunken fool. First mate Ben Beckman's deep, authoritative voice resonated, tinged with a hint of barely concealed disdain. Originally sprawled across the deck, bleary-eyed, red-haired Shanks jolted upright, his straw hat askew, his face instantly lighting up with anticipation. What's wrong, Beckman? Have we spotted land? Is it land? Beckman calmly flicked the ash from his cigarette. Casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone devoid of emotion. No. I merely find you lying here quite bothersome and detrimental to the ship's appearance. What? Shanks sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, indignantly pointing at himself. Hey, look closely. I'm the captain of this ship. Beckman took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling, the smoke swirling around him, his gaze questioning, as if to say, oh? Then, esteemed captain, please enlighten me. Who is it that, on a whim, insisted on changing course to chase after a singing whale, resulting in our being lost at sea like headless flies for nearly 2 months? Well, that Shanks' bravado deflated, awkwardly scratching his iconic red hair, his gaze evasive. That was an accident. Purely an accident. Ha ha. Boss, you really have no dignity at all. Beckman was right. It's all the captain's fault. The surrounding crew erupted into laughter at their captain's expense, filling the deck with a joyous atmosphere. Shanks, far from being annoyed, joined in their laughter, the earlier awkwardness evaporating in an instant. The red force transformed into a sea of merriment. Amidst the ruckus, from the crow's nest, Sniper Yassop seemed to catch sight of something, immediately shouting, Hey, everyone, we've got a situation. An island has been spotted straight ahead. An island? Where? Shanks bolted to the bow, snatching the telescope from Yassop's hands. Indeed, at the horizon through the lens, a nondescript little black dot stood quietly. Ha! There's a silver lining. Crew, Shanks declared exuberantly, waving his arm, his straw hat fluttering in the wind. Destination, the island ahead. Set sail. Full speed ahead. Oh! The crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers, swiftly adjusting the sails. The red force, as if infused with a soul, surged through the waves, racing towards the enigmatic island. Before long, the sturdy vessel came to rest firmly upon the delicate white sands of the shore. Land, how I have longed for you. The moment his sandals touched the solid beach, Shanks erupted in childlike exuberance, dancing with glee, even dramatically bending down to tenderly kiss the sand beneath his feet. It would be unjust to blame him for his unrestrained joy, after nearly 2 months of aimlessly wandering the vast ocean, gazing at the unchanging blue sky and azure sea. Anyone would be overwhelmed with excitement upon spotting land. Chapter 4, Monster. First Mate Ben Beckman sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, the cigarette dangling precariously from his lips. Observing his captain in a state of reverence towards the beach, he found himself questioning for the umpteenth time whether he had been blind to have boarded this rogue ship in the first place. Nevertheless, Beckman's sighs could not extinguish the crew's enthusiasm. Not only Shanks, but all aboard were pent up with anticipation, now that they had set foot on solid ground. They rejoiced like caged beasts released into the wild. Amidst the revelry of their landing, the ever-watchful Jesus Burgess furrowed his brow, a note of seriousness in his voice. As the ship's foremost sniper, his powers of observation transcended the ordinary. Shanks, wait. There's something amiss about this island. Shanks immediately sobered, turning to follow Jesus' pointed direction. There, a short distance from their landing site, lay a conspicuous pile of processed timber. The trunks were thick and robust, each with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Their cut ends remarkably neat, clearly the work of human hands. This was evidently no deserted isle. There were inhabitants here. Jesus Burgess's expression turned grave as he instinctively glanced at his most trusted sniper. Understanding at once, Burgess closed his eyes, his formidable observation haki rippling outward like waves, meticulously sensing the pile of wood and its surrounding area. Moments later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. There are no life signs nearby. The wood pile is devoid of life. With Burgess's precise reassurance, Shanks nodded, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. He gestured, and the officers of the red-haired pirates instinctively gathered, their playful demeanor replaced by a shared seriousness as they cautiously followed their captain deeper into the forest. As they proceeded, the island's abnormalities became increasingly evident. The forest was eerily silent, animal tracks were alarmingly scarce, and an intangible sense of oppression hung heavy in the air. With years of maritime experience, Shanks recognized this was no natural occurrence. It was likely that a powerful lordly creature or individual had long resided here, causing other life forms to retreat in fear. As they ventured further, they arrived at a remarkably open clearing at the heart of the forest, where the sight before them moved even the seasoned red-haired pirates. The ground was a chaotic mess, riddled with deep trenches and pits, countless sturdy trees felled or uprooted, debris scattered all around. In the center of the clearing stood a colossal boulder, its size comparable to a small house. The earth at its base bore clear signs of dragging and repeated crushing. and the surface of the stone even bore faint impressions resembling human hands and feet. This could not have formed naturally. Someone has been using this stone for training. Shanks's pupils contracted as he reached an instant conclusion. A vivid image materialized in his mind. A towering figure, muscles like iron, with a wild beard. Exuding an imposing aura, a reclusive powerhouse. Only such a creature could justify this rugged method of training. The mere thought sent Shanks's heart racing, a long-forgotten thrill surging within him. It had been 4 or 5 years since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. For various reasons, he had been unable to accompany his captain to the final island, Raftel. And this had always weighed heavily on his heart. To make amends for this regret, and to seek his own freedom, he had formed the red-haired pirates, tirelessly searching for like-minded, formidable companions. Now, on this serendipitous, deserted island, could it be that a powerful recluse awaited discovery? This was an opportunity bestowed by fate. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of individual would be worthy of joining his crew. Shanks licked his dry lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He slowly drew his renowned sword, Griffin, the blade glinting with a cold sheen in the dappled light filtering through the trees. In that case, let me extend a greeting. A bold smile crept across Shanks's face as he casually swung his arm. Swish! A razor-sharp, crimson slash, swift as lightning, erupted from the blade. It tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it struck the massive boulder in the clearing with pinpoint accuracy. Slicing through the stone with ease, the sound was not one of earth-shattering explosion, but rather a crisp, clean cut. The once imposing boulder, in the face of Shanks's strike, crumbled like a soft apple, cleaved perfectly in two. Boom. The two halves of the boulder crashed heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Now, the owner should make an appearance, right? With his sword sheathed and arms crossed, Shanks patiently awaited the arrival. In the world of the sea, greetings among the powerful are often direct and laden with strength. If one lacks the requisite power, they are unworthy of acknowledgement. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Shanks's keen senses detected movement. Boom, boom, boom. From the distant forest came the resounding crash of trees being violently uprooted, a figure barreling towards the clearing with astonishing speed. The force was overwhelming, reeking of urgency. Haha, here I am, waiting for you. Shanks's smile widened. Even without deliberately employing his observation haki, he could distinctly feel the raw, untamed power radiating from the approaching figure. This aura confirmed his suspicions of a reclusive powerhouse. Eagerly, he turned his gaze towards the direction from which the figure charged. However, when the dust cloud parted and the imposing figure finally emerged from the underbrush, revealing itself to the red-haired pirates, Shanks's expectant smile instantly froze, as did the expressions of his seasoned crew, all of whom wore looks of shock and disbelief. The figure that emerged stood no taller than 13 or 14 years. Sporting a wild head of black hair resembling a hedgehog, clad in nothing but rudimentary animal skins and a grass skirt. Though the exposed arms and legs were well defined, they were far from muscular. Most striking of all, the face was unmistakably that of a child, no older than 10. Takuro halted, his chest heaving slightly as he surveyed the ground where the exercise equipment had been cleaved in two, utterly ruined. He then raised his gaze to the peculiar, powerful intruders, particularly focusing on the red-haired man wearing a straw hat. His small face contorted with unmistakable displeasure and anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Shanks. His youthful voice ringing out indignantly, "Hey, you lot, just barging onto someone else's island and destroying my hard-earned workout equipment. Do you have no sense of decency?" Chapter 5. Impatience. Takuro raised his hand, irritably pushing back the damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, revealing a youthful, yet already sharp and resilient visage. He furrowed his brow, and within the depths of his pure black eyes, an unmistakable malice brewed at that moment. Reflecting on his arduous efforts spent scouring the wilderness, hunting to stockpile provisions, and combing through the forest for suitable giant timbers to construct a vessel, he yearned to set sail and confront the seasoned veterans of the sea. Yet, while he was consumed by his relentless pursuits, an unexpected disturbance rippled through his territory. In a fervor, he hastened back, only to be greeted by a most shocking sight. A motley crew of flamboyantly dressed ruffians had not only trespassed, but had also cleaved his essential fitness equipment in twain. How could he possibly endure this? Meanwhile, Shanks and his companions found themselves ensnared in a vast chasm of cognitive dissonance. Where was the reclusive, formidable warrior they had anticipated? Where was the muscle-bound behemoth capable of lifting boulders the size of small houses? Instead, they were confronted with a diminutive child clad in a fur skirt, barely reaching their waist. Under Shanks's scrutiny, his gaze inadvertently traversed the bushy, brown-black tail that swayed slightly with the boy's burgeoning ire, causing him to exclaim, "A fur tribe? No ordinary human would possess a tail, unless they were a devil fruit user." Yet, having traversed the seas for so many years, Shanks's discerning eye could easily discern the truth. There was no trace of a devil fruit's aura emanating from this child. Thus, he concluded with certainty that this boy belonged to the exceedingly rare fur tribe, whose appearance bore striking resemblance to humans. Especially that tail. Could it be monkey fur? He speculated internally. Then, with a hint of curiosity and compassion, inquired, "Little one, you are from the fur tribe, are you not? Where are your guardians? How did you end up stranded on this desolate island all alone? What fur tribe?" Takuro's brow knitted tighter as he asserted with unwavering conviction, "I am a Scion, a purebred Scion, and I'm the only one on this wretched island who can speak. So where are these so-called guardians?" Upon hearing this, Shanks's mind swiftly formed a judgment. It appeared that this fur tribe boy had, due to psychological trauma, fabricated a new identity for himself. Considering the boy's solitary existence on such a desolate isle and his exaggerated training methods, Shanks could easily conjure a plausible tragic narrative. A poor monkey fur boy, shunned by his tribe for his too human appearance and lacking any discernible fur traits, abandoned even by his parents, had found himself marooned on this forsaken island, struggling to survive. Reflecting on this, his gaze softened as he looked upon Takuro, a sympathetic understanding dawning upon him. "Ah, it seems you and I share a common plight. You too are a lost soul, without a home. Are you also an orphan?" What are you implying?" Shanks suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Takuro, his impatience flaring, interrupted his sentimentality, his small face flushed with anger. "Don't try to get chummy with me, and don't change the subject. You think you can just gloss over the damage to my belongings? Not a chance. Speak. How will you compensate for my fitness equipment?" Shanks was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of the child's demand, and he quickly adopted a stern expression, attempting to intimidate the child with the fearsome reputation of pirates. "Oi, you little rascal, do you not recognize who we are? We are the illustrious red-haired pirates. Our collective bounty could frighten you to death. How dare you demand compensation from us? You have some nerve, red-haired freak," Takuro fearlessly retorted, pointing at Shanks's unmistakable crimson locks with a shrill voice. "I don't care if you're red-haired, black-haired, or bald. If you break someone else's belongings, you must compensate. It's a simple principle that even children understand. Why don't you, as an adult, grasp it? How shameful." "Uft. Ha ha. Red-haired freak. Captain, congratulations on your new nickname." Laughter erupted among Shanks's crew, their teasing and sharp quips raining down like arrows upon their captain, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. Shanks felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, awkwardly scratching his head of red hair. Upon reflection, he realized he might indeed be at fault. He had intended to engage in a noble greeting among strong warriors, only to be met with a child. Surely, he couldn't draw his sword against a mere boy. The thought was rather vexing. He instinctively glanced at his most reliable first mate, Beckman, seeking assistance. However, Beckman merely turned his back to the sea, feigning an interest in the fine weather, the cerulean waves, and the brisk winds, adopting an expression that clearly conveyed he had heard nothing. With a resigned sigh, Shanks raised his hands in exasperation. "Young one, as you can see, we have been lost at sea for nearly 2 months. Our supplies have dwindled to the bare minimum. We are truly unable to offer anything of worth as compensation." "Oh, so you intend to shirk your responsibilities?" Takuro crossed his arms. A blatant disdain etched across his small face as he scrutinized Shanks. "And you call yourselves the famous red-haired pirates? Reduced to dodging a child's claim? Truly pathetic. Perhaps you should consider renaming yourselves the red-haired deadbeats." Pathetic and deadbeat struck Shanks like precision blades, piercing through the fragile remnants of his pirate pride. His smile vanished in an instant, and he could feel veins throbbing at his temples. "Let us settle this, boy. What do you propose? So long as it doesn't involve paying in berries, I am open to negotiation." It wasn't that he was unwilling to compensate. It was simply that he truly had nothing to offer at that moment. Upon hearing this, a glint of cunning flickered in Takuro's eyes. Though he maintained a facade of reluctant acceptance, "It's quite simple. Engage me in a fair duel, and we shall consider the matter settled." Who said Scions were straightforward? His provoking tactic seemed to be working quite effectively. From the moment he laid eyes on this group, Takuro had sensed an extraordinary power radiating from them, far exceeding that of ordinary folk. This energy was imperceptible to the untrained eye, but due to his innate warrior instincts as a Scion, coupled with his mastery of observation haki, he immediately recognized it as the aura of formidable fighters. Though he could not precisely gauge their strength, the dense, potent energy emanating from the red-haired man, reminiscent of a slumbering volcano's pressure, clearly indicated that they were a cadre of powerful martial artists, especially that red-haired one. If he could engage such high-caliber warriors in earnest battle, the rewards from the system would undoubtedly be explosively generous. Thus, he felt an insatiable itch to fight. It was imperative to duel immediately. Chapter 6. I was overconfident and did not evade. In Takuro's perception, the red-haired freak's aura was extraordinarily potent, but he was a Scion. Challenging foes beyond his level was a common occurrence. Moreover, he wasn't foolish enough to charge in recklessly. Outnumbered, a rash challenge could easily lead to being overwhelmed. Therefore, his objective was clear: single out the red-haired man. Upon hearing the challenge, Shanks was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, filled with the indulgent amusement of an elder regarding a brash youth. Fight. You wish to challenge me, boy? Perhaps you should return and train for another 8 or 10 years. With your current strength, he shook his head, the implication unmistakable. The earlier awe inspired by the boy's training had been entirely eclipsed by the impression of a mere child with a bit of strength. In the eyes of this notorious pirate, such power was indeed negligible. His laughter was infectious, prompting his crew to join in the merriment as they observed the spectacle. Takuro, undeterred by the surrounding laughter, fixated his gaze on Shanks and stoked the flames further. What's the matter? Are you scared? Afraid to take me on? The crew, reveling in the unfolding drama, urged him on. Come on, Captain. Don't back down. Fight him. Just do it. The children have issued a challenge. The opponent is merely a child. I am confident you can handle this, Captain. Let the games begin. I wager a barrel of wine that the captain can settle this in 3 seconds. I bet 5 seconds. Let us spare the little one some dignity. Shanks shot a glare at his crew, who had been laughing heartily, before turning back to Takuro, still wearing a relaxed smile. Young man, you are no match for me. The disparity is far too great. He straightened up, patting his solid abdomen, and flashed a beaming smile. I shall remain still, allowing you a few punches to vent your frustrations. Go ahead, strike me. Are you serious? Takuro's expression transformed into one of incredulity, as if he were gazing at a fool. Of course. Shanks, keep my word. Shanks proclaimed with grandiosity. Then I shall not hold back. Takuro's eyes sparkled with determination. And without further ado, his right arm tensed like steel, his fist tightening without any flourish, no build-up, no shout. He simply concentrated all his strength into one point. Like a compressed spring suddenly released. With a sharp gust of wind that tore through the air, that small fist shot forth like a cannonball, striking with astonishing speed and precision at Shanks' unguarded abdomen, which he had intentionally presented for the blow. Bang! Thud! A dull, jarring sound reverberated. Enough to make one's heart race. Just a moment ago, Shanks had been brimming with confidence and a smile. Now, his expression froze in shock. He felt an unimaginable, overwhelming force akin to a rampaging sea creature crash into his abdomen. A searing pain enveloped him instantly. Ugh! Shanks emitted a short, pained grunt, his body involuntarily bending forward like a cooked shrimp. His complexion drained to a ghostly white, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his brow. To everyone's astonishment, a stream of bright red blood began to seep from the corners of his tightly clenched jaws. Silence. The once boisterous beach fell into an absolute hush. Every member of the red-haired pirates, including Yasopp, Lucky Roo, and Ben Beckman, stood frozen, their mouths agape, eyes wide with shock, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What have I just witnessed? The captain, the indomitable Shanks, known for clashing with Navy admirals, the very symbol of invincibility in their minds, had been struck by a mere child, barely 10 years old, dressed in a grass skirt, causing him to double over and spit blood. The impact of this scene was 1,000 times more absurd than witnessing Kaido dance in a grass skirt. If word spread, the entire Grand Line would erupt. After a brief silence, uproarious laughter erupted, nearly toppling the trees. Ha ha ha, you spit blood. Shanks, you've actually been made to spit blood? Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. You're made of paper. Hey, what about the bets we placed? I bet the captain would lose. Pay up. Ha ha, Captain. Your illustrious reputation, all ruined by this single punch. Ha ha ha. First mate Ben Beckman, hand on his forehead, sighed helplessly, his shoulders trembling slightly. This idiot captain. It's too painful to watch. At that moment, Shanks' complexion shifted from ghostly white to a deep shade of purple, half from pain, half from humiliation. Listening to the crew's relentless mockery, he felt the carefully cultivated image of a wise and mighty captain shatter completely, reduced to mere fragments. He lifted his head abruptly, glaring fiercely at the crew members doubled over with laughter, baring his teeth as he growled threateningly. You lot. If anyone dares to utter a word of this today, I'll toss them to the Sea Kings to be fed. Do you hear me? After his outburst, he clumsily wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, suppressing the tumult in his abdomen, and slowly straightened up, casting a complex gaze at the black-haired boy before him, who stood innocently gazing back at him, barely reaching his waist. He had underestimated the boy, absolutely underestimated him. But the power behind that punch was truly extraordinary. The explosive force unleashed in that instant. Was this child truly normal? At such a young age, possessing such formidable strength was reminiscent of that Charlotte Linlin. Suddenly, he recalled that Charlotte Linlin had been known to engage with various races in her pursuit of offspring, including the fur folk. Could this child truly be a descendant of Charlotte Linlin? With a hint of pain and hoarseness in his voice, Shanks asked, "What exactly are you?" Now he seriously suspected that this child had feigned innocence to lure him into a trap. Faced with Shanks' gaze, a mix of pain, suspicion, and scrutiny, Takuro blinked his innocent eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and replied in a nonchalant tone, "I'm just a fighter." Chapter 7. Given the circumstances. A fighter? When did a child fighter possess such strength? Shanks found it hard to believe. Enough talk. Hurry up, I still have several punches left. Takuro urged impatiently, his small face reflecting eagerness. His mind was consumed with the desire for system rewards, as if he could already see the words combat power 10-20 dancing before his eyes. Though it was a one-sided fight, he had genuinely exerted effort. The system surely couldn't dismiss this as mere combat, he thought confidently. However, to Shanks, those words sounded like a death knell. The pain in his abdomen felt like being struck by a cannonball, and no one understood better than him the terrifying explosive power contained in that small fist. It was far beyond what any human, or fur folk, should possess. Another few hits? Forget a few, even just one solid punch, and Shanks feared he might meet his end on this deserted island. If only he had used his haki. He couldn't help but regret internally. To think that the notorious pirate of the New World, red-haired Shanks, with a bounty exceeding 1,400,000,000 berries, who had not fallen before Navy admirals or other pirates, could be bested by an unknown child on a nameless island. If word got out, Shanks' name would become the greatest joke of the entire Grand Line. With that thought, a powerful survival instinct surged within Shanks, and his acting skills soared to new heights. He suppressed the pain in his abdomen, cleared his throat, straightened his back, and forced a calm smile onto his face. "Very good, young man. Though your previous attack only caused me, a minor inconvenience, I acknowledge your strength." Standing behind him, Beckman barely suppressed a smirk, rolling his eyes. Had he not witnessed the slight tremor in Shanks' hand behind his back, he might have been convinced. He estimated that at this moment, the hardest part of Shanks' body was likely that very mouth. Of course, Shanks had no mind-reading abilities and was oblivious to Beckman's silent mockery, continuing in a breezy tone. "However, true battles between formidable opponents cannot be taken so lightly. We ought to seek an expansive and solemn venue to engage in a duel that is fair, just, and public. This place is too confined, making it unfit for our contest. Thus, let us postpone this duel for now and resolve to fight with fervor another day. What do you think?" His acting reached its zenith, as he endeavored to imbue his gaze with sincerity and anticipation. As long as he could deceive for the moment, he would later claim to have forgotten. Takuro tilted his head, a look of deep contemplation gracing his features, and after a brief pause, he nodded in apparent agreement. It seems you make a valid point." Upon hearing this, Shanks felt the taut string in his heart snap with a resounding release. An immense sense of relief washing over him, alleviating the twisting pain in his abdomen. At last, he had managed to bamboozle that little monster. "However, do you think I would merely concede to that?" In the next instant, the look of approval vanished from Takuro's face, replaced by a wild fervor and a fierce combat spirit. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the sand beneath him erupted violently. The diminutive body, compressed to its limit like a spring, shot upward with the ferocity of a howling gale, unexpectedly launching into the air. That fist, imbued with terrifying power, tore through space with an unstoppable momentum, aimed squarely at Shanks' face. What? Shanks was utterly unprepared for the opponent's sudden action. His primal instincts surged beyond thought. His right arm's muscles tensed, and almost reflexively, he raised a block, while simultaneously, a deep, inky darkness coiled around his forearm like a living entity, as unyielding as iron. The armament haki surged forth in a preemptive strike. Boom! A thunderous sound akin to a heavy hammer striking a drum exploded across the clearing. At the moment their arms collided, a visible ring of air rippled outward, stirring up the sand and withered leaves below. The ground beneath Shanks cracked with a resounding snap, spiderweb-like fractures radiating outward. He was propelled back half a meter by the overwhelming force before barely regaining his footing, the tingling sensation in his arm sending shockwaves through his heart. This little brat's strength was even greater than that last punch. Witnessing his surprise attack thwarted, Takuro's fighting spirit remained undiminished. And he exclaimed with excitement, "Your aura is quite formidable." Just as he had launched his assault, he felt a massive energy surging from the red-haired creature before him, enveloping his arm at last. It was a novel application of energy, befitting the world of Dragon Ball. Even on Earth, one could encounter such a powerful adversary. The events unfolded too swiftly, like a flash of lightning. Captain Beckman and the others felt their pupils constrict sharply, although their captain was often unreliable. The profound trust and bond they shared were etched into their very souls. Almost simultaneously with Takuro's move, every crew member's instinctual reaction was ignited. Swish, swish, swish. The metallic sound of guns being chambered, the resonant cries of unsheathed swords, and the cracking of knuckles as fists clenched intertwined in an instant. Beckman, akin to a specter, closed in, the uniquely designed long spear in his hand, its cold barrel pressed against Takuro's nape. The air thickened with a suffocating aura of imminent death. "Do not move, little brat. One more step, and I shall blow your brains out." Beckman's voice was as frigid as the iron of the West Sea, laden with undeniable malice. Yet, with deadly weapons aimed at his vital points, Takuro's countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, he grinned provocatively, revealing a smile that ignited pure, unadulterated fighting spirit. Shanks inhaled deeply, comprehending the gravity of the situation. He suppressed the ache in his arm and slowly raised his hand, signaling his crew to remain calm. His expression grew serious, his eyes, usually filled with mirth, now sharp as a hawk's gaze, fixated on the spiky-haired youth before him. The voice of young Shanks was low and grave, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens. "Do you comprehend the implications of your actions just now? In these treacherous seas? In a world ruled by the strong, an unprovoked attack upon another is no trifling matter, even if your adversary is merely a youth. It signifies the most blatant declaration of war." Takuro let loose a raucous laugh, his voice brimming with exhilaration and wildness. The blood surging within him boiled like molten lava. The primal and pure desire for combat, deeply embedded in the Scion bloodline, surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam, fully ignited. Chapter 8. Haki is also energy. What of numbers and repercussions? All such thoughts were cast aside. He now harbored but a singular intention: to fight, to engage in a thrilling and exhilarating battle. A naturally combative youth of the fur tribe, Shanks, feeling Takuro's palpable and untainted battle spirit radiating forth, could not help but feel a tumult within. It had been far too long since he had encountered such a pure will to fight, one that relished the act of combat itself, reminiscent of an old acquaintance. This boy was a born warrior, a monster created for battle. It seemed that today, avoiding a clash was no longer an option. Shanks sighed deeply, a flicker of resignation flashing in his eyes. Being entangled with a character like Takuro was a headache. He had previously encountered a man with eagle-like eyes who had similarly insisted on testing his swordsmanship. Their similarities were uncanny. He addressed his crew in a grave tone. "Stand back. This matter is between him and me." The members of the red-haired pirates exchanged glances, shrugged in acquiescence, and slowly sheathed their weapons, stepping back to create a sufficiently spacious arena for combat. Shanks gradually raised his right hand, gripping the hilt of his renowned blade, Griffin. His gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, akin to a drawn sword, piercing directly at Takuro. "Young one, let us engage in this duel." Shanks' voice resonated with solemnity. Takuro's eyes ignited with brilliant fervor. "Just as I wished." The spark of battle was instantly ignited. Seizing the initiative, Takuro offered Shanks no respite, his form blurring into a mere shadow as his fist descended upon Shanks like a hammer. So swift, Shanks' pupils contracted in astonishment. Even though he had anticipated this, the speed unleashed by the youth still sent ripples of surprise through him. There was no time for contemplation. That fist, accompanied by a fierce gale, was already upon him, compressing the air with a deafening friction. Shanks' gaze hardened, the inky haki coiling around his famed blade, Griffin, the blade instantly emanating a profound brilliance. He lifted his wrist with precision, positioning the sword horizontally before him, transforming it into an impenetrable shield. Bang! A thunderous crash reverberated. Takuro's fist, powerful enough to shatter stone, struck the dark blade with tremendous force. Yet, Griffin remained utterly unmoved, the immense power dissipating like a stone cast into the sea. only creating a faint ripple at the point of contact before vanishing without a trace. TSK. Takuro's gaze sharpened. With his first strike thwarted, he did not falter. His hips twisted, channeling power like a tide to his legs, delivering a sharp side kick, slicing through the air with a resonant crack, aimed squarely at Shank's ribs. Boom. The kick connected. Yet Takuro's expression bore no semblance of joy. Instead, his brows furrowed in concentration. The sensation against his foot was as unyielding as iron, the recoil sending a tremor through his calf. Upon observing Shanks, his demeanor remained unperturbed, his form unwavering. It was abundantly clear that this latest assault had yielded no effect whatsoever. Again, this technique, Takuro contemplated, inevitably reminded of the previous surprise attack, where the opponent's unique use of energy enveloped both body and weapon, akin to an invisible armor. Unfazed, his fighting spirit blazed like an inferno. His fists and legs transformed into a tempest, an unrelenting barrage of strikes, each blow infused with his utmost effort, the air vibrating with a resonant hum. However, the Shanks who had set aside his arrogance was no longer the same as before. His haki flowed effortlessly, either coalescing upon the blade or enveloping his arms, effortlessly repelling Takuro's storm-like onslaught, demonstrating an exquisite mastery that left no gaps. After several exchanges, while Shanks remained calm and composed, Takuro felt a dull ache in his fists, his offensive momentarily faltering. TSK. This turtle shell is quite tough to crack. Takuro cursed inwardly, racing to devise a solution. Buzz. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a chilling sense of danger pierced his mind like a needle. Instinct, honed through observation haki, prompted him to react without a second thought, twisting his body sharply to the side. Whoosh. In the next instant, a gleaming arc of steel nearly grazed the tip of his nose. The mirror-like surface of Griffin's blade reflected Takuro's youthful face, taut with tension. He exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself backward several meters, regaining his stance. A wide grin spreading across his face as excitement sparkled in his eyes. Hey, red-haired monster, your sword is quite swift. You almost had me there. Shanks refrained from pursuing, instead standing with his sword sheathed, a brow arched in curiosity. Was that evasion a manifestation of observation haki? Observation haki. Takuro seized upon this key term, halting his assault, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. You understand the use of energy? Is that what you call observation haki? He had become familiar with physical training, yet the intricacies of energy had always eluded him. After days of arduous practice, he remained perplexed about how to enhance his observation and conqueror's haki. This formidable red-haired creature before him seemed to grasp the underlying principles. Such an opportunity was too precious to pass up. Energy? You refer to haki as energy? Shanks was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a chuckle, conceding that it wasn't entirely erroneous. No, the crux lies elsewhere. He realized the more critical aspect. Observing the boy's expression, it was evident that he was utterly ignorant of the haki system. Yet, under such circumstances, he had awakened observation haki on his own. What astounding talent! Meeting Takuro's intense gaze, Shanks solemnly elucidated. Haki is categorized into 3 types. The ability to predict my attacks and evade just now is known as observation haki. It allows one to sense danger and anticipate an opponent's movements. He tapped his finger against his arm, enveloped in a dark, iron-like haki. This is armament haki, which greatly enhances attacks, fortifies defense, and crucially, allows one to perceive the true form of those with devil fruit abilities. He paused, considering that Takuro, having lived on this isolated island, might be unfamiliar with devil fruits. Adding, devil fruits are extraordinary fruits that grant miraculous abilities upon consumption, though the price is becoming a landlubber, rendered powerless in seawater. Takuro listened intently, his mind racing. Eating a devil fruit grants superpowers. Could it be akin to the dumplings? However, fearing seawater, does this notion exist in Dragon Ball? A sense of dissonance flickered through his mind, yet he was more concerned with power, pressing onward with his inquiries. What about the 3rd type? You mentioned there are 3? Shanks offered a slight smile, tinged with a barely perceptible pride. The 3rd type is known as Conqueror's Haki, which can unleash formidable mental pressure, intimidating or even incapacitating foes, though it is best understood at a surface level. Chapter 9. Conqueror's Haki? Is this what you speak of? Regarding Conqueror's Haki, he preferred not to delve too deeply, for among millions, only a rare few possess it. It is the innate quality of a born leader, unattainable through mere training. In these vast seas, strength does not guarantee the possession of Conqueror's Haki, but those who awaken it undoubtedly possess the potential to stake their claim in the ocean. such as his captain and himself. As this thought crossed his mind, the image of Captain Roger's imposing figure appeared, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. Very well. Young one, shall we continue? Shanks tightened his grip on Griffin, preparing for another round. Is this what you meant? Before he could finish, Takuro abruptly interrupted, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze transforming into one of fierce focus. Buzz! An invisible, overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from his diminutive frame. It was not an intentional targeting. Yet in that instant, the palpable aura of a king, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, enveloped the air. Shanks' smile froze instantly. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he gasped, Conqueror's Haki. That familiar sensation of pressure, emanating from the depths of the soul, could not be mistaken. It was indeed the rare Conqueror's Haki. Shanks fell into a profound silence, turmoil roiling within him. What extraordinary luck was this? On an uncharted island, he had stumbled upon such a monstrous youth. The ability to awaken observation Haki without guidance was already astonishing, and now, he possessed Conqueror's Haki as well. Though the aura still bore a youthful naivete, and his control was rather unrefined, the power of this inherent talent was undeniably formidable. Having honed such abilities in isolation on this deserted island, if he were to receive even a modicum of refinement, he would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with, shaking the very foundations of the world. Yet Shanks was certain that, in the absence of any mentorship, achieving this level solely through self-discipline meant that, given time, this boy would surely become a figure of global significance. After the initial shock, an insatiable excitement and yearning surged within him. Such a person ought not to remain on this nameless island. A fiery light ignited in Shanks' eyes as he inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions, extending an olive branch to the raven-haired youth before him. Young man, your talent is exceedingly rare. This vast ocean is your true stage. Would you care to join my ship? Absolutely. Takuro did not hesitate for a moment, nodding eagerly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Shanks, however, was taken aback. He had anticipated the boy might hesitate, be wary, or even bargain, yet he had never imagined the acceptance would be so swift and uncomplicated. As if it were merely a matter of quenching one's thirst. He could not help but inquire with curiosity, young man, we are pirates, notorious rogues of the seas. You do not wish to reconsider? Reconsider? Takuro tilted his head in innocent confusion. What is there to deliberate? I intend to set sail anyway. Rather than laboriously constructing my own vessel, I isn't it far more convenient to board your ship? Upon discovering that Shanks and his crew had a ship, he had long been eyeing it, eager for an excuse to leave this solitary island. He never anticipated that they would extend an invitation, as if a pillow were offered to a weary traveler. Moreover, the most crucial factor ignited excitement in Takuro's eyes as he surveyed Shanks and his formidable crew. Boarding your ship means I can challenge you to fights every day. Doesn't it? The recent skirmish had made him acutely aware that he was not yet Shanks' match. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be unwise. He was indeed a Scion, but that did not imply he lacked intelligence. However, just because he could not win now did not mean he would remain incapable forever. In his keen perception, each member of this crew exuded an extraordinary presence. They were not merely pirates but rather, walking, glittering repositories of invaluable experience. His gaze swept over the crowd like a searchlight, the corners of his mouth curving into a satisfied arc. Hee, the days ahead will undoubtedly be anything but dull. For some inexplicable reason, the members of the red-haired pirates who felt that gaze shivered, an ominous premonition rising within them. Shanks' smile also froze, beads of cold sweat seemingly trickling down his forehead. He suddenly wondered if his invitation had been a tad hasty. The intentions of this young lad seemed rather impure. Alas, he sighed in resignation, shaking off that fleeting regret, and donned a hearty smile, inquiring, young man, my name is Shanks. And you? Taklo. The response was succinct and forceful. Excellent. Taklo. Shanks bellowed grandly, his voice resounding across the land. To celebrate the addition of our new comrade, let the feast commence, my friends. Oh. The crew's cheers instantly dispelled the foreboding atmosphere, igniting a fervor. As night fell, the clearing in the forest was illuminated by a massive bonfire, heralding the official onset of a pirate revelry. Raucous laughter, off-key songs, and the crisp clinking of wine cups intertwined, brimming with primal vitality. The burly men of the red-haired crew gathered around the flickering flames, arm in arm, feasting heartily on meat and drinking deeply from their mugs. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat and the rich scent of ale. Taklo seamlessly merged into this raucous whirlpool, cradling a barrel of wine as large as a water tank, drinking heartily with unrestrained vigor, while his other hand deftly snatched pieces of meat from the grill, stuffing them into his mouth with a ferocious focus that left all present in awe, as if witnessing a Scion in action. Even the crew's acknowledged glutton, Loki, was left wide-eyed, forgetting to gnaw on the chicken leg in his hand, murmuring, "Goodness, I've finally encountered someone who can match my appetite." With a loud belch, Takuro downed an entire barrel of wine, exhaling a cloud of intoxicating vapors, feeling utterly at ease, every pore of his body rejoicing. Heaven knows how stifling those days on the deserted island had been for him, a black boxer who once reveled in drink. "Bravo, Takuro!" Shanks exclaimed, slapping him heartily on the shoulder, his face alight with the thrill of finding a kindred spirit. A true man drinks with gusto and devours meat with abandon. Ha! In the vast seas, a true hero must possess a formidable capacity for drink. To claim otherwise would be an affront. Your exuberance and disregard for convention resonate perfectly with me. Chapter 10, Fortunes. As the night deepened, the raucous feast began to wind down. Those with lesser tolerances had already succumbed to drunken stupor, snoring loudly. Only Takuro remained lively, his bright black eyes, illuminated by the firelight, showing no signs of inebriation. His robust metabolism had long since dissipated any trace of alcohol. What a peculiar little prodigy. Shanks, his face flushed and eyes hazy with drink, gazed at the alert Takuro, mumbling with a hint of reluctance and admiration. To think that the illustrious red-haired, who roamed the new world, had been bested in a drinking contest by a mere boy. If word of this were to spread, well, perhaps it was best kept a secret. Gradually, only the crackling of the bonfire remained, with Takuro and Shanks propped against a wine barrel, still awake. The orange flames danced, casting flickering shadows across their faces. After a moment of silence, Shanks, with a slight slur in his voice, asked earnestly, "Young Takuro, do you have a dream?" Takuro, holding an empty wine cup, paused in surprise. "A dream?" He set down the cup and gazed at the leaping flames, his expression becoming distant. After a moment, he spoke slowly, "If I must say, I wish to become the strongest, strong enough that no one can bind me, to do whatever I desire, to be a truly free soul. Strength, indeed, is the reason for ultimate freedom." That's quite the lofty ambition. Shanks did not mock him. Rather, his eyes glimmered with appreciation. Having witnessed Takuro's monstrous potential and pure will, he genuinely believed that this seemingly audacious goal might not be unattainable. But there is one more. Takuro seemed to recall something suddenly, his eyes lighting up with childlike eagerness. "If possible, I hope to gather the Dragon Balls." Dragon Balls. That was a dream from his childhood, a quest he must undertake, even if he hadn't yet decided on a wish. It was surely a good start to seek them out. Dragon Balls. A large question mark appeared on Shanks' drunken visage. What on earth were those? Some rare gem? Understanding. Takuro nodded, aware that the existence of Dragon Balls was not common knowledge. He endeavored to explain in simple terms. Well, you can think of them as something incredibly magical. Legend has it that gathering all the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. It is said that all the secrets and treasures of the world are connected to them. All the secrets of the world? Any wish? Shanks struggled to process this, his alcohol-fogged mind grasping a few keywords. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he slapped his thigh. "Oh, I see. You're talking about One Piece, right?" It was as if he had found a kindred spirit, excitement bubbling within him. What a coincidence. Our goal in the Red-Haired Pirates is also to find that ultimate treasure that can fulfill dreams. It appears we share the same aspiration. One Piece. "Oh, so you are also searching for the Dragon Balls?" Takuro exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, a joyful smile spreading across his face as he nodded vigorously. What an incredible coincidence. He mused inwardly. Is this perhaps fate? To randomly encounter a group of formidable individuals whose goals align with mine. It seems the journey ahead will not be solitary. The bonfire continued to crackle, illuminating the youthful joy of Takuro and the contented smile of the drunken pirate captain. Days turned into nights, and time flew by. Before he knew it, nearly 2 months had passed since Takuro boarded the Red Force. The sapphire blue sea shimmered under the sun, the massive pirate ship slicing through the ever-changing currents with steady grace. Today, the sea breeze was gentle, and the sun generously bathed the broad deck with warmth. The air, infused with the salty scent of freedom, billowed leisurely into the sails adorned with a scarred skull. The ship's majestic wooden dragon head rose proudly, adding an air of stability and authority beneath the azure sky. What splendid weather for a leisurely day, or rather, for the captain to indulge in some well-deserved rest. Shanks reclined contentedly beneath the main mast, his iconic straw hat askew over his face, obscuring most of it, leaving only his tousled red hair dancing in the wind. With his eyes narrowed, he observed the crew bustling about, tidying up the remnants of last night's revelry, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He reminisced about his days as an apprentice aboard the Oro Jackson, when cleaning was a mandatory chore, having finally ascended to captaincy. If he were to still be scrubbing decks, what would that make of his title? Indeed, the authority of a captain is sacred and boundless. To lounge? That's merely a strategic rest. No one can command him. He blissfully adjusted his straw hat, preparing to drift into a sweet slumber under the comforting embrace of the warm sun and sea breeze. Get up, Shanks. At your age, how can you sleep? Just as his eyelids began to close, in a daze, Shanks felt his collar seized by a grip akin to iron claws, and he was yanked upward by an irresistible force. I sleep, and you dare to interfere? I am the captain. Shanks struggled, his voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of bravado born from just awakening. Huh, Captain? Takuro scoffed, maintaining his grip without the slightest reduction in force as he dragged Shanks toward the center of the expansive deck. Enough chatter. Whether you're a captain or a deckhand, rise and train with me. We haven't earned today's experience points yet. Hey, let go. You little brat, release me. Shanks futilely kicked his legs in an attempt to regain control of his body, but to no avail. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What the devil? How has this little brat's strength increased again? Just yesterday, I could easily wrestle with him. How is it that after just one day, I can't even budge him? I distinctly remember that we consumed the same fare. At that moment, First Mate Ben Beckman passed by with a water bucket, his expression as impassive as ever. Seizing what he believed to be a lifeline, Shanks' eyes lit up, and he hastily called out, Beckman, quick, save me. This little brat is staging a coup. Beckman continued walking without breaking stride, not even casting a glance in their direction, as if he were merely passing two inconsequential pieces of deck wood. Shanks was left in disbelief. He quickly turned his hopeful gaze toward his most trusted initial partner, Lockie, who was wielding a mop not far off. Lockie, hurry. This scoundrel Takuro is trying to usurp my position. Stop him. Lockie paused, a hearty smile spreading across his round face as he greeted Takuro warmly. Hey, Takuro, up so early for training? You're really motivated. Of course. Takuro returned with a radiant smile, continuing to drag Shanks along. If I don't train for a day, I feel utterly miserable. By the way, Lockie, have you eaten yet? Haha, not yet. I'll head to eat once I finish this task. Lockie raised the mop in understanding. Shanks lay on the ground, staring incredulously as his most reliable allies treated him like air, his defenses crumbling in an instant. You bunch of bastards. I am the captain of this ship. His anguished cry pressed a metaphorical pause button. All the busy crew members on deck halted their tasks simultaneously, their gazes focused on Shanks like searchlights, making him feel a shiver run down his spine. What is going on? Do you all intend to rebel? Shanks gulped nervously, before he could finish his sentence. The pent-up grievances among the crew erupted. Rebel? Huh. Who was it that drank too much yesterday and kicked the railing apart? Why don't you, our illustrious captain, personally fix it? Do you see that mess in the corner of the deck? That was your handiwork from last night. Clean it up yourself. Which banquet hasn't he turned into chaos because of you? Which cleaning session hasn't he seen you slip away the fastest? If it weren't for your title as captain, I would have made you feel the iron fist of justice long ago. The red-haired pirates followed an elite path, with limited personnel, and the ship's daily maintenance relied heavily on teamwork. Yet, Captain Shanks had taken the concept of absolute authority to its extreme, indulging in idleness during routine tasks. The crew had long suffered under Shanks' antics. Now, with Takuro, someone capable of reining him in and eager to push the captain to train, it was like a blessing from above. The crew's collective condemnation rained down on Shanks like a barrage of arrows. He recoiled slightly, attempting to salvage some dignity. Ahem. I merely thought to provide everyone with opportunities for performance and training. This remark ignited the crew's fervor. Huh, you still have the audacity to say that? This training opportunity is for your own benefit. Go for it, Takuro. Bring justice to our foolish captain. Indeed, bring him down. That'll save us from his daily shenanigans. The crew rallied behind Takuro, cheering him on with fervent enthusiasm. Fear not. I've got this, Takuro declared gallantly, patting his chest. Come on, Shanks. Today's training regimen will be doubled. Shanks' cries echoed through the skies. No. Takuro was immensely satisfied with his choice. Over the past 2 months aboard the ship, he had fully leveraged his experiential edge, challenging not only the crew, but also the captain daily. Indeed, practical combat had proven to be the catalyst for his transformation. On the system panel, his combat power soared, surpassing the 90-point threshold. This efficiency was more than tenfold compared to toiling on the deserted island. Now, aside from Captain Shanks, the other crew members had mostly fallen before his fists. Having tasted the sweetness of rapid strength gains, Takuro resolved to intensify his efforts, setting his sights on the ultimate experience package, Shanks. He aimed to defeat him swiftly to claim the system's enticing and generous rewards. Thus, Shanks's misfortune arrived, day after day of rigorous training, often leading to dreams filled with Takuro's roaring fists and relentless cries of again. In the still of the night, Shanks occasionally found himself engulfed in deep philosophical contemplation. What on earth compelled me to invite this weirdo aboard? One of Takuro's dreams was to become the strongest. As the instigator of his invitation, Shanks could only comfort himself through tears. The crew he recruited must help him realize his dreams, even if it meant on their knees. A long sigh filled with resentment and helplessness escaped him, drifting with the sea breeze across the expansive deck of the Red Force, lingering in the air. Chapter 11. Combat Techniques. The center of the Red Force's deck had transformed into a makeshift arena. Takuro and Shanks stood opposite each other, each assuming their stances. As the sea wind swept through, the energy surrounding them intensified and coalesced. Wait. Shanks suddenly raised a hand, a serious expression of unease crossing his face. Before we begin, I must declare, no spitting, no eye gouging, and absolutely no. He paused, emphasizing stealing. For Shanks, the past 2 months of sparring had not only been a physical trial, but also a mental torment. Heaven knows where this little brat learned such underhanded tricks. His attacks were so insidious that they were nearly impossible to guard against. Okay, I got it. Enough with the lecturing. Takuro muttered impatiently. We're a bunch of lawless pirates. Why bother with fair play? Having witnessed the life and death struggles of underground fighting arenas in a past life, he had seen every dirty trick imaginable. The tactics he employed against Shanks were, in his view, merely friendly exchanges, trivial at best. Shanks merely chuckled at this. Choosing not to respond, Takuro took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening like a blade. He positioned himself firmly, left foot forward, right leg back, his weight evenly balanced. His left arm shielded his chin and ribs, while his right elbow was raised, fist poised, and ready to strike. This stance was honed from his experiences in the underground boxing scene, striking a balance between offense and defense. With his physical attributes now transcended to superhuman levels thanks to his Scion bloodline and system enhancements, these techniques were not outdated but rather amplified, maximizing his speed, strength, and agility. This stance allowed for rapid, venomous strikes akin to a snake strike, capable of blocking heavy blows, while also providing solid defense like a rock to protect vital areas. Even when facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, he could adapt and maintain an unassailable position. With a deep exhale, Takuro expelled the stagnant air from his lungs as the fire of battle ignited in his eyes. Here I come. Bang! A dull thud resounded as he pushed off the deck with his back foot, unleashing his power in an explosive burst. The figure resembled a spring, compressed to its utmost. Suddenly released, almost compressing space itself, and in the blink of an eye tore apart the distance between the two. With a swift motion, the right hand drew back, gathering strength, the waist twisting violently like a bowstring, culminating in a right hook that channeled the entirety of his power, emitting a piercing shriek as it surged toward Shanks' face. Faced with this thunderous strike, Shanks dared not be complacent. The monstrous strength of Takuro, even with the protection of Busashoka Haki, would not be without sensation if taken head-on, especially since he keenly sensed that this young rascal's strength had grown even more formidable since yesterday. In the fleeting moment, Shanks made the wisest choice. His upper body leaned back gracefully like a willow swaying in the wind, his movements precise and elegant. Takuro's powerful fist, carrying a gale, barely grazed the tip of his nose as it whizzed past. The miss was entirely anticipated by Takuro, leveraging the terrifying inertia of his body's twist. The moment his right fist retracted, his left leg lashed out like a steel whip, aimed directly at Shanks' waist. The two attacks flowed seamlessly into one another, scarcely a heartbeat apart. Confronted with this almost inescapable flurry of strikes, even the mighty Shanks found no avenue for retreat. His gaze sharpened, and he crossed his arms at his sides, the dark Busashoka Haki wrapping around him like a living entity. Boom! A heavy thud erupted. Takuro's whip-like kick struck fiercely against Shanks' arms, which were as dark as iron. TSK. Once again, Busashoka Haki. Takuro spat in dissatisfaction. This Busashoka Haki was the greatest obstacle preventing him from truly shaking Shanks. The two figures intertwined, fists and feet flying, engaging in fierce exchanges on the deck for several rounds. The air stirred with a resonant hum, each collision stirring visible shockwaves. Yet the outcome remained inevitable. With Shanks holding back, Takuro could never breach that impregnable defense. Takuro suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, executing a clean and swift backward leap to create distance. His chest rising and falling slightly, yet his eyes burned with a flame of discontent. "What is the matter?" Shanks inquired, retracting his stance. "I said Shanks." Takuro's voice brimmed with intense dissatisfaction. "Can you not show me your true abilities and fight me for real? Always holding back. What kind of man does that make you?" "It's not that I'm afraid of hurting you," Shanks shrugged, displaying his signature carefree smile. "You are a companion I acknowledge." However, these seemingly caring words only served to stoke the flames. Takuro's expression darkened instantly, a seriousness unprecedented. "If you truly regard me as a companion, then unleash your full power and fight me earnestly." He was a Scion, a warrior with the blood of a fighting race coursing through his veins. Soft, restrained sparring was not assistance, but rather an insult to his lineage and aspirations. Moreover, Takuro's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, tinged with exhilaration. "I can feel it. I'm on the verge of grasping the threshold of Busashoku. I have a premonition that with just one genuine, all-out battle, I can seize it and awaken it." Observing the undeniable resolve and yearning in Takuro's eyes, Shanks' smile gradually faded. He remained silent for a moment, and when he opened his narrowed eyes again, they bore no trace of levity, only the solemnity and gravity unique to a great pirate. "Are you sure?" His voice was deep and powerful. "Absolutely," Takuro answered with unwavering conviction. "Very well." Shanks ceased to say more, merely taking a deep breath. When he lifted his gaze once more, an inexplicable and terrifying pressure surged forth like a dormant volcano, erupting suddenly. Buzz! The overwhelming conqueror's haki radiated from Shanks, sweeping outward with tremendous force. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. The clamorous sea breeze came to an abrupt halt, and the surging waves appeared to hold their breath. The entire red force was enveloped in a suffocating aura of regal authority. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Takuro displayed not a hint of fear. Instead, a fervent, almost frenzied smile blossomed on his face. "Haha, this is more like it. It should have been like this all along." Boom. In the next moment, a similarly domineering, yet more primal and wild pressure erupted from Takuro's small frame like an unyielding beast. Although slightly inferior in magnitude to Shanks, that pure, tenacious, and relentless willpower forged a domain of its own amidst the overwhelming haki, subtly forming a stance of resistance. All the crew members of the red-haired pirates had long ceased their tasks, holding their breath and fixating on the two figures at the center of the deck. Each face bore the marks of gravity and anticipation. They wished to witness how far this exceptionally gifted youth could go under the full might of their captain. Chapter 12. Am I to avoid his brilliance? The air felt oppressive as if laden with lead. Shanks' aura had ascended to its peak. He gazed intently at Takuro, whose fighting spirit soared to the heavens, and in response to this challenge, to express respect for his companion's determination, he resolved to employ his ultimate skill. "Takuro." Shanks' voice resonated low and clear, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "You'd best think carefully about this next strike. It could be fatal." Enough with the chatter. Takuro clenched his fists tightly, flames igniting in his eyes, a fearless grin spreading across his face. "Just bring it on." No further words were necessary. Shanks' eyes sparkled with intensity, his heart murmuring the name etched deep within his soul, a lethal technique inherited from the legendary Captain Joel D. Roger. One that could make even the divine retreat in trepidation. Goddess avoidance. Though he bore no blade at this moment, merely his hand as a weapon, and despite knowing he had yet to unlock the full essence of this technique, the moment he resolved to wield it, the terrifying aura capable of rending the heavens and annihilating deities descended. Boom. Shanks' figure vanished from his original position. He stepped forward, leapt, his left hand raised high, palm facing downward, fingers aligned like a blade. The profound haki instantly entwined around him, with streaks of bizarre black-red lightning dancing between his fingers, shrieking. Destructive energy was compressed to its utmost, causing the surrounding air to emit a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. Danger. Extreme danger. Takuro's hair stood on end in an instant. The primal instincts within him screamed frantically from the depths of his soul, urging him to evade at all costs, immediately. Yet, confronted with this unavoidable strike, seemingly capable of severing fate itself, Takuro's smile widened even further, his eyes igniting with an almost maniacal exuberance. "This is the feeling," he bellowed, as under the immense pressure of life and death, some invisible shackles within him shattered explosively. An unprecedented, solidified aura surged forth from every inch of his being, carrying the fervent will and resolute determination to protect, like boiling magma rushing toward his fists. Buzz. The intangible energy enveloped his clenched fists, as if alive. Hard. Solidified. Charged with explosive power. In that split second, Takuro chose not to retreat, but to meet the descending divine blade, entwined with black-red lightning, with his own fists, brimming with gathered energy. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, reverberating like the terrifying sound of creation itself, shattering the air above the red force. A violent shockwave surged forth like a tangible ring, sending debris flying from the deck. The next second, a figure was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball, soaring away at an astonishing speed. It was none other than Takuro. He forcefully shattered the wooden railing on the side of the ship, sending splinters flying as it traced along. Parabolic arc before plunging into the azure sea with a resounding splash. Shanks slowly descended back onto the deck, his chest rising and falling slightly as he exhaled a breath laced with a hint of heat. Without even glancing at the water's surface, he spoke in a hoarse voice to his first mate beside him. Beckman, go retrieve him. Beckman, cigarette clenched between his teeth, furrowed his brow and cast a dissatisfied glance at him. You were the one who threw him. Why don't you fetch him yourself? I wish I could. Shanks replied with a bitter smile, a barely perceptible tremor lacing his voice. It was only then that Beckman noticed the anomaly. The captain's left hand, which had just executed a divine strike, now hung weakly at his side, trembling slightly. Several drops of glaring crimson silently dripped from his tightly clenched fingers onto the polished deck. Shanks lowered his gaze to his injured hand, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The sharp pain surged through him like an electric current, making it feel as if the bones of his left arm were on the verge of shattering. He never anticipated that his formidable technique, capable of making even gods retreat, would be thwarted by a mere child who had just awakened his haki. What an astonishing child, nearly costing him his left hand. As the frigid seawater enveloped his consciousness, Takuro was pulled back onto the deck, utterly drained, sprawled out like a fish out of water, gasping for breath. Pain radiated from every limb, a relentless reminder of the cost of enduring that earth-shattering blow. Yet even so, there was no trace of anguish on his face. Instead, he broke into a grin, a weary smile intermingled with excitement and exhilaration. This was precisely the sensation he craved. Takuro gazed fervently at Shanks. It seems this time you've won, Shanks. But next time may not be so certain. Seeing him in such a state, Shanks couldn't help but scoff. The person who taught me this technique said even gods would shun its brilliance. I wonder what you were thinking to take it head on. Gods. Takuro managed to muster a derisive smile. Doesn't that imply that even gods must bow before me? Just as he finished speaking, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have awakened armament Haki LV1. Detecting that the host has awakened the 3 types of Haki, automatic fusion completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Chi LV1. Chi. The mere utterance of the word coursed through him like electricity, igniting the flames of ambition in Takuro's eyes. Finally, he had mastered it. What did this signify? Flight. Dazzling waves of energy. The true power of a Dragon Ball warrior. He struggled to rise, his gaze locking onto Shanks once again, his fighting spirit nearly bursting forth. Shanks regarded his undaunted demeanor with a weary sigh, instinctively clutching his own left arm, which still throbbed with pain. Can you please take a break? You're in such a state. Can't you settle down for a moment? His tone held a subtle hint of resentment. And thanks to you, my hand also suffered. When was the last time he was injured? It seemed like it was just a careless moment when Takuro had landed a punch. Who would have thought he'd still fall to the same person today after taking things seriously? However, upon reflection, with this little monster so gravely injured, he too would need to recuperate, which meant he might finally enjoy a moment of peace. A surge of exhilaration washed over him, as if he had narrowly escaped calamity. Finally, he could be free from this clingy little brat. With that thought, he hurriedly called out to his first mate. Beckman, quickly carry this kid to the infirmary. And while you're at it, bring me some bandages. There's no need for such trouble. Takuro's voice, though weak, was remarkably clear. He shakily pulled out an inconspicuous green bean from his waist, and, under the bewildered gazes of those around him, popped it into his mouth. The next moment, a miracle unfolded. Before the astonished eyes of the entire red-haired pirate's crew, the bruises and bleeding wounds on Takuro's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Disappearing altogether, his body, which had just been limp as a rag doll, seemed to be infused with boundless vitality as he sprang up from the deck with a nimble leap. Aside from his tattered clothes soaked with seawater and dirt, he appeared vibrant and full of life, showing none of the signs of a severely wounded individual. Combat Power, 101. The Scion trait of remarkable recovery upon nearing death activated silently, and the number surged past the 100 mark. Feeling the overwhelming surge of power within him, Takuro's heart raced. Terrifying potential, pure Scion blood, and the support of the system. Just wait, it seems the days of striding across Earth are not far off. He snapped back from his daydream and suddenly noticed everyone staring at him as if he were a monster. Takuro was unfazed and tossed another bean to Shanks. Here, have one too. Without hesitation, Shanks caught the bean and swallowed it. Within mere moments, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. The excruciating pain in his left hand vanished entirely, and he moved it freely as if he had never been injured. Even more astonishing was the fact that those lingering aches accumulated over countless battles were washed away, leaving his entire body light and invigorated, brimming with a long-lost vitality. What on earth is this? His voice trembled slightly. It's a Senzu bean, Takuro answered matter-of-factly. Senzu bean? Shanks furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the term. Was it some sort of lost elixir? You don't know? They're grown by the cat sage on Korin Tower. Eating one restores all your stamina and heals both internal and external injuries, and you won't feel hungry for 10 days or so. But it doesn't cure diseases. In response to Shanks' perplexed gaze, Takuro casually referenced the lore from the Dragon Ball universe. Korin Tower was quite well known in that world. Legend has it that anyone who climbed to the top using their own strength would gain immense power, attracting countless challengers. Seeing Shanks was unfamiliar with Korin Tower, Takuro understood. It seemed he was in a rather remote location, probably some impoverished backwater. But that was of little concern. Eventually, he would encounter familiar characters from the original work. Korin Tower? Cat Sage? Shanks rapidly searched his mind, coming up blank, indicating it was likely a product of a very distant place. He quickly deduced, so, on an island called Korin Tower, a cat sage cultivated these miraculous beans. Drawing from experience, Shanks made an instant judgment. That cat sage was probably a devil fruit user with special healing abilities, given the bizarre range of powers of devil fruits, though this one was particularly potent in healing. Thinking this through, he realized there was nothing inherently wrong with it. TSK, here I am, a pirate roaming the new world, utterly astonished by a mere bean. Shanks internally shook his head, reminding himself to remain composed in the future to avoid being ridiculed by this kid for lacking worldly experience. He quickly adjusted his mindset, donning that roguish grin once again. By the way, Shanks. Takuro's excitement surged again, eager to share. I've finally mastered Chi. Oh, you can already wield armament Haki? Shanks raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. Impressive, Takuro. Reflecting on what he had been doing at the age of 10, he recalled he was likely still scrubbing the deck on Roger's ship. Upon comparison, this young lad's talent is indeed astonishing at such a tender age. He has already mastered the 3 types of Haki. Intrigued, he thought to himself, shall I demonstrate it? Perhaps I could offer some guidance. For someone like him, who has already attained mastery over the 3 Haki forms, this was not mere arrogance. Takuro promptly approached the bow of the ship, facing the boundless expanse of the sea, and took a deep breath. Shanks, arms crossed, stood nearby with keen interest, eager to witness the nascent and unrefined Haki of his companion. Chapter 13. I've enlightened. In the next moment, Takuro's eyes suddenly ignited with a beast-like intensity. He forcefully stepped back, straightening his right leg while his back arched downward, akin to a taut bowstring. As he summoned his latent power, in an instant, he struck a classic pose, one he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, etched deeply into his marrow. An invisible yet ferocious energy storm began to converge wildly between his palms, compressing with fervor. The surrounding air seemed to be gripped tightly by an unseen giant hand, emitting a muffled resonance that sent shivers down the spine. The energy core between his palms grew increasingly luminous, radiating a blinding and unstable white light, with faint, perilous black-red electric serpents entwined within, a sign of the Conqueror's Haki unconsciously leaking from his body. The energy was not the signature pure blue-white of the Dragon Balls, but rather a bizarre amalgamation of glaring white and chaotic black-red. With a final roar, akin to a thunderous explosion suppressed to its limit, Takuro unleashed the full force of his being, infusing every ounce of will into his arms, pushing them forcefully towards the vast and open sea before him. Whoosh! Boom! In an instant, not only Shanks, but also every crew member aboard the Red Force felt as though the light around them had been abruptly snatched away, plunging the world into darkness. Following that, a massive energy beam, not merely azure but a fierce confluence of blinding white light and frenzied black-red arcs, erupted from between Takuro's palms like a world-ending dragon unleashed from its chains, tearing through the sky. Wait. Light waves. What on earth is this? Shanks's jaw nearly dropped to the deck, and his arms, which were once crossed, now hung limply at his sides. He did sense a powerful energy fluctuation, intermingled with the three types of Haki. But this was surely the commotion of a destructive energy cannon. The terrifying beam sliced through the air with a piercing shriek that could penetrate eardrums and send chills down spines. Wherever it passed, the tumultuous sea was ruthlessly cleaved, evaporating and instantly carving a chasm several meters deep, with scalding white steam rising from its sides. The beam raced along the surface of the ocean until it transformed into a pinpoint of light, disappearing at the horizon, leaving behind an indelible scar and the lingering scent of charred destruction in the air. Takuro exhaled a long breath, tinged with heat, wiping the sweat from his brow. His face alight with the thrill of having tested his newfound power, albeit with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. He turned to look at Shanks, who stood as still as stone. Well, I've only just awakened my Haki. I'm not entirely proficient yet. Care to provide some feedback? What was there to evaluate? Shanks' gaze slowly shifted from the steaming chasm in the sea back to Takuro's youthful face, filled with earnestness and anticipation. He remained silent for a full 3 seconds, his throat constricting as he finally managed to utter, with a sense of utter disbelief in the absurdity of a shattered worldview. You call that Haki? This power rivals the destruction wrought by certain top-tier Logia fruit users. Most critically, having traversed the seas for many years and having encountered countless formidable foes. He had never heard of Haki being condensed into light waves and launched forth. Were it not for the unmistakably familiar mixed vibrations of Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, and observation Haki emanating from that energy beam, Shanks would have doubted his own eyesight or thought that he was still inebriated from the previous night. How on earth was this achieved? His voice nearly erupted in a shout, brimming with curiosity and a sense of scientific disbelief. Quite simply, Takuro replied. As if stating the obvious, one merely condenses and compresses the energy within their body and then releases it. What? Can you not do this? His gaze toward Shanks carried a hint of innocent bewilderment. Faced with that clear-eyed perplexity, Shanks felt a surge of frustration welling within him. A phrase teetering on the tip of his tongue, uncertain whether to voice it. I can do what? He internally berated himself. What manner of monstrous youth was this? Was he not just an ordinary member of the fur tribe? Or had the times changed so drastically that he, as a young man, had fallen behind? In that fleeting moment, the 20-year-old Shanks, at the pinnacle of his youth, found himself engulfed in a profound sense of age-related anxiety and self-doubt. Had he truly grown old? Don't be disheartened, Takuro said, noticing Shanks's expression of existential contemplation. Out of concern, he patted Shanks's arm in reassurance. With the right methods, you too can achieve this. He suddenly recalled an essential fact. In the world of the Dragon Balls, the systematic application of energy was initially conceived by Master Roshi's mentor, the legendary martial arts teacher, and was considered a unique secret art. Every individual possesses energy, yet the vast majority lack the ability to control it. Mastering the control of energy signifies one's ascension to the realm of unparalleled experts. It is akin to a gun. If the safety is not disengaged, it cannot fire. Takuro was certain that a powerhouse like Shanks possessed an astonishing reservoir of energy within, yet had not discovered the key to unlock it. I can do it too. Shanks's voice brimmed with incredulous hope, his eyes glistening with newfound anticipation. Such a cool, unique, and unprecedented method of utilizing Haki. Could he, Shanks, truly master it? What man could resist the romantic notion of launching dazzling light waves with his own hands? His heart raced uncontrollably at the thought. Once he mastered it, he would surely showcase it to Buggy, making that little rascal green with envy. In his mind's eye, he envisioned his dear friend Buggy's comical expression of jealousy, a wicked grin curving upon his lips. Achoo! Meanwhile, on a desolate island in the distant East Blue, the yet-to-be-formed pirate Captain Buggy, engrossed in digging for what he suspected to be treasure, unexpectedly let out a thunderous sneeze. Rubbing his characteristic red nose vigorously, he scanned his surroundings warily, as if he had heard invisible mockery, before erupting into a furious tirade. Damn it! Don't call me a red-nosed freak. Uncertain of his audience, Buggy grumbled to himself, that bastard Shanks must be plotting against me. Just wait. This grudge will not be forgotten. With that, he kicked aside the sand beneath his feet in indignation and returned to his grand treasure-seeking endeavor, once again attributing this grievance squarely to Shanks. Chapter 14. Coach, we want to learn too. Unbeknownst to Shanks, he had no inclination to concern himself with his rival far across the East Blue. He was filled with anticipation, gazing eagerly at Takuro, akin to a large dog awaiting its treat. Indeed, Takuro nodded affirmatively, his gaze sweeping over the members of the red-haired pirates who had unknowingly gathered around him. It was not just you. Everyone aboard the ship, in theory, could partake. He resolved to share the method of cultivating one's chi with Shanks and the crew. This was partly an expression of gratitude for their invaluable experience as sparring partners during these past days, and partly because if everyone mastered it, they could unite to confront foes together. The mere thought of such a spectacle was exhilarating. Upon hearing this, the youth of the red-haired pirates, including the usually composed first mate, Ben Beckman, all lit up with enthusiasm. The radiance in their eyes was more intense than that of a trove of treasures. How splendid! This pertained to one's lifelong image. If they could learn to unleash such a dazzling wave of energy, would they not acknowledge Takuro as their elder brother, or even consider him a father figure? At this moment, the red-haired pirates were merely a group of passionate young men in their 20s, and their resistance to anything flashy and cool was nearly non-existent. Listen closely. The essence of chi is quite simple, Takuro declared, revealing his knowledge without reservation. Firstly, every individual harbors chi within, which is the source of life and strength. The members of the red-haired pirates nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. Satisfied, Takuro continued, to master it, the first step is to temper the body. Forge yourself into something akin to tempered steel, strong and resilient, capable of withstanding the tumultuous force of chi surging within. He patted his own well-defined physique, far surpassing that of his peers. The second step is perception. Calm your mind, dispel distractions, and feel that intangible yet undeniably real chi within you. It flows like a stream, like a pulse. Trace its path and become familiar with its rhythm. The third step is control. Harness it with your will. No longer let it flow instinctively, but command it at will, triggering, gathering, and guiding it as you desire. The crew nodded fervently, finding these steps strikingly similar to their own experiences with hockey training. It was merely a rebranding of familiar concepts. As for the fourth step, Takuro paused, directing his gaze towards Shanks, presenting a readily available example. Shanks, I recall that you possess a technique called the flying slash, do I not? During their voyages, Takuro had witnessed Shanks wielding the legendary sword Griffin, unleashing a massive crimson blade of energy that bisected a sea monster as if it were a small hill. Curious, he had once inquired, to which Shanks explained that it was a hallmark of swordsmen, combining one's haki with swordsmanship to project a powerful long-range attack. You mentioned that the flying slash is executed by channeling your haki through your sword, correct? Takuro reminded him. Suddenly, it was as if a thunderclap had shattered the fog in Shanks' mind, revealing a profound understanding. Are you suggesting that the principle behind your light wave emission is fundamentally the same as my flying slash? Both involve condensing internal power and projecting it outward. He felt as though he had pierced through a long-standing barrier. So that's how it is. I understand, Shanks exclaimed, his face lighting up with an excited smile. Oh, a promising student indeed. Takuro nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Now that you've grasped the concept, let us put theory into practice. After all, no matter how sound the theory, it must be validated through action. Given the vast reservoir of chi within you, success is all but assured if the method is sound. However, Shanks' exhilaration quickly froze, and he awkwardly scratched his iconic red hair. But what exactly should I do? There has to be a starting position, right? I can't just imagine the light wave shooting out. Takuro had anticipated this and confidently replied, simple. First, calm your mind and sit cross-legged as I instruct. Without hesitation, Shanks complied, settling on the deck in a meditative posture. Now, close your eyes and clear your thoughts. Raise your palms naturally to your chest, facing each other. Takuro's voice resonated with a steady rhythm, guiding him to feel the flow of power within, envisioning it as streams converging towards the space between his palms. Takuro decided to borrow a technique from Sun Wukong, which had proven exceptionally effective for beginners in sensing chi. Following the instructions, Shanks inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, dismissing all distractions as he focused entirely on his inner self. Time passed quietly, with only the gentle caress of waves and the whisper of the sea breeze accompanying them. Suddenly, Shanks felt a subtle tremor within his body. The vast reservoir of haki within him transformed, evolving from mere entanglement, hardening, or perception, into a new realm brimming with potential. Finally, amidst the astonished gasps of the other members of the red-haired pirates, Shanks slowly opened his eyes. He instinctively glanced down at the space between his palms, where a sphere of energy, roughly the size of a fist and radiating a fierce crimson glow, floated silently. It pulsed as if alive, containing an immense power compressed to its utmost limits. The brilliance was the culmination of his haki, blood energy, and will. Without a moment's hesitation, Shanks swung his arm forward. Whoosh! The crimson sphere shot forth like an arrow, leaving behind a blazing trail as it pierced through the air, soaring towards the distant sea, ultimately vanishing from sight. He had succeeded. An indescribable wave of joy and accomplishment washed over Shanks, nearly prompting him to leap into the air in exultation, proclaiming his mastery of this dazzling new skill. However, just as he opened his mouth, ready to utter his first syllable, "Coach, I want to learn too. Takuro, big brother, teach me. Father, please allow your child to bow before you." The deck was suddenly drowned in fervent cries of eager students seeking to learn. As for their captain, he could find somewhere cool to hide. Chapter 15, The Blood Axe Pirates. Several nautical miles away, a pirate ship adorned with the fearsome Blood Axe flag sailed lazily upon the waves. The raucous sounds of revelry echoed from the ship, where a grand feast was in full swing. Rugged pirates embraced one another, singing and dancing, their greasy hands clutching large chunks of roasted meat, while frothy mugs of ale splashed about, permeating the air with an atmosphere of revelry and indulgence. A few drunken souls danced clumsily in the center of the crowd, eliciting roars of laughter. Yet amidst this cacophony, one figure stood out as a stark contrast. A rugged-looking man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, sat regally in a specially designed chaise lounge draped in thick blankets. Several lackeys attended to him cautiously, dutifully refilling his goblet, underscoring his distinguished status. The individual in question is none other than the captain of the Blood Axe Pirates, Dorte. Observing his subordinates indulging in revelry, Dorte's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He raised a colossal goblet, tilting his head back to gulp down the liquid, which cascaded down his thick beard. A quick-witted lackey promptly refilled his cup. A few astute crew members approached with their chalices, showering him with flattery that erupted like a barrage. "Captain, this toast is for you. Thanks to your unparalleled wisdom and might, we brothers have struck such a bountiful fortune. Indeed, how else could you be captain? Your audacity and strength are lessons for us all. Ha ha. Long live Captain Dorte. I drink to you. You may indulge as you wish." Just hours prior, they had successfully plundered an exceptionally wealthy merchant vessel, emptying nearly half of its cargo hold of gold and treasures. With this newfound wealth, the Blood Axe Pirates could revel in their freedom for a while longer. "Hey, did you see that foolish merchant trying to resist, claiming he needed to protect his family? And what happened?" One of our men spat and gestured wildly, while our great Captain Dorte, with a swift stroke, cleaved him in two. It was so clean and decisive. Exactly. Only a powerhouse like Captain Dorte could lead the Blood Axe Pirates to greatness. Who knows, perhaps he will one day become the Pirate King. Amidst the relentless adulation, Dorte's pride nearly overflowed, his inner vanity immensely gratified. He grinned broadly, letting out a boisterous laugh. "Gwaha! You lads, stick with me and learn well. One day, you too might make something of yourselves. Yes, yes, the captain is wise. We shall follow your lead and strive to emulate you." The trio echoed in unison, their flattery growing even more fervent. Dorte, intoxicated with joy, drank several more hearty gulps, his face flushed crimson, reveling in the pleasure of dominion. However, just as the revelry reached its peak, an unforeseen calamity struck. A sphere of energy, radiating an eerie red glow and trailing a faint tail, hurtled from the horizon with no warning, striking precisely at the midpoint of the main mast. Boom, crackle. The jarring sound of splintering wood erupted, as the robust main mast, akin to being cleaved by a colossal axe, shattered with a resounding crash. The heavy mast, entangled with sails and rigging, collapsed like a titanic tower, crashing down upon the ecstatic crowd below with devastating force. "Ah, help! My leg!" Cries of anguish, the sound of bones cracking, and the splintering of timber instantly replaced the previous mirth. The once vibrant deck transformed into a scene of horror. Broken barrels, toppled grills, and bodies trapped beneath the massive timber lay in disarray. Enemy attack. Dorte's drunkenness and pride were swiftly replaced by terror. He sprang from his reclined position, shouting hoarsely towards the lookout. "What is happening? Which scoundrel of the Navy is it? Or perhaps another pirate crew?" Yet, the lookout, clutching a spyglass, bore a look of bewilderment and fear, his voice cracking. "Report, Captain. There's nothing on the sea. No enemy ships in sight." "Useless fool." Dorte stormed to his side, snatching the spyglass from him, his heart racing as he scanned the waters. The azure waves stretched endlessly, with only the blue sky and rolling surf visible, indeed barren. Just as he seethed with uncertainty and rage, A fortunate subordinate who had narrowly escaped the chaos pointed towards the direction from which the energy sphere had come. Trembling as he exclaimed, "Boss, I saw it. It wasn't a cannonball. It was something glowing red, coming from that direction." He indicated towards the general vicinity of the red force. "Humph, cowardly rats hiding away, resorting to distant cannon fire." Dorte's face contorted with fury as he gazed in the indicated direction, a savage glint igniting in his eyes. He unsheathed his blood-stained axe, smashing it onto the deck with a thunderous roar. "Men, arm yourselves. Prepare for battle. Let those insolent wretches taste the might of the blood-axe pirates." Oh, the surviving pirates, stirred by a surge of ferocity, seized their weapons. Erupting into chaotic roars, they stood resolute, ready to charge into the unknown, vowing to bring death to the assailants. Delightful. Bring it on. On board the Red Force, Shanks, having recently mastered a dazzling new skill, resembled a child with a new toy, thoroughly engrossed in his play. With his palms cupped together, he summoned his thoughts, and a fist-sized red sphere rapidly formed in his hands. Casually tossing it, the sphere traced a graceful parabolic arc before splashing into the distant sea. Boom. The tranquil surface erupted into a massive spray of white water, the shockwave instantly stunning fish within several meters, causing many unfortunate creatures to surface belly up. While the other members of the red-haired pirates gathered around, their eyes filled with unabashed envy and longing as they watched their captain showcase his prowess. Their gazes turning towards Takuro in unison. "What are you all staring at?" Takuro shrugged helplessly. "I've shown you the method. The rest is up to your own comprehension and practice." He spoke the truth. Mastering energy manipulation, especially such high-level techniques, demands immense talent and dedication. For anyone but the exceptionally gifted like Shanks, mastering it in a short time was nearly impossible. It appeared they all lacked the crucial epiphany needed to take that final step. Remember, the foundation of energy lies within the body. Takuro, hands on his hips, adopted the posture of a coach. Your body is the vessel for harnessing and utilizing energy. You must become intimately familiar with every inch of its muscles and the flow of power, as you would with your closest comrade. Your lax training has left your foundation weak. His gaze swept over the crew, who, despite their formidable strength, had not been particularly diligent in their daily training. And he delivered a grim announcement. "Thus, starting tomorrow, everyone will undergo intensive training with me. The devilish kind." No way. The crew instantaneously wore expressions of despair, a chorus of lamentations rising. Yet, as they recalled the dazzling display of energy waves and envisioned showcasing their skills in future battles or feasts, they gritted their teeth. Their determination rekindled. "Wahaha, letting you lot mock me for being chased around. Now you've met your reckoning. Devilish training, indeed." Shanks, hands on his hips, laughed heartily at the crew's glum faces. Takuro cast a sidelong glance at the overjoyed figure, a hint of a benevolent smile gracing his lips. "What are you laughing at? You're joining us too." Shanks's laughter abruptly ceased. Akin to a duck with its throat grasped. "Why should I? I already know how." "Precisely because you have mastered it," Takuro asserted with undeniable logic. "I need a suitable sparring partner to test my strength after my breakthrough." Moreover, he paused deliberately, casting his gaze over the other crew members. "As captain, you wouldn't want to be surpassed by your own crew, would you?" Shanks opened his mouth, glancing at the crew's mischievous expressions, and had no choice but to concede. "I understand." With their opinions aligned, Takuro revealed a satisfied smile. Splendid. He would have a sparring partner to practice with, and he was eager to discover the limits of his power after surpassing 100. Meanwhile, Shanks wore a face of dismay, an ominous premonition creeping over him that the days ahead would be far from pleasant. At that moment, the sniper Jesus on the mast lookout suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Shanks. At 10 o'clock, a pirate ship is charging towards us at full speed, and it appears to be rather unfriendly." "Oh." A fierce glint flickered in Shanks' eyes. How dare any pirate seek trouble with us? The pent-up frustration within him found an outlet, as someone had conveniently delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Chapter 16. A lack of honor. The distance between the two pirate ships gradually diminished until they were finally alongside each other. The members of the red-haired pirates aboard the Red Force remained utterly composed, displaying no signs of tension before the impending confrontation, their calmness stemming from an unwavering confidence in their own strength. In contrast, Takuro's eyes sparkled with the thrill of a hunter spotting its prey, as though he could already see the rewards materializing upon system acknowledgement. At last, the blood axe pirates, akin to wolves scenting blood, ferociously boarded the deck of the Red Force. The ruffians brandished their weapons, their chaotic shouts attempting to create a fearsome atmosphere. With audacity, Shanks, as captain, stepped forward to deliver some formalities. However, As he began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a growl filled with malice. "Shut your mouth." Blood Axe glared with bloodshot eyes, his gaze slicing through the members of the red-haired crew as he hoarsely shouted, "Which one of you bastards used the red energy sphere? Step forward." His eyes were fixed on Shanks, as if he intended to devour him whole. Upon hearing this, the red-haired crew exchanged glances, and then, as if rehearsed, they all took a collective step back. In an instant, Shanks, who had been at the forefront of the crowd, found himself completely isolated, the eyes of all upon him. "Ah, it's you bastard." Dot's teeth ground together as he glared at the red-haired man who had been pushed forward. "It was you. That damned red sphere broke my mast. You've caused the deaths of so many of my brothers. I will tear you limb from limb." "Huh." Shanks blinked in bewilderment, instinctively turning to glance at the opposing ship, where indeed, the main mast lay shattered, a scene of utter chaos. He scratched his head, uncertainly asking, "You're saying it was me who did that?" He had indeed thrown the energy sphere in that direction, but he never anticipated it would travel so far and hit its mark with such precision. "Nonsense. My crew witnessed it with their own eyes. It was a red energy sphere. Now with witnesses and evidence present, do you still intend to deny it?" Dot trembled with rage. He had envisioned enjoying a drink and singing songs, only for calamity to strike, the mast to collapse, and his men to suffer casualties. He could not swallow this grievance. Shanks, somewhat embarrassed, turned to his crew in search of support, only to find them either gazing at the sky or staring at the sea, all feigning indifference. Only Takuro offered him a warm smile. Shanks felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, Takuro was a companion he could trust. In this critical moment, only Takuro stood by his side. However, in the next instant, Takuro smiled and nodded affirmatively, speaking in an encouraging tone, "Be confident, Shanks. Based on ballistic trajectory, energy characteristics, and eyewitness accounts, the culprit is undoubtedly you. There is no escaping it." Shanks felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. "You bastard Takuro. Return my moment of gratitude." After a frustrated shout, Shanks sighed resignedly and turned back to the furious. His imposing demeanor instantly diminished. Brother. I sincerely apologize for accidentally damaging your ship." He had initially believed they were seeking trouble, only to find they were there to demand accountability. "Apologize?" Dot erupted, as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time, his voice rising sharply. "If apologies were effective, why bother with the Navy? Why wield the knives we hold?" "But," Shanks weakly reminded him, "we are pirates, after all. What naval rules do pirates abide by?" "Damn it, do not interrupt me." Dot was momentarily stifled, his anger boiling over. Yes, please continue." Shanks gestured amicably. Dot took a deep breath, striving to regain his stature as both victim and strongman. He menacingly declared, "In any case, this matter is not over. Compensation is required. A substantial amount. Otherwise, not a problem, brother. It's only right." Shanks immediately nodded, his sincerity catching Dot off guard. Compensation for damages was only just. Dot suddenly faltered. He had prepared a barrage of threats and intimidation, even imagining a scene where both parties clashed in a heated battle, but now, the other side was so straightforwardly accepting responsibility. This was not the script he had anticipated. After years of piracy and countless robberies, this was the first time he encountered a fellow pirate so reasonable. It felt as though his well-prepared punch had landed in a pile of cotton, leaving him utterly unsatisfied, observing the exasperated expression on Dot's face. The perceptive Shanks seemed to comprehend. "Brother, are you hoping to argue with me, leading to a brawl, where we could determine who has the stronger fist, and let the victor take all?" Dot's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He nodded vigorously. Yes, that is exactly it. This is how pirates should behave. Why all this politeness? Let us just get to fighting." In that case, Shanks inhaled deeply, the trace of remorse on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by the defiance and ferocity befitting a great pirate. His voice turned cold and oppressive. "Then let me rephrase. You miserable fish, dare to set foot on my ship? Are you looking for trouble?" "Indeed. So what?" Dot's earlier frustrations evaporated, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. It was back. Everything had returned. This was the familiar mode of communication among pirates. He raised his blood-stained axe with gusto and waved it towards his subordinates, preparing to unleash a battle cry. "Men!" To me. However, just as Dot was about to finish his commanding shout, "Men!" Boom! Right before Shanks, the fierce head of Blood Axe Dot abruptly exploded, catching him off guard and splattering him with blood. He maintained his fierce expression, yet his entire being froze in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. After a few seconds, he slowly turned to face the black-haired instigator. "What the hell are you doing?" Takuro appeared equally bewildered, even sporting an air of innocence. Wait, didn't we start fighting? Chapter 17. Warm-up exercises you, Isai? Shanks pointed at Takuro, words rolling around in his mouth before ultimately transforming into a sigh laden with helplessness. He saw clearly that the Blood Axe pirates had approached with ill intent. His initial aim was merely to toy with them, to relish the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game, while alleviating the frustration of the impending grueling training. However, to his dismay, just as he had found his pirate rhythm and was ready to commence, Takuro had unexpectedly flipped the table. That sudden burst of bloodshed not only startled the Blood Axe pirates, but Shanks too was caught off guard by the warm surprise splattered across his face. He had no objections to fighting and never showed mercy to foes, yet could someone not give a warning before engaging? Especially in such close quarters with such explosive intensity. After all, this was a brand new outfit. As he gazed at Takuro's feigned innocent expression, Shanks felt all his dissatisfaction and complaints dissipate into the sea breeze with a resigned sigh. Next time, at least give me a signal before you strike. Can't you read my intentions? He wiped the remnants of blood from his face, attempting to salvage a modicum of the captain's authority. Enough with the fuss, Takuro grumbled, his brows knitted in impatience, his fighting spirit boiling like steam, unable to be contained. So, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll charge in. Forget it, just go. Shanks waved his hand helplessly, his words unfinished. Whoosh. Takuro's figure had already transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging with wild momentum into the bewildered ranks of the Blood Axe pirates. Shanks' hand, raised in protest, froze in midair, and he could only emit another long sigh. Alas, he felt that since Takuro boarded the ship, the frequency of his sighs had increased exponentially. At this rate, he would likely suffer internal injuries from this brat's antics before ever being defeated by a formidable foe. Perhaps I should simply find an island to drop him off? Shanks muttered, rubbing his temples. Meanwhile, the deck had become Takuro's solitary hunting ground. The Scion's innate fervor for battle was ignited. Like a ferocious tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, each punch and kick he delivered carried an overwhelming force and chilling precision. In the instant he crushed an enemy's skull, a wild smile of pure, almost cruel, delight illuminated his face, reveling in the release of power. His iron fists tore through the air, and before the henchmen could utter desperate pleas or curses, they were met with the dull crack of bone as their consciousness was swiftly extinguished. Blood splattered around him like cheap paint, instantly transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Yet, Takuro remained oblivious, his expression solely reflecting an insatiable thirst for greater violence. With excitement burning in his pure black eyes, there was no need for verbal intimidation. This sudden eruption of overwhelming brutality had already seized the hearts of all surviving pirates. But to Takuro, this was merely a simple warm-up. Ha ha ha, now we're rolling. Even if you beg for mercy, I won't stop. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Takuro suddenly exerted force with his feet. The sturdy oak deck groaned under the strain, cracking and collapsing beneath him. With this explosive force, his figure soared into the air like a crimson whirlwind. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously. As Takuro descended, the heads of two pirates nearby exploded like watermelons crushed by immense force. Shattered skulls, brain matter, and blood splattered outward in a gruesome display. Only 3 headless corpses remained, slowly toppling over, alongside a solitary jaw that had fallen to the ground, still wearing an expression of horror. This hellish scene finally shattered the nerves of the remaining pirates. Fire! Quickly fire! Kill that monster! The first mate of the Blood Axe pirates screamed hysterically, his voice twisted by fear. The instinct to survive overwhelmed their terror. The remaining pirates, like drowning men grasping at straws, clumsily raised various old firearms, pulling the triggers in a frenzy, without even aiming at the bloodied figure. Bang! Bang! In an instant, smoke filled the air. The hot lead bullets danced like frenzied locusts, ricocheting around the deck. However, all of this was destined to be futile struggle. Takuro didn't even bother to summon his internal energy for defense. The bullets from those antiquated flintlock guns struck his Scion-enhanced body with dull thuds, akin to raindrops hitting rocks, leaving not even a trace before they fell uselessly to the ground. This nuisance, less bothersome than a mosquito bite, not only failed to inflict any harm, but instead ignited his irritation. How tiresome! A flicker of impatience crossed Takuro's eyes as he surveyed the pathetic group before him. Completely losing interest, he abruptly raised his right hand, a dangerous red energy sphere coalescing in his palm. Whoosh! The energy blast shot forth like the judgment of death, accurately landing in the most crowded area of pirates. Boom! The blinding red light accompanied by a violent explosion engulfed their screams. When the brilliance faded, only a charred crater remained, littered with dismembered limbs. All noise and resistance ceased abruptly. "My ship! Mind yourself, you fool!" Shanks' displeased shout reached his ears, and Takuro gave a thumbs up in response. "Rest assured, I have it under control." Crack, crack. The greatest sensation this battle left him with was merely a light workout. Hardly even a warm-up. He casually rolled his shoulders and neck, the joints cracking crisply. TSK, this level of opponent seems insufficient for experiencing the thrill of true combat. "It looks like I'll have to seek out you guys, Shanks." He flicked the blood droplets from his hands, his tone laced with evident dissatisfaction. "Spare me." Shanks approached helplessly, directing the crew to clean up the mess on the deck, while secretly astonished. He keenly sensed that the power and speed Takuro had unleashed earlier seemed to have escalated yet again since their last encounter. Is this brat growing stronger through battle experience? Muttering internally while maintaining a composed facade, he looked at the chaotic, blood-stained deck and exaggeratedly clicked his tongue. TSK, too brutal, too brutal. Beckman and the others just cleaned this deck this morning. Now we'll have to do a thorough cleaning again. Takuro, indifferent to Shanks' ramblings, felt an invisible energy surge around him. The sticky blood and muck clinging to his tattered clothing and skin repelled as if cast away by an unseen force. Returning to the deck and the surrounding corpses, Shanks, finding no further amusement, chuckled and leaned in closer. "So, Takuro, how do you intend to handle these spoils?" According to the pirate code, defeating an enemy meant claiming everything on their ship as the victor's spoils. Thus, the remaining ships and treasures of the Blood Axe pirates theoretically belonged to Takuro. "Not interested. You all can decide what to do." Takuro waved his hand dismissively without turning. Aside from the legendary Dragon Balls, he held no interest in mundane riches, baubles, or fine wines. What he sought was solely pure power and the relentless pursuit of strength. "Oh, come now, how can you be so modest?" Shanks feigned politeness, but his actions were swifter than anyone else's. Immediately turning to the eager crew and waving his hand grandly. "Did you all hear that? Brother Takuro is generous. Move it, everyone. Get all the valuables and usable supplies back to the Red Force. Don't waste Brother Takuro's goodwill." It was hard to blame him for being so money-minded. Takuro's Scion appetite was astonishing. He could devour half the kitchen's reserves. As the captain, it was his responsibility to ensure that such a gluttonous companion was well provided for while managing resources wisely. Chapter 18. Just tell me if it's useful or not. Heavy crates glimmering with metallic sheen were being transported onto the deck of the Red Force, quickly piling into a small mountain. Under the glow of the setting sun, the gold and silver treasures shimmered enticingly. Gazing at this unexpected windfall, Shanks felt his spirits lift as buoyantly as the sea breeze. He had initially presumed it to be a trivial encounter, yet he was astounded to discover the bounty aboard the ship was laden with such substantial treasures. The chests, inlaid with precious gemstones, still bore a faint, lingering scent of blood, leading the seasoned Shanks to surmise that these were likely spoils from a recent raid. To this revelation, he felt not an ounce of unease. The ruthless laws of the sea were a familiar sight to him. With a broad grin, revealing his pearly whites, he chuckled. What a stroke of luck. This is a boon for us. Though not a man enslaved by greed, who could resist the allure of easy riches? Especially with the presence of the gluttonous Takuro aboard? Splendid. Upon reaching the next port, we shall indulge in a lavish shopping spree. Shanks proclaimed with exuberance. Fine wines, meats, fresh produce. We shall have our fill. The crew erupted in jubilant cheers, eagerly discussing the shopping list, ultimately reaching a unanimous decision to prioritize securing enough rum for 3 months. The deck was alive with the joyous clamor of a bountiful harvest. Just as the revelry reached its zenith, Takuro's ears twitched subtly, and he abruptly raised his hand, his tone taking on an air of seriousness. "Wait. Everyone, quiet down." Laughter ceased abruptly. Shanks looked at him in confusion. "What is it, Takuro?" Instead of responding directly, Takuro listened intently, furrowing his brow. "Do you hear that? It's faint. Like the sound of crying?" The crew exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a shared confusion. The wind, the waves, the cries of seagulls. Where was the crying? Surely, you must be mistaken? Shanks chuckled, dismissing the notion. It was too early for ghost stories. "No, it's not an illusion," Takuro insisted, shaking his head with conviction. His gaze sharp. "It's the cry of a child, distinctly clear." He signaled for silence, closing his eyes to concentrate. Not only using his ears, but also channeling his inner energy to sense the delicate life force surrounding him. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, precisely pinpointing an inconspicuous, medium-sized oak chest in the corner. That's it. Under the puzzled stares of Shanks and the crew, Takuro strode over without hesitation, lifting the chest lid. Wow, wow, wow. A heart-wrenching, resonant wail erupted from the chest, echoing across the deck. Wait, what? Shanks's grin faltered, replaced by an unprecedented confusion and a hint of disarray. Inside the chest, nestled amidst soft satin, sat an exquisitely delicate infant. The child sported a uniquely striking hairstyle, with one half a fiery red akin to flames, and the other a pure white reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. Her large, amethyst-like eyes brimmed with tears, long, curled lashes glistening with droplets that enhanced her innocent charm. As the chest opened, light flooded in, startling the infant with the sight of the fierce-looking adults before her. She froze momentarily, her violet eyes wide with bewilderment, before the dam of tears broke, unleashing an even louder, more desperate wail. What do we do? Faced with the elite red-haired pirates, who could remain unfazed in the face of 1,000 adversaries, they were now utterly flustered by the cries of this small, vulnerable being, each scrambling in confusion. Takuro stroked his chin thoughtfully, analyzing the situation with utmost seriousness. Perhaps you frightened her with your appearance? He nodded earnestly, as if he had uncovered the crux of the issue. What? Shanks felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed incredulously at himself. You think I'm ugly? He could hardly believe his ears. Having navigated the seas for years and witnessed countless unsightly faces, he regarded himself as quite the handsome figure. To be called ugly by a mere child? You rascal. Takuro, how dare you? Shanks fumed, ready to retort and defend his dignity, when the baby's wails suddenly intensified, as if further terrified, drowning out his protests. Shanks felt as if he had been choked, the words he intended to utter stifled. He hurriedly leaned closer to the chest, awkwardly waving his arms. His voice soft and gentle. There, little one, please don't cry. Look, Uncle is not a bad person, yet his attempts at comfort sank like a stone. The cries persisted unabated. What to do? Shanks, now sweating profusely, turned desperately to his crew, his eyes pleading. Hey, you all, who can sing a lullaby? Quick, someone soothe her. The crew exchanged glances, each shaking their heads like bobbleheads. They were fine with battling foes, but comforting a child? That was a challenge akin to facing an admiral of the Navy. Useless lot. Just then, Takuro scoffed dismissively, shoving Shanks aside. Step aside. This calls for my expertise. Shanks stumbled, bewildered as he watched Takuro. You can? Takuro puffed out his chest proudly, chin raised, his face radiating confidence. Of course. It's a piece of cake. The crew, seizing onto this lifeline, suddenly lit up with hope. Wonderful, Takuro. You're our savior. Please, rescue this child from her distress. Takuro, under the eager gazes of his comrades, solemnly nodded. Leave it to me. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as if to recall a melody. The entire crew held their breath, ears perked, ready to absorb this invaluable parenting wisdom, perhaps to use it in the future. Finally, Takuro cleared his throat and, in a tone more passionate than gentle, began to sing. Catch it, Dragon Ball, exuberant. The most thrilling secret in the world, uplifting. Seek it, Dragon Ball, powerful. The greatest miracle of joy in the world, almost a shout. As Takuro's powerful, rhythmic voice resonated across the deck, Shanks and the crew's expressions transformed from hopeful surprise to bewildered confusion, ultimately culminating in sheer astonishment. Minutes later, Takuro concluded his performance with a robust final note, nodding in satisfaction at his own display. This song, the theme of the original Dragon Ball series, was etched into his very DNA. And he couldn't believe he could still sing it so well after all these years. He deserved a pat on the back. He turned to accept the crew's accolades, only to find everyone, including Shanks, frozen in place, mouths agape, gazes blank. Takuro tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? The silence lingered for several seconds before Shanks finally regained his voice, uttering in a tone steeped in absurdity. You call that a lullaby? Yes, indeed. Takuro replied matter-of-factly. I'm in a lullaby that can calm the infant, one that will lull her to sleep. Shanks, in a state of agitation, waved his arms frantically, nearly on the verge of madness. What are you singing? A battle hymn. With such fervor, do you wish to make her cry even louder? He conceded that Takuro sang with considerable vigor, yet what did that have to do with soothing a child? In anguish, Shanks covered his face, exclaiming, You're merely adding fuel to the fire, complicating matters. Just then, a series of melodious giggles, as bright as silver bells and laced with youthful exuberance, erupted, shattering the eerie atmosphere on the deck. To his astonishment, The little infant in the treasure chest had ceased her wailing. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons, and her rosy lips parted in a smile as she waved her tiny fists, letting out peals of laughter directed at Takuro, seemingly enchanted by his earlier performance. Takuro glanced at Shanks and shrugged. See? All is well. Chapter 19. Shanks, Luffy? Never heard of him. The entire red-haired pirates' crew gathered, deliberating the fate of the little girl. It appeared that the group of pirates had just plundered her parents' ship. Observing the bloodied chest, Beckman voiced his judgment. It seems her parents are likely to meet a grim fate. Facing the plight of this adorable orphan, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Shanks' eyes. In that moment, he was reminded of when Captain Roger had taken him in. Was this fate? He murmured to himself, then took a deep breath and made a decision. In that case, we of the red-haired pirates shall take her in. With the captain's decree, the burly men of the red-haired crew raised no objections. Rather, they welcomed the notion. Life at sea can be exceedingly monotonous, and the addition of such a little angel would undoubtedly brighten their dreary voyages. Thus, the urgent task of naming the child arose. Takuro stepped forward, resolutely thumping his chest. I discovered her, so naturally, I shall name her. The crew found no fault in this. After all, it was merely a matter of naming. Takuro scrutinized the infant with utmost seriousness. She appears delicate and fragile. She needs a sturdy name to match her spirit. How about Wongang? It's easy to care for. What? Wongang? That sounds like a name from the flower country. Absolutely not. How can a girl be named that? You're just throwing out names at random. Takuro's suggestion immediately ignited a chorus of dissent throughout the ship. What is wrong with Wongang? It's a fine name. Amidst his disgruntled mutterings, Shanks interjected to bring order, decisively stating, all right, enough of the clamor. Let us call her Yuta. Time flowed like the sea, and after several days of tranquil sailing, on yet another sunny day aboard the Red Force, Takuro cradled little Yuta, gazing out at the boundless ocean, earnestly proclaiming, this child may well become a rock star. Yuta seemed to find his tone amusing, erupting into joyous laughter. Huh. You think so too, right? Takuro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gently tossed little Yuta into the air, engaging in a playful game. The warm sunlight bathed them, and her small form traced joyous arcs against the blue sky. Yuta, far from being frightened, laughed even more heartily, her silver bell-like giggles dancing in the sea breeze. Takuro, what are you doing with Yuta? Just as the two were lost in their merriment, Shanks' slightly anxious voice called from behind. Oh, it's Shanks, Takuro said, catching Yuta safely. And smirked, what can I do? I'm merely entrusting my unfulfilled musical dreams to the next generation. Isn't your dream to become the strongest? Shanks mercilessly pointed out. These two aspirations are not mutually exclusive, Takuro retorted with conviction. Deep down, I, Takuro, have always yearned to be a great musician. He muttered softly, reminiscing about his past life, where one had to possess both singing and dancing talents to be recognized. If circumstances hadn't conspired against him, he could have pursued a life of fame and fortune through idol selection. Discussing this with you is clearly a sign of my mental decline, Shanks sighed, deciding to end this absurd dialogue. We should prepare. In about an hour, we shall arrive at Ambry Island. Ambry Island? Takuro asked, curiously poking Yuta's rosy cheek. What sort of place is that? Home to the Don Quixote pirates, Shanks replied, demonstrating his clear knowledge of the North Sea's factions, which specialize in entertainment and human trafficking. With its geographical advantage, commerce thrives there. The Don Quixote pirates? Takuro seized upon this new name, eager to inquire, how formidable are they? Shanks pondered for a moment before responding. They should be quite strong, as they are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Well, don't worry, even if they are one of the 7 warlords. The red-haired pirates do not fear them, Shanks added confidently, despite the fact that Don Quixote Doflamingo was older and had achieved fame earlier than he had. Yet Takuro was less concerned about their strength and more curious about the term. 7 warlords? What is that? Shanks began to explain. Upon hearing Shanks' description of the 7 warlords system, legalized plunder, territorial autonomy, and the pardon of crimes, Takuro felt a vein in his temple throb. To counter the increasing number of villains. You employ villains to keep the others in check. He scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Whose brilliant idea was this? Raising a tiger to ward off another tiger. What about the innocent civilians harmed by the 7 warlords? Who will stand up for them? Takuro was acutely aware that the red-haired pirates were also stained with blood. They were no saints. However, he recognized that Shanks and his crew, like himself, had their limits. At least they would not strike against civilians without reason. If there were justifiable grounds, then one could hardly blame them. Their capacity to commit such acts did not imply that all pirates shared the same moral compass. During their voyage, he had witnessed countless acts of arson, murder, and pillaged by unscrupulous pirates. The red-haired crew stood out as an anomaly amidst this chaos. It was precisely this disparity that made it all the more challenging for him to comprehend the logic of the world's governing body, the world government. As Shanks continued to elucidate the structure of the seas, pirates, navy, revolutionary army, 7 warlords, and the world government, Takuro's inner turmoil expanded like ripples on a surface disturbed by a thrown stone. Why did the structure of this world seem so different from the one he remembered from Dragon Ball? Most perplexing was how increasingly familiar the title of Pirate King sounded to him, suddenly reminding him of a certain manga series from his previous life called One Piece. Could it be that an astonishing hypothesis was blossoming in his mind? "Hey, Shanks," Takuro interjected, unable to contain his urgency. "Do you know someone named Monkey D. Luffy?" While he had never watched One Piece, he had some familiarity, vaguely recalling that the protagonist bore this name. Monkey D. Luffy? Shanks paused, instinctively adjusting the straw hat atop his head. "I wear a straw hat, but I know nothing of a Luffy." Chapter 20. Ah, I see. Takuro mused, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. Typically, one would expect the protagonist of an anime to be well known, yet Shanks had never even heard of Monkey D. Luffy, leading him to believe he might have been worrying unnecessarily. However, for the sake of prudence, Takuro decided to reconfirm some key information. "By the way, Shanks," he turned to face the other, "since you are also in search of the Dragon Balls, or rather, what you refer to as the One Piece. You must have heard of the Eternal Dragon, right?" "Eternal Dragon?" Shanks paused, his brow furrowing as he endeavored to recall this term from memory. One Piece and the Eternal Dragon? What could possibly connect these two? To uncover the legendary One Piece, one must gather 4 pieces of the Red Road Sign historical text, one of which is in the possession of Kaido, the Beast of Wano. And Kaido is indeed the wielder of the mythical Zoan fruit, the fish fruit in its azure dragon form. His transformed state, a colossal azure dragon that blots out the sun, is undoubtedly a being of divine caliber. Shanks's mind suddenly cleared, but a flicker of confusion swiftly followed. How could this kid, having grown up on a deserted island, be aware of Kaido? His gaze drifted over to the news bird perched occasionally upon the mast, and realization dawned upon him. Of course, it must be the newspapers. That raucous fellow Kaido is always making headlines, stirring the winds of the new world. With his thoughts finally aligned, Shanks displayed a look of enlightenment, slapping his thigh with vigor. "Oh, you meant the Eternal Dragon. I understand. However, that fellow..." He paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "We must wait until the very end to encounter him, right? That's the grand finale. After all, we cannot rush it." Shanks mused to himself that acquiring the historical text from Kaido necessitated careful planning. Upon hearing this, Takuro's final shred of doubt dissipated like mist, and he exhaled a long, relieved breath. Indeed, collecting the Dragon Balls is essential to summon the Eternal Dragon. It is merely the final step. He glanced once more at the system prompt, which clearly displayed Earth, and affirmed that his identity as a Scion could not be fabricated. It seemed he had been woefully uninformed about the international dynamics of the Dragon Ball world. Upon reflection, Master Roshi had secluded himself on a remote island, and Goku frequently traversed the seas. This indicated that the maritime expanse of the Dragon Ball universe was indeed vast. The boundless ocean before him stood as the finest testament to this reality. As for the notion of technological backwardness, it could simply be that he had yet to encounter a high-tech metropolis akin to Bulma's family. The world's disparities were immense. Perhaps it is simply my limited exposure. Takuro murmured to himself, resolutely deciding that once he reached Ambry Island, he would diligently gather information and broaden his knowledge. Meanwhile, on Ambry Island, located a dozen nautical miles from the Red Force, a shop adorned with garish opulence yet exuding a sense of tackiness stood at its entrance. A youth with light green hair was seated outside the window, separated by a stout, cold iron railing. Rather than a protective barrier, it resembled a delicate miniature prison. Within the confines of this cage, a girl with cascading golden hair, skin as white as snow, and a visage as delicate as porcelain listened intently. The boy, Gildart Teselo, animatedly recounted his recent adventures, his tone brimming with excitement. Upon hearing something amusing, the girl could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the railing, illuminating her face, and that smile, pure and warm, was akin to an angel gracing the mortal realm, instantly brightening the somber confines and illuminating Teselo's heart. The boy was entranced, his heart racing uncontrollably as he experienced for the first time the dizzying sensation often attributed to being struck by Cupid's arrow. "What's wrong, Teselo?" Seeing him suddenly lost in thought, the girl, Stella, laughed again, her violet eyes filled with concern. Teselo snapped back to reality, a noticeable blush creeping onto his cheeks. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his heart, which felt like a drum in his chest, and gazed fervently and earnestly at the girl within the cage. This afternoon, as long as I complete my final task today, I will have enough money. Wait for me, Stella. Soon, we will be together. Gildart Tesolo, an ordinary boy struggling to survive on Ambry Island, was born into a family of abject poverty, a stigma that led to his ostracization by peers from a young age. Nevertheless, deep within him lay a dream, to stand upon a resplendent stage and touch hearts with his song. However, his gambling father and his alcoholic mother, who despised music, extinguished that flickering flame. At the age of 12, Tesolo fled his cold home and embarked on a life of thievery, with money acquired through theft. He briefly tasted friendship and experienced the suffocating power of wealth, how it could bring false warmth and just as swiftly strip everything away. Money became his new desire and obsession. By 16, he seemed to have made some semblance of a life for himself, yet he plunged headlong into the abyss of gambling, losing all his savings and accruing a staggering debt. Unable to repay, he was captured by thugs from the casino and beaten to the brink of death. The friends he had maintained through money had long since scattered like birds. In that moment, Tesolo saw through the facade of wealth. It could forge false connections and just as easily shatter them. The turning point of fate occurred at this slave market. Having just healed from grievous wounds, his heart ashen, he encountered Stella, the girl within the cage. This gentle, water-like maiden did not disdain his misfortune. Instead, she sincerely praised the beauty of his occasional hums. Her smile pierced through the gloom like sunlight, illuminating Tesolo's dreary world. In turn, Tesolo's presence brought Stella, imprisoned in her cage, a long-lost joy and hope. Two lonely hearts drew closer, understanding one another, and gradually blossomed into the purest love. Yet, Stella understood her fate as a slave. She would one day be purchased, rendering their affection a tragic impossibility. To shatter this despairing destiny, Tesolo embarked on 3 arduous years of relentless labor. He spun tirelessly like a top, from dawn until dusk, enduring scorn and reproach, all in pursuit of the astronomical sum required for her freedom. Now, 3 years had flown by, and the dawn of hope finally pierced through the heavy clouds. As long as he completed today as final task, he would have enough. Stella, once you're free, we shall leave Ambry Island. Tesolo excitedly envisioned their future, his eyes shimmering with boundless anticipation. We will find a secluded, tranquil town, just the two of us, living peacefully. Stella did not interrupt him. She simply listened quietly, a gentle smile playing on her lips, her violet eyes brimming with longing for freedom and trust in the boy before her. Chapter 21. The Young Golden Emperor. Just as the two were lost in their beautiful daydreams of the future, a grating, impatient voice belonging to a middle-aged man rudely intruded, abruptly shattering this fleeting warmth. Hey, you pauper, how many times have I told you? If you can't afford it, get the hell away. You're just a nuisance here. A man clad in a wrinkled, oil-stained cheap suit, topped with a slightly ridiculous top hat, and sporting meticulously groomed goat-like whiskers, strode over, accompanied by a burly henchman with a brutish face, exuding arrogance. This man was none other than the owner of the slave shop, Goliath. Tesolo's smile instantly froze, but he quickly forced a polite expression onto his face. Good morning, Mr. Goliath. You look as vibrant as ever today. Years of living at the bottom rung of society had taught Tesolo the necessary art of dissembling. Goliath scoffed at the flattery, nostrils flared, his tone biting. Spare me that. Damn pauper, didn't I warn you? If you dare to disturb my merchandise again, I'll have someone break your legs. Under normal circumstances, Tesolo would have discreetly slipped away, but today was different. He straightened his posture, suppressing the disdain and a twinge of fear within him. His voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. Boss Jailier, I am here today to discuss serious matters. I wish to purchase Stella. Jailier raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his small eyes. Have you saved enough money? His tone brimmed with skepticism as he scrutinized Tesolo's tattered attire. Taking a deep breath, Tesolo beamed with a confident smile, as if the hardships of the past 3 years had converged into this moment of brilliance. Indeed, once I complete my final task this noon, the funds will be sufficient. Therefore, I kindly ask you to prepare the necessary documentation, as I shall come by this afternoon. Jailier was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless for a few seconds. He had not anticipated that this impoverished youth, whom he regarded as insignificant, could actually amass such a princely sum for Stella's ransom through sheer toil. A shadow of malice and calculation swiftly crossed his gaze, yet the wily old man promptly masked it with a feigned smile. Oh, excellent. Truly remarkable, Tesolo. I did not misjudge you. Jailier exaggeratedly patted Tizolo on the shoulder, as if rewarding an outstanding apprentice. Your relentless spirit is truly commendable. Very well, I shall have the paperwork prepared for your arrival this afternoon. He deliberately elongated his tone. Agreed, Boss Jailier. A wave of immense joy washed over Tizolo, his voice trembling with excitement as he turned to call out to Stella, imprisoned in her cage. Stella, wait for me. I'll see you this afternoon. Yes. Stella nodded vigorously, a radiant smile illuminating her beautiful face, her eyes sparkling with the hope of imminent freedom. Observing the young couple immersed in their overwhelming elation, Jailier's hypocritical smile gradually contorted into a twisted expression, his eyes now harboring only cold mockery and cruelty. Beside him, a burly henchman leaned closer, lowering his voice with a hint of hesitation. Boss, isn't that girl already reserved by that esteemed gentleman? You fool, Jailier hissed under his breath, his tone icy. Stella is, of course, meant for that gentleman. As for this lad, he cast a glance at Tizolo's retreating, hopeful figure, his voice laced with venom. He is merely an orphan, utterly alone. Once he dutifully delivers the money this afternoon, you know what to do. Make it clean. The henchman suddenly understood, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he gave a thumbs up. Heh, boss, that's truly brilliant. A cunning ploy indeed. Jailier proudly stroked his goatee, a greedy and cruel smile gracing his features, as if he could already envision Tizolo arriving with the money, only to have his hopes brutally crushed. A chilling, sinister chuckle escaped his throat. The Red Force slowly docked at the bustling port of Ambry Island, and Tizolo followed the crew of the red-haired pirate gang onto the stone pavement of the pier. The port was alive with activity, with workers shouting their calls and vendors hawking their wares. A few passers-by cast a fleeting glance at the pirate-clad newcomers but continued on their way, their expressions devoid of surprise or fear. In other places, pirates disembarking would typically incite a commotion, but on Ambry Island, everything seemed natural. For this was the domain of the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo. Pirates who dared to act recklessly here were often fed to the fishes, a fate considered the most merciful. We need to procure supplies, Shanks said, cradling the small Yuta in his arms. Tizolo, do you wish to accompany us? Yuta chimed in, curiously surveying the unfamiliar port. Without hesitation, Tizolo shook his head. No, I intend to explore the island on my own. His eyes sparkled with eagerness, excited to experience the city's thrills for the first time. Bringing a baby along, that would be a burden. As if sensing Tizolo's disdain, little Yuta immediately protested. She stretched her chubby hands toward Tizolo, letting out a louder "Aya." Her lips quivered, and crystalline tears quickly gathered in her violet eyes, threatening to overflow. Wah wah wah. In the next moment, a piercing wail erupted. Tizolo felt a jolt of panic shoot through him. This cry was a death knell. Instantly, he sprang into action, his feet springing like a coiled spring as he spun around, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. It settled then, Shanks. Yuta, I leave her in your care. I'm off. Before his words had even settled, he had vanished into the throng of the port, leaving only a hasty retreating figure behind. Hey, Tizolo, wait for me. Shanks's voice choked in his throat. He looked down at Yuta, her small face flushed from crying, gasping for breath, then glanced towards the direction Tizolo had disappeared. Anger surged in him, veins throbbing at his temples as he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, that rascal, always bringing me trouble. Despite his irritation, gazing at the weeping little angel in his arms, Shanks could only sigh in resignation, awkwardly attempting to soothe her as he rocked back and forth. Oh, no need to cry, Yuta, dear. Uncle Shanks will take you to see something fun, all right? Let us not concern ourselves with that heartless scoundrel. Chapter 22. Shanks. Something feels off on the streets of Ambry Island. The sun lazily filtered through the gaps in the awnings, casting dappled shadows over the bustling marketplace. Tizolo had initially intended to seek out a place to stretch his limbs, perhaps a dojo or an arena. After all, his purpose for venturing onto the seas was to challenge strong opponents and seek the Dragon Balls. Now that he had finally set foot on land, it was only natural to find somewhere to engage in activity and gather some information. Yet, he couldn't help but critique the island's backwardness, recalling Shanks's claims of its vibrancy. He had seen nothing of the sort. Tizolo surveyed his surroundings, unable to resist a scoff. The buildings on this island resembled those from the medieval era, starkly contrasting with his imagination of a bustling technological metropolis. He sighed, pondering when he might find Bulma. Despite his musings, the serene and peaceful scene before him made him instinctively slow his pace. The island's residents bustled around the stalls, the air fragrant with the sweetness of tropical fruits. And occasionally, a refreshing sea breeze would pass by. In high spirits, Tizolo decided to leisurely wander, pausing occasionally to chat with stall owners or sample the island's unique delicacies. However, as he strolled along, he keenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The once boisterous marketplace felt as if it had been muted, the footsteps of pedestrians hurried and anxious, their relaxed expressions replaced by an unmistakable tension and unease. The shopkeepers at their doorways no longer shouted their wares, but instead huddled together, their faces grave as they spoke in hushed tones, casting wary glances toward the end of the street. Furrowing his brow, Tazolo felt a pang of confusion at this oppressive change. "Hey, what is going on?" He approached a frail, pale middle-aged man leaning against the wall and gently tapped his shoulder. The man jumped, startled, and upon realizing it was merely a child, he exhaled in relief, though the fear in his eyes lingered. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, leaning in close to Tazolo's ear, and whispered urgently, "Little one, did you not hear? The celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are coming." "The celestial dragons?" Tazolo blinked in bewilderment, utterly confused. "What are they?" The middle-aged man stared at Takuro as if he were a monster, struggling to comprehend how anyone in the world could be unaware of the celestial dragons. Yet, he suppressed his fear and hastily explained, "They are the descendants of the Creator, the aristocrats at the pinnacle of the world government. They possess unparalleled power. Even the Navy must heed their commands. If you offend them, even if it's just to slightly displease them," his voice trembled as he made a gesture across his throat, "you will be finished. Not even a bone fragment will remain." After hearing this, Takuro fell silent for a few seconds, his dark eyes calmly observing the panicked man before him. "So what?" His tone was flat, devoid of any hint of emotion. So. The middle-aged man was utterly astonished by Takuro's fearless ignorance, his voice rising in pitch, only to be hastily suppressed by a wave of terror. "Hey, those are the celestial dragons, standing at the apex of world power." "You," Takuro dismissively waved his hand, interrupting him. "I am aware of the world government, but I have no intention of being anyone's dog. If those so-called celestial dragons dare to act arrogantly in front of me," a wild smirk curved his lips, his gaze sharpening, "then they will have only themselves to blame. Were you out of your mind?" The middle-aged man's disbelief was palpable as he regarded Takuro. Upon confirming that the other was not jesting, his expression morphed from terror into one of sheer horror, akin to witnessing a calamity. "You are insane. Take care of yourself." He uttered this parting remark before hastily weaving into the crowd, vanishing without a trace. Such a little lunatic would inevitably lead to his demise. Takuro shrugged nonchalantly, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly, and continued his leisurely stride forward. "Perhaps I should seek out the dojo or arena on this island. See if I can procure some system rewards." However, he had not wandered far when a shrill whistle suddenly sliced through the street's tranquility, echoing with an unmistakable warning. "The celestial dragons have arrived. All kneel to pay homage. The celestial dragons have come." Takuro turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a colossal vessel, akin to a moving palace, gracefully gliding into the harbor on the other side of the island. The ship's hull was adorned with dazzling golden emblems, flying a luxurious flag that signified aristocratic status in the world, its imposing presence seemingly causing even the surrounding waves to hold their breath, daring not to stir. "Well, what a grand spectacle," Takuro whistled, a hint of playful mockery gracing his features. Unlike the others who were frantically fleeing, he strolled forward with an air of indifference, a striking contrast to the panicked residents around him who appeared as if they wished to burrow into the earth. Celestial dragons? World aristocrats? Takuro cared little for such trivialities. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no interest in meddling with those lofty lords. However, after taking a few steps, a thought struck him like lightning, causing him to halt abruptly. "Wait a moment," he mused, stroking his chin, the indifference in his gaze swiftly replaced by a glimmer of excitement akin to that of a hunter spotting prey. If their status was so elevated, then the guards tasked with protecting them must possess formidable strength, right? He instinctively licked his slightly dry lips, a promising idea suddenly taking root in his mind. Meanwhile, at the market on the other end of the island, Shanks, holding the small Yuta, unexpectedly sneezed while selecting fresh fruits with his companions, startling the little one into widening her violet eyes in curiosity. Ben Beckman, ever observant, turned to him with a calm inquiry. "What's wrong, Shanks? Caught a chill?" "Nothing." Shanks rubbed his itchy nose, though a frown creased his brow. He glanced toward the direction where the celestial dragon's ship had docked and noted the pedestrians hastening their pace, their expressions growing increasingly tense. "Ben, tell everyone to move faster. We need to finish the shopping and return to the ship immediately. I have no desire to entangle myself with those world aristocrats. It's troublesome." "Understood." Ben nodded in comprehension and promptly urged the other crew members in hushed tones. As he watched his companions spring into action, an inexplicable sense of unease began to coil around Shanks' heart. He felt as though he had overlooked something profoundly significant that could lead to dire consequences. Hiss! Shanks inhaled sharply, running a hand through his signature red hair. What could it be? Why does it feel so chilly at my back? Chapter 23. Regret. The Celestial Dragons. Why must they arrive at this moment? Tezzolo muttered to himself, tightly clutching the heavy pouch of hard-earned coins in his hand as he walked home. This wealth should have brought him unparalleled joy, yet it failed to dispel the ominous clouds of anxiety hovering over him. Nevertheless, the affairs of the Celestial Dragons were of no concern to him. He vigorously shook his head, casting aside such distractions. Now, he had but one objective, the slave market, to retrieve Stella. With this thought, his steps became light and resolute, his heart brimming with hope, each stride carrying him closer to a brand new future. The images he had envisioned countless times were on the verge of realization. Stella's smile upon regaining her freedom, those eyes filled with starlight. Their figures walking side by side under the sun, the ordinary yet invaluable happiness that belonged to them, all to unfold today. Tezzolo nearly broke into a run, skillfully weaving through the bustling streets, navigating the clamor of the marketplace, with a clear aim toward the slave market that had long been etched into his very essence. The guard at the market's entrance caught sight of his familiar figure, a barely perceptible sneer curling at the corner of his mouth, yet he did not impede Tezzolo's passage. Upon entering the market, the familiar, suffocating heaviness and oppression enveloped him instantly. Inside, a cacophony of shouting, bargaining, and the sorrowful gazes of enslaved individuals bound by iron chains filled the air, as if all of it were of no consequence. However, amidst the clamor and suffering, nothing could shake Tezzolo from his singular focus. In his world, there remained only the golden-haired figure in the corner cage, the sole beacon of light in his heart. Goliath was already waiting in the center of the hall, like a venomous spider ensnared in its web. As Tezzolo approached, the malice in Goliath's beady eyes glimmered with blatant disdain, his lips twisting into a cold, insincere smile that was nauseatingly disingenuous. Oh, so you finally deemed it worth your time to show up? Goliath's voice was flat, as though merely stating a predetermined conclusion. Indeed, Tezzolo's voice was firm and clear. Despite the nagging sensation of foreboding in his heart, he did not hesitate to pull out a stack of thick coins from his pouch, his gaze burning with determination. As promised, today I am taking Stella with me. He slammed the coins onto the table, forming a small hill that bore the weight of all his hopes. Goliath's greedy gaze swept over the pile of berry, and his derisive smile deepened. Stella? Oh, she's certainly here. He feigned nonchalance as he gestured toward a row of slaves for sale nearby. Stella was among them, her delicate wrists shackled with cold iron chains, her head bowed, golden hair limply hanging down, as if she wished to merge with the shadows of despair. In the dim light, her figure appeared exceedingly frail, and her once bright violet eyes, which had shone brightly for Tezzolo, now appeared hauntingly dim. Stella. Tezzolo's heart clenched painfully as he called out her name, disregarding everything as he rushed forward. Stop. Goliath's demeanor shifted abruptly, taking a step forward to block Tezzolo like an iron gate, a blatant sneer and mockery plastered across his face. Take her away? With just that measly sum of money? His voice suddenly dropped, laced with a serpent-like hiss. What do you think you are? Tezzolo felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, as the ominous premonition in his heart crystallized into a chilling reality. What do you mean? We had a deal. A deal? Goliath scoffed, his eyes brimming with cruel delight. You fool. Do you think your promises hold any value? Do you know who has already claimed her? He abruptly raised his voice, sharp and piercing. It is the esteemed Celestial Dragon. Her fate has long ceased to belong to her, let alone to a lowly peasant like you. Celestial Dragon. Tezzolo's pupils constricted in shock, rendered speechless. An overwhelming sense of absurdity and terror seized him. You can't do this. You can't go back on your word. Make your move. Show this brat the harshness of reality. Goliath commanded, his grin widening as he gestured to the thugs behind him. Several henchmen, armed with heavy clubs, approached menacingly, their expressions twisted with malice. Tezzolo's face paled instantly, fury erupting within him like molten lava. 3 years of effort, all hope, was trampled in that moment. Liars! You shameless deceivers! He roared, like a cornered beast driven to desperation, raising his fists and recklessly charging at Goliath. Yet, his resistance appeared feeble against the prepared henchmen. They overwhelmed him effortlessly, slamming him onto the ground. The heavy clubs fell upon him like a torrential downpour. Ugh! A vicious kick struck his ribs, causing Tezelo to roll away in agony, blood spurting from his mouth as the searing pain threatened to render him unconscious. Still daring to resist? Goliath looked down upon the crumpled Tezelo, his gaze akin to that of a man surveying refuse. Realize your position, peasant. Do you think you can change your fate? Such delusions. Stella. Tezelo struggled to lift his body, but the excruciating pain forced him down repeatedly. He raised his head with great difficulty. His eyes ablaze with anger and defiance, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I promised to take you away. Stella stood shackled by iron chains, her body trembling from pain and despair. Watching Tezelo endure such brutal beatings on her behalf tore her heart, as if it were being violently ripped apart. Tears silently streamed down her pale cheeks, yet she found herself powerless to wipe away his blood. Stop resisting, Tezelo. Her voice was weak and trembling, filled with helplessness and sorrow. She understood that futile resistance would only drag Tezelo deeper into despair. Enough already. Finish him off. Goliath impatiently waved his hand. Tezelo lay on the ground, each breath a searing agony. He clenched his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to raise himself once more. His bloodshot eyes glinting like tempered steel, fixed fiercely on Goliath. Save her. You must save her. Even if, at that moment, a heavy, synchronized sound of footsteps accompanied by the clatter of metal armor suddenly erupted. A squad of heavily armored guards, their eyes as cold as iron, stormed in and swiftly took control of the scene. A sharp voice pierced through the oppressive air. Lord Roseward has arrived. Chapter 24. How splendid. As if a switch had been flipped, the previously arrogant Goliath and his thugs crumpled as if their spines had been extracted, collapsing to their knees. Foreheads pressed against the cold floor, not daring to breathe. The marketplace was filled solely with heavy breaths and the sound of clanking armor. The only one still standing was Tezelo, gravely injured and unable to rise, struggling to breathe in pain. His vision blurred, blood mingling with sweat streamed into his eyes. Yet he strained to keep them wide open, gazing toward the entrance. A figure entered, surrounded by attendants, a corpulent body draped in gem-encrusted finery. A transparent bubble helmet atop his head, his gaze arrogantly surveying the prostrate crowd as if the entire space were bowing in submission to him. Is this the one I have chosen? Lord Roseward pointed at Stella, his tone casual, as if selecting a piece of furniture, a blatant possessiveness in his eyes. Take her. These words rang like the final toll of a death knell. Tezelo's last flicker of hope was utterly shattered, and unprecedented despair washed over him like a cold tide. Yet, amidst this overwhelming hopelessness, a surge of unwillingness and fury from the depths of his soul sustained him, compelling him to muster his final ounce of strength. Staggering to block the path before the celestial dragon. No, you shall not. He hoarsely yelled, each word laced with blood. You shall not take her. Lord Roseward paused, taken aback by this sudden obstruction, before fury flared across his face. What is the meaning of this? Goliath was terrified, realizing the consequences if the celestial dragon were to be displeased. He crawled to Roseward's feet, his voice trembling with obsequiousness. Noble Lord Roseward, please, quell your anger. It is this damned peasant. He dares to covet the goods you have claimed. I have made it clear to him that this is your property. Yet this ignorant wretch not only refused to listen, but sought to seize it. I was about to teach him a lesson on your behalf when you graced us with your presence. Upon hearing this, Roseward's face flushed with rage beneath the bubble helmet. What? A peasant dares to steal from me. Guards, seize him. I shall make him my slave. The ravenous guards immediately lunged forward, their iron claw-like hands pinning the injured Tezelo to the ground, rendering his desperate struggles futile. He could only watch helplessly as the soldiers barbarically unshackled Stella, dragging her toward that demon. Why? Why are these people born to stand above all, trampling on others without a care? Why is it so arduous for Stella and me to attain even a modicum of ordinary happiness? Endless sorrow and rage gnawed at Tezelo's soul. He had never believed in deities, but at that moment, in the boundless darkness, he could only cry out a heart-wrenching plea within. Oh God, if you truly exist, I am willing to sacrifice my soul, my everything. Please, save her, save Stella. Yet, the response to his desperate prayer was not the redemptive light from a divine being. A voice, bright and youthful yet tinged with madness and excitement, abruptly shattered the tense silence. Whoa, I wondered why it was so lively. Takuro surveyed the grotesque figure adorned with a bubble helmet with keen interest, a reckless grin spreading across his face. You dog, I finally found you. The sudden appearance of the boy left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Even Lord Roseward found it hard to believe, his voice faltering. A peasant? How dare you call me a dog? Huh? Who else but you, pighead? Takuro's face flashed with impatience. And stop with the peasant nonsense. My name is Takuro. I'm your father, understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of everyone present, except for Lord Roseward and Tezolo, turned pale. Where did this madman come from? How dare he insult the celestial dragon to his face? Was he tired of living? Lord Roseward was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, his rage ignited. As a descendant of the Creator, he had never suffered such a profound humiliation. Very well, very well. Furious, he disregarded all decorum and bellowed, "Guards, seize this wretched spawn as well. I shall take him back to Mariewa, where he will repay this act of disrespect for eternity." In an instant, a throng of guards surged forward. This damned lunatic, if he uttered even a single word more, they would surely incur the wrath of the celestial dragons. As the crowd approached, Takuro, exasperated, hissed, "Get the riffraff out of my way." With that, he swiftly reached out, seizing the foremost guard and brutally hurling him into the throng like a sandbag. Bang! Crash! It was as precise as a bowling strike. The other guards were sent sprawling, tumbling into chaos. Takuro paid no heed to the fallen wretches and made his way directly to St. Roseward, his tone laced with irritation. "Hey, don't you have a capable bodyguard? Hurry up and summon him. Damn you, vile creature. I shall skin you and adorn my walls with your hide." St. Roseward remained deaf to the threats, lost in a hysterical torrent of foul language. Takuro raised an eyebrow, employing a method of physical calm. "I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Crack! A resounding slap, accompanied by a gust of wind, shattered the bubble shield. Several of Roseward's teeth, mingled with blood, flew from his mouth, and blood gushed from his face and nose. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood as if petrified, paralyzed by shock. "You dare strike me?" Roseward, clutching his face, was filled with disbelief and horror. How could a commoner's hand dare touch the visage of a descendant of the gods? "Is there a problem?" Takuro retorted, his expression one of incredulity. "You have a face, and I have fists. Is that not reasonable?" Moments later, Roseward, finally roused from the agony and humiliation, emitted a beast-like roar. "You scoundrel! You bastard! Just wait. I will have the Admiral crush you." Takuro, taken aback, froze momentarily. Roseward, interpreting his silence as fear, contorted his swollen pig-like face into a twisted smirk. "Now you know fear?" Too late. Before he could finish, an immense force slammed his head down against the ground. The floor tiles shattered, cracking like a spider's web. "Is this a good thing?" Takuro's excitement was palpable as he turned to the bewildered guards and exclaimed, "Hey, you lot over there. What are you standing around for? Hurry, call your so-called admiral." Chapter 25, The Stage. Everyone was bewildered. What had transpired? Who was this sudden madman daring to strike against the celestial dragon? Were not the celestial dragons descendants of the Creator, gods walking the earth? Yet why at this moment? Did he lie on the ground like a lifeless dog? Everything had unfolded so quickly, so unexpectedly. The violent shock rendered all present in a daze, left with nothing but profound astonishment. Though the situation was unclear, one thing was glaringly evident. Run, run for your lives. The Admiral is coming. From the crowd, someone shrieked, instantly awakening the masses. Panic spread like wildfire. Screams echoed as people jostled and fled. In an instant, the entire slave market erupted into chaos. Bodies collided. Feet trampled. It became a disordered frenzy. Even those shackled slaves struggled, attempting to break free amidst the turmoil. Yet, in the midst of the bedlam, there was one who did not flee. Tezolo, dragging his battered body, painstakingly supported Stella, inching closer to Takuro. His face, smeared with blood and dirt, reflected a mix of excitement and relief as he deeply bowed. "Boss, thank you for saving our lives." Despite Takuro appearing younger, Tezolo's tone and demeanor were imbued with heartfelt respect. In the depths of despair, he had prayed to the void for salvation. And it was this mysterious and powerful youth who answered. In that moment, Takuro was the only god in his heart. However, who are you? Takuro regarded the bruised, green-haired youth who had suddenly approached him, looking utterly perplexed. What was this fellow's deal? Was he trying to pull a fast one? Sensing Takuro's confusion, Tezolo hurriedly explained, "Boss, my name is Gilded Tezolo, and this is my beloved Stella. The situation is that I nearly—" Stop! Takuro interrupted, instantly feeling a headache at the beginning of Tezolo's tale. "Condense it to 30 words or less. Otherwise, I'll be berated for verbosity." Tezolo, momentarily stammering, quickly organized his thoughts. "In short, Stella and I were almost captured to become slaves, and you saved us. I wish to repay you." "Oh, I see." Takuro nodded. After some exchange, he grasped the situation. This unfortunate green-haired fellow had nearly put himself in jeopardy while trying to rescue his slave sweetheart, and now, Having been saved by Takuro, he was naturally viewing him as a savior. It seemed that by sheer accident, Takuro had indeed done a good deed. All right then. I'll accept you as my subordinate. Takuro waved dismissively. Having an extra follower was not undesirable, although he had no particular desire to recruit minions. It was unreasonable to refuse the assistance offered. However, he could not help but cast another glance at Taizolo's striking green hair, quipping, "By the way, with such bad luck, I suspect it's due to your hair color. I suggest you change it." Taizolo, bewildered, touched his hair. What was wrong with his hair? Green was rather appealing, right? It had a certain natural beauty. But since the boss had spoken, Taizolo had no objections. "No problem, boss. I'll dye it yellow." Green hair to yellow hair, Takuro mused, stroking his chin. In some stories, that might just lead to a 404. Although Taizolo did not understand what 404 meant, he immediately complied, putting on a respectful smile reserved for subordinates. Yet, this smile tugged at his wounds, causing him to wince. Blood again oozing from the corner of his mouth. "Taizolo, are you all right?" Stella quickly supported him, her voice tinged with panic. "Cough, I'm fine." Taizolo forced himself to smile, but his pale complexion and unsteady body betrayed his weakness. After all, he was just a teenager, recently brutalized by a group of strong men. And his injuries were severe. Takuro, feeling exasperated, casually tossed a small bean from his pocket. "Eat this." Taizolo received the unassuming green bean, and despite his doubts, he unhesitatingly popped it into his mouth. In mere moments, a surge of indescribable warmth enveloped his entire being. Broken bones began to mend, torn muscles reformed, and bruises visibly faded. All pain receded like a tide. "What is this?" Taizolo stood upright in disbelief, moving his limbs with astonishment. He had lived for over a decade and had never witnessed such a miracle. One bean, instantly healing severe injuries? This is a magic bean. As long as you still breathe, eating it will make you sprightly again, Takuro stated nonchalantly. However, to Taizolo, this was akin to thunder. He had struggled at the bottom for so long, knowing better than anyone that injuries, especially severe ones, were a death sentence for the poor. He had already resigned himself to exhausting his savings to redeem Stella and treat his injuries. What value did such a life-saving object hold? Taizolo could hardly fathom. The boss had so casually given it to him, whom he had only just met. "Boss, this is too precious." Taizolo's voice trembled, immense gratitude nearly overwhelming him. He instinctively bowed deeply, feeling the weight of the debt, ready to serve without complaint. "Stop." Takuro, feeling uncomfortable under the fervent gaze of Taizolo, was covered in goosebumps. Hey, can you not look at me with such a nauseating expression?" Taizolo promptly fell silent. Yet the unwavering conviction to follow until death had been forged within him like steel. At this moment, the scene had largely emptied, leaving only them and the unconscious celestial dragon sprawled on the ground. "Boss." Taizolo glanced at Takuro, his expression grave. The Navy must have received the news. "We should depart swiftly." As he spoke, he kicked the fallen Rosward in frustration. "Depart?" Takuro chuckled as if he had heard a joke. "My objective remains unfulfilled." "Why would I leave?" Taizolo was momentarily taken aback, his voice faltering. "Boss, you can't possibly be waiting for the Marine Admiral, can you?" Seeing Takuro's nonchalant demeanor, Taizolo grew anxious. That is a Marine Admiral, the pinnacle of naval power, the strongest spear of the world government. The pinnacle of power? Takuro's eyes instantly lit up, a wild grin spreading across his face. "That is precisely what I seek to confront." During his time aboard Shank's ship, he had learned that a Marine Admiral was the world's officially recognized top-tier combatant. To miss the chance to clash with such a formidable foe? What nonsense. Realizing Takuro was resolute in staying, Taizolo gritted his teeth. "Stella, you go ahead." He turned to Takuro, his gaze resolute. "Boss, I will stay with you. This life is yours to give." "No, I will stay too." Stella shook her head, gripping Taizolo's arm tightly. "Listen to me, you must leave." The two immediately began to tug at each other. "Enough," Takuro exclaimed, his patience waning. "Are we here to enact a melodrama of life and death? Get out of here." Taizolo insisted. "Boss, be quiet." Takuro waved his hand dismissively. "What can you two weaklings do here other than be a burden? When the fighting begins, I won't have time to look after you." The words weaklings and burden pierced Taizolo's heart like needles. His complexion paled as a wave of immense frustration and helplessness surged within him. Indeed, he was too weak, unworthy even to stand beside his boss. "I must grow stronger. I must become powerful quickly. I cannot be a liability to the boss any longer." He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "Yes, boss." Taizolo ceased further protests, casting a deep glance at Takuro before seizing Stella and swiftly vanishing into the chaotic streets. The area was finally cleared. Takuro surveyed the now vacant auction house with satisfaction, stretching his limbs as his tail excitedly flicked. His gaze was fixed intensely upon the direction of the harbor, as if anticipating a grand spectacle. The stage is set. Do not disappoint me, Marine Admiral. Chapter 26, The Gathering Storm. Meanwhile, on the other side of Ambry Island, the marketplace bustled with the red-haired pirates leisurely browsing the stalls. Shanks casually picked up a few bottles of liquor. Beckman sifted through a selection of yellowed, old navigation books. And Lucky Root animatedly haggled with a butcher over prices. The blend of authority and casualness aboard their ship transformed into light-hearted banter and bulging satchels. That should suffice. Time to return to the ship. Beckman neatly stuffed the purchased scrolls back into his bag, his eyes scanning the crowd. It's unwise to linger here with the celestial dragons present. Shanks lazily rubbed his chin, grinning as he asked, "Where's Takuro? That guy must be causing a ruckus. Yuta is missing him." No sooner had he spoken than Yuta in his arms let out a dissatisfied whine, waving her tiny fists as if to accuse Takuro of abandonment. As the two chatted, the crew busily organized their purchases, preparing to depart. Suddenly, chaos erupted deep within the marketplace. The crowd surged like a panicked school of fish. Vendors frantically packing up their stalls amidst screams and cries, with some even collapsing in fear. What is happening? Shanks squinted, intrigued as he peered towards the source of the commotion. Beckman swiftly stepped forward, blocking a pale, red-eyed middle-aged man clutching a wrinkled piece of silk that had been trampled. "What is going on? Why are you running?" His voice, though calm, carried an unmistakable chill. The man stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "The celestial dragon. Someone attacked a celestial dragon. The guards are all down. That celestial dragon is bleeding profusely. It's terrifying." Beckman's brows furrowed deeply. The crew exchanged incredulous glances. An attack on a celestial dragon in broad daylight? This was tantamount to declaring war. Only Shanks, initially astonished, soon burst into laughter. "Ha! This is too amusing. In this day and age, there are still such audacious individuals willing to treat a celestial dragon like a punching bag?" As if recalling something humorous, he surveyed the crew. Grinning broadly, "Imagine how much trouble that guy's companions must be in right now. There are plenty of bold souls at sea. But I've never seen anyone brave enough to do this." "Stop laughing." Beckman interjected sternly. "This isn't a joke. The world government will not let this slide. The Navy will swiftly seal off the island, and even admirals will be dispatched. We must leave immediately to avoid getting caught up in this." With those words, the atmosphere grew tense, the crew's expressions shifting from mirth to solemnity. Shanks clapped his hands, casually reassuring them. "Relax, it's not as dire as you think. Besides, an admiral?" He flashed a confident smile, tapping his chest. "I am Shanks." An invisible force dispelled the tension. The crew's resolve strengthened. Indeed, with their captain present. What could an admiral do? Can I leave now?" the forgotten bystander asked cautiously. "Of course, buddy." Shanks smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you for the information." Out of curiosity, he casually inquired, "By the way, do you know who did it? What did they look like?" "And no, I'm not sure." The bystander shook his head, straining to remember. "I only heard it was a little brat with a tail." With that, he vanished into the chaotic crowd, as if reborn. "Ha! A little brat with a tail? The youth of today are truly remarkable." Shanks marveled, about to continue his musings when he noticed all the crew staring intently at him. Their expressions complex. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" Shanks asked, bewildered. Beckman inhaled deeply, enunciating, "Little brat, with a tail, incredibly bold. Who do you think it could be?" These words, when pieced together, gradually formed the image of a wildly reckless face. Shanks' smile froze in an instant, morphing into a roar that echoed throughout half the marketplace. "Takuro, you little disaster." He slapped his forehead. No wonder he had felt an unsettling chill earlier. It was this rascal stirring up trouble. "What do we do now?" Beckman asked in a low voice, his hand already resting on the flintlock at his waist. "Poised for action. What else can we do?" Shanks groaned, rubbing his temples, yet his gaze sharpened like an eagle's. "We go clean up that mess. Let us move." As he strode purposefully toward the heart of the chaos, grinding his teeth, he growled, "Takuro, you calamity. I should have left you on that island." In the shadowy corners of the marketplace, a tall, lean figure glided like a specter through the tumultuous alleys. Gallo struggled through the terrified throng, finally finding a secluded spot. Swiftly retrieving a peculiar snail phone. Plop, plop, click. The phone connected, revealing a sinister visage clad in sunglasses. "Bad news, Lord Doflamingo." Goliath's voice trembled with an irrepressible quaver. The celestial dragons were assaulted at the slave market. Right here on Ambry Island. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the transponder snail, followed by a low, sardonic voice tinged with suppressed fury. Fufufu. Who is this? It's me, Lord Doflamingo. I am Goliath, whom you dispatched to Ambry Island. Goliath hastily proclaimed his identity, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush as he recounted the events he had witnessed. The line fell into an even longer silence. Doflamingo was not enraged by the assault on the celestial dragons. Rather, he was incensed that anyone dared to disrupt his territory. This was akin to receiving a resounding slap across his face. Fufufu, you possess quite the audacity to stir trouble in my domain. Keep a close watch on this. I shall be there at once. Goliath was nearly taken aback, almost biting his tongue in disbelief. You intend to come in person? Fufufu. Indeed. Doflamingo's voice was laced with a twisted excitement. I must witness firsthand which fool dares to disturb my realm. The news struck like thunder, reverberating through the transponder snail's line and crashing into the office of the Marine Headquarters Admiral. The atmosphere seemed to crystallize, drenched in an icy deluge. An attack on the celestial dragons was no mere crime. It was a blatant affront to the supreme authority of the world government. This is outrageous. Sengoku's fist slammed onto the desk, sending documents scattering like autumn leaves, his hair bristling with fury. This is sheer lawlessness. We must impose severe punishment. Deploy our highest combat forces to suppress this with overwhelming force. He whirled around, directing his ire at his old comrade, Garp. Did you hear that? Huh, what? Garp, bewildered, raised his head from amidst a pile of donut wrappers, frosting still smeared on his lips. He struggled to swallow what was in his mouth, mumbling. What is going on, Sengoku? I was just about to break the record for eating 50 donuts in one go. Sengoku felt a surge of frustration rise in his chest, nearly choking on his own words. Gazing at Garp's innocent yet infuriatingly carefree face, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, ultimately slumping back into his chair. He feared that if this continued, he would surely suffer a cerebral hemorrhage from this old fool. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he forced the words out through clenched teeth. I said, a celestial dragon was attacked on Ambry Island. What do you think? Oh, so someone got hit? Big deal. Garp shrugged nonchalantly, oblivious, and even reached for another donut. What does it matter to me? It wasn't Timmy who did it. His expression seemed to convey, is this trivial matter worth interrupting my donut challenge? Sengoku felt his temples throb with frustration, so exasperated that he hardly wanted to respond. His weary gaze drifted to the corner of the office. There sat a man, wearing sunglasses and exuding a slightly lewd demeanor, leisurely trimming his nails. When Sengoku's gaze locked onto him like a spotlight, the man's heart skipped a beat. Borsellino, Sengoku's voice brooked no argument. You will immediately proceed to Ambry Island. Yes, sir. Admiral Sengoku. Borsellino lazily elongated his tone, feigning difficulty, but it's almost time to clock out, and Ambry Island is rather far. Enough with the excuses. Sengoku's roar nearly uprooted the ceiling. Right now. Immediately. Get over there, and accumulate some merit while you're at it. It'll benefit your future promotion to Admiral. Okay, I got it. It's truly terrifying, Borsellino. Then a rear admiral reluctantly stowed away his nail clippers, rising at a snail's pace, muttering under his breath about the lack of overtime pay. With this command, an invisible tempest swiftly gathered over Ambry Island. This island was destined to witness an unprecedented upheaval. Chapter 27. The performance begins. The afternoon on Ambry Island was enveloped in an eerie silence, a stark contrast to the earlier clamor. The sun's harsh rays illuminated the overturned stalls and scattered fruits and vegetables, leaving chaos in their wake. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague, only to be ruthlessly shattered by the sudden, heavy thuds of military boots echoing from the port. Waves of Navy soldiers surged ashore like a white tide, their glaring uniforms reflecting a cold sheen in the sunlight. The dark muzzles of their rifles mercilessly aimed at the terrified citizens, who were attempting to restore order amidst the chaos. All halt. No one is permitted to leave the island. The voice of Rear Admiral Akind echoed like a steel horn, imbued with undeniable authority, resonating through the tumultuous port. A makeshift blockade was hastily erected, cold firearms forming a desperate barrier. What right do you have? We are not pirates. Let us go. A citizen shouted furiously. Bang. In response, a bullet whizzed past, striking the ground beside him with deadly precision. The plume of smoke from the impact froze the man's blood, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Akind's gaze swept over the hushed crowd like a hawk surveying its prey, his voice icy. There may be dangerous slaves among you. By orders from above, no one is to leave Ambry Island until this incident is fully resolved. He paused. his tone slightly softening yet more oppressive. Cooperate with the investigation, and the innocent shall remain unharmed. Under the overwhelming deterrent of absolute force, the unrest was forcibly quelled. Akin left a portion of his soldiers to maintain order, personally leading an elite force, brimming with hostility, towards the eye of the storm, the slave market. At that moment, the slave market was shrouded in dust, resembling a frozen battlefield. Takuro sat on a relatively clean stone, his tail anxiously thumping against the ground with a soft patter. Where's the Admiral? Why the delay? The food has gone cold. In the corner, the unconscious and swollen Roswald Saint silently mocked the prevailing stillness. Just as Takuro's yawn reached its apex, the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps shattered the silence like a torrential downpour. From the alleyway, behind crumbling walls and amidst the ruins, countless figures clad in white uniforms surged forth, gleaming bayonets and dark rifle muzzles forming a formidable encirclement, trapping him firmly at the center. Takuro surveyed the scene with keen interest, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, an appetizer before the main course? As Akin's sharp gaze pierced through the haze of dust and landed upon Takuro, his pupils constricted sharply, a sense of absurdity flooding his mind. The assailant of the celestial dragons was merely a brash youth? Suppressing his astonishment, Akin glanced at the fallen celestial dragon nearby, rapidly assessing the situation, and barked a command. Attention, our primary objective. Ensure the safety of Lord Roswald Saint. He must not suffer any further harm. His voice rose sharply, pointing at Takuro. Target confirmed. Capture him, no matter the cost. Understood. In a chorus of shouts, the Navy soldiers surged towards Takuro like a tide. Takuro leisurely stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Well then, consider this a warm-up. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his figure vanished like a specter. In the next moment, chaos erupted in the center of the Navy formation as if a bomb had been detonated. Bang, bang, bang. Figures were sent soaring into the air, shrieking, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The once orderly ranks were thrown into disarray, like leaves caught in a violent whirlwind. The cacophony of wails echoed throughout the battlefield. Akin, witnessing the scene from the periphery, furrowed his brow in a deep furrow, waves of turmoil crashing within him. A mere boy was wreaking havoc among his elite troops, leaving them in tatters? This power was anything but ordinary. No, this perilous little demon must be extinguished today, otherwise, it is likely that a great calamity will arise upon the seas once more. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent filled Akin's chest. His hand silently grasped the hilt of his knife. As Takuro turned to confront the soldiers attacking from the side, a glint of cold light flashed in Akin's eyes. Swift as a specter, he transformed into a blurred shadow. The icy blade, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, silently aimed at Takuro's unsuspecting neck. This strike embodied the culmination of his lifelong training. With all his might, he was confident it could sever steel. Success! A surge of delight welled up within Akin's, and he exerted even greater force. However, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Clang! It was as if he had struck solid steel. His blade was brutally halted by the opponent's skin, and soon, the blade began to shatter. How could this be? The jarring sound of clashing metal erupted suddenly. The sinister smile on Akin's face froze instantly. The scene he had envisioned, blood splattering everywhere, did not materialize. Instead, the sensation from the blade was as if it had struck tempered steel. What shattered him even more was the sickening crunching noise that accompanied the gradual fracturing of his prized blade. What? Akin's mind went blank. A devil fruit user? Invulnerable to blade and gun. Yet, before he could contemplate further, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. TSK, feels a bit itchy. A voice laden with madness echoed in his ear. Akin abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Takuro's wild, unyielding golden gaze, along with the almost mocking curve of his lips. A chilling fear, originating from the very core of his being, seized him instantly. He barely perceived the opponent's movement, only feeling an irresistible, colossal force slam into his chest. It was as if he had been struck head-on by a naval battleship charging at full speed. Akin's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several dilapidated walls before ultimately being buried beneath the rubble, his fate unknown. Combat power, 5. Takuro retracted his fist, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, it was worth the wait. I've gained 5 points in combat power. The commander crumbled in an instant. The remaining sailors stood as if ensnared by a paralysis spell, their movements stiff, faces etched with disbelief and profound terror. The effortlessly triumphant figure that had dispatched the rear admiral now appeared to them as a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Why have we stopped? Takuro's boisterous laughter echoed across the silent battlefield like a devil's whisper, urging them on. Don't let the atmosphere cool down. I'm not finished yet. His voice penetrated the battlefield, reaching every sailor's ears. A monster. He is a monster. One sailor finally succumbed to the pressure, screaming in a fit of tears. After battling for so long, their opponent emerged unscathed. While they suffered devastating losses, even their commander defeated. How could they not be terrified? This scream acted as a trigger, igniting the accumulated panic within the Navy, causing morale to collapse in an instant, fear spreading across the battlefield. Yet, just as despair set in, a brilliant golden beam of light descended from the heavens without warning, striking precisely 10 meters in front of Takuro. There was no deafening explosion, only the searing sound of air being burned and the rocks vaporizing into white smoke. As the light dissipated, amidst the swirling dust, a tall, slender figure appeared, languidly balanced on one foot. Clad in a yellow-striped suit, a flowing cape of justice, and signature frog-shaped sunglasses, the newcomer seemed to carry an aura of radiance. His presence instantly dispelled the gloom in the hearts of the sailors and ignited a flicker of hope. Admiral Borsalino. How splendid. It is Admiral Borsalino. We are saved. The euphoria of survival nearly brought the sailors to tears. Borsalino leisurely adjusted his sunglasses, his trademark elongated tone resonating. Ah, how terrifying indeed. As if he had just awoken, his gaze directed at the boy encircled in the center. So many people, and yet none can handle a little brat? The youth of today, meanwhile, Takuro's eyes burned even more brightly than that golden beam. Chapter 28. The same ability? Is it merely an admiral who has arrived? The excitement on Takuro's face was nearly overflowing, his golden pupils shimmering with fervent battle spirit. Golden flashes. Effects maxed out. What a splendid sparring partner. Although he had heard the Navy refer to this individual as an admiral, the immense aura radiating from him surpassed that of an ordinary person. It seems Shanks did not deceive me. Even admirals exude such overwhelming presence. One can only imagine how formidable a fleet admiral must be. The blood within Takuro boiled as if in a frenzy, his fists itching with anticipation. To engage with an opponent of this caliber would undoubtedly yield rewards that would not disappoint. An ability user? Borsalino tilted his head, a rare flicker of genuine confusion crossing his usually composed features beneath his frog sunglasses. In this day and age, there are still those who refer to devil fruit abilities in such a manner. This lad, is his mind perhaps a bit Young man, Borsalino began languidly, attempting to regain the conversational rhythm. Do you have any idea of the grave sin you have committed? Takuro, however, feigned ignorance, instead flashing a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth. I am Takuro. Remember it well, Borsalino. Observing the unmasked bewilderment on the other's face, Takuro's smirk grew even more audacious. This is the name of the person who will floor you shortly. A forewarning, no need to thank me. Before his words had fully settled, Takuro had already vanished. Huh! A thunderous roar erupted. The ground beneath him collapsed explosively. He launched himself like a cannonball, his speed so blinding that it left a clear afterimage in his wake. His fist, enveloped in an invisible yet ferocious force, ripped through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling straight towards Borsalino's face. Oh! Borsalino raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by the speed and power Takuro unleashed. Yet, in the very instant the fist was about to connect, his form abruptly transformed into a dazzling array of golden particles, dissipating into nothingness. Boom! Takuro's fist crashed violently where Borsalino had just stood, the hardened ground yielding like tofu, creating a massive crater and sending fragments flying. Speed is power, young man. A teasing voice chimed beside Takuro, as Borsalino reformed from the golden particles. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? With the final word, a flash of gold, faster than the limits of visual perception, surged forward with devastating force, targeting Takuro's abdomen. Bang! A sound so deep it sent chills down one's spine. Takuro's body bent like a shrimp, propelled backward as if struck head-on by a high-speed train, transforming into a blurred shadow as he crashed through several thick walls, ultimately becoming engulfed in a cloud of dust and rubble. Coughing lightly, he rose from the debris. But instead of pain, his face radiated an almost maniacal excitement. What astonishing speed! What incredible power! Delightful! Again, with a casual sweep of his right hand, he brushed back his disheveled hair, his eyes blazing like molten lava, charging once more at Borsalino without fear. Borsalino attempted to use the same tactic, intending to phase once more to evade. However, your aura cannot deceive. With a sinister grin, Taklo's battle instincts precisely pinpointed the location where the light particles were about to coalesce. There, directing his fierce and unyielding spinning kick toward the seemingly empty air, Taklo unleashed a torrent of violent energy. Bang! This time, it was Borsalino's turn to experience the sensation of being forcefully propelled away by overwhelming power. He transformed into a disheveled streak of golden light, retracing Taklo's earlier trajectory and crashing violently into a distant pile of ruins, dust swirling around him. Shaking his leg, Taklo revealed a provocative smile, a fair exchange. Slowly rising from the rubble, Borsalino brushed off the dust from his suit. His eyes concealed behind sunglasses filled with doubt and suspicion. He had clearly elementalized in time. Why was he still struck? There was no indication of the opponent wielding armament Haki. This was utterly contrary to common sense. Oh, what a nuisance, he muttered under his breath. Then turned to the nearby, silent Marines, his tone shifting to one of lazy authority. You lot, carry that esteemed gentleman away. The rest of you, withdraw and keep your distance. The level of challenge presented by Taklo exceeded all expectations. He needed to take this matter more seriously. If he were to falter at the hands of this brat, the consequences would be dire. The Marines, relieved as if granted a pardon, hurriedly complied with the orders. Taklo, arms crossed, watched with keen interest as they carried away St. Rosward, making no move to intervene. Soon, the vast battlefield lay desolate, leaving only Taklo and Borsalino in a tense standoff. Little brother, Borsalino adjusted his sunglasses, attempting to pry for information. Care to disclose which notable figure stands behind you? It takes considerable audacity to command you to strike against a celestial dragon. Command? Taklo scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. I am a Scion. I set sail to grow stronger and seek the scattered Dragon Balls. Hitting that celestial swine was merely to lure out the Admiral. I never anticipated this would ensue. But it matters not. He spoke candidly and without reservation. Scion. Dragon Balls. Borsalino felt his decades of experience and knowledge being put to the test in this moment. What a nonsensical situation. Was this kid not some deranged individual from an isolated island? Yet, his formidable physical prowess and that tail Borsalino's gaze lingered momentarily on the tail behind Taklo. A mutated fur tribe? A new breed? Enough with the nonsense. Taklo reignited his battle fervor, impatiently interrupting Borsalino's musings. Show me your true abilities. That feeble attack earlier was insufficient even for a mere tickle. Before he had finished speaking, he had transformed into a frenzied blur, lunging forward. Borsalino sighed in resignation, abandoning his inquiries into the opponent's chaotic reasoning, centering his focus once more for battle. Boom, bang, clang. The two figures collided at high speed atop the ruins, separating and then crashing into one another again. The pace was so swift that the naked eye could only catch blurry afterimages and the instantaneous explosion of shockwaves. The sound of their fists and feet meeting was akin to a hammer striking a drum, each impact stirring up violent gusts of air, further ravaging the already chaotic battlefield. Ha! Delightful. This is it. Taklo laughed maniacally amidst the fierce struggle, his fists moving like shadows. My fists are burning hot. For a moment, the two were evenly matched, the battle reaching a stalemate. Suddenly, Borsalino flickered, his figure transforming into a streak of golden light soaring into the sky, hovering above. He crossed his arms over his chest, and countless dazzling light points began to gather frantically around him, compressing and emanating a heart-pounding destructive energy. 8 Shakukogu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a storm of golden projectiles rained down like a tempest, bearing the terrifying might to purify all, aimed directly at Taklo below. The coverage was so vast that evasion was impossible. Faced with this cataclysmic sight, Taklo displayed no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, countering with Borsalino's energy blasts. This is right up my alley. In the next moment, he slightly bent his legs, lowering his center of gravity, and with lightning speed, his hands danced before his chest, drawing forth successive afterimages. The raging energy within him was frantically summoned and condensed. Prince's battle style. Boom, 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 equally dense as rain, yet manifesting in a dark crimson hue. Fiery energy blasts surged from Taklo's palms, roaring skyward like reverse-flowing meteors. They collided fiercely with the golden rain cascading down, rumbling. Dark red and golden, the two torrents of destructive energy clashed violently in midair. The deafening explosion echoed incessantly, as if threatening to tear the very sky apart. The violent shockwaves, like invisible hands, instantaneously leveled the remaining structures surrounding the battlefield, while a terrifying sandstorm ascended, consuming everything in its wake. After a prolonged silence, as the shockwaves subsided and the swirling dust began to clear, Borsalino hovered in the air. The perpetual nonchalance and laziness on his face utterly vanished. His jaw slightly agape. He intently stared at the figure emerging from the dissipating smoke, his voice tinged with shock and incredulity. Hey, you must be joking. Did you also consume the glint fruit? Chapter 29, Borsalino discovers the truth. As the dust settled, revealing Takuro's silhouette, he shook off his slightly numbed arms. Dark red energy swirling around him, his face radiating pure battle ecstasy, as if the cataclysmic clash with Borsalino had merely been a warm-up. In the air, Borsalino remained suspended. Yet the gaze behind his froggy sunglasses was no longer lazy, but filled with unprecedented suspicion and scrutiny. He fixed his eyes on Takuro, as if attempting to see through him completely. Glint fruit. Takuro paused, then scoffed. I'm utilizing authentic energy techniques. Spare me the nonsense. He clenched his fist. The dark red energy surging fiercely. Don't change the subject. That move earlier was impressive. Give me something even more exhilarating. Borsalino did not respond to Takuro's taunts. His mind raced, filtering through all the illogical information. Firstly, his Logia-type glint fruit ability granted him the power to photonize his body, rendering him immune to physical attacks. This was an immutable law. Armament Haki was the sole nemesis. However, just moments ago, this kid exhibited no fluctuations of Haki. How then did he perceive the corporeal position of the photonized moment and strike with such precision? That spinning kick was no mere coincidence. What followed was even more astonishing. The glint fruit's exclusive ultimate move, the unparalleled light bullet storm. Although the energy of that dark red projectile felt slightly different, its form, launching method, and the overwhelming might it possessed were all strikingly similar. This could not be a coincidence. This brat had unleashed a move nearly identical in effect, only differing in color. Before him stood a child, no more than 11 or 12 years old. Such a tender age, yet he possessed a terrifying physical capability to withstand his attacks, an unfathomable battle intuition, and the power to mimic the abilities of an elite fruit. This defied all logic. The ocean was home to many monsters, but even monsters required time to grow. A cold, rational hypothesis formed instantaneously in the mind of Borsalino, the protector of the Navy's scientific division, an experimental subject. Deep within Dr. Vegapunk's inscrutable laboratory, it was said that forbidden research on lineage factors and the replication of devil fruit abilities was continuously underway. The world government had invested astronomical sums. Could it be that the little creature before me, with its long tail, is the ultimate result of some clandestine project? An experimental humanoid weapon, implanted with some unknown fruit's abilities or fused with the genetic traits of a unique fur tribe. The likelihood is exceedingly high. He suddenly recalled that not long ago, the 5 elders had conspired to advance the so-called pacifist human modification plan, even intending to use his shimmering fruit as a template. Takuro, isn't he like a prematurely leaked, more perfect living prototype? Qigong. That must be an implanted false memory or a trigger phrase for activating some ability. An assault on the celestial dragons? Perhaps it was an uncontrollable field test or a mad provocation directed at the world government by the puppet masters. The aim was to draw out the Navy's utmost combat strength and test this weapon's extreme capabilities. Borsalino's heart sank. If his conjecture were correct, the nature of this matter would be entirely different. This was no longer merely about preserving the celestial dragon's dignity. It could very well involve the world government's most core and sinister technological secrets. Takuro must be contained. He must be brought back to Vegapunk or handed directly to CP0. Young man, your Qigong is indeed quite an eye-opener. Borsalino's voice remained elongated, yet the playful tone had vanished, replaced by a profound inquiry and a cold determination. However, certain matters still warranted a thorough discussion. Takuro keenly detected the shift in the other's tone, a sign of seriousness. This exhilarated him even more. Finally, no more dilly-dallying? This is more like it. Bring it on. Let me witness your full strength. He slightly parted his legs, lowered his center of gravity, adopting a stance of readiness for battle, with his golden pupils ablaze with fervent combat fire, his tail taut behind him. Full strength? Borsalino emitted an ambiguous low chuckle, his form suddenly transforming into an even more dazzling, concentrated golden flash. Amaterasu. With a deafening hum, endless particles of light surged wildly in his hand, compressing and shaping. In the blink of an eye, a slender sword of pure, blinding golden light, radiating terrifying heat and a sharp aura, was firmly grasped in his hand. The air around the sword twisted violently due to the intense heat. Whoosh! No longer a languid movement, but true battle speed. Borsellino left a faint golden afterimage in his wake, his real body appearing before Takuro, as if teleporting. The Amaterasu in his hand was devoid of any flamboyance, exuding a fierce momentum capable of cleaving through all. Speed, power, killing intent. He was an entirely different entity. Come on. Takuro's pupils contracted, his battle spirit reaching its zenith. He dared not meet the dangerously radiant sword head-on, instead propelling himself backward with all his might, the ground exploding beneath him as he narrowly evaded. Zzz. The sword's edge grazed the tip of Takuro's nose, the searing heat causing his cheek to sting. Wherever the blade passed, a terrifying, bottomless gash appeared silently on the ground. Its edges molten. Such dreadful power. Takuro's heart trembled, yet his movements quickened. Drawing on his beast-like combat instincts, he thrust his hands forward at that very moment. Kamehameha. Boom. A wave of energy, far thicker and more concentrated than his previous attack, dazzling with a blinding blue-white glow, erupted from his palms like a roaring energy dragon. Aimed directly at the pursuing Borsellino. Borsellino's gaze sharpened, the Amaterasu instantly crossing in front of him. Yada no Kagami, he called out, and the sword erupted with an even more resplendent golden radiance. Not flames, but an energy barrier condensed to its utmost. The dark red torrent of energy, infused with the might of a tyrant, collided violently against the golden wall of light. The deafening explosion once again engulfed the battlefield. This time, the energy was even more concentrated, the shockwave striking the ground with the force of a colossal hammer, stripping away layers of earth. The blinding light rendered the watching Marines momentarily blind. Chapter 30, Retreat. As the light dimmed, Borsellino held the slightly dulled Amaterasu, steadfastly bracing against the violent dark red torrent. However, the rocks beneath him had transformed into a seething, bubbling pool of lava, and a distinct numbness coursed through his right arm, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. The expression in his eyes when he looked at Takuro had morphed from shock to one of horror, akin to confronting an unfathomable abyss. Kamehameha? He struggled to digest the strange syllables, the clouds of doubt swirling within him like a tempest. This was no ordinary energy discharge. Its terrifying density, destructive power, and overwhelming capacity for devastation were truly alarming. It nearly rivaled that of a colleague who wielded magma. Which deranged force could cultivate such a monstrous experimental subject? Vinsmoke. A hidden organization? Names flashed through his mind in rapid succession, none fitting the peculiar creature before him perfectly. A headache, an unprecedented headache. The enigma surrounding this little creature was more complex and tumultuous than the currents of the new world. Hey, blocked it. Truly a high-level experience. Takuro grinned, his golden pupils reflecting no hint of fear, only a fervent battle spirit burning more wildly. The warm-up was over. Round 2. Let the battle commence. Boom. The dark red aura surged once more like a volcanic eruption, enveloping him entirely, resembling a burning war god. The ground beneath him exploded in response, and he transformed into a scarlet comet, tearing through the air towards the cold presence of Borsellino, whose sword light flickered ominously. The true clash of combat erupted in an instant. The sword and fist danced together, golden flashes and dark red flames colliding violently. Borsellino entirely shed his previous underestimation, unleashing the speed of the shining fruit and the cutting and burning properties of light to their fullest extent. The Amaterasu traced out lethal golden arcs, complemented by swift light-speed kicks and the instantaneous refractive movements of Yada no Kagami, creating a tempest of assault. Takuro, relying on his Scion-like battle instincts and ferocious energy, countered with alternating Qi-Gong techniques. Although he slightly lagged in skill and speed, his unreasonable defensive capabilities and a strategy of trading blows made him a challenging opponent for Borsellino. The battle escalated rapidly, the ruins further devastated, and the entire area resembled a site ravaged by repeated meteor strikes. Borsellino's relentless attacks began to intensify, his resolve to capture Takuro alive growing ever stronger. In a fleeting moment during a high-speed exchange, he seized upon Takuro's brief moment of rigidity following a powerful Kamehameha, his form instantaneously dissolving into particles of light. Whoosh. This was not a teleportation to retreat, but rather a strategic use of Yada no Kagami to create multiple light refractions in the air. Takuro's senses were instantly overwhelmed by countless distracting light points. Just as Takuro instinctively looked up to search, a beam of condensed golden light, akin to a spear of judgment, shot forth from the shadowy blind spot behind him without warning. Its speed surpassed the limits of neural reflexes. The golden spear penetrated Takuro's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, The searing heat instantly carbonized the edges of the wound, and blood evaporated before it could even spurt. A wave of excruciating pain accompanied by a burning sensation surged through Takuro's entire being, momentarily stalling his ferocious energy. Ugh! Takuro emitted a pained groan, staggering forward a few steps, his right arm hanging limply at his side. The wound was charred black, and golden photon energy gnawed at his body like a relentless parasite. From a distance, the figure of Borsellino coalesced from particles of light, gazing at Takuro, who knelt on one knee, breath ragged. A faint sigh of relief escaped him. Although he had not struck a fatal blow, the damage was severe enough to cripple most of his opponent's combat capabilities. This penetrating injury, compounded by the ongoing destruction of the light energy, would be agonizing even if he himself had suffered it. Habitually, he thought to adjust his sunglasses, ready to deliver a victorious proclamation. However, before he could utter a word, his pupils abruptly constricted. There, on the ground, Takuro had, at some point, retrieved a jade-green bean, which he unceremoniously stuffed into his mouth and audibly crunched before swallowing it down. In the next moment, a horrifying regeneration, one that defied all of Borsellino's understanding, unfolded before his eyes. The ghastly, charred wound on Takuro's right scapula, visible down to the bone, began to writhe and regenerate at an astonishing speed. The blackened dead flesh fell away, revealing tender new flesh. The broken bones reconnected. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, that fatal wound had completely healed, leaving no scar behind. Not only that, but the bruises and abrasions from previous battles vanished in an instant. More terrifying still, the dark red aura surrounding him surged violently. Like flames doused in oil, swelling exponentially. Its color deepened, its ferocity intensified, and an overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon Borsellino. Takuro suddenly rose, flexing his unharmed right arm, his face not marred by pain but instead illuminated with ecstatic battle intent born of transcending limits. What a thrill! Bring it on! Borsellino's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his sunglasses askew. What the hell, man? Who's the natural type here? Is there any justice in this? He fixated on Takuro, then glanced at the pocket from which the bean had emerged. A more chilling and strategically significant thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Instant healing of fatal injuries. Complete restoration of stamina. Even enhanced combat capabilities. If such miraculous beans could be mass-produced. If the Navy, if the world government could master such technology and equip CP0 or elite forces. What a terrifying, nearly immortal legion that would create. The strategic value would far surpass that of the pacifist plan. It could upend the entire balance of power in the world. A chill coursed from Borsellino's tailbone up to the crown of his head. This was no longer just an experimental subject. This kid, along with the secrets he harbored, was a veritable Pandora's box capable of inciting a world war. This is beyond terrifying, Borsellino murmured, the urge to retreat swelling within him like a tide. The celestial dragons? They had already been rescued. Gathering enemy intelligence was also accomplished. Most critically, his shift was over. This level of monster, along with the strategic resources that would astonish even the elders, was beyond the capacity of a mere mid-ranking vice admiral to handle alone. He must immediately, at once, return at light speed to report to Admiral Sengoku. Let those old-timers figure it out for themselves. Even overtime pay wouldn't compensate for the mental anguish. Brother, it's been a delightful day, but Borsellino's body has begun to photonize, preparing to transform into a brilliant golden light of good fortune. My clocking out time has arrived. We shall meet again. Takuro, you bastard. What have you done? At that moment, a roar imbued with fury erupted over the battlefield. Chapter 31, The Headache of Shanks. Borsellino turned towards the source of the voice, only to see several formidable figures standing proudly at the end of the street. Leading them was a red-haired man whose overwhelming conqueror's haki swept over him like a tangible tsunami, causing Borsellino's photonization to falter. His pupils constricted. It was them. Shanks. The red-haired pirates. Borsellino was well acquainted with this renowned pirate crew. Though few in number, they were all elite. Their officers possessed unfathomable strength. Their captain, Shanks, a former apprentice of the pirate King Roger, was long regarded by the Navy headquarters as a focal point of ongoing concern. However, over the years, the red-haired pirates had demonstrated an unorthodox modus operandi, rarely plundering civilians and instead resembling a band of roving adventurers seeking freedom and revelry upon the sea. Gradually, the Navy had lowered its guard, deeming their threat level not particularly high. Yet, at this very moment, Borsellino realized with startling clarity that the Navy headquarters had gravely misjudged them. Observing the menacing approach of Shanks and his crew, clearly aimed at Takuro, the tangled threads of confusion in Borsalino's mind suddenly unraveled, illuminating the truth. So that's it. The source of it all, the puppet master behind the scenes, was none other than you, the red-haired pirates. The sudden arrival of the red-haired pirates was like the last piece of a puzzle, instantly resolving all of Borsalino's lingering doubts. No wonder this kid was so lawless. No wonder his abilities were so bizarre. No wonder he harbored so many inexplicable secrets. It turned out that the red-haired pirates were pulling the strings behind the scenes, and perhaps even providing technological support. Though unsure of when the red-haired pirates had ventured into human modification and biotechnology, the situation was perilous. Human enhancement? Biological weapons? Genetic fusion? Vegapunk's lost technologies? Each horrifying thought ignited like wildfire, swiftly constructing a grand conspiracy within Borsalino's astonished mind. So that's it. Borsalino chuckled softly, his eyes fixed on Shanks, filled with unprecedented gravity and vigilance. What an impressive Shanks. What an impressive red-haired pirates. You've hidden your depths well. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Yet his tone bore an accusatory edge. Previously, your carefree demeanor seemed to be a facade to lull the world into complacency. Meanwhile, you've been amassing such terrifying power in secret. What's this, Shanks? Have you finally lost patience and set your sights on the dominion of these seas, vying for the title of Pirate King? Upon arriving at the battlefield, Shanks had not even begun to speak when he was bombarded with a barrage of questions and conspiracy theories that left him momentarily stunned. Domination of the seas? Aspiring for the throne? Puppet master? What on earth was happening? Why did this Navy officer look at him as if he were the mastermind behind it all? A profoundly ominous premonition surged within him, as if a massive, heavy burden were descending from the heavens, precisely landing upon his shoulders. He opened his mouth, about to seek clarity, but Borsalino would not grant him the chance for any explanation. In an instant, he transformed into a blinding golden light, hurtling towards Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, at several times the speed of his arrival, without so much as a backward glance. In the air lingered his urgent thought, as if he were racing against fate. Admiral Sengoku. This time, I truly wasn't slacking off. I've uncovered an earth-shattering conspiracy. This is no ordinary pirate. We must strike hard. Shanks. Beckman furrowed his brow. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. Is there anyone who can elucidate this absurd situation? Shanks took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous surge of blood within him, casting his gaze upon the sole individual in the arena who might possess the answers. You scoundrel, Takuro, what on earth have you done? Confronted with such a question, Takuro appeared utterly bewildered. What was he supposed to say? He had merely struck a celestial dragon and engaged in a skirmish with a naval officer. Who could fathom the meaning behind their words? Furthermore, there was no time for explanations. Ignoring Shanks' piercing glare, Takuro fixated on the horizon where Borsalino had vanished in a blaze of golden light, cursing vehemently. Damn you, Flashman. If you have the guts, don't run. Come back and battle me for 300 rounds. A profound fury ignited within him, fueling the tempestuous energy coursing through his veins. At that climactic moment, a deep crimson aura surged around Takuro, causing the debris beneath his feet to stir without a breath of wind. To the astonishment of Shanks and the others, Takuro's body defied the laws of gravity, slowly levitating off the ground. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Sky Dance Technique. Takuro, initially taken aback, soon bore a jubilant expression. Huh, I did it. Dismissing all else, he immediately harnessed this newfound power, leaning slightly forward as the dark red aura erupted forth. With a whoosh, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, careening wildly yet swiftly towards the direction where Borsalino had vanished. Elated, Takuro hastened after Borsalino. Shanks observed the rapidly diminishing red dot ascending into the sky, then surveyed the surrounding ruins of destruction. A profound weariness enveloped him, as if his very soul had been drained. He slowly raised a hand to press against his aching forehead. He was truly fatigued. Let it be over swiftly. Just as Shanks was grappling with a throbbing headache, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind a broken wall. Turning towards the noise, he beheld a figure sporting striking green hair, cautiously peering from behind the crumbled wall, a wary expression etched upon his face. His gaze swept over the members of the red-haired pirates before finally settling on Shanks. Are you companions of the benefactor? Benefactor? The crew exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. Shanks, suppressing his irritation, stepped forward, striving to maintain a calm tone. My friend, are you referring to the boy with the long tail? Yes, that's him. Tazolo's eyes lit up, a look of delight crossing his face. It was undoubtedly Takuro. Shanks rubbed his throbbing temples and pressed further. I am Shanks. My brother. Do you know what transpired here just now? I do. Tazolo nodded vigorously, his expression tinged with trepidation. The events unfolded as follows. He inhaled deeply and succinctly recounted how Takuro had intervened to save him and Stella, and how he had sought to draw out the Marine Admiral by assaulting a celestial dragon. Chapter 32. Regrets of the Past. Upon hearing Tazolo's account, Shanks felt as though he had been struck head-on by a sea king, utterly undone, though he had long known that Takuro's thought processes diverged from the norm. To deliberately provoke an admiral by assaulting a celestial dragon? This was not mere recklessness. It was akin to maxing out a skill in self-destruction and then sailing full speed into the Marine headquarters at Marineford. His expression shifted rapidly, from sheer astonishment to a blank bewilderment, ultimately crystallizing into a despairing realization of his impending doom. His temples throbbed violently. He sensed his once proud blood pressure soaring beyond physical limits. Do not be angry. Do not be angry, Shanks fervently reassured himself, grasping at straws. Perhaps the lad was utterly unaware of what the celestial dragons entailed? Yes, that must be it. However, the moment that thought ignited, it was mercilessly crushed by the harsh reality. Did Takuro not understand? No, he was acutely aware. Shanks knew Takuro well. Notions of righteousness were mere pretenses. The boy had been intent on provoking the admiral purely for the thrill of battle, even if it was Borsellino, a mere vice-admiral. The strength and prominence of the opponent assured that promotion was only a matter of time. Realizing this, Shanks felt a deeper throbbing in his head. What was the ideal of his life? To savor fine wine, to sing songs, to wander freely across the seas in pursuit of Captain Roger's One Piece. While joyfully embarking on adventures, he had never envisioned entangling himself in a blood feud with the titanic powers of the world government and the celestial dragons. Takuro, you've truly led me to my demise. Shanks seethed with indignation. Regrets of the past. He should never have extended an invitation to that scoundrel during their time on the deserted island. This was not merely acquiring a crew member. It was akin to inviting a mobile disaster. With great effort, he turned his stiff neck to glance at his equally dazed crew members, their expressions resembling collective constipation, and made a decision so outrageous it would make Roger rise from his grave to chastise him. Beckman. Shanks' voice quivered slightly, yet remained resolute. Inform everyone. Immediately. Pack your belongings. We're leaving. Let us depart from this accursed place. The farther we are from that little rascal, the better. With that, he abruptly pivoted towards Tazolo. Speaking rapidly, my friend, if that scoundrel Takuro returns, tell him that Captain Shanks and the entire crew wish him a pleasant journey, and that we shall embark on the Grand Line without him. We shall take our leave now. To hell with the spirit of adventure. To hell with camaraderie. If we linger any longer with him, the red-haired pirates may soon find themselves topping the world government's most wanted list. Huh. Oh right. Though Tazolo was utterly confused. Witnessing the pirates' demeanor as if they were on the brink of annihilation, he instinctively nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Takuro, blissfully unaware of his captain's ruthless abandonment, was exerting every ounce of strength to chase that blinding golden light across the azure sky. Halt, you flashy bastard. If you have the guts, don't run. Return and finish this battle with me. Takuro's roar echoed through the clouds. Ahead, Borsellino, intent on clocking out from Marineford, glanced back in surprise at the shout. Huh. The sight nearly disrupted his photon form. What the devil? How can this kid fly too? We were just fighting on the ground. And now it's escalating to aerial combat. When will this end? Yet, his mind was consumed with thoughts of reporting the astonishing conspiracy, evading disaster, and enjoying tea after work. He had no inclination to delve into yet another irrational phenomenon. Clocking out. Clocking out is the way. The mere thought of the warm office and leisurely moments devoid of conflict propelled Borsellino's speed to a new peak, the golden light trailing behind him like a comet streaking across the sky. On the other hand, Takuro, having recently grasped the sky dance technique, struggled with its control. Simply being able to fly was a commendable feat faced with Borsellino's full-speed escape. His own velocity paled in comparison, and he could only watch helplessly as that golden light grew smaller in his sight, until it finally vanished beyond the horizon. Damn it! Coward! Spineless wretch! Takuro seethed, cursing the navy. To flee mid-battle was a disgrace to the dignity of a warrior. In the vast emptiness of the sky, the shouts of frustration felt particularly impotent. After a brief pursuit, the opponent had already vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their whereabouts, while one was engulfed in fervor and battle spirit. The adversary had simply disconnected and fled. Such a feeling of frustration was akin to a fist, brimming with power, striking against cotton. It was utterly unsatisfying. A wave of indescribable resentment surged within, trapped in the chest with no outlet for release. How infuriating! Towering with irritation, Takuro raked his fingers through his hair, wishing for a punching bag. No, a hefty opponent to unleash his pin-up energy upon. Meanwhile, in the skies above the sea not far from Takuro, a figure of stark contrast raced through the air, adorned in an eye-catching, flamboyant pink feather coat that billowed with the wind, crowned with exuberant golden hair. And sporting orange sunglasses that obscured his gaze, he wore a habitual, devilish grin that revealed his notorious charm. His method of travel was equally peculiar and enigmatic. As he elegantly flicked his fingers, sending nearly transparent, resilient threads shooting from his fingertips. These threads connected with distant clouds or high-altitude air currents, forming invisible aerial pathways. He glided through the skies with the finesse of a marionette master or an elegant aerial dancer, utilizing the pull and retraction of the threads to soar at remarkable speeds. This individual was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, notorious in the dark underworld, and a former celestial dragon. Fufufu. Ambry Island should be approaching soon, he mused, his laughter resonating in the howling wind, tinged with a mix of amusement and an undercurrent of gloom. Upon receiving a report from Goriel about disturbances on Ambry Island, including an assault on a celestial dragon, he had set out immediately. While he typically disregarded trivial matters, when it involved a celestial dragon, he felt compelled to intervene personally. It wasn't that he held any fraternal affection for the descendants of those creators. It was purely a matter of avoiding trouble. Ambry Island was one of his crucial territories, with intricate underground dealings. Should the lofty Gorosei use the situation against him, alleging negligence or even complicity, even with his status as a warlord and former celestial dragon, it would spell significant trouble for him. Those old geezers delighted in his misfortunes. Of course, aside from wanting to clear his name, a powerful curiosity stirred within him. What kind of madman or force dared to disturb the celestial dragons? This curiosity heightened the tension in the threads beneath him, propelling him to greater speeds. As he soared through the air, his keen gaze suddenly caught sight of a small black dot in the distance. A smirk of intrigue crept across Doflamingo's lips. As he drew closer, his pupils narrowed slightly behind the sunglasses. It was not a bird or debris, but rather a peculiar little creature, suspended in the air, adorned with a tail and enveloped in a dark red, enigmatic aura. Chapter 33. I, Don Quixote da Flamingo, am no ordinary being. High above, the wind howled fiercely. Doflamingo hovered at the intersection of his threads, his pink feather coat rustling audibly. Through his orange sunglasses, he observed the strange boy floating nearby with keen interest. Fufufu. His trademark eerie laughter spread through the wind, laced with a sense of playful inquiry. Since Roger's demise, surprises on these seas had been abundant. He pondered to himself. A mythical Zoan? Some unknown devil fruit? Regardless of the answer, the mere existence of this little creature was an unexpected enigma worthy of exploration. Takuro's eyes brightened as he noticed this uniquely shaped individual, especially since encountering someone in the vast expanse of the sea was quite rare. He immediately shouted, "Hey, buddy, did you see a guy glowing gold and running faster than a rabbit when you flew over?" His tone was urgent, clearly still perturbed by Borsalino's abrupt retreat. Fufufu. Doflamingo's grin widened, as if he were admiring an intriguing new toy. Gold glow? That's something I haven't encountered before. However, he shifted his focus, his sharp gaze sweeping over Takuro's dark red aura and the fidgeting tail. I find you far more intriguing, little one. To fly unaided, relying solely on your own abilities. Could this power be bestowed by a mythical Zoan? Doflamingo contemplated, weighing the potential of this flying ability, which was already a rarity. If he were indeed a Zoan user, his potential could be extraordinary. If he could tame this creature, it might become an unexpected piece on his future chessboard. Mythical Zoan? What nonsense is that? Takuro frowned, unable to comprehend the other's bizarre words, responding with a tone of self-assuredness. I am a Scion. A Scion? I've never heard of such a race. Doflamingo mused quickly, pondering whether a Scion race existed in this world. Meanwhile, noticing the silence from Takuro, who evidently had no information about Borsalino's whereabouts, Takuro felt a surge of disinterest. Engaging in conversation with this eccentric, flamboyant individual seemed futile. He grimaced and turned to fly towards Ambry Island, knowing that Shanks and his crew were waiting for him there. Wait, little one. Doflamingo's voice carried a tone of undeniable authority. Instantly, several resilient threads shot forth silently, weaving into a sparse net before Takuro, blocking his path. Doflamingo keenly sensed Takuro's intended direction and queried, Your trajectory indicates you are heading to Ambry Island? From where did you come? His tone bore the scrutiny of an upper echelon and a hint of chilling coldness. Was the key figure in the Celestial Dragon incident standing right before him? Takuro abruptly halted, glaring at the obstructive threads, then back at the pink-haired avian figure, a surge of anger igniting within him. He prided himself on being a reasonable and polite individual, thus detested self-important roadblocks. First, Takuro raised his index finger, his tone unfriendly. I am Takuro, not some little one. He extended a second finger, pointing at Doflamingo. Second. So what? What business is it of yours? You are quite rude. He was destined to become the strongest man in the universe. He could not be bossed around by such an inexplicable character. Fufufu, if that is the case. Then how delightful, Doflamingo chuckled, his laughter laced with a cold undertone. I have heard that a celestial dragon was assaulted by an audacious individual on that island. Now he slightly raised his chin, an invisible pressure emanating around him. Little one. Oh no, Takuro. You have 1 minute to clarify what transpired there. In his eyes, Takuro had transformed from an amusing curiosity into an urgent subject for inquiry and resolution. Just a mere child, easily within his grasp. However, Doflamingo's air of control and commanding tone struck precisely at Takuro's most volatile nerves. Just moments ago, he had been abandoned by Borsellino, harboring a tempest of unvented combat fervor. The thought of a punchable target, one that could withstand his ire, had just materialized. Explain? Takuro grinned widely, his smile radiating danger against the backdrop of the dark red aura, brimming with the thrill of discovering a new plaything. All right, how about this for an explanation? Before he could finish, Doflamingo found himself momentarily disoriented. The figure of the boy he had deemed easily manipulable instantly blurred before his eyes. Swiftly. So swiftly that it surpassed the limits of his usual perception and the precognitive warnings of his observation haki. Before he could even contemplate the possibility of the devil fruit ability activating or the rapid movement akin to a shave, a fist enveloped in dark crimson flames had already filled his entire field of vision. Bang! A sound resounding like a thunderclap echoed through the vast expanse above. It was the terrifying sonic boom generated by pure physical force colliding with high-speed impact. Doflamingo's head snapped back violently. A warm liquid surged forth from his nostrils in an instant. The tremendous force sent his body hurtling backward, as though struck by the tail of a sea king, uncontrollably flying away, nearly snapping the threads of his suspended strings. Takuro maintained his punching stance, gazing at the defiant gleam in his opponent's glasses. A genuine surprise etched upon his face. Hey, where did you get those glasses? Their quality is astonishing. That previous punch had landed squarely on Doflamingo's face, drawing blood from his nose, yet the glasses remained unscathed. This was nothing short of a miracle in the realm of combat gear. For a brief moment, he even forgot his original intention of striking, genuinely inquiring instead. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's world plunged into a fleeting void of disbelief and a resonating hum. The searing pain radiated from his cheek, the metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, and his body spun uncontrollably through the air. What had transpired? Who am I? Where am I? Since he had personally slain his father, fled Mariehua, and ascended as the Joker, the master of the underworld and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, no. Even tracing back to his childhood as a celestial dragon, never had anyone dared. Never had anyone struck him so brutally, so directly, without warning. Not even his cowardly father. Humiliation, a seething rage, as molten as lava, threatened to incinerate all reason and calculation. Kisama. Doflamingo steadied himself, lifting his head abruptly, seeking death. What celestial dragon incident? What investigations? What subjugation? All of it was cast aside in that moment. Only a ravenous desire to kill remained. He harbored but one thought, to shatter this audacious little brat, who dared to defile his dignity, into 1,000,000 pieces, to obliterate him utterly. With a roar erupting from his lips, Doflamingo's index finger shot forth like lightning. The other 4 fingers clenched tightly. The thread, compressed and coiled at his fingertip, transformed in a fraction of a second into a lethal streak of light. Almost imperceptible to the naked eye, the air was instantaneously pierced, emitting a sharp whoosh. The target was aimed directly at Takuro's brow. This strike contained all of his fury and murderous intent, potent enough to easily pierce steel at close range, obliterating a human skull like a watermelon. He intended to make this wretched boy pay the most agonizing price for his arrogance. Yet, just as the thread imbued with the essence of death was about to penetrate Takuro's forehead, he moved, not to evade, nor to block. His motion was unfathomably swift. The very hand that had just sent the warlord reeling, reminiscent of a striking viper, left behind a blurred dark red afterimage in the air, fingers perfectly splayed, then suddenly clasped together. Crack. A light sound, akin to squashing a bothersome insect. That lethal thread was firmly grasped within his palm. The kinetic energy from the high-speed strike caused his arm muscles to bulge slightly, yet that thread could advance no further. What in the world? Takuro curiously raised his hand before his eyes, examining the quivering, nearly transparent, resilient thread nestled in his palm, his tone filled with bewilderment. A thread? Fighting with a thread? Such a peculiar technique. He even pinched it with his fingers, feeling its strength and elasticity. This thing could kill? He had merely experienced a slight tingling in his palm, akin to a pebble grazing against it. On the other side, Doflamingo's fury froze instantaneously. His proud string fruit ability, a lethal strike imbued with rage and murderous intent, had been caught barehanded, like grasping an ordinary thread. This was impossible. The threads formed by his devil fruit were renowned for their resilience and penetrating power, far exceeding that of steel. At such a close distance, at such rapid speed, not only had his opponent reacted, but he had also caught it with his bare hands. A chilling dread surged through Doflamingo, swiftly overcoming the pain etched in his face and the fury burning in his heart, racing up his spine. He gazed at the boy, perplexed yet gripping the thread, observing the dark red flames that seemed to flow around him as if alive. An instinctual, ominous warning rang alarm bells within him. Takuro flicked his hand, casually discarding the bothersome thread, refocusing his gaze on Doflamingo, whose expression fluctuated wildly. A pure and dangerous smile, characteristic of a combat fanatic, curved at his lips. Regardless of what trickery this was, daring to wield intent to kill against him meant he slightly bent forward. The dark red flames surging like fire. You better be prepared to meet your end. This was impossible. Doflamingo, undeterred, continued to unleash his abilities. 5 colored threads. Despicable line. One signature move after another flowed effortlessly from him. Some narrowly grazed past, while others were easily dodged. Even when they struck his opponent's body, it was as if they had vanished into the ocean without a trace, utterly ineffective. Cold sweat dripped down Doflamingo's forehead. The more he fought, the heavier his heart grew. Damn it! Where on earth did this monster come from? The seas were filled with powerful foes. Why had he never heard of this guy? Takuro, effortlessly engaging in combat, assessed, all this flamboyance lacks any real force. After a brief skirmish, noting that his opponent was merely repeating the same few moves, Takuro felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Hey, got any new tricks? If not, I might just have to take action. No sooner had he spoken than Takuro's figure abruptly vanished. So fast, an alarm blared in Doflamingo's mind. Almost instinctively, he thrust both hands forward. Web wall, a massive white spiderweb, woven from countless resilient threads, instantly materialized before him, endowed with formidable elasticity and defensive capability. Yet, against such a defense capable of halting artillery break for me. A thunderous roar. Takuro's figure appeared before the web wall as if teleporting, his fist enveloped in a violent dark red aura, devoid of any embellishment. Carrying the momentum of shattering space, it struck the center of the web. Boom! A sound as piercing as shattering glass erupted. The seemingly indestructible web wall crumbled under Takuro's fist, unable to withstand even half a second, disintegrating into a flurry of white silk. Doflamingo's expression could no longer maintain its composure, leaving only disbelief and horror. One of his strongest defensive maneuvers had been obliterated by a single punch. Bursting through the web, Takuro's momentum did not falter. That furious fist, imbued with destructive power, instantly slammed into Doflamingo's crossed arms in a guard. Bang! A torrent of immeasurable terror surged through his arms. Doflamingo felt as if his arms were about to shatter, the bones groaning under the strain. His entire being was propelled backward like a kite with its strings severed, struck mercilessly by that unparalleled punch. Ugh! He could not help but let out a pained groan as his body uncontrollably tumbled through the air, his feathered coat in disarray, and his sunglasses nearly flying off. Tackler was relentless in his assault. The aerial technique was pushed to its zenith, and his figure vanished once more, instantly catching up with the retreating Don Quixote Doflamingo. A mere child's trick with strings. Tackler's voice dripped with disdain and fighting spirit. Taste this. Consecutive ordinary punches. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a torrent of punching shadows rained down like a tempest. Each punch carried the terrifying force that tore through the air. Doflamingo was struck with horror, desperately activating the powers of his string fruit, frantically weaving layer upon layer of white string shields in front of him. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute power and speed. All was in vain. Thud, thud, thud. The resilient string shields were pierced and torn as if they were mere paper. Tackler's ferocious fists fell like sledgehammers upon Doflamingo's chest, abdomen, and shoulders. Excruciating pain washed over him like a tidal wave. Doflamingo could no longer hold back, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His body plummeted like a broken sack, crashing violently towards the surging sea below. Combat power 50, lottery chances 1. Phew, that felt good. The system's prompt flashed through Tackler's mind. Just as Doflamingo was on the verge of plunging into the frigid waters, he gritted his teeth against the overwhelming pain and dizziness, and his fingers sharply beckoned towards the sea. Super Strike Whip. A thick-line whip coiled around a massive floating shipwreck, pulling his plummeting body precariously back to midair, leaving him awkwardly hanging on the debris. He gasped for breath, his golden hair in disarray, his pink coat torn, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his shattered sunglasses leaving only the frames clinging to his face, revealing eyes filled with terror, humiliation, and disbelief. Cough, cough, cough. Doflamingo coughed up another mouthful of blood, suppressing the boiling blood and humiliation, forcing a grotesquely twisted smile that bore a hint of servility. My apologies, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, my lord. Your strength is astonishing. I was blind to your power and inadvertently offended you. Please, show mercy. He might lack in many aspects, but when it came to recognizing the times, he was truly an authority. Before absolute power, all dignity of the 7 warlords and all pride of the Night Demon were mere trifles. This little brat, no, this esteemed lord, was practically an ancient weapon cloaked in human skin. Truly terrifying. Chapter 34. Losing the lady and losing the troops. What already yielding? Tackler hovered in midair, dark red flames swirling around him, gazing down with a smirk at the disheveled Doflamingo. His words pierced like a thorn, striking deep into Doflamingo's strained nerves, causing his eyelids to twitch violently. A surge of humiliating fury nearly clouding his judgment once again. He was Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Night Demon reigning over the New World and controlling an underground empire. Even in defeat, he had never faced such contempt. He inhaled deeply, the bloody sea breeze filling his lungs, forcibly repressing the churning humiliation, and once again contorting his face into a twisted, ingratiating smile. Your Excellency possesses unparalleled strength. I accept my defeat with all due respect. Earlier, I was blind and foolish, rashly offending you, and I am truly sorry. A moment's victory or defeat does not equate to disgrace. To be adaptable is the hallmark of a true man. Doflamingo fervently reassured himself within, insisting it was not cowardice, but a necessary reverence for absolute power, strategic submission. Nothing shameful about it. Yet, the uncontrollable images of himself being mercilessly battered like a punching bag flashed through his mind. The feeling of powerlessness akin to being trampled by a colossal elephant made his lips twitch involuntarily. He felt as if every bone in his body was groaning, his blood still boiling, as if he had just been struck by the legendary Whitebeard. What manner of monster had sprung forth from the cracks of the earth? Doflamingo's heart roared in disbelief. Tackler observed the stubborn expression on his face, one that was clearly suffocated, yet desperately trying to feign respect, and could not help but chuckle. This fellow was amusing. He did not look down upon such behavior of yielding to seek mercy. After all, survival was paramount. As long as he did not discover any treachery behind his back, it was all good. Enough of this pretense. Tackler waved his hand dismissively, cutting straight to the point. Curiosity taking precedence. Now, tell me, why are you fixated on that trivial matter regarding Ambry Island? It is like this, my lord. Doflamingo mustered his spirit, organizing his words to sound as submissive as possible. To be frank, Ambry Island is an important stronghold within the territory of the Don Quixote family. I just received a report that some audacious individuals dared to. Tackler abruptly interrupted him, his eyes lighting up. Wait, Ambry Island is your territory? You are the one known as Don Quixote? He suddenly recalled that Shanks had mentioned something about Ambry Island being the domain of a certain warlord of the sea, named Don Quixote, claiming he was quite formidable. Yet now, seeing the display of strength, it was hardly impressive. That rascal Shanks had deceived me. I must have a good talk with him upon my return. Aboard the Red Force. Achoo. Shanks suddenly sneezed, an inexplicable chill running up his spine, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Beckman. He rubbed his arms where goosebumps had risen, his tone tinged with a barely detectable urgency. Have everyone moved faster? Why do I feel a chill down my back? It must be that brat Tackler mentioning my name. The red-haired pirates had long since departed the waters of Ambry Island. Yet the captain's crisis radar was blaring incessantly. First Mate Beckman took a deep drag from his cigar, the curling smoke obscuring his deep-set gaze. He glanced at his somewhat neurotic captain and spoke languidly. Are we truly leaving Tackler behind just like this? Is that wise? The tone was calm, yet it struck at the core. I don't know if it's wise. Shanks ran his fingers through his iconic red hair, his previously tense expression finally crumbling, revealing an ineffable sense of foreboding. I just know that if he continues sailing with us, I want to be able to handle it. Although he could not fathom what grand conspiracy Kizaru might have imagined, the expression on the latter's face as he departed, suggesting a need to leave quickly, only intensified Shanks' ominous premonitions. He analyzed seriously, rest assured, with that brat's current strength, even I wouldn't dare claim victory against him. In these waters, there are not many who can threaten his existence. This statement rang true. Tackler's growth rate was indeed monstrous. Beckman silently flicked ash into the sea, his gaze calm and steady behind his lenses as it swept over Shanks. I'm not worried about his safety. He paused, exhaling a smoke ring. I'm concerned. Don't you fear that brat holding a grudge against you? Shanks' entire body stiffened in an instant, his expression more grotesque than if he had swallowed a whole sea king, cold sweat pouring down. Damn it. In the rush to evade the world government and celestial dragons. How could I have forgotten this matter? Shanks lamented internally. Though the world government and navy were formidable, the red-haired pirates had their ways of evading them. But being targeted by that single-minded, vengeful battle maniac Tackler, such a scenario was too horrific to contemplate. It was undoubtedly 1,000 times worse than being besieged by 10 admirals. It shouldn't be the case, right? Shanks' voice trembled with disbelief and guilt as he spoke. Beckman cast a disdainful glance his way, uttering nonchalantly, in any case, it is of no concern to me. You are the captain. It was you who initially invited him aboard, and now it is you who would cast him aside. When Takuro inevitably comes knocking, this mess is yours to clean up, not mine. He deftly distanced himself from the situation, asserting that the grievances had their origin and their target. Should Takuro seek retribution, it would be Shanks who bore the brunt of it. Hey, Beckman, you cannot be so heartless. You mustn't abandon him in his hour of need, Shanks exclaimed, gripping the first mate's arm in desperation. Given Takuro's monstrous talent, a few more years could render his punches formidable. Who knew how hard his blows would be? At that moment, the illustrious red-haired Shanks appeared almost pitiable. Meanwhile, in the small room, the innocent Yuta blinked her wide, naive eyes, utterly oblivious to the weighty discourse unfolding between the two formidable figures. On the other side, under the careful narration of Doflamingo, Takuro finally grasped the context of the situation. Oh, Takuro exclaimed, enlightenment dawning as he clapped his hands. So, you specifically went to Ambry Island to deal with that individual who assaulted the celestial dragons, and upon seeing me head in that direction, you suspected a connection? Precisely. Your insight is remarkable. Doflamingo's obsequious smile threatened to overflow as he stifled the pain coursing through his body, striving to make his tone sound exceedingly sincere. However, a person of your extraordinary intellect and unparalleled prowess would surely not stoop to engage in such, trifles as assaulting celestial dragons, correct? I must have misjudged. He vehemently berated the assailant, attempting to dissociate himself while showering Takuro with flattery. Indeed, your words possess a semblance of truth. Takuro nodded in satisfaction, always graciously accepting praise. He then shifted the subject with a tone as casual as discussing the weather. However, there is one point you have misconstrued. Oh, a wave of foreboding washed over Doflamingo. Yet he maintained his sycophantic smile. Please, enlighten me. I am all ears. Takuro's expression remained impassive as he announced with a tone of undeniable certainty. The individual who struck the celestial dragons, indeed, is none other than myself. Doflamingo. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. His sycophantic grin became a grotesque mask, his eyes bulging from behind his sunglasses, filled with shock and absurdity. How could it be so fortuitous? A malevolent figure randomly encountered on the vast ocean was precisely the one he sought. Such luck could very well lead one to the One Piece. His lips twitched uncontrollably, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white as turmoil roiled within him. Yet, in a heartbeat, his primal instinct for self-preservation and acumen regained dominance. He swallowed the curses and astonishment lodged in his throat, forcing a smile more grotesque than a grimace as he spoke. Ah, so it is you. Surely, that celestial dragon had it coming. He must have committed some heinous act to provoke your wrath. Your actions resonate deeply with my sentiments. Well done. What is dignity? In the face of absolute power, such a concept holds no value. Takuro appeared quite pleased with his reaction, nodding in approval as he casually explained, indeed, I did not strike him without reason. Doflamingo's heart settled slightly at this, and he quickly climbed aboard the bandwagon. I knew it. It could not possibly be your doing, without provocation. Surely. That I just hit him for fun, Takuro replied breezily. I thought I might lure a Marine Admiral into a brawl, but unfortunately, only a Vice Admiral showed up. Doflamingo. His expression shattered completely. What did it mean to assault a celestial dragon merely for amusement? What did it mean to lure an admiral? Was this even human behavior? He felt as though his understanding of reality was being ground beneath the heel of this long-tailed youth, prompting him to question whether he had suffered auditory hallucinations from that earlier beating. Initially, this boy had inquired about a certain golden glimmering individual. Couldn't he possibly be referring to the Marine Vice Admiral, Borsellino? Could he? Doflamingo pondered for a moment, believing he had stumbled upon the truth. Was it possible that Borsellino could not withstand Takuro's might, and opted to flee instead? If his suspicions proved correct, the tides of the ocean were about to shift dramatically. With this thought, he gazed at Takuro with a newfound trepidation. Takuro, oblivious to Doflamingo's rapidly shifting expressions, instead rubbed his chin with enthusiasm, as though meticulously plotting. That shimmering bastard escaped too quickly. I didn't get to enjoy it enough. Perhaps next time I should find another celestial dragon to toy with, change things up a bit, and draw in other Marines for a challenge? His eyes sparkled with an unadulterated thirst for battle, as if casually discussing the breakfast menu. Your Grace, Doflamingo felt his voice wavering, words catching in his throat as he struggled to articulate. Your tastes are indeed unique. Internally, he sounded the highest alarms. Cherish life, steer clear of Takuro. From this day forth, upon hearing this youth's name, Doflamingo would undoubtedly take a detour of 800 miles. In comparison, negotiating with Kaido seemed a serene endeavor. Now then, Takuro's thoughts had evidently leapt to another channel, arms crossed as he regarded Doflamingo from a superior vantage point. Since Ambry Island is your domain, we ought to discuss compensation. At this, Doflamingo waved his hands vigorously, enduring the pain as he attempted to appear magnanimous. Nonsense. Such trivial matters are hardly worthy of your concern. How could I allow you to incur any cost? However, Takuro's subsequent words plunged Doflamingo's mind into utter paralysis once more. Takuro furrowed his brow and stated clearly, So, how do you intend to compensate me? Doflamingo. He longed to point a finger at Takuro and exclaim, Me compensate you? Absolutely. Takuro hovered in the air, his expression one of sheer entitlement. I was quite comfortable on Ambry Island until that celestial dragon decided to intrude upon my peace of mind, provoking me to strike him. You must surely owe me for this emotional distress. He even nodded seriously, as if he were the true victim in this scenario. Emotional distress fees? Doflamingo nearly succumbed to laughter from this brazenly absurd logic. A surge of indignation ignited within him, searing through his core. So, you beat me into a pulp, demolished my territory, and now you wish for an apology and compensation from me. Doflamingo prided himself on being one of the most shameless and adept at distorting the truth in these seas. Yet before him stood a figure whose audacity rivaled that of the impelled-down prison walls. In comparison, his own reputation felt like that of an inexperienced pirate. By the way, I noticed that Ambry Island seems quite appealing, and Takuro appeared to recall something bid. You really dare to claim it? You even covet an island. Doflamingo's thoughts erupted in a frenzy, his teeth grinding audibly, nearly fracturing under the strain, struggling to suppress the overwhelming urge to rend his opponent asunder. Each word he uttered dripped with lethal intent. My esteemed adversary, you truly are audaciously insatiable. I have yielded to you time and again, yet you continue to overreach. Do you truly believe that I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, can be molded and manipulated at your whim? He could no longer allow himself to be led around like a puppet. After all, he was once a celestial dragon, now reigning as the sovereign of the underworld. The pride and dignity of a formidable warlord had been trampled upon to this extent. It was simply intolerable. A surge of unparalleled fury, brimming with arrogance and a thirst for dominance, erupted from Doflamingo's battered form like a volcanic explosion. The conqueror's Haki. This was his testament as a ruler. A defiant roar of his unwillingness to submit. He sought to shatter the deathly dread imposed by his opponent with this regal aura, to reclaim a fragment of control. However, at the very moment his dark red aura was on the verge of reaching its zenith. Takuro raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. He made no deliberate move. Merely furrowing his brow unleashed an even more savage, raw, and primal force, akin to an ancient beast awakening, which erupted like an invisible tsunami. Boom. The two auras of Conqueror's Haki clashed violently in the air. There were no earth-shattering explosions, yet a deeper, soul-shaking impact resonated. Doflamingo's dark red aura, filled with cunning and arrogance, met Takuro's feral, power-driven ferocity and was rendered utterly impotent. In less than half a second of stalemate, he was brutally overwhelmed, torn apart, and submerged by the more robust, more unrestrained, and utterly unreasonable dark red waves emanating from his opponent. Doflamingo was struck as if by a hammer, a low groan escaping his lips as his face turned ashen as parchment. He felt as though the essence he had so painstakingly gathered was crushed by an invisible giant hand. The flicker of rebellious will and the dignity of a warlord melted away under the weight of absolute power, like snow under the sun. His momentum plummeted, and his body swayed, nearly plunging into the depths of the sea. The Conqueror's Haki was a manifestation of the spirit's essence deep within a person. At this moment, his royal aura was savagely torn apart by his opponent, and an insurmountable sense of despair gripped him from the depths of his soul. In the face of such insurmountable power, his life took precedence over the ephemeral notions of dignity and territory. Territories could be reclaimed, but life, once lost, meant the end of everything. Endure he must endure. To survive was to have a future. Endless humiliation and an ocean of hatred roiled within him, threatening to tear him apart. Yet, he managed to force a smile onto his face, one more grotesque than tears. Since you have spoken, I shall offer my hands willingly. Seeing this, Takuro beamed, patting Doflamingo's shoulder. Excellent, excellent. I forgive you. Thank you for your understanding. The hand behind him trembled slightly. Chapter 35. I am finished. Takuro, satisfied, clapped his hands as if he had just concluded a trifling matter. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, the once mighty celestial dragon, could only depart in a state of disarray, burdened with profound humiliation. His tattered feather coat fluttered feebly in the wind, his silhouette exuding a heavy sense of resentment. But what of it? The strong prey upon the weak. Such was the way of the Scions. Moreover, his opponent was a pirate. If something was taken, so be it. Takuro felt no turmoil within, even finding it only natural. However, Doflamingo had employed some underhanded tactics. After all, he had assaulted a celestial dragon and seized his territory. Ambry Island would soon become the eye of a storm. Just wait. This is not a piece of tender meat. However I consume it now, I shall ensure you regurgitate it later. He mused to himself. Takuro possessed no telepathic abilities and was oblivious to his opponent's thoughts. All right, time to return. He murmured to himself, preparing to depart. Though he harbored no regrets about assaulting the celestial dragon, a fleeting, almost negligible sense of guilt crossed his mind at the thought of potentially causing trouble for Shanks and his crew. But how fortuitous. He had conveniently acquired an island for them to rest upon, a form of compensation. Takuro felt a surge of self-satisfaction, believing himself to be exceedingly considerate. With this territory, surely Shanks would have no complaints, right? As he contemplated, Takuro's mood brightened, and his dark red aura surged forth, trailing a dazzling stream of light as he sped towards Ambry Island, cutting through the sky with remarkable speed, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. At Ambry Island's port, the air still lingered with a faint scent of gunpowder, yet the most intense chaos had subsided. The Navy had long retreated, and the celestial dragon, battered beyond recognition, along with his entourage, had been whisked away by the world government's secret vessel, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a populace shaken to their core. Akin to startled birds, Taisolo stood before the ruins of his slave shop, which had been ravaged by the aftermath of battle, with shattered glass and crumbled walls. His expression was stoic, yet a flicker of worry and an uncontrollable, wildfire-like excitement danced in his eyes. The naval powerhouse, that dazzling monstrosity, had simply fled? Taisolo stroked his chin, feeling the unfolding events slip beyond his comprehension like a runaway stallion. This new boss he had accepted could even repel the Navy's highest combatant? The implications of such power and potential made his heart race, igniting a fervor within him that was difficult to articulate. At that moment, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the far end of the street. My shop, Galier, accompanied by a band of thugs, rushed back. Upon seeing his painstakingly built slave shop reduced to a heap of rubble, he was instantly stricken with grief, collapsing in despair before the ruins, beating his chest in anguish. His face etched with the agony of bankruptcy. His cherished slaves, the foundation he had toiled to amass over a lifetime, gone, reduced to ashes. Galier's bloodshot eyes darted towards Taisolo not far away, instantly embodying the term frenemies with heightened animosity. He leaped up, pointing a trembling finger at Taisolo as he roared. It's you. You damned bastard. You've ruined everything. In his twisted reasoning, had it not been for Taisolo's earlier intervention, the celestial dragon would have long since purchased Stella, and none of this calamity would have transpired. Yet, he conveniently overlooked his own insatiable greed and murderous intentions that had ignited this inferno. Alas, for such individuals, admitting fault was an impossibility. Seize him. Capture that scoundrel. Gallier shrieked hysterically, my merchandise has fled. Let this wretch be my new flagship for the grand opening of my new store. His thugs, fierce and menacing, surged forward, encircling Taisolo in an instant. This is bad. Taisolo's instincts screamed a warning. He had not anticipated Gallier's swift return and, caught unprepared, found himself ensnared by the pack of wolves, unable to extricate himself. In this dire moment, boom, a dark red meteor tore through the sky, accompanied by a fearsome aura, crashing down upon the ground beside Taisolo like a meteorite. The violent shockwave kicked up a whirlwind of dust, sending several nearby thugs flying. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Takuro emerged, his tail swaying leisurely from side to side behind him. Ah, I'm back, Takuro bellowed with vigor, instinctively scanning the surroundings for members of the red-haired pirates, yet found nothing. The exhilaration on his face instantly froze, and he scratched his head in confusion. Boss! Taisolo cried out in delight, as if grasping a lifeline. Takuro turned towards the voice, recognizing it to be from the subordinate he had recently taken under his wing. Seizing the moment while the henchmen were momentarily stunned by his earth-shattering arrival, he darted through the throng like a slippery eel, tumbling and scrambling to Takuro's side. Boss! Save me! The henchmen exchanged glances, their eyes collectively fixed on Garlier, awaiting orders. Garlier, in a frenzy, stomped in place. What are you staring at? Get him! Bring him down together. He had not witnessed Takuro's confrontation with the Navy forces. He only knew that Takuro had felled the Celestial Dragon's guards, those whom he deemed to be of mediocre strength. Thus, he harbored no belief that this brash young man could possess any true strength. Kill him! The henchmen shouted in unison, mustering their courage to charge forward. And then, there was silence. Takuro didn't even spare them a glance. He merely waved his hand casually, his movements as swift as a phantom. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muted thuds echoed, as the assailants were struck down by an invisible hammer, hurtling back at a greater velocity, crashing to the ground, against the walls. The sound of breaking bones distinctly audible, and in an instant, silence fell, leaving only a myriad of contorted corpses. Garlier's menacing expression swiftly morphed into sheer terror. His mouth agape as if it could fit a duck egg, his eyes nearly popping out. Weak in the knees, he watched as Takuro approached step by step, fear driving him to retreat repeatedly, his voice trembling like a sieve. What do you want? Don't do anything rash. This is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Master Doflamingo will be here soon. He won't let you go unscathed, Garlier threatened, invoking his formidable backing. Upon hearing this, Takuro nearly burst into laughter. You mean that pink-haired birdman? Don't worry, he won't be coming. Why you? Garlier attempted to utter more threats, but Takuro, uninterested, struck like lightning, seizing him by the throat, effectively silencing his words. Garlier knelt, futilely kicking and flailing, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. Let me give you a piece of advice, Takuro said, his tone as relaxed as if engaged in casual conversation. That guy was just thoroughly dealt with by me on the way here. Now, Ambry Island is my territory. It's futile to seek help from anyone. As his words fell, he tightened his grip. Crack! A sound that sent shivers down the spine. Ugh, boss. Wait. Taisolo's plea came too late. Garlier's head lolled to the side, lifeless. What's wrong? Takuro casually discarded the corpse to the ground, turning his head with pure perplexity etched on his face. Taisolo, witnessing the instant demise of his nemesis, begrudgingly swallowed his words, and nothing. He had intended to request the satisfaction of personally dealing with Garlier to vent years of pent-up resentment. But he never anticipated Takuro would act with such decisive efficiency. He could only spit contemptuously at the still warm body. Pah! Dying so easily, you truly deserve this, scum. With that, he kicked the body several times, as if seeking to release all his accumulated grievances. Once Taisolo caught his breath, Takuro finally spoke, still somewhat bewildered. All right. Let me ask you, where are Shanks and the others? Where have they gone? His tone carried a hint of confusion. Yet he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Taisolo, observing the instigator before him with an expression of naive innocence, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, he endeavored to keep his voice as calm as possible. Boss, it's like this. Taisolo cautiously selected his words. The captain, Shanks, and his crew, they have already departed. Departed? Takuro blinked in astonishment, still not comprehending. Where to? To buy liquor? Or have they found something new? He did not even consider the direction in which they had left. Taizolo, steeling himself, delicately relayed Shank's parting message. Captain Shanks asked me to convey to you. He cleared his throat, mimicking Shank's tone. Takuro, all the crew wishes you a pleasant journey. Please make sure to shine brightly on the upcoming Grand Line. We'll be taking our leave. Upon finishing, Taizolo held his breath, anxiously observing Takuro's reaction. The air seemed to freeze for several seconds. But I haven't boarded yet? The expression on Takuro's face shifted from pure bewilderment to an incredulous daze. He tilted his head, seemingly struggling to decipher the meaning behind those words. Pleasant journey? Shine brightly alone. Takuro mindlessly repeated these phrases, his gaze gradually sharpening, a glimmer of crimson fury beginning to coalesce in his eyes. Finally, the realization struck him. Taking their leave? The wrath of being abandoned erupted within him like a dormant volcano, igniting every nerve in an instant. Shanks, a roar, imbued with ferocious rage, erupted from him like a wounded beast, reverberating like thunder, shaking the very ground of Ambry Island. The tumultuous dark red aura surged uncontrollably, akin to long-suppressed lava, erupting violently from Takuro's being, forming a terrifying energy column several meters wide that pierced the heavens. Boom! The ground beneath him collapsed in a frenzy, fissuring as fragments of stone were swept up by the violent shockwave, shooting out like bullets. Taizolo, standing nearby, was violently hurled away by this terrifying force, landing awkwardly some distance away, desperately clutching his ears, nearly deafened by the shock. You bastard! Takuro trembled with rage, his tail rigid like an iron rod. His fists clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously. The dark red aura swirled violently around him, akin to a sea of burning fury. Where are the promised comrades? The promised adventures together? How dare you abandon me and run away? Very well. Just wait until I catch you. You'll pay dearly. Ding. Intense emotional fluctuation detected, S-cells activating. Super Scion, Phase 1, Progress 40. The system's alert echoed in Takuro's mind, filled with wrath, instantly snapping him back to reality. Not for any other reason, but because of the words Super Scion. Now was not the time to dwell on Shanks. It was imperative to quickly study the system. With that thought, he exhaled the pent-up frustration within him and turned his gaze to Taizolo. I remember you're Taizolo, right? You should be familiar with this place. Help me arrange a place to stay. Upon hearing his captain's request, Taizolo's eyes lit up, promptly responding. Yes. Boss. On the Red Force. On the deck. Shanks was attempting to drown out the persistent unease in his heart with fine wine. Then, without warning, he let out a colossal sneeze. Achoo. The force was so great that the bottle in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces on the deck with a resounding crash. A chilling, bone-deep dread surged through him, akin to the horrifying presence of an ancient behemoth from the depths of a primordial abyss, locking its gaze upon him. This sensation shot from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head, enveloping his entire being. Shank's complexion turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Captain, are you all right? Inquired Lockie, munching on a chicken leg, his words muffled. Shanks stiffly turned his head to glance at the composed first mate, who was calmly smoking beside him, his voice laced with unprecedented terror. Beckman, I sense that Kid Takuro has already discovered us. Beckman slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze behind his glasses unwavering, and simply remarked, Oh, take care, Captain. With that, he quietly shifted a couple of steps toward the ship's edge, increasing the distance between himself and Shanks. He hoped that when the time came, the bloodshed wouldn't splatter onto him. Shanks, observing the first mate's nonchalant demeanor, felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if he could foresee a dismal future where some monstrous entity relentlessly pursued him across the globe. It's over, he lamented, covering his face and emitting a sound of despair. In the west blue of the Grand Line, the future Emperor of the Seas resembled a quivering bird, startled by a hawk's gaze. Chapter 36, The Infuriating Red-Haired Shanks. Here we are, boss. Taizolo enthusiastically led the way, soon halting in a rather respectable neighborhood. Before Takuro's eyes stood an imposing, luxurious villa, vast in scope and exquisitely decorated. Takuro circled it, marveling, wow, such an extravagant house. Hardly seems like something you could afford. Did you acquire it through some dubious means? He had previously inquired about Taizolo's circumstances and knew that this fellow led a rather frugal life, unlikely to be able to sustain such an estate. The boss is astute. Taizolo chuckled without a hint of shame. This isn't my property, but it isn't a deception either. He lowered his voice, a hint of pride in his tone. This is Goliath's residence, the slave trader you dealt with before. When Takuro casually mentioned needing a place to stay, Taizolo immediately thought of this location. In his view, with Goliath gone, The estate and wealth he left behind rightfully belonged to Boss Takuro. Aside from this house, Goliath has other properties. Shall I take you to see them? You have my gratitude. Takuro understood the implication and had no qualms about claiming these assets. After all, Ambry Island was, in name, already his. Thus all that Goliath left behind, or even the legacy of the Don Quixote family, belonged to him. During his previous wanderings on the island, he had come across casinos, entertainment venues, and various establishments, evoking memories of his past life in underground fighting. Such treasures, one must indulge in them. He was a Scion, not a hermit, and his thirst for gourmet food, comfort, and combat was stronger than that of the average person. However, it was not the time for indulgence. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Let us leave it at this for now. I have other business to attend to. We shall discuss it later. Understood, boss. Without inquiring further, Tizolo acknowledged his role as a subordinate and refrained from prying. Takuro briefly instructed Tizolo before allowing him to depart, intending to summon him again when necessary. Soon, the grand villa was left in solitude, with only Takuro remaining. As he strolled through the villa, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Goliath, the slave owner, had quite the taste for luxury. Every item on display exuded opulence. Takuro found a room, unceremoniously selecting the softest bed and reclining upon it, stretching his limbs in comfort before eagerly summoning the system panel. Host information. Name, Takuro. Age, 10. Bloodline, intermediate warrior bloodline, upgradable. Skill, Chi, LV3. Items, Senza beans. Combat power, 201. Super Scion unlock progress, phase 140. Gazing at the striking figure of 201 in the combat power section, Takuro couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. Ambry Island was indeed his lucky charm. Prior to his arrival, his power had barely exceeded 100, yet he had swiftly surpassed the 200 mark. This remarkable leap was partly due to the recovery after the perilous battle with Borsalino, which highlighted the Scion trait of gaining strength from the brink of death, and partly from the rewards granted by the system for defeating Doflamingo. Transitioning from a weakling to possessing 200 combat power in just over a month left Takuro marveling. It seems I truly am a prodigy. He stroked his chin, contemplating. With 200 combat power, I should be able to walk with confidence on Earth, right? Although this level of power was but a speck in the vast cosmos, on Earth, this rural corner of the universe, it undoubtedly marked him as a formidable fighter. He vaguely recalled that the old turtle hermit, when exerting his full strength, was estimated to have a similar combat power. However, just as he reveled in his newfound strength, he abruptly shook his head, dousing himself with cold water. No, I mustn't become complacent, even if I can stride confidently on Earth. Should I encounter some unscrupulous old fiend, using something like the evil containment wave to seal me in a rice cooker, that would be the ultimate cosmic joke. The mere thought of being confined in such a manner sent chills down Takuro's spine, heightening his alertness. After analyzing his current capabilities, his gaze fervently fixed upon the two newly unlocked treasures on the panel, the Super Scion progress bar and the lottery chances. Super Scion, the legendary Golden Warrior. To think that the opportunity for unlocking it had come so swiftly was an unexpected delight. System, Takuro silently mused. How do I enhance the Super Scion progress and lottery chances? Ding. Upon defeating elite units or bosses, the system will comprehensively assess battle performance, granting lottery chances and advancing Super Scion transformation progress. Wasn't it necessary for the S cells within to accumulate to a certain degree, combined with intense emotional stimulation, to transform? Takuro questioned. The S cells are a unique type of cell within Scions, and the greater their number, the easier it is to transform into a Super Scion. A calm mindset is crucial for accumulating S cells. When a sufficient quantity of S cells is amassed, a bit of emotional stimulation can convert internal energy, facilitating transformation. Takuro considered himself quite composed. Even in fights, he remained remarkably steady. Could it be that the system recognized him as a stable individual? The system responded in kind. Ding. Through optimization, the growth method for S cells within the host has been expanded. In addition to fierce battles, extreme emotional fluctuations, including but not limited to rage, lust, arrogance, greed, etc., can effectively stimulate S cell proliferation, accelerating the transformation process. In other words, Takuro's eyes brightened instantly, and his smile became radiant. Not only can I grow stronger through combat, but by indulging my true nature, I can also gradually accumulate power? You have understood correctly, host. Upon hearing this, Takuro's smile deepened. This method of strengthening was tailor-made for him. It was simply to his liking. He silently gave the system a resounding thumbs up in his heart. Thus, it seems I must express my gratitude towards that rascal Shanks? Takuro pondered, stroking his chin. Were it not for his hasty retreat that ignited my fury, I might never have discovered this shortcut. With this thought in mind, he resolved to be magnanimous. Very well, the next time I catch him, I shall go easy on him, perhaps merely leaving him half dead as a token gesture. After completing his study of the Super Scion, Takuro's attention shifted to the precious opportunity for a single lottery draw. System, what does this lottery entail? What can be won? His voice brimmed with anticipation. Ding. The host has defeated the elite unit Don Quixote da Flamingo, earning 1 lottery chance. The lottery system encompasses a vast array of prizes, randomly assigned, entirely reliant on the hostess' luck. Best of luck to you. Takuro was left speechless. This was akin to saying nothing at all. However, he was somewhat surprised at Doflamingo's classification as an elite. The pink-haired birdman was, after all, rather underwhelming, not particularly resilient. Oh well, no need to dwell on such matters. He muttered to himself before turning his gaze back to the lottery. Why not just give it a try? With enthusiasm bubbling within him, Takuro rubbed his hands together, his thoughts crystallizing into a decisive command. System, initiate the lottery. Lottery in progress. The wheel spins. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Senzu Beans X20. Gravity Training Room, Pro Max version. Something of value has indeed emerged. Takuro's spirits soared as he hastily examined the details. Senzu beans were miraculous life-saving herbs. No explanation needed. In his recent battle against Admiral Borisolino, it was the Senzu beans that had turned the tide. The more, the merrier. As for the Gravity Training Room, he was well aware of its renown. A treasure born of Bulma's family, grounded in the advanced technology of Dragon Ball Earth. It facilitated grueling training in simulated high-gravity environments, yielding exceptional results. In the original narrative, characters like Krillin and Tien Shinhan had significantly boosted their combat power from mere hundreds to thousands through its use. For him, a Scion, the effects would surely be even more staggering. Gravity Training Room, Pro Max version capable of establishing an independent space measuring 10m times 10m times 10m at any location. Gravity Adjustment Range, 1 to 500 times Earth's standard gravity. Note, portable design, easily deployable and retractable. Holy cow, this is an extraordinary find. Takuro's face lit up with exuberance, almost propelling him off the bed. This was akin to a tailor-made training cheat. His impatience surged as he yearned to test it out. And with a mere thought, he commanded, let us start with a gravity level of 5 times. Buzz. Indeed, in the next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped him entirely, as if he were clad in a heavy lead suit. Takuro flexed his limbs, finding them manageable. With only a slight heaviness to his body, he could move with relative ease. 5 times gravity was but a light drizzle. What about 10 times? Just as he contemplated this, the gravity surged dramatically. Crack. Crash. The suddenly overwhelming force caused his lavish bed to groan under the strain, the frame protesting as the mattress, along with Takuro, plummeted to the floor with a resounding thud. Goodness, that startled me. Takuro jolted back to reality, hastily deactivating the gravity room. He had forgotten about the furniture in this space. It seemed he would need to find a sturdier, more open area for future experiments. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust and glanced at the wrecked luxury bed, shrugging sheepishly. After a while, he finally took stock of the gains from his journey to Ambry Island, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Not only had his combat power soared, but he had also made significant progress towards becoming a Super Scion and had acquired a gravity room for training at his convenience. One could only say that Zheng was truly fortunate. Yet, if there was a single regret, sigh, Takuro lamented, his expression clouded with displeasure. All because that glimmering rascal fled too swiftly. If only he could have pinned him down and delivered a thorough thrashing, the rewards would undoubtedly have been far greater. If he and T just mastered the technique of flight, he wouldn't have allowed the foe to escape so easily. However, in the next moment, he clenched his fists once more, a fire igniting in his eyes. The next time we meet, I shall not let it be so simple, you glimmering rascal. Feeling a wave of weariness wash over him, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, a mountain of heavy paperwork lay piled high, shrouded in smoke. Unaware of being placed on a watch list by a certain Scion youth, Borisolino spoke to the serious-faced Admiral Sengoku in a tone both earnest and resigned. The situation is as follows, Admiral Sengoku. Borisolino elongated his words, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the desk. It's not that I do not wish to apprehend that villain. Rather, that youth is exceedingly strange and difficult to contend with. His abilities are unlike any I have encountered before. To preserve the Navy's forces and to promptly relay critical intelligence, I had no choice but to strategically retreat. Following this, he took a leisurely sip of coffee. Delicious. Nothing quite compares to the joy of the end of a workday. Sengoku, upon hearing this, was not inclined to let him off the hook. In a serious tone, he continued to inquire, "Now, elaborate on that youth's specific abilities." Firstly, there is that mysterious energy surrounding him. Borsalino's sunglasses reflected the light, obscuring his gaze. It is not characteristic of any known devil fruit abilities. A dark crimson aura, akin to tangible flames, envelopes him, allowing him to withstand my light-speed kicks. He even managed to catch my Amatsukami sword with his bare hands. Its resilience and destructive power vastly exceed the ordinary scope of armament Haki. Moreover, he seems capable of manipulating this energy at will for offense, defense, and even flight. Crucially, even without armament Haki, he could perceive my elemental body. Secondly, there is his physical strength. Borsalino's voice betrayed disbelief. My lightspeed kicks can obliterate steel warships, and yet, he withstood several direct hits. By all reasoning, he should have been shattered to pieces. However, what was the outcome? He sustained only minor injuries, and he paused, seemingly lost in thought. When my laser pierced his shoulder, I have no idea what he ingested. But he recovered from his severe wounds at a visibly extraordinary speed. His recovery prowess rivals that of ancient Zoan-type creatures, perhaps even surpassing them. If whatever he consumed could be mass-produced, I dare say it could easily create an undead legion. Finally, there is that tail of his, which resembles that of a fur-bearing creature, yet lacks the overt animalistic traits typical of such beings. Given all these factors, I harbor serious doubts that this youth is a mere human. He appears to be a product of scientific experimentation. Sengoku remained silent for a considerable time after hearing this. Eventually speaking slowly, "You suspect that all of this is the doing of red-haired Shanks?" "Indeed," Borsalino asserted firmly. "I witnessed firsthand the peculiar relationship between red-haired Shanks and that strange youth. Even if he is not the mastermind, he is undoubtedly implicated. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, his deductive abilities are formidable. After all, even the most concealed truths have been unveiled by him." Sengoku's patience finally wore thin, and he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "That detestable red-haired Shanks." Achu. In an unknown sea, Shanks sneezed again, becoming the scapegoat. Chapter 37. It is decided, you shall be the one. Injuring a celestial dragon, repelling the Navy forces, and demolishing the escort fleet. Such unprecedented abilities suggest the existence of a peculiar experimental subject. In Sengoku's mind, fragments of intelligence meshed together like interlocking gears, spinning in a whirlwind of thought. "Shanks, the red-haired, what are your true intentions?" His figure grew increasingly distinct, intertwined with the enigmatic depths of the Roger pirates and their unfathomable potential, which even bore an inexplicable connection to the celestial dragons. "Have you unearthed some ancient, secret technology with which to cultivate a world-altering monstrosity?" A surge of profound crisis gripped this sagacious strategist as he resolutely seized the encrypted transponder snail on the table, connecting to the direct line leading to the pinnacle of global power, the Panga City in Mariehua. "Immediately, connect me to the 5 elders. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has an urgent military report of the highest priority. It concerns the assailant, Takuro, who attacked St. Roseward, and the potentially more hazardous associates behind him, red-haired Shanks." In Mariehua, amidst the corridors of power, 5 shadowy figures loomed, akin to cold marble statues, attentively listening to Admiral Sengoku's briefing. When the information regarding the close association between red-haired Shanks and Takuro reached their ears, the long-standing silence of power was abruptly shattered, and an atmosphere heavy with impending storms settled around them. "Shanks?" An aged, icy voice broke the stillness, laced with an almost imperceptible complexity. "That rebellious member of the Figureland family. What could he possibly be plotting? What connection does the mysterious boy in the report have with him?" Another voice queried, scrutinizingly. "It is no coincidence." A third voice asserted decisively, "His presence alone signifies monumental change." "A human weapon?" The fourth voice, tinged with inquiry, turned to one cloaked in shadows. "Saint Satan, what is your perspective on this matter? Could it possibly relate to him?" As they spoke, the focus swiftly converged upon the scientific defense deity, J. Galucius Satan. At this moment, Satan's heart was equally tumultuous, filled with perplexity. The pacifist initiative he spearheaded was indeed underway, centered around Vegapunk's research, aiming to replicate the abilities of the Pika Pika no Mi and mass-produce it as a war weapon. Yet, the plan remained in its infancy, with not even the most suitable vessel finalized. How could Shanks, so far away in the North Blue, possibly have achieved such results? A youth capable of contending with an admiral, wielding such inscrutable powers? Suppressing the turmoil within, Saint Satan gradually spoke, his voice exuding a metallic resonance. Regardless of the origins of that mysterious boy, the rebel of the Figureland family cannot evade responsibility. He is either the mastermind behind these events or a crucial informant. The discussion among the five elders quickly zeroed in on red-haired Shanks. While the bizarre powers exhibited by Takuro were indeed astonishing, Shanks's involvement was akin to casting a colossal stone into a tranquil lake, causing ripples that swiftly morphed into a vast web of conspiracy. An immensely promising monstrous youth, intertwined with a complex existence of celestial dragon blood, yet having become a notorious pirate. This combination stirred a sense of unease even within the ranks of the five elders, who had controlled the world for 8 centuries. In light of this, the agricultural war deity Shepherd Spit Saint intoned gravely, "It is imperative to issue a substantial bounty." This serves not only as a warning to Shanks, but also as a necessary deterrent. However, caution must be exercised in framing the charges. He cast a discerning glance at his colleagues. The assault on the celestial dragons would undermine the supreme authority of the world government and must not be publicly cited as the basis for the bounty. After a brief silence, voices of agreement echoed within the corridors of power. Agreed. Agreed. Seconded. Meanwhile, in a concealed forest at the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, President Morgans observed the first-hand information rapidly relayed by his subordinates, his excited feathers trembling slightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. A monumental scoop. This is truly earth-shattering news. He fluttered his wings, pacing excitedly in his office cluttered with manuscripts, envisioning the world government's old guard frantically devising ways to cover this up. I shall tear apart your facade. He abruptly halted before his desk, his enormous beak breaking into an exuberant grin as he issued a resounding command to his busy subordinates. "You lot, get this report on the front page. Use the largest font, the most eye-catching headline. I want tomorrow's newspaper to sweep across the seas like a tsunami." The tranquil ocean desperately requires such a tumultuous upheaval. Amidst his raucous laughter, the front-page headline was swiftly finalized by Morgans himself. Breaking. Mysterious boy strikes with a heavy blow. Celestial dragons attacked. Navy Vice Admiral and Admiral candidate Kizaru suffer successive defeats. The warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo crashes to a terrible defeat. The colossal machinery of the World Economic News Agency revved into high gear. The scent of ink mingled with the rustling of paper as explosive news reports were swiftly printed and bundled. Countless news birds took flight like arrows released from bows, soaring from their scattered bases around the globe, carrying messages that would stir the winds of change to every corner of the sea. The following morning, in Mariewa, amidst the corridors of power, bang! A resounding crash echoed as the Justice War deity topman Walchuli Saint's fist slammed down onto the heavy tabletop, causing teacups to tremble. Morgans. That damn madbird. How dare he act so recklessly? His beard quivered in rage. Just yesterday, they had been discussing how to handle this matter with dignity, and now, this morning, the scandal had spread across the seas with the newspapers. The world government's reputation had been thoroughly trampled. Calm down, Walchuli Saint. The environmental war deity Marcus Maz Saint stroked his grizzled beard, his voice low and somber. Morgans will stop at nothing for a story. This is not the first time. However, his speed this time was beyond expectation, catching us completely off guard. What he perceives are merely fleeting glimpses. The scientific defense deity Satan Saint interjected, his tone icy. He was unaware of the true nature of that mysterious boy, nor the role Shanks played in this affair. The financial war deity, Izambaron V. Nasajiro Saint, cradling his prized blade, gazed sharply from behind his glasses, a hawk-like intensity in his eyes. That arrogant little brat. The Figureland family ought to discipline this ungrateful descendant properly. His tone carried a complex mix of emotions regarding Shanks's celestial dragon heritage. Walchuli Saint, still seething, added, "And what of that inept little brat from the Don Quixote family? The establishment of the warlords was intended to deter the seas, yet it has now become a gaping flaw that exposes our vulnerabilities. The immediate priority is damage control and the reshaping of public opinion." Saint Satan's voice regained its commanding calm. "Since the news can no longer be suppressed and public sentiment has erupted, we must redirect all attention toward red-haired Shanks." He surveyed his colleagues and clearly outlined the plan. First, dramatically increase the bounty on red-haired Shanks. This is the most direct response, showcasing the authority and power of the world government. Second, in official statements and subsequent media guidance, assign primary responsibility for the assault on the celestial dragons, the repulsion of the Navy, and the defeat of the warlord to red-haired Shanks and his pirate crew. while downplaying or obscuring the specific identity and role of the mysterious boy, Takuro. We must bury any information regarding that boy as deeply as possible. His age, his powers, his enigma, once widely known, it could trigger uncontrollable chain reactions that severely impact the existing order, even. Saint Satan paused, the implications hanging in the air, jeopardizing our critically important pacifist initiative. This is absolutely intolerable. Regardless of the assault on the celestial dragons, the retreat of the Admiral candidate, or the defeat of the warlords of the sea, these events are monumental occurrences in the vast ocean. If the world were to learn that a mere child of approximately 10 years was the cause of these upheavals, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, this enigmatic individual possesses the potential to disrupt the execution of the pacifist agenda, a transgression that the world government will not tolerate. The elders are acutely aware of this. To allow a boy of such tender years to become the epicenter of global turmoil, this is far more perilous and unpredictable than having Shanks shoulder the burden. While the latter is indeed a considerable nuisance, he at least exists within the known framework of maritime rules, assigning the notorious Shanks, a figure already prominent among pirates. To bear this blame would elicit shock, yet ultimately foster understanding and acceptance among the various factions at sea. After a brief deliberation, the core strategy was firmly established. The gaze of the elders seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space, landing upon the man with the crimson hair. Thus, Saint Satan's voice concluded this urgent assembly, declaring the world government's course of action. It is you, Shanks. In the Grand Line, in an unknown maritime region, the colossal ship, the Moby Dick, akin to a steel leviathan, lay quietly anchored upon the azure waters. Flapping proudly from the main mast was the pirate flag emblazoned with the iconic white crescent moon and skull, signifying the vessel's master, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, alongside his Whitebeard pirates. Upon the deck, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division and ship's doctor, approached the towering figure of Whitebeard, holding a freshly printed newspaper that still exuded the scent of ink, along with several new bounty notices. Old man, Marco's voice carried a hint of astonishment. The latest news reveals that Shanks has stirred quite the storm. The newspaper states that he attacked Celestial Dragon Roseward and repelled the Admiral candidate, Kizaru. He extended the newspaper towards him. Gwahaha! Whitebeard erupted into a thunderous laughter that seemed to resonate through the very deck. That little brat Shanks. Well done. Such boldness. No wonder he is the man Roger favored. He laughed heartily, seizing a massive wine bottle comparable to a small barrel, and tilted it back, amber liquid cascading down his white mustache. Hey, old man. Marco furrowed his brow, resembling a concerned mother. Didn't we agree you should drink less? Your health. Enough. Whitebeard boisterously waved his hand, downing another generous gulp of wine, as if to prove his vitality. This little bit of wine doesn't even count as a throat lubricant. Marco could only sigh helplessly, fully aware of his father's obstinacy. And this, he continued, producing several bounty notices, the world government has significantly raised your bounty, and consequently, the bounties of your crew have also soared. Goodness, that's quite exaggerated. Whitebeard remarked as he glanced at Shank's skyrocketing bounty, laughing. Gwaha, have you seen, Marco? This brat's bounty has surpassed yours. Your position as captain of the 1st Division might not be so secure after all. Yes, I understand, old man, Marco replied with a tone of feigned indulgence. As someone who was somewhat acquainted with Shanks, what else could he say but to respond with a wry smile? However, Whitebeard's hand suddenly halted as he perused the bounty notices. He extracted one that was evidently new, his thick fingers pointing at the face depicted, curiosity tinging his voice. This little brat is also a new face among the red-haired pirates? I haven't seen him before. Marco leaned in for a closer look. The bounty notice featured a black-haired youth with a haughty grin and disdainful eyes, the most striking detail being the characteristics listed below. From the description, a member of the red-haired pirates, a mink named Taklo. He must be a newly recruited member. I didn't expect Shanks to recruit such a young mink. This bounty notice implies he possesses quite the unique ability, suspected to be a mythical Zoan. The bounty notice clearly stated, member of the red-haired pirates, Mink Taklo. Characteristics, black-haired youth. Haughty grin, possessing peculiar abilities, suspected mythical Zoan mink. Note, capture alive. Bounty, 30 million berries. Gwahaha. Whitebeard let out another hearty laugh, his eyes reflecting hopes for the next generation. A mink brat? How intriguing. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. The future of the sea shall not be lonely. In another isolated isle of the Grand Line, the red-haired pirates' red force was momentarily docked for repairs. Sniper Jesus Burgess waved a recently received bounty notice, excitedly running toward Shanks, who sat atop a rock, his silhouette marked by desolation. "Oh, Captain, look, your bounty has skyrocketed. It's soaring high, and thanks to you. The brothers' bounties have also increased significantly." Jesus Burgess's tone brimmed with the exuberance typical of pirates. For most pirates, a rising bounty signifies enhanced intimidation and fame, a cause for celebration. Yet, at that moment, Shanks' mood was incongruous with this honor. "Leave me be," he weakly waved his hand, his voice drained of vitality. "I just want some peace and quiet." Clutched tightly in his hand was the very bounty notice that had thrust him into the limelight, boldly proclaiming his monumental crimes. Mastermind behind the world-class heinous incident at Ambry Island, red-haired Shanks. Charges: assault on world nobility, attack on Navy forces, openly defying the authority of the world government. Disposition: life or death. Bounty: 700 million berries. Shanks painfully pressed his forehead, feeling a throbbing in his head. "I simply wished to sail quietly, pursuing the dreams of my captain, and now." He lifted his gaze towards the tumultuous sea, his expression filled with despair. "Aside from that little menace Takuro relentlessly pursuing me, even the decrepit old-timers of Mariawa have set their sights on me." Unbeknownst to him, First Mate Beckman had approached silently, exhaling a perfect smoke ring, casually remarking, "Congratulations, Captain. Your value has surged, resonating throughout the seas." Shanks, a profound sense of desolation washed over him. Shanks gazed at the boundless, tumultuous sea, wanting to weep without tears. Chapter 38, Devil Fruit and the Slave Sisters. On Ambry Island, at the former Goliath Villa, Takuro awoke well past noon, stretching as he climbed out of the lavish bed. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking in a series of satisfying pops. After a night of deep slumber, the fatigue from his fierce battle with Borsellino had long dissipated, replaced by an invigorating surge of energy. "Well, I must admit, this decadent capitalist lifestyle is indeed infuriatingly comfortable." Barefoot on the chill marble floor, Takuro casually limbered up, unable to suppress his thoughts. The previous slave owner, Goliath, was undoubtedly a scoundrel, yet when it came to enjoying life, he possessed an exquisite taste. Every detail of this villa exuded an atmosphere of opulence and indulgence. However, now it was all his to claim. Gulyalu. At that moment, a distinct rumble from his stomach shattered the tranquility of the morning. The pangs of hunger surged like a relentless tide, engulfing every cell in his body. Since the previous night, aside from a few packets of bland snacks, he had scarcely consumed a morsel. At this juncture, he felt as though he could tear apart a sea creature with his bare hands and devour it whole, bones and all. His stomach growled. It was time to eat. Takuro rubbed his emaciated belly and, guided by the memory of the layout, strode purposefully toward the enormous kitchen on the first floor of the villa, which rivaled the grandeur of a restaurant's kitchen. He had conducted a cursory inspection of his new abode the day before and was particularly impressed by this kitchen. A row of towering refrigerators stood like silver sentinels, brimming with an array of exquisite ingredients, from colossal lobsters of the deep sea to rare mushrooms from snow-capped mountains. He wondered if that cursed galleon had stockpiled so much food for a grand feast or to brace for an apocalypse. Regardless, it was about to satiate his ravenous appetite. Simple ingredients often require the most unpretentious cooking methods. Takuro recalled the effortless manner in which Lakuru prepared meals and confidently rolled up his sleeves. Yet, as fate would have it, things took an unexpected turn. Boom. A plume of black smoke erupted from a corner of the kitchen, swiftly followed by flickering flames. Takuro gazed at the inferno before him, stroking his chin and attempting to maintain his dignity. It was no big deal. Grilling was something he had done plenty of on deserted islands, roasting beasts and fish alike. After a brief interval, he surveyed the grill, where several charred pieces of meat lay, exuding a bizarre aroma, and found himself entrenched in profound confusion. This made no sense. He had observed Lakuru executing the same steps flawlessly. Why, then, was the outcome so drastically different? Did grilling meat hinge upon some arcane manipulation of energy? Realizing that relying on his own skills was a futile endeavor, Takuro conceded defeat, rummaged through a few snack packets to quell his hunger, and munched pensively when Taizolo arrives. I must insist he find a competent chef. After devouring several packets of snacks and washing them down with a hearty gulp of chilled beer, Takuro sighed contentedly. I feel rejuvenated. Although life aboard the red-haired pirates offered ample feasting, nothing could quite compare to the comfort of sleeping on solid ground and indulging at leisure. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of an inconspicuous dark door in the corner of the kitchen, one he had overlooked in his hurried exploration the day before. A storage room? Curiosity piqued, He approached and easily pulled open the concealed door, revealing a dark, foreboding staircase that descended into shadows. A chill breeze wafted from within, carrying an air of mystery and perhaps fear for others. Yet, he remained undeterred, plunging headlong into the abyss. Whatever resided inside, it was surely not he who should be afraid, but rather whatever lay within. The passage proved longer than anticipated, and after nearly 2 minutes of descent, Takuro couldn't help but grumble. How deep is this? Are they hiding a family heirloom down here? After traversing a short distance further, the narrow corridor opened into a spacious underground chamber, where crates were meticulously stacked. Takuro's eyes brightened as he hurriedly approached, lifting the lid of one box, only to be nearly blinded by the dazzling gleam of gold coins and jewels. However, his initial excitement quickly morphed into unabashed disappointment. Humph, I expected something worthwhile, not just this. His interest in the glimmering stones and metals was utterly non-existent. Money? When the need arose, he could simply borrow from a few unscrupulous wealthy individuals. Hoarding such wealth was merely an exercise in occupying space. Bored, he kicked the box lightly, his gaze falling upon a smaller, more exquisite wooden box nearby, roughly the size of his head. What could this be? Curiosity led him to open it. Inside, lined with soft silk, lay a peculiar fruit. This fruit was unlike any he had ever seen, its entire surface a chilling silver hue, adorned with intricate crystalline patterns that appeared more the handiwork of a master artisan than a product of nature. In an instant, Takuro recalled tales spun by Shanks about such a thing. A devil fruit? Although framed as a question, he was already nearly convinced. What other fruit could boast such audacity? He had heard whispers that consuming it could bestow bizarre powers that would render one instantly stronger. Takuro hefted the fruit in his hand, feeling rather indifferent. It sounded intriguing, yet ultimately unremarkable. The abilities he had witnessed, Kizaru's lightspeed prowess, Doflamingo's string manipulation, were indeed fascinating, but they merely piqued his curiosity, nothing more. First of all, he was a noble Scion, armed with an unyielding system. His potential was boundless. Moreover, the crucial detail of acquiring a vulnerability to seawater made it an immediate no-go. And he had heard that the taste of a devil fruit was akin to excrement. While he had no idea how Shanks knew this, the knowledge alone was enough to deter Takuro from consuming it. However, just because he wouldn't partake didn't mean it lacked value. He decided to pocket the fruit, intending to inquire later if Taizolo was interested, considering it a token of goodwill for his subordinate. He thought it only fair to reward the diligent lad, who had been quite efficient in his tasks. Having secured the devil fruit, Takuro ventured deeper into the unknown, only to be obstructed by an imposing iron door, its surface adorned with a robust lock that appeared quite formidable. Takuro sighed in exasperation. Is this ever going to end? It's like a Russian nesting doll, layer upon layer. He lacked the patience to hunt for a key. Without hesitation, he reached out, grasping the hefty lock, his fingers applying a slight pressure. Crack! The steel lock crumbled in his grip like a cheap biscuit, and with a firm pull, he yanked the iron door from its hinges, discarding it to the ground with a resounding crash. Is it really that flimsy? Takuro scoffed, brushing off the dust from his hands. At that moment, he finally discerned the scene beyond the door. It was a dimly lit cell. Even more surprising was the sight of two figures confined within. Two slender forms huddled in the corner, their hair disheveled, clothes tattered, faces filthy and obscured, but from their silhouettes, he deduced they were likely a pair of girls. One older and one younger. Takuro tilted his head, posing a soul-searching inquiry. Hey, who are you? What are you doing sleeping in my basement? The two occupants of the cell jolted awake at the sound of the crashing door, gazing up at him in terror. Upon realizing that only a boy stood at the entrance, they appeared momentarily stunned. The older girl, slightly taller, quickly rose, shielding the smaller one behind her. Trembling, yet mustering an air of bravado, her voice hoarse and wary. Galleon, has he finally succumbed to his greed and decided to sell us sisters? Takuro blinked in realization, recalling that Galleon was the slave trader he had choked to death, the former owner of the house. He promptly clarified his identity. I am not affiliated with that scoundrel. My name is Takuro, and this place now belongs to me. However, the elder sister remained unconvinced, her eyes still brimming with suspicion. Don't think you can deceive us. You slave traders never utter a single truth. Takuro shrugged nonchalantly. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Very well, then. You can stay here while I take my leave. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away without a second thought. Sister's heart was filled with a cold derision. Umph. The old trick of feigning retreat to lure in the prey. I've seen through such worn-out tactics many times. Pretending to leave, only to return when we are frightened and begging for mercy? Not a chance. After years of wandering and enduring torment alongside her sister, she had witnessed the darkest facets of human nature. She was certain that Takuro would glance back before reaching the door. However, Takuro's footsteps showed no signs of hesitation. He was truly intent on leaving. The certainty within her shattered in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming panic. If he truly departed, both she and her sister would undoubtedly perish from hunger and thirst in this lightless dungeon. Perhaps she could grit her teeth and endure, but her sister— Wait. Please wait. Unable to contain herself any longer, she cried out urgently, her voice trembling. What now? Takuro replied impatiently, turning back, his stomach growling. I need to find something to eat quickly. I'm quite busy. Her heart raced, and with a hint of desperate trepidation, she ventured. Are you truly not in cahoots with Gale? Huh. What would I gain by deceiving you? Takuro scoffed, his brow furrowing. That fellow is already dead at my hands. Well, what? Sister's eyes widened in disbelief, the immense surprise sweeping away her fear, her face suddenly radiant with hope. Really truly. That monster is dead. Wonderful. We are saved. She excitedly embraced her trembling sister behind her. After the ecstasy subsided, she quickly seized the lifeline, speaking rapidly. Benefactor, thank you for avenging us. Please, help us unlock the cell door. The key should be— Don't. Takuro interrupted her, casually digging in his ears. His tone as flat, as if rejecting a mere cookie. Huh. The joy on sister's face instantly froze, as she thought she had misheard, but Gale was indeed dead. So what? Takuro replied with a perplexed expression, spreading his hands. His death has no correlation with my letting you out. Why would I do such a thankless task? I am not a philanthropist. Sister was utterly dumbfounded, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. She had never anticipated such a reaction from him. The vast psychological chasm nearly shattered her. She glanced at her pitiful, innocent sister behind her, and finally steeling her heart, she shouted with all her might. As long as you save us, I am willing to be your slave. I will serve you as my master. Just please spare my sister. This was the utmost sacrifice she could offer. Not interested, Takuro answered without a hint of hesitation. I possess many skills. Sister was on the verge of tears. Desperately promoting herself, I can infiltrate, fight, steal, gather intelligence. With me, your tasks will be far more convenient. I can manage all that myself. No need. Takuro remained unyielding. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Sister's heart sank to the depths of despair, as hopelessness washed over her like a frigid tide. She lowered her head, glancing at her frail sister, and finally, with a firm resolve, she added, I can even be your concubine. Just then, an unusually loud and prolonged rumble from her stomach echoed in the silent dungeon, startlingly clear. Takuro's gaze instantly zeroed in on the source of the sound, sister's abdomen. His eyes narrowed slightly as he posed a critical question. Can you cook? Huh. Sister was momentarily bewildered by this abrupt inquiry, her mind struggling to catch up. But her survival instinct compelled her to nod vigorously. Yes, I can. I can cook. Upon hearing this, Takuro nodded in satisfaction, as if he had completed a significant evaluation. All right, then I'll let you out. Sister? 1,000 bewildered thoughts raced through her mind. Despite her earnest pleas and willingness to serve as a slave, it all came down to her ability to cook. What kind of logic was this? Though her mind churned with incredulity, she reacted swiftly, pointing towards the lock. Benefactor. The key might be unnecessary. Takuro interrupted her again, striding towards the cell door. You two step back. In the bewildered and astonished gazes of sister and her sister, Takuro reached out, grasping the iron bars that were as thick as a child's arm, and effortlessly twisted them apart. Crack, creak. The sturdy bars, meant to confine ferocious beasts, were torn open as easily as if he were snapping dead twigs, creating a large enough opening for a person to pass through. All right, come out. Takuro clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Sister stared in disbelief at the twisted and broken bars, then at Takuro's nonchalant demeanor, her mind a blank slate. What terrifying strength was this? But there was no time for shock. She quickly grasped her sister's hand, carefully squeezing through the opening. The sensation of regained freedom nearly brought her to tears. Thank you so much, benefactor. Sister bowed deeply towards Takuro, her voice choked with emotion. Takuro waved his hand dismissively. Let's go, I'm hungry. Time to cook. His needs were strikingly simple and direct. Yes, yes, sister eagerly responded, tightly clutching her sister as they hurried to keep pace with Takuro. As they walked, she eagerly introduced herself, fearing that this peculiar benefactor might change his mind. By the way, Master, my name is Monet, and this is my sister. She is called Sugar. Chapter 39, Takuro's dependency. The kitchen, cleansed by both fire and water, now wafted an entirely different, mouth-watering aroma that tantalized the senses. After more than 2 hours of diligent effort from Monet, the once chaotic stove had been restored to order, with plates of visually stunning and flavorful dishes gracing a table large enough for a gathering of 10 or more. Golden, crispy roast chicken, succulent thick-cut steak dripping with juices, and creamy baked lobster adorned with vibrant green herbs, each dish a masterpiece, starkly contrasting with the previous culinary disaster crafted by Takuro. However, he felt no embarrassment. Rather, he genuinely praised. I didn't expect such culinary skill from someone so young. Impressive. Monet was taken aback, having not anticipated being commended for merely fulfilling her duty, and quickly replied, "Thank you for your praise, master." Takuro said nothing further, already seated at the head of the table, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a hunter eyeing his prey as he surveyed the feast before him. Without hesitation, he seized a massive roast chicken leg nearly the length of his forearm and took a hearty bite. The tender meat, crisp skin, and rich juices burst in his mouth, mingling with the fragrant spices, instantly captivating his palate. "Delicious," he mumbled in delight, swiftly transforming into an efficient food-devouring machine, sweeping through the culinary delights before him. Monet and Sugar stood awkwardly to the side, watching Takuro relish his meal, unable to stifle their salivating mouths. Their stomachs, having not been properly fed for days, protested earnestly at the tantalizing aroma of the food. In between bites, Takuro glanced up, his pure black eyes scanning them with curiosity. "What are you standing there for? Can you fill up by just standing? Come sit down and eat." His tone was matter-of-fact, as if stating the most natural thing in the world. "Huh, we can sit together?" Monet replied, her face reflecting disbelief. Technically, she and her sister were now the trophies of this enigmatic youth, or rather, slaves. Even though the other party did not explicitly state it, their fates had already become inextricably linked the moment they were rescued from that infernal prison known as Goriel. How could a slave dare to join their master at the table before being summoned? This was a survival rule she had gleaned from the tragic tales that echoed through the streets and alleys. Yet, gazing into the clear, untainted eyes of Takuro, eyes devoid of mockery or challenge, she hesitated. He truly seemed to be serious. Time dragged on, and the food was growing cold. Takuro ripped a generous chunk of steak and stuffed it into his mouth, impatiently urging her on. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over caution. The sisters cautiously settled at the far end of the dining table, their movements as timid as two quails that had unwittingly wandered into a banquet hall. A peculiar and intricate feeling surged within Monet as she secretly observed the boy who was so engrossed in his meal, her heart brimming with confusion. This new master seemed unlike any powerful figure she had ever encountered. There was no haughty arrogance, no manipulative cunning, nor the cruel disregard for human life she had come to expect. He was formidable, straightforward, and perhaps even a touch innocent. This contradictory nature rendered her unable to discern his true character. Takuro paid no heed to the turmoil within her. He simply waved his hand dismissively and muttered, "Help yourselves." He then returned his focus to his meal, treating dining with the same dedication as one would a sacred battle. The sisters' tacit approval acted like a switch. Sugar's large, glistening eyes were already captivated by the delectable spread before them, and her stomach rumbled audibly in protest. She gazed longingly at Monet, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with desire. "Sister." Observing her sister's pitiful expression, Monet's heart softened, and she gently nodded in consent. With permission granted, Sugar sprang forth like a jubilant squirrel, picking up her knife and fork, carefully slicing a small piece of vegetable, and savoring it slowly. In that moment, the expansive dining hall was filled only with the soft clinking of cutlery and the tempestuous sounds of Takuro's chewing. After a while, Monet could no longer suppress her urge to probe and strategize. She set down her utensils, gathered her thoughts, and spoke with the utmost respect and sincerity. "Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude for rescuing us, master." She inclined her body slightly, though she had already expressed her thanks before. She felt it necessary to formally introduce her sister. "My name is Monet, and this is my sister, Sugar." Takuro merely grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on a sizzling plate of teppanyaki. Monet remained undeterred. She understood that to earn his trust, she must first demonstrate her worth and honesty. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount her meticulously embellished backstory. "About a year ago, our parents perished in a tragic maritime disaster. We were left without any other relatives in this world, becoming orphans. To survive, Sugar and I had to wander from town to town, relying on the kindness of strangers and our wits to make a living. Until a few days ago, we were inexplicably captured by that scoundrel Goriel, who who turned us into slaves. At this point, Monet's gaze involuntarily flickered, betraying a hint of guilt. The reality of their survival tactics was far more complex than she let on. They had learned to exploit their youthful charm to elicit sympathy, pilfering wallets from wealthy patrons, and occasionally orchestrating harmless little scams. The sisters were akin to two wildcats struggling to survive in the jungle, having mastered various survival tricks. Their capture by Goriel was not without reason. It stemmed from her boldest endeavor yet, an attempt to infiltrate Goriel's villa to steal a haul of jewels, which tragically led to their capture. These details, however, Monet skillfully omitted. She needed to cultivate an image of intelligence, capability, yet one that seemed harmless before her new master. She was resolute in her determination to cling to this robust lifeline at any cost, having endured despair within the prison walls. She was more acutely aware than ever that their combined strength alone could not ensure their survival in this ruthless world. Aligning themselves with the powerful was their only avenue of escape. And Takuro, this enigmatic youth who descended like a deity, effortlessly tearing through steel and seemingly dismissive of even the Navy, was undoubtedly the most ideal protector she could imagine. The debt of gratitude for saving their lives, coupled with his unfathomable strength, made him an exquisite investment opportunity. Chapter 40. Offering shelter to the sisters. Monet continued to discreetly observe Takuro's reactions while narrating her tale with a hint of sorrow. That rascal Goriel, seeing that Sugar and I are still so young, intended to train us as his personal maids, to be gifted to a powerful figure behind him. At this juncture, a wave of trepidation and relief washed over her. It was precisely because Goriel harbored this intention that, in order to maintain the quality of his gift, they were spared physical torment and instead subjected to hunger. An attempt to break their spirits. Takuro remained oblivious to her plight, wholly engrossed in his meal, his hands continuing their relentless work. The mention of Goriel's boss sparked a thought in his mind. It seemed to be that flamboyant feathered man, Doflamingo, didn't it? It appeared that his fate was somewhat intertwined with that unfortunate soul. He even found a sense of dark amusement in the thought. This chap bears a striking resemblance to my very own fortune-bringing boy, bestowing land, providing a cook. Who knows when I might encounter him again? I find myself rather missing him. Master, are you listening? Seeing Takuro's expression seem to drift into the ether, Monet cautiously inquired, fearful of disrupting his thoughts. Of course, how could I not? Takuro finally lifted his head from the pile of bones, his mouth still chewing, his response muffled. I understand your point. To put it succinctly, you are an orphan without a home, bereft of parents, burdened with a younger sister, and you wish to follow me. Serving me tea and toiling like a beast of burden, correct? His summary was blunt, yet remarkably accurate. Yes, that's correct, Monet nodded, submissively affirming his assessment. She reiterated her value. I can do many things. Beyond what I've already mentioned, I am proficient in all domestic chores, cooking, mopping, washing clothes, and even. At this moment, her youthful face, still tinged with innocence, flushed slightly, and her voice dropped to a whisper, as delicate as a whispering breeze, even. Warming the bed, if necessary. This was the ultimate tactic she had learned from the sordid streets, a means to please powerful figures. She grasped its implications, realizing it might be her last bargaining chip. Upon hearing this, Takuro finally paused his actions, raising his head with interest, scrutinizing her with a keen gaze, and chuckled. Well, little lass, have you matured enough to know what warming the bed entails? I only heard it from others. Monet felt a wave of discomfort under his direct gaze, and hurriedly explained. Takuro did not press further, casually waving his hand in dismissal. Forget it. I have no interest in a little brat who hasn't even matured yet. Although his physical age was merely 10, the amalgamation of his past life as an underground fighter had imbued him with a psyche far exceeding 40 years. How could he possibly harbor any thoughts towards a little girl who appeared to be no more than 10 years of age? Such notions verge on criminality. I, Monet, found myself feeling somewhat indignant. Not to boast, but in her current state, she could undoubtedly be described as an extraordinary beauty in the making. With her lustrous green hair cascading gracefully, porcelain skin, and exquisitely refined features, even amidst her plight, her innate charm was hard to conceal. During her struggles for survival, she often leveraged her appearance to evoke the maternal instincts of well-to-do women, thereby securing generous support. Even a scoundrel like Gare, who had encountered countless individuals, was drawn to her and Sugar's remarkable potential, aspiring to present them as prized possessions to Doflamingo. Yet now, her most cherished asset was being so casually disregarded by the other party. Takuro seemed to perceive her thoughts, remaining silent as he extended his hands, tracing two plump, rounded S-shaped curves in the air. Instinctively, Monet lowered her gaze, only to glimpse the flat expanse of her chest that resembled an airport runway, and in that instant, everything became clear. A wave of heat rushed to her head, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. "I will grow up," she exclaimed, a blend of embarrassment and anger causing her voice to rise involuntarily. "Oh, we shall see about that later," Takuro replied dismissively, turning his attention back to the food. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Monet silently vowed, "Just you wait. Once I grow up, you will be utterly captivated by me." Takuro paid no heed to her internal musings, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the side. He noticed the little girl named Sugar quietly nibbling on the vegetables in her bowl, completely ignoring the fragrant meats laid before her. Unable to suppress a frown, he remarked, "Hey you, were you reincarnated from a rabbit or something? Always munching on grass. At this rate, a gust of wind could knock you over. You need to eat this to grow." With that, he speared a piece of meat larger than Sugar's head, sizzling with juices, and unceremoniously plopped it into her small bowl, creating a miniature mountain. Faced with the colossal meat before her, Sugar timidly raised her gaze and glanced at Takuro. Despite his somewhat intimidating appearance, the 2-year-old Sugar felt no fear. Her world was simple. She understood that this person had rescued her and her sister from hunger and the confines of darkness. In her eyes, this big brother was a good man. Did she truly not want to eat the meat? Certainly not. She was simply fearful that if she and her sister indulged too much, this good man would grow weary of them and cast them out once again, plunging them back into a life of sporadic feasting and wandering. She wished to remain by this big brother's side, for here, she felt safe and had an abundance of vegetables to eat. Seeing Takuro's unwavering gaze upon her, Sugar could no longer hesitate. She lowered her head, silently laboring with her tiny fork to lift a small piece of meat and place it into her mouth. With just a tiny bite, the rich juices burst upon her taste buds. The aroma of fat mingling with the smoky fragrance of charcoal filled her senses. An indescribable bliss enveloped her instantly. Sugar's eyes squinted joyfully, her face alight with sheer satisfaction. Noticing her reaction, Takuro's interest peaked, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Nonchalantly, he picked up a glistening grape from the table, flicked it with his finger, and sent it soaring towards Sugar in a perfect parabolic arc. As if guided by some extraordinary instinct, Sugar, without looking up, precisely tilted her head back just as the grape was about to land, opening her mouth wide and catching it with a delightful snap. She stared at Takuro, her little mouth chewing away, her expression clearly conveying a single thought. "Delicious. I want more. Hey, this is quite amusing." Takuro chuckled. The precision of her reflexes reminded him of the little hamster he had once raised out of boredom, which always managed to catch the food he tossed. This thought then led him to recall the adorable little Yuta, taken away by Shanks. He relished entertaining children. With that thought, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn you, Shanks. Not only did you run off, but you also took my little Yuta. She was destined to be a rock star." He pondered whether, in his absence and without his unique parenting wisdom, Yuta would end up being influenced by a bunch of rough, burly men. His dreams of becoming a musician remained unrealized. "Oh well, one can run from a monk, but not the temple. Sooner or later, I will catch that rascal and make him understand why flowers bloom so beautifully," he murmured, then turned his attention back to Monet, asking, "Have you eaten well?" Yes, I am full," Monet nodded eagerly. This had been the most satisfying and secure meal she and Sugar had experienced since their life of wandering began. "Good," Takuro replied with satisfaction. "Since you're full, go prepare more food." Monet paused in confusion. "Prepare food? Are guests arriving?" "No," Takuro pointed to himself. "I want to eat." "Huh?" Monet was utterly bewildered. She gazed at the table, which looked as if a typhoon had swept through it, and asked in disbelief, "But, we just finished eating?" "We?" Takuro scoffed, casting her a derisive look. "What a joke. Is this meager amount enough for anyone? I have merely whetted my appetite. Listen closely, based on this table's standard. Prepare 2 more tables for me. Hurry up, I am pressed for time." Monet was left completely stunned. She suddenly realized that what she had previously thought of as an easy cooking job might turn into the most arduous and seemingly endless challenge of her life. However, it was too late for regrets. She was now aboard this ship named Takuro. "Yes, my master." She could only rise with a bittersweet acceptance, heading towards the kitchen, which would become her future battlefield. Chapter 41, The Plan. The afternoon sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the living room in a warm golden hue. The lingering aroma of food mingled with a faint scent of alcohol, creating a languid atmosphere. Monet busied herself in the kitchen, the sound of flowing water intertwining with the crisp clatter of dishes. although she had just prepared 3 tables worth of food, enough to satisfy a small army. Leaving her feeling more exhausted than ever, her heart brimmed with fulfillment and contentment. Watching her sister Sugar finally eat to her heart's content, her innocent smile returning, made all the toil seem insignificant. Takuro, sprawled on the sofa like a lord, let out a satisfied belch. Indeed, having a maid who can cook is quite convenient. He stroked his chin, contemplating a serious issue. A maid preparing 3 tables of food was rather slow. Efficiency needed improvement. It seemed necessary to recruit a few more maids to form a professional culinary team. Meanwhile, the little Sugar sat quietly on the edge of the sofa, her legs crossed, her petite frame sitting upright. Her big, watery eyes were fixated on the enormous screen on the living room wall, her obedient demeanor eliciting affection. After a brief rest, Takuro, feeling somewhat bored, picked up the remote control and casually turned on the television. The screen illuminated, displaying a kaleidoscope of vibrant images. He rapidly flicked through the channels, only to discover a lamentable scarcity of programs, and those that did exist were of questionable quality. The offerings ranged from monotonous news broadcasts to poorly produced musical performances. The sole program that piqued his interest was titled Sora, the Ocean Warrior, narrating the tale of a valiant hero clad in combat attire battling an evil army. However, even this show exuded a strong, antiquated aura reminiscent of a bygone century. What bewildered him even further was the peculiar source of the television signal, which emanated from a bizarre creature resembling a snail, known as a telephone bug. Through some incomprehensible mechanism, it projected images onto a designated screen, entirely unlike the antennas or satellite signals he was accustomed to. What a farce! He lamented. What kind of backwater is this? Has the technology tree been misguidedly cultivated? With such wondrous biological technology at hand, how can other aspects remain so woefully primitive? Yet, beside him, Sugar was utterly captivated. Her cherubic face radiated tension and anticipation, her emotions ebbing and flowing in synchrony with the show's plot. When the protagonist Sora found himself in peril, she would clench her tiny fists in anxiety. And upon witnessing Sora's triumphant counterattack, she would exuberantly wave her arms, even unable to restrain herself from exuberantly cheering. Go, Sora, the Ocean Warrior. Defeat those villains. Takuro sighed in resignation, rubbing his temples. Alas, it seems imperative that I find West City swiftly. Although this life of luxury, where every need was met with ease, was undeniably delightful, he felt a profound disconnection from this world. It was excessively backward and feudal, rendering every task inconvenient and evoking a sense of living in medieval Europe. In contrast, he reminisced fondly about the modern, technologically advanced metropolis, where information thrived and connectivity was paramount. With his current abilities, he could thrive just as well in a contemporary city, indulging in a myriad of exhilarating experiences. More importantly, he had never lost sight of his core objective for venturing out to sea, to seek the Dragon Balls. These were officially recognized artifacts capable of granting any wish. A legitimate loophole in reality. Even with the existence of a system that enabled him to grow stronger through combat, the Dragon Balls remained indispensable. For some things, the system could not easily provide, such as eternal life and an invulnerable physique. It is well known that Scions are a formidable warrior race, blessed with an extended youthfulness that allows them to maintain peak combat prowess and a youthful visage for an extended period. Their robust constitution also bestows them with an almost superhuman immunity, rendering them impervious to common ailments. Yet, these advantages ultimately have their limits. No matter how one strives to remain youthful, the inexorable march of aging and death awaits. In a certain timeline etched in his memory, even the mighty Son Goku succumbed to a seemingly trivial heart ailment. Takuro's ambitions extended beyond mere dominion over this minuscule planet. Once he attained sufficient strength, the vast cosmos would be his true frontier. However, traversing the universe is not only a time-consuming endeavor, but also fraught with various unknown viruses and lethal cosmic rays. He was determined to become a man standing at the pinnacle of the universe. How could he be hindered by mere mortality and disease? Therefore, finding the Dragon Balls and wishing for immortality and immunity to all ailments was an absolute necessity. However, locating those 7 minuscule orbs scattered across the boundless world was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially considering his unfamiliarity with the terrain. Thus, the immediate priority was to journey to the fabled city of science, West City, to seek out the genius scientist Bulma and acquire the dragon radar capable of detecting the Dragon Ball's locations. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Although Bulma herself yearned to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill her wish of finding a handsome boyfriend, Takuro confidently touched his youthful, yet already chiseled face, reassuring himself. I can easily assist her with that little favor. My apologies, Vegeta. Your wife, no, your future girlfriend, has been preemptively reserved, he silently mused, devoid of any guilt. Having organized his subsequent plans, his thoughts crystallized with remarkable clarity. First, he would utilize Ambry Island as a temporary base to gather intelligence and ascertain the whereabouts of West City and Bulma. Then, he would acquire the Dragon Radar and embark on a global quest for the Dragon Balls. Yes, that shall be my course of action, Takuro affirmed with satisfaction. Awaiting the arrival of that little rascal, Tizolo. He was well acquainted with this maritime region and should be able to gather a wealth of useful information for him. He now regarded his decision to request Ambry Island from Doflamingo as utterly brilliant. Initially, he had approached it with a sense of compensating Shanks. For while he believed it was entirely justified to punish the celestial dragons, he had inadvertently caused a minor inconvenience to the red-haired pirates and felt compelled to atone for his actions. But now, since that scoundrel Shanks had unceremoniously abandoned him, this island rightfully belonged to Takuro. It would serve as an excellent refuge. Lost in thought, he was suddenly roused by Tizolo's respectful voice from outside. Boss, have you awakened? I have completed the morning tasks and come to report to you. Chapter 42. The Soul Son. Takuro's eyes brightened. It was as if he had conjured Tizolo with his thoughts. He glanced at Sugar, who was utterly engrossed in the screen, and nodded towards the door, indicating, Sugar, please. Open the door. Sugar was fully engaged in the unfolding drama. On the screen, the Ocean Warrior Sora was locked in a final showdown against the malevolent Germa 60 SIXS cadre, and victory was imminent. Yet, upon hearing Takuro's command, she pouted slightly, reluctantly rising from the carpet and hastening towards the door. Hurry, if I go fast enough, I might still catch the ending, she thought, her little legs transforming into a whirlwind as she scampered swiftly. With a click, the door swung open. Tizolo looked down at the petite green-haired girl, barely reaching his knees, his eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. Little miss, who are you? However, Sugar had no time to entertain him. Upon opening the door, she dashed back with even greater speed, as though being pursued by a ravenous hound. Just as Tizolo stood at the door, his mind spiraling with questions, a voice from within the villa beckoned. Come in, Tizolo. Upon hearing Takuro's voice, Tizolo's confusion evaporated, replaced by a wave of excitement as he quickly stepped inside. Little Taz. The boss called me Little Taz. His heart raced with elation. This signified that he was now considered one of their own in Takuro's eyes. With this exhilaration in his heart, he hurried into the living room, where he found his boss conversing with the little girl from earlier. Takuro wore a mischievous smile as he addressed Sugar. Oh, Sugar. What a pity you returned just a tad too late. The show has just concluded. Upon hearing this, Sugar's expression of anticipation instantly froze. Her entire being struck as if by lightning. Curse that corridor. Why is it so long? She seethed, filled with resentment, lamenting why the house had to be so expansive, and why her legs couldn't be a bit longer. If only she had arrived in time to witness Sora's moment of triumph. Sensing her inner turmoil, Takuro continued with an enticing tone. However, I did catch the conclusion. I can tell you for free if you wish to know. Upon hearing these words, the bitterness on Sugar's small face was instantly supplanted by anticipation, and she nodded vigorously. I want to. Takuro revealed a cunning expression, cleared his throat, and announced in an excessively grave tone. Listen carefully. The final outcome is that the warrior of the sea, Sora, has lost. He was utterly defeated by that villain known as the Invisible Black, unable to rise again. Crack. It was as if something intangible shattered in Sugar's little world. Her face turned pale in an instant, tears gathering in her eyes like pearls from a broken string. How could this be as the accumulated emotions finally erupted? She cried out in sorrow, bursting into tears. Meanwhile, the instigator, Takuro, chuckled maliciously, reveling in his mischief. What happened? Why is Sugar crying? Monet, who was tidying up in the kitchen, hurriedly wiped her hands and rushed out. Sugar, feeling a surge of support, threw herself into her sister's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, Sora. He lost, boo-hoo. Monet, utterly perplexed, struggled to comprehend the situation. After some patient inquiries, she finally grasped that it was a character from a television program. Understanding the context, Monet lifted her head and shot a deeply reproachful look at Takuro. Master, how could you bully a child? Takuro, utterly oblivious to the severity of his actions, laughed heartily. Go fetch me and your little sister 2 cups of tea, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Monet could only sigh resignedly, cradling the still sobbing Sugar as she temporarily retreated from the living room. Tizolo observed the entire scene, though he couldn't fully grasp what had transpired. He quietly inquired, "Boss, who are they?" "Oh, just some maids delivered to my doorstep, a legacy left by that fool Goriel," Takuro explained casually. He then shifted the conversation. "So, how is your beloved settling in?" "Yes, thanks to you, boss. Stella is already well taken care of," Taizolo replied respectfully, filled with gratitude. The properties left behind by Goriel were not limited to this one. Following Takuro's instructions, he had chosen a villa in a serene environment with the best security as a new home for himself and Stella. To be rescued from the clutches of the celestial dragons and to reside in a luxurious house he had never dared to dream of. This was all thanks to the enigmatic young man before him. Thus, as soon as urgent matters were resolved today, he rushed over, ready for any command from his boss. "Well then, let's proceed," Takuro nodded, swiftly entering the crux of the matter. "I called you here for two things. First this." He opened a delicate small box placed on the coffee table, revealing a silvery fruit emanating an eerie aura. "Would you care to partake?" The moment Taizolo's gaze fell upon the fruit, his expression transformed dramatically, and he gasped, This is a devil fruit." His voice trembled with astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Having toiled in the underbelly of Ambry Island for years, he had long been familiar with the legends surrounding devil fruits. They were treasures of the sea, gifts of fate, and curses of demons. The appearance of each fruit could incite bloodshed in black markets and underground auctions. He had witnessed wealthy merchants and ruthless pirates alike squander fortunes and spill blood over a mere unknown devil fruit. "Boss, are you giving this to me?" Taizolo swallowed hard, his throat feeling parched as if it were ablaze. He stared intently at the fruit glowing with a strange silver light, his heart racing uncontrollably. He knew that this small fruit had a starting bid of at least 100 million berries, a staggering sum. Yet his boss, so casually, inquired if he would like to eat it, as if offering him a cup of tea. At that moment, Monet approached with an exquisite tea tray, her steps light. When her gaze inadvertently swept over the small box, her green eyes widened in recognition. This was not, she thought to herself. Just days ago, Goriel had proudly displayed this fruit to her and her sister, claiming it was a hard-won treasure he intended to present to the powerful figure behind him, along with the sisters as a lavish gift. How ironic that now, this precious gift had fallen into Takuro's hands. A ripple of emotion stirred within Monet. Yet she quickly composed herself, betraying no signs of her inner turmoil. She understood that the past held no significance now, regardless of whom the fruit originally belonged to it. Along with this villa and the fates of herself and her sister, now solely belonged to the inscrutable youth before her. She placed 2 steaming cups of red tea on the coffee table in front of Takuro and Taizolo, and then, like a well-trained maid, quietly retreated behind Takuro's sofa, standing at attention, ready for any command. Unaware of the tempest within Monet, Takuro pushed the box towards Taizolo, his tone as casual as if asking if he wanted a piece of sugar. "If all goes well, this should indeed be a devil fruit. I see you aspire to grow stronger. This should prove useful to you. So take it." Boom. This statement resonated like thunder in Taizolo's mind. His expression froze in disbelief as he looked at Takuro and then at the devil fruit within arm's reach, feeling as though he were dreaming. Just like that, it was given to him. That was 100 million berries. A power capable of transforming his life. A miracle coveted by countless individuals. His boss, without so much as a blink, had nonchalantly bestowed this upon him, merely a day after he had begun to follow him. This was beyond mere generosity. It was a divine gift. "You truly are my deity," Taizolo murmured softly to himself. Chapter 43, The Fruit's Ownership. Taizolo recalled the past 3 years he had spent working tirelessly to amass Stella's ransom, enduring the harshest scorn and scraping by with every berry. That sum had seemed astronomical to him. Yet now, a devil fruit valued far beyond that amount lay casually before him. The overwhelming shock rendered his mind blank. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Takuro, observing Taizolo's stunned expression as if he had been struck by lightning, furrowed his brow in impatience. "What? Don't want it? Or are you afraid of becoming a landlubber? If you don't want it, I can just toss it away or feed it to the dogs." This offhand remark was like a bucket of cold water, instantly jolting Taizolo back to reality. He abruptly regained his senses, gazing at the fruit within reach, and an insatiable desire ignited within him like a wildfire. He was truly tempted. The power he craved lay just before him. The word yes was almost on the tip of his tongue. However, just as the words were on the brink of escaping his throat, a dream deeply enshrined within the depths of his soul abruptly halted this impulse. His lips quivered, yet the utterance that finally emerged was strikingly different. "I'm sorry, boss." Taizolo's voice was hoarse, yet remarkably resolute. Perhaps I must disappoint your goodwill. Regarding the devil fruit, I actually have my own thoughts. Upon speaking these words, he seemed to expend every ounce of his strength, and with a thud, he sank to his knees, his forehead striking the cold floor with a heavy thump. Deep within his heart, he had long envisioned a singular fruit for his future, the legendary gold fruit that could transform stone into gold and command the world's riches. This intense obsession was born from having witnessed the might of money, only to be ruthlessly betrayed by it. He yearned to become the master of wealth, not its slave. He aspired to forge an eternal empire of gold, one that would command respect for himself and Stella, a domain that none would dare to scorn. Although the hope of discovering that fabled fruit was more elusive than finding a needle in the vast ocean, one must always harbor dreams. What if they come to fruition? The sea is unpredictable. Just days ago, he had been mired in despair, believing that the fates of himself and Stella were irrevocably sealed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the boss descended like a deity, rewriting everything. Sometimes, all it takes is a flicker of incredible fortune. Thus, even though the fruit before him was equally precious, he felt compelled to refuse. Please, punish me. Tezolo bowed his head, resigning himself to his fate. He understood the rules of the underworld. To refuse a gift from the boss? That would be a grave insult, akin to a public slap in the face. According to custom, the consequences could range from a severe beating to, "What is going on?" came a peculiar voice from above, infused with an uncomprehending bewilderment. Why the grand display? Do you have some masochistic tendencies? You seem almost eager for punishment. He even nonchalantly shifted the sofa back a bit, sensing that something was amiss with the young man. Tezolo, huh? If you don't want it, that's fine. Takuro waved his hand dismissively. Everyone has their own opinions. I can't force you to consume it, can I? I'm not some tyrant. If you don't want it, I'll just feed it to the dogs. Takuro believed himself to be quite the understanding boss. Having said that, he didn't even glance at Tezolo on the ground, casually handing the small box containing the devil fruit behind him. If you don't want it, then it's yours. Nai, who had been quietly standing behind, was taken aback. What did he mean by if he doesn't want it, then it's yours? Hadn't he just said he would feed it to the dogs? That sounded rather offensive. Almost like an insult. What? You don't want it either. Takuro, sensing the silence behind him, turned around in confusion. Didn't you all say this thing was incredibly precious? Why does everyone seem to disdain it when it's in my hands? He muttered, about to retrieve the box when he remarked, Fine, looks like this really is something that even dogs wouldn't eat. I want it. A crisp and urgent voice abruptly interrupted him. Nai stepped forward, snatching the small box from Takuro's hand with lightning speed, clutching it tightly to her chest, as if fearing he might change his mind. Who said I don't want it? If dogs don't want it, I do. She blurted out, only realizing the oddity of her words after they escaped her lips. But at that moment, she couldn't afford to care. After all, it was a devil fruit. Only a fool would refuse it. She didn't require some gilded dream. All she desired was straightforward power. A power sufficient to protect herself and her sister Sugar, ensuring that they would never again be at the mercy of others, never again having to bow to anyone. Without a shred of hesitation, under the curious gaze of Takuro and the just recovered Tezolo, Nai lifted the silvery fruit and opened her mouth, taking a hefty bite. The next moment, her exquisitely cute face contorted in agony, her features twisting together as if she had just swallowed a live cockroach along with a stinky sock. An indescribable taste, reminiscent of rotting fruit, rusty nails, and spoiled milk, erupted in her mouth like a chemical weapon. Ugh, what is this taste? She fought the urge to vomit, her little face turning pale as she felt as though her taste buds and soul had suffered a devastating blow. Heh. Shanks didn't deceive me after all. It really is horrid, Takuro commented gleefully from the sidelines, even taking pleasure in critiquing her reaction. Nai could only swallow the fruit's flesh with tears streaming down her cheeks, looking pitiful. All right, stop looking like you're about to die. Hurry up and see what ability you have. Is it fun? To him, this was akin to opening a mystery box filled with unknown delights. Nai took a deep breath, striving to suppress the nauseating flavor, then closed her eyes, concentrating on the marvelous power surging within her body. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. The temperature in the living room began to drop without warning. Crystalline ice formed in the air, appearing like fireflies on a summer night, before transforming into delicate snowflakes that fluttered down gracefully. Chapter 44, Post-Meal Exercise. Following this, Nai's body underwent a remarkable transformation. Her skin became even fairer and more translucent, while the tips of her green hair seemed to have been kissed by frost. Under Tezolo's incredulous gaze, her lower body began to elementize. morphing into an elegant form composed of pure white snow. Could this be the snow fruit? Taizolo's voice brimmed with uncontainable astonishment and a hint of regret. Takuro, curious, interjected, "What is the snow fruit?" "It is one of the rarest and most powerful types of nature-type devil fruits." Taizolo immediately elaborated for the boss. "It grants the user the ability to create and control ice and snow, as well as to transform into ice and snow, rendering them immune to physical attacks. It is said that one of the most promising candidates for Admiral in the Navy headquarters, Akiji Kazan, is a user of an advanced nature-type freezing fruit." "Oh, I see," Takuro replied, recalling the flashy bastard he had chased down earlier, losing interest immediately. "Isn't that just like that flashy guy? Able to transform into natural elements. Looks all fancy." To him, controlling light or ice and snow seemed utterly uninteresting, far less exhilarating than manipulating ki. Sigh. If only there were a fruit that could conjure food at any time, he lamented sincerely before turning his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Monai was immersed in the wonder and joy of her newfound ability. The sensation was extraordinary, as if she had fused with nature itself. With a mere thought, the falling ice and snow rapidly coalesced, first transforming into a little bird eager to take flight, and then into a lively snow rabbit. Everything was under her control. Taizolo observed with envy. This was nature type. Among the devil fruits, it was one of the rarest and most formidable. Consuming it would grant an immediate and significant boost in combat power. What was he thinking earlier? Now, he regretted it immensely. Takuro discerned the innermost thoughts of his companion with a single glance, casting a scornful look his way. "Look at your meager aspirations. You're nothing but a mere fruit. Unworthy of envy." "But I didn't even realize it was from the natural category," Taizolo protested, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Had I known that consuming it would instantly bestow me with formidable combat prowess, I would have seized the opportunity to assist the boss more effectively." Upon reflection, Takuro considered this notion. If his subordinates were stronger, it would indeed lighten his burdens. Most importantly, it might even allow them to spar together, making Taizolo a competent training partner. With this thought in mind, he promptly donned an enigmatic expression, patted Taizolo's shoulder, and imparted gravely, "To forge iron, one must first be strong. Relying on dubious means to elevate oneself ultimately leads to emptiness. Only the strength within can transcend all. I see remarkable potential in you. Your physique is extraordinary, and your gaze is fierce, a rare talent for martial arts indeed. Here, I possess an ancient manual. The Turtle Hermit School's basic training handbook, which I shall generously bestow upon you today." Feigning a grand gesture, he plucked a small tome, exuding an aura of antiquity, seemingly from thin air. This was, of course, a replication conjured from his memory by the system. Unbeknownst to Taizolo, he was awestruck as Takuro produced the book with an air of profound mystery. He reverently accepted it with both hands, feeling its weight akin to 1,000 burdens, emanating an indescribable mystique. "The Turtle Hermit School, it sounds so prestigious," he murmured to himself. "Indeed, you must dedicate yourself to your studies," Takuro remarked nonchalantly, exuding the authority of a master. "This method of cultivation was one I employed in my early years. Additionally, I possess a unique gravity training technique which I shall impart to you, contingent upon your performance." Upon hearing this, Taizolo's heart surged with exhilaration. What merit had he possessed to earn such favor and nurturing from the boss? Overwhelmed by joy and gratitude, he collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down as he clutched Takuro's leg. "Boss." "Ugh, how revolting. Keep your distance," Takuro exclaimed, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him, pushing Taizolo away with his foot. What sort of decorum was this for a grown man, weeping at every turn? At that opportune moment, Monai skillfully wielded her newly acquired abilities, summoning a gentle gust of cold wind that whisked the still writhing Taizolo to the corner of the room. Takuro praised her. "Well done, you have keen insight." "Humph," Monai huffed, flapping her snow-formed wings as she floated gracefully in midair, her face alight with self-satisfaction. "Enough of idle chatter," Takuro declared, clapping his hands with a serious demeanor. "It is time to discuss the second matter." Taizolo instantly dried his tears, springing to his feet with a sudden vigor. Standing at attention before Takuro, "Boss, command me. I shall face any peril without hesitation." "Very well," Takuro nodded. "I wish for you to consolidate all factions on the island for me. Furthermore, investigate a city called Shidu." Upon hearing this, Taizolo's excitement quickly morphed into apprehension, and a troubled expression settled upon his face. "Boss, regarding this matter, I intended to report to you. After your departure yesterday, I endeavored to execute your command. Yet, as a mere adolescent, Even with your support, how could the long-entrenched, unruly criminal factions and merchant leaders on Ambry Island heed my orders? That they did not physically assault me and toss me out was already a concession in light of Gawler's demise. Such is the situation, Taizolo shrugged helplessly. The other factions on the island seem quite resistant to your rule. Some have even spoken ill of you, claiming you are merely a fortunate child. Upon hearing this, Takuro did not display anger. Rather, a radiant smile spread across his face, sending a chill down both Taizolo's and Monai's spines. He stood, stretching his limbs with audible cracks and pops. "Let us go," he said calmly. Taizolo blinked in confusion. "Go where?" With a grin revealing his pearly whites, Takuro replied, "Of course, it's time for some post-meal exercise." Chapter 45, The Hyenas. As the Navy withdrew, the tumult and chaos of the previous day gradually subsided, replaced by an eerie tranquility that masked the undercurrents of unrest. However, beneath this veneer of calm, the island's dark corners were only just awakening to the true order. The Bloody Rum Tavern, nestled in the most chaotic and squalid alley of the port, served as a haven for pirates, bounty hunters, human traffickers, and various unsavory figures of the underworld. The air was perpetually thick with the acrid stench of low-grade alcohol, sweat, blood, and mildew. The sticky floor and walls marred by knife marks and dried blood bore silent witness to tales of violence and death. Today, the tavern buzzed with even greater fervor than usual. In the center, several tables had been pushed together, filled with the most notorious figures on Ambry Island. They were the local gang leaders, masters of smuggling routes, and the nefarious operators of underground gambling dens. Under Doflamingo's reign, they scavenged like hyenas, feasting on the remnants left by the fallen tyrant, maintaining the delicate balance of the island's underbelly. A burly, bald man, adorned with a hefty gold chain, slammed his cup onto the table, sending liquor splattering. He was Barrow, the Iron Fist, who controlled the smuggling business at the docks. "Damn it, what terrible luck," he bellowed, his voice booming, spittle flying. "Today, I've lost an entire 3 ships worth of goods. Those damn Navy scoundrels sealed the port and turned my vessels upside down. This debt falls squarely on that little brat who appeared from nowhere." "Indeed," chimed in a gaunt man with a sinister gaze, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He was Domino, the operator of the island's largest underground casino. "My casino saw not a single soul today. All my patrons fled in terror. The celestial dragon was attacked? Humph. May they perish. But to have this happen on our turf. Now we await Doflamingo's wrath." At this, the assembly nodded in agreement, lamenting their plight. Gawler's foolishness is truly unforgivable. Why provoke the celestial dragons, dragging us all into this mess? If you ask me, that little brat named Takuro is the real culprit. A mere child, yet he dares to act recklessly on Ambry Island? Who does he think he is? Exactly. Just because he defeated a few of the celestial dragon's guards and some pathetic navy, he thinks he can run amok. That means nothing. Doflamingo is the true powerhouse. He cannot possibly be compared to such riffraff. Yet, there were those with sharper minds in the crowd who interjected. "But that brat seems to be associated with the red-haired pirates." Barrow scoffed, dismissing the notion with a curl of his lip as he set down his cup. "Huh. That little brat merely has some connection to the red-haired pirates. Otherwise, why didn't they take him along when they departed? Thus, we need not fear him." With that assertion, the group nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Under the influence of alcohol, the pack of hyenas, who usually dared not even breathe in front of Doflamingo, seemed to momentarily forget their fear. They began to engage in boisterous discussions, venting all their grievances and discontent upon that little scoundrel, whose name they had only heard whispered but never seen. I heard that Barrow took a large swig of rum, a disdainful smirk spreading across his face. "That brat truly thinks highly of himself. He sends a green-haired boy to us, claiming he intends to consolidate our powers and command us henceforth? What a preposterous joke." "Ha ha." Domino let out a sharp laugh that pierced the air like a night owl's cry. "Does he think he is Lord Doflamingo? A mere wet behind-the-ears brat, wanting to perch above us? Is he worthy of such a position? Indeed, what is he, after all? He should crawl back into the womb and suckle." The tavern erupted into a chorus of derisive laughter, brimming with contempt and mockery. In their eyes, Takuro was merely a lucky fool who had defeated a few inconsequential guards and fortuitously stumbled upon the celestial dragon incident. All of this was orchestrated by the red-haired. And what did it have to do with him? A voluptuous woman with crimson-painted nails, the head of the island's information trade, Scorpion Maria, gently swirled her glass and spoke in a languorous yet venomous tone. "I did send someone to inquire. It is said that the brat killed Gohair and has since claimed Gohair's villa and those 2 attractive little slave girls. TSK, not very old yet, but with quite the appetite." "Oh, is that so?" A glimmer of lascivious light flickered in Barrow's eyes. Gohere's treasures were top-notch. What a shame. They have fallen into the hands of that little bastard. Humph, fallen. Domino scoffed, his eyes glinting with greed and calculation. I wouldn't be so sure. That brat is but one person, accompanied only by a green-haired lackey and 2 little slave girls. What right does he have to safeguard Gohere's legacy? And what gives him the authority to govern this island? His words struck like a boulder cast into a lake, instantly stirring 1,000 waves. The prominent figures present found their breaths quickening involuntarily, their gazes igniting with the flames of avarice. They all understood that Gohere, as one of Doflamingo's most trusted lieutenants, had amassed an astronomical fortune on the island. Now that Gohere was dead, and Doflamingo was momentarily preoccupied with the celestial dragon affair, that immense wealth had become ownerless. And that brat named Takuro, in their eyes, was merely a child clutching a mountain of gold, yet utterly defenseless. Domino, are you implying that? Barrow licked his dry lips, probing. My meaning is quite simple. Domino downed his drink in one gulp, slamming the glass onto the table with a resounding clink. His voice dropped low yet was saturated with incitement. This island once belonged to Lord Doflamingo. We could only sip the broth. But now, whether Lord Doflamingo can return is uncertain. What right does that brat have to be our new master? He slowly rose, hands pressing against the table, body leaning forward, his gaze slithering like a serpent across each individual present. Rather than wait for a brash little brat to dictate our actions, why not seize the reins of this island ourselves? The treasures left by Gohere shall be divided among us. The benefits of this island shall be jointly governed by us. What say you? This declaration, akin to the whispers of a devil, instantly ignited the primal greed and ambition within everyone's hearts. Indeed, why should we let a mere child ride atop us? Let's do it. Ambry Island belongs to all of us, not just him. Kill that brat. Steal his treasures and women. The crowd erupted in fury, the tavern atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The intoxicating blend of alcohol and greed rendered these hyenas utterly irrational, as they envisioned the splendid future of dividing wealth and becoming the new rulers of the island. Well said. Barrow slammed the table, rising to his feet, raising his arm in a fervent call. That brat killed Gohere merely by chance. With so many of us, so many guns, how can we fear him alone? Does he dare to lay a finger on us? Let us not forget, this is ultimately the territory of the Don Quixote family. Even if Lord Doflamingo cannot return for the time being, does he dare to slaughter us all? If he dares to do so, he will be openly defying the entire Don Quixote family. At that point, Lord Doflamingo will undoubtedly have his revenge. This speech injected a powerful surge of confidence into the crowd. Yes, the law does not punish the many. United, even if that brat is formidable, does he dare risk offending a warlord of the sea by taking us all down? He wouldn't dare. He absolutely would not. With this realization, the courage of everyone swelled, their expressions growing increasingly arrogant and ruthless. Tonight, we shall storm Gohere's villa together. Barrow raised his glass high, spitting as he delivered his final rallying cry, demanding he surrender all his treasures and property. Then vacate Ambry Island. If he dares to utter a single word of defiance, a sinister grin spread across his face. We shall make him realize who truly holds the power on this island. Roar. The tavern erupted with deafening roars and cheers, glasses clinking, tables and chairs rattling. This pack of hyenas, intoxicated by greed, began to prematurely celebrate their imminent victory. However, none of them noticed a slight figure cloaked beneath a voluminous hood, cautiously navigating through the restless crowd at the tavern entrance. The 11-year-old Nico Robin dared not breathe, fearing she might draw the attention of this rabble. Chapter 46, Nico Robin. Outside the Bloody Rum Tavern, the afternoon sun blazed, and the atmosphere within the tavern was equally fervent. Nico Robin curled her petite frame into the darkest corner of the establishment, her expansive black cloak nearly blending her into the decaying wooden boards surrounding her. She carefully lowered the brim of her hood, revealing only her beautifully calm eyes, which were anything but childlike. The acrid stench of cheap alcohol and sweat wafting through the air made her frown slightly, but more than that, the raucous and greedy roars emanating from the center of the tavern filled her with a visceral loathing. 3 years ago, the massacre order that obliterated her hometown, O'Hara, from the map burned in her memory like an unquenchable hellfire, scorching her day and night. In a single night, she transformed from a small scholar immersed in historical tomes into a world-class criminal, the son of the devil, with a staggering bounty of 79 million berries hanging over her head. Since that day, fleeing has become the central theme of her existence. She traversed various islands and nations, seeking refuge among all manner of individuals, pirates, gangs, and human trafficking organizations, but each acceptance was shadowed by blatant exploitation and betrayal. They coveted her bounty, and ambitious souls eagerly awaited her ability to decipher historical texts. Should danger arise, or if they deemed her of no further use, she would be ruthlessly discarded, thrown out as a mere shield. Trust had long become the most luxurious word in her vocabulary. A month ago, she narrowly escaped a group of bounty hunters attempting to sell her to the world government. By sheer happenstance, she boarded a smuggling ship and found herself on this island of Ambry in the North Sea. The island, ruled by the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo, is rife with chaos and malevolence, providing her with an impeccable refuge. The most perilous of places often serve as the safest havens. Here, no one pays heed to a taciturn little girl perpetually shrouded in a cloak. Employing her extensive knowledge and intellect that surpasses her peers, she engages in intelligence translation and ancient manuscript appraisal within the island's black market, barely scraping by while secretly amassing clues regarding the historical texts. She has unearthed several tomes that contain fragmented historical accounts and had meticulously planned to depart as soon as she secured enough passage for her next journey, continuing her endless wanderings. Yet, fate seems to delight in playing tricks on her. The sudden arrival of the celestial dragons, coupled with an unforeseen assault that nearly turned the entire island upside down, utterly disrupted her plans. The Navy's swift blockade left her feeling like a bird trapped in a cage. Today, the tavern where she sought refuge has fortuitously transformed into a council chamber for all the local ruffians' conspiracies. She listened intently to the hyenas' conversations without a flicker of emotion, her heart enveloped in an icy indifference. The boy named Takuro, whom she had never met, appeared to her as nothing more than another unfortunate soul on the brink of being ensnared by the whirlpool of desire. Not my concern, Nico Robin told herself. In this world, countless conspiracies and murders unfold daily. She has long learned to be a detached observer, for any surplus of empathy could drag her into an abyss from which there is no return. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a commotion erupted outside the tavern, followed by a drunken pirate stumbling in, exclaiming with excitement, "Hey, the port's blockade has been lifted. The Navy has completely departed." What? This news struck the tavern like a bomb, momentarily stifling the fervor within. Are you serious? Iron Fist Barrow seized the pirate by the collar. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. All the warships have begun to set sail. Confirming the veracity of the news, a renewed uproar erupted in the tavern, more unrestrained than before. Ha! Splendid. It seems the Navy was frightened away by that little brat-s backing, the red-haired pirates. I said it. Even the Navy dares not act recklessly on Doflamingo's turf. Yet, upon hearing this news, Robin's heart skipped a beat. An opportunity. This was her golden chance to escape this island of turmoil. She did not wish to linger for even a second longer. A premonition warned her that as the hyenas' schemes commenced, the island would soon plunge into another cycle of bloodshed and chaos. She must seize the moment. While the port had just reopened and order had yet to be fully restored, to blend into the throng of departing souls. Without a moment's hesitation, she lowered the hood of her cloak further, concealing her visage in shadows. Silently, she rose from her corner, merging with the crowd that was stirring with the news of the blockade's lift, preparing to exit the tavern. However, at the very instant she was about to successfully navigate through the throng, a drunken brute, jostled by companions, stumbled backward, colliding heavily with Robin. Ugh! The force of the impact nearly sent Robin sprawling. To make matters worse, the hood meant to conceal her identity slipped off her head in that sudden jolt. Damn it! Alarm bells rang in Robin's mind. Almost instinctively, she hastily replaced the hood, shrouding her face once more in shadows. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was already too late. A sharp gaze had precisely captured that fleeting glimpse. Poison Scorpion Maria, holding a glass, regarded the commotion at the entrance with keen interest. The moment that exquisite face, incongruous with the squalid tavern, was revealed, it instantly piqued her attention. Even more striking was the realization that she had seen that face before. Maria set down her glass, her crimson nails tapping lightly on the table. Her mind raced, matching that face with the invaluable bounty poster etched in her memory. Black hair, blue eyes, youthful yet possessing an unnaturally composed demeanor. Indeed, in an instant, greed and fervor ignited in Maria's eyes. She sprang to her feet, her voice piercing through the tavern's din. It's her, the demon-s child. Nico Robin. Capture her. Boom. This proclamation detonated with tenfold the intensity of the previous news regarding the port's reopening. The entire tavern fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt into a frenzy of manic, avaricious roars. What? Nico Robin. 79 million berries. Capture her. That bounty is mine. Don't let her escape. I saw her first. In that moment, all eyes locked onto the diminutive figure cloaked in black, as if they were ravenous wolves fixated on their prey. What alliance? What division of wealth was instantly eclipsed in the face of such readily attainable riches? Robin's heart sank to the icy depths. She no longer harbored any illusions. She spun around and bolted towards the tavern's rear exit. Don't let her escape. Barrow, Domino, and others quickly responded, roaring as they led the charge. The tavern's desperate patrons surged like sharks, scenting blood, frantically pursuing Robin. Robin's agility surpassed that of her contemporaries. She deftly overturned tables to create obstacles, her petite form weaving through the chaos, still buoyed by the assistance of her Hana no Mi powers. However, the confines of the tavern proved limiting, and the sheer number of pursuers was overwhelming. Before long, she found herself cornered in a dead-end alley. Gazing upon the distorted, greedy faces before her and hearing the filth-laden shouts around her, Robin gradually came to a halt, with her back against the cold wall. Her small chest heaved from the exertion. She raised her head, removing the now pointless hood, exposing a face that, though dust-covered, remained tranquil. In her eyes, there was no fear, no plea, only an abyss of despair, as desolate as a frozen winter lake. Here we go again. Once more? No matter where she fled or how cautiously she tread, the inevitable conclusion always seemed to be betrayal and pursuit. Is there truly a place for her in this world? Little one, stop struggling, Barrow sneered, advancing step by step. Come along quietly, and you might suffer less. Robin slowly closed her eyes, seemingly surrendering all resistance, bracing for the tragic fate that had long been predetermined for her. Yet, in that moment of despair, boom, the seemingly impenetrable wall of the alley crumbled as if struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing in a thunderous crash. A voice, laced with both amusement and arrogance, emerged abruptly from the swirling dust. Well, good afternoon, you scum. Have you had your lunch? Chapter 47, Arrogance. The figure of Takuro emerged with complete clarity, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of a playful yet perilous smile gracing his lips. In the alley, time seemed to stand still. Barrow's hand, poised to grasp Robin, froze mid-air. The sinister grins on the faces of the outlaws were replaced by sheer astonishment and a touch of absurdity. The very protagonist who had boasted in the tavern about seeking trouble with him had now, in an unexpected turn of events, delivered himself right to their doorstep. Nico Robin's blue eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the black-haired youth, who appeared to be of similar age, and the massive gaping hole behind him from which debris continued to tumble. For a moment, she forgot the perilous situation she was in. Who are you? Barrow was the first to recover from his stupor, roaring with a feigned bravado. Me? Takuro tilted his head, stepping out from the gaping hole, his tail swaying leisurely behind him. I am Takuro. I heard you were looking for me. He paused, flashing a grin that revealed a set of pearly white teeth, adding, by the way, from today onward, I am also your new master. This brazen declaration, akin to a monarch's decree, ignited the nerves of the outlaws. After a brief moment of disbelief, a sickly, effortless ecstasy spread across Barrow's face. Ha! Truly, you tread the path of heaven unwittingly, while barging into the gates of hell. Kid, we intended to seek you out tonight, yet here you are, arriving on your own. You've saved us quite a bit of trouble. Indeed, you possess quite the audacity. Domino chimed in with a mocking laugh. How fortunate. No need for another trip. Be wise and hand over the treasures and women you pilfered from Geralt. Then bow 3 times and scurry off Ambry Island. Given your connections with the red-haired pirates, we might consider sparing your life. Oh, Takuro raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by their proposition. So, you do not intend to submit to me? Submit to you? Barrow erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, nearly doubling over with mirth. You little brat, have you just woken up? Just you. It appeared there was no room for negotiation. Takuro's smile gradually morphed into a more malevolent expression. He cracked his neck with a series of sharp sounds. It seems I am ill-suited for reasoning. Since you cannot comprehend human language, he slowly raised his fist, a dark crimson aura beginning to rise around him like a faint flame. We shall converse in the only language you understand. Attack. Seize him. Barrow's eyes glinted with malice as he ceased his idle chatter and bellowed the command to attack. The alley, filled with nearly 100 outlaws, surged forward like wolves scenting blood, brandishing a chaotic array of weapons and letting out a cacophony of roars as they charged towards the seemingly frail figure of the boy. Nico Robin's heart leapt to her throat, despite the boy's formidable appearance, facing such overwhelming numbers. However, in the next moment, the brutal battle she anticipated did not unfold. What lay before her was a one-sided slaughter, an execution devoid of suspense. After the meal, Takuro's figure left behind a faint afterimage as he darted into the throng like a specter. He employed no elaborate techniques, merely the most straightforward and direct punches and kicks. Bang! A burly man at the forefront, his cleaver poised to descend, found his chest entirely pierced by a fist that seemed delicate at first glance. Blood and unknown fragments erupted from his back, freezing the grin on his face forever. With a swift motion, Takuro used the corpse as a weapon, sweeping it horizontally. The heavy body, propelled by tremendous force, collided with 7 or 8 pirates, shattering bones and sending them flying like bowling pins. He pounced into the fray like a ferocious tiger among sheep. Each punch echoed with the sound of cracking bones, each kick obliterating a scoundrel from existence. Blood splattered across the filthy alley like cheap paint, quickly pooling into viscous streams. The sounds of screams, wails, and clattering weapons intertwined, composing a macabre symphony of death. The notorious outlaws, who reveled in bullying the weak, now appeared as fragile as paper dolls before Takuro. Their attacks failed to even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Nico Robin stood frozen, her blue eyes, accustomed to the darkness of the world, now filled with pure, incomprehensible shock. What terrifying power was this? This was not a battle. It was an overwhelming crush. A game between a terrifying dragon and a horde of ants. In less than a minute, the narrow alley had transformed into a hellscape. The ground was littered with twisted corpses and severed limbs, and the air was thick with an overwhelmingly nauseating stench of blood. Only Barrow, Domino, Maria, and a few leading figures remained standing, alongside a handful of their trembling subordinates, unable to grip their weapons. The arrogance and greed that once adorned their faces had vanished without a trace, leaving only a profound, bone-deep terror, akin to having seen a ghost. Takuro gradually ceased his onslaught, shaking off non-existent dust from his hands, his gaze sweeping over them with a calmness tinged with disappointment. Is this it? This doesn't even count as a warm-up. Are you lot coming at me together, or one by one? You, what kind of monster are you? Barrow's voice trembled, his once proud iron fist now somewhat uncooperative. I'll say it again. Takuro's gaze turned icy. From today onward, Ambry Island is under my command. Now, you have one last chance, kneel or die. These scoundrels still held some utility, and Takuro was not in a hurry to kill them. Faced with the stark threat of death, the instinct for survival finally overwhelmed their fear. Don't get too cocky, kid. Domino managed to muster, bringing forth their last card. Do not forget, this is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Even if you have some connection with the red-haired pirates, you cannot act recklessly here. If you kill us, you will be at odds with the esteemed Don Quixote Doflamingo. He will not let you off lightly. That's right. Barrow seized the lifeline, echoing, Doflamingo will return soon. You are doomed. Oh, that pink-haired birdman again. Takuro's response was not one of fear, but rather amusement. You are correct. Such matters should indeed be discussed with him first. He beckoned Domino with a finger, commanding in an undeniable tone. You, now, immediately, call him. Tell him I want Ambry Island. Does he have any objections? Chapter 48, Maid Number 2. What? Everyone was stunned. This fellow, has he lost his mind? How dare he provoke Lord Doflamingo? Domino could scarcely believe her ears. What? What did you say? I said, call him, Takuro replied in a bland tone. But the impatience in his eyes was unmistakable. My patience is limited. Gazing into Takuro's unperturbed eyes, Domino felt a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head. He dared not defy any further. Trembling as he extracted a peculiar telephone bug from his pocket, under the anxious gaze of all present, he dialed the number he would only dare to call in the direst of emergencies. Beep, 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 click. The telephone bug connected, swiftly manifesting the iconic, sinister visage of Don Quixote Doflamingo, adorned with his signature orange sunglasses. A deep voice, laced with a hint of languor and displeasure, emanated from the device. Domino? If it's not a matter of utmost importance, you know the repercussions of disturbing me. Why yes, Lord Doflamingo. Domino's voice quivered like a leaf in the wind. Casting a glance at the composed Takuro beside him, he steeled himself and continued. It's about that little imp, Takuro, who attacked the celestial dragons. He is currently on Ambry Island. Silence reigned on the other end of the line as Doflamingo processed the information. A full 3 seconds of eerie quiet sent waves of trepidation through everyone present. Then, Doflamingo's signature, albeit now somewhat dry, chuckle pierced the stillness. Is that so? What does that brat intend to do? Upon hearing Doflamingo's voice, hope ignited within the hearts of Barrow and the others. Marvelous. Lord Doflamingo had not forsaken them. Barrow snatched the telephone bug from Domino's hand and, raising his voice, implored, Lord Doflamingo, please, we need your help. That little rascal is on a killing spree on the island, and he threatens to take over Ambry Island. He demands our submission. You must return to restore order. However, the response from the telephone bug plunged their hopes into a chilling abyss. Doflamingo's voice, tinged with a complex mixture of fear, anger, and resignation, replied, "Is that so? Then you should submit to him. From this day forth, Ambry Island belongs to him." Takuro grinned widely and raised his voice. "Hey, pink-feathered birdman, when shall we meet again? I find myself missing you." Like a startled bird, Doflamingo swiftly retorted, "From now on, do not bother me with his affairs. This is final." Click. Before Barrow could utter another word, the telephone bug was abruptly disconnected, returning to silence. In the alley, there was a deathly stillness. Barrow, Domino, Maria? And the others stood frozen in place, as if ensorcelled. Lord Doflamingo, did he just say what they thought he said? He commanded them to submit to that little imp? He gifted Ambry Island to that little brat. How could this be? Just as their worldview shattered. Takuro's voice, tinged with a hint of regret, echoed like a funeral bell in their ears. "It seems your boss has no intention of coming, huh?" He sauntered towards the now thoroughly panicked leaders, grinning widely. "In that case, let us continue." 1 minute later, Takuro casually kicked the lifeless body at his feet with his toe, disdainfully wrinkling his nose. What iron fist? Couldn't he withstand a single punch? Pathetic. His tone was as mundane as if he were complaining about a newly purchased toy's lack of durability, utterly oblivious to the carnage surrounding him. As he spoke, he glanced around, surveying the scene littered with corpses and congealed blood. The only figure standing amidst the chaos was a girl cloaked in black, with a sun-kissed complexion. Takuro regarded her with interest, curiously inquiring, "Hey, aren't you afraid?" Afraid? Nico Robin was undoubtedly terrified. Her heart raced violently in her chest, threatening to leap from her throat. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, assaulting her senses and causing her stomach to churn. Despite having endured the inferno of O'Hara, traversed the treacherous paths of pirates, gangsters, and bounty hunters, and witnessed death and violence countless times, the sheer efficiency and purity of the slaughter before her was appalling. Forcing herself to regain composure, she took a deep breath, lifted her head, and fixed her gaze upon the Reaper before her with eyes striving to maintain calm. I am afraid." Robin's voice emerged hoarse with tension, yet her words were remarkably clear. "But you should be able to discern that I am not allied with these individuals. Furthermore, I harbor no grievances against you." "I know," Takuro nodded, acknowledging her statement. Upon hearing this, Robin felt a flicker of hope, believing she had evaded calamity, and her taut nerves began to relax. However, Takuro's subsequent question sent chills racing down her spine. So, Takuro tilted his head, eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Why are so many people pursuing you with threats of violence? What to do? Should she reveal her true identity? The demon child of O'Hara, the woman capable of deciphering the poneglyphs. These titles were like death sentences to her. Once uttered, would this terrifying youth, like others before him, become interested in her for the substantial bounty or the potential to exploit her abilities? Yet, even if she refrained from disclosing her identity, considering the formidable power he displayed on this island, discovering her true nature would merely be a matter of time. At that point, concealing it would only lead to worse consequences. Rather than passively awaiting judgment, it would be better to. With this thought, Robin relinquished all hope and self-mockingly declared, "Because I am Nico Robin." Upon finishing, she shut her eyes, as if bracing herself for any outcome. Yet, the response that reached her ears was a perplexed inquiry. "Who?" Robin's eyes snapped open, revealing Takuro's face, etched with confusion. His bewilderment was so sincere that it plunged Robin into deep perplexity. "You do not recognize me?" Though this was the North Blue, the bounty for the demon child Nico Robin should have circulated across the seas by now. This name ought to resonate with anyone who had dealings in the dark underbelly of society. Takuro scrutinized her from head to toe, his expression one of disdain. Shrimphead girl. This woman was far too full of herself. Why should he know her? Confounded by the strange term, Robin could distinctly sense a wave of contempt emanating from his tone and gaze. This was far more disconcerting than if he had shown interest in her bounty. His nonchalant attitude suggested that her identity, her abilities, her value were worthless in his eyes, and she could be discarded like refuse at any moment. I am quite useful." Robin forced herself to quell her inner terror. "I can infiltrate, steal, gather intelligence, and decipher ancient texts. I possess vast knowledge. With me, your endeavors will undoubtedly be facilitated." Takuro stroked his chin, feeling as though he had heard this very speech not long ago. "All right." He waved his hand dismissively, casually deciding. Then it's settled. You shall be maid number 2. I already have a maid number 1, Monet, who can cook. You seem capable of other tasks. So you can accompany her and help share the workload. Perfect. And maid number 2? Robin was utterly stunned. She had envisioned countless scenarios, being captured, interrogated, exploited, but never had she anticipated that her identity, one that could instill dread even in the world government, would ultimately result in being assigned a mere maid's designation. Regardless, Robin let out a long, silent sigh, her tense body relaxing in an instant. No matter what, she had survived. She did not wish to die just yet. She still had a mission to fulfill. As she was grappling with the absurdity of her new identity, she suddenly heard Takuro's voice resonate in her ear. Oh, I have another question. Please, go ahead. Robin immediately responded with utmost respect. Why is your nose so pointy? Chapter 49. A major trouble? Who? My nose. How is it pointy? On her way back, this question buzzed around Nico Robin's mind like an incessant fly, refusing to dissipate. With her head bowed, she trailed behind Takuro, lost in deep thought. What did that statement truly mean? Was it a test of her? Or did it carry some special significance? Just as her mind wandered, a sudden sting shot through the tip of her nose, as if it had collided forcefully with an invisible, heavy wall. Hey, watch where you're going. Takuro had unknowingly halted in front of the villa, turning around with a displeased look at Robin, who was clutching her nose. Yes, my sincerest apologies. Startled, Robin immediately snapped out of her reverie and instinctively bowed in apology. Well, let us go inside. Takuro nodded, seemingly unfazed by the minor incident. Inside the villa, the spacious and bright living room stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked alley of the tavern they had just left behind, resembling two entirely different worlds. As Takuro entered the living room, his presence still faintly marked by the scent of blood, alongside a figure draped in a large cloak, Monet, who had been watching television with Sugar, instantly rose to her feet. Sugar's small face was etched with pure resentment. She had learned the true ending of Marine warrior Sola from her sister. Sola had not lost at all. He had triumphed over the invisible black. That deceitful older brother had tricked her. She resolved to ignore him for the entirety of the day. Master, you have returned, Monet greeted with a respectful bow, her curious gaze darting towards the figure behind him. Takuro replied casually, throwing himself onto the soft sofa, then gestured to the slightly awkward Robin beside him, proclaiming, Monet, allow me to introduce you. This is my newly recruited maid number 2. You will be colleagues from now on, so please get along well. Maid number 2. Monet's smile froze instantly, her emerald eyes flashing with a complex emotion. She instinctively appraised her new colleague, noting that their physiques were similar, both petite. Yet, the calm and composed aura concealed beneath the cloak inexplicably invoked a sense of threat in her. A sense of urgency, an unprecedented urgency, akin to invisible vines, instantly wrapped around her heart. Her position in this household had always been unique. Though merely a maid, she was the sole one permitted to care for the master closely and held dominion over the kitchen. But now, suddenly, there was a number 2? Did this not imply that she would no longer be the only one? No, my status as maid number 1 must not waver. Monet silently triggered an alarm in her mind, her gaze towards Robin gradually adopting an air of scrutiny and subtle hostility. Robin keenly sensed the unfriendly gaze but stood calmly in place, choosing silence. With a maturity beyond her years, she immediately discerned the thoughts swirling within the green-haired girl. She merely lifted her head slightly, offering Monet a friendly, gentle smile, indicating that she bore no ill intent and had come to join this family. However, this gesture of goodwill, in Monet's battle-ready eyes, was interpreted entirely differently. How dare this wretched person smile at me? The alarm bells in her mind rang louder. This was undoubtedly a provocation, a display of superiority. The moment she thought of this, her gaze towards Robin intensified, even puffing out her cheeks, leaving Robin perplexed, who could only helplessly retract her smile. At that delicate moment, the villa's door swung open once more, and Taizolo rushed in. Boss, you're here. Takuro immediately spoke. I've dealt with the pests. You can handle the next steps, and call me if there are any issues. As expected of the boss, Taizolo's eyes lit up, preparing to offer a timely compliment. Yet, at that moment, he noticed the unfamiliar figure in the black cloak in the living room. His voice abruptly halting. That distinctive wheat-colored complexion, that unique and tranquil aura, instantly aligned with an arrest warrant that had made a lasting impression in his mind. You are the demon child, Nico Robin. Taizolo's voice shot up an octave, his face filled with shock. He could never have anticipated that this world-renowned fugitive, sought after by countless factions in the underground world, would appear right in his boss's living room. Upon hearing her designation revealed so directly, Robin's body stiffened imperceptibly. She slowly raised her head, revealing her calm and unruffled visage, tacitly acknowledging the truth. What demon child? Takuro, while taking a large bite out of an apple from the fruit plate, mumbled in confusion, do you know her? He had previously heard Robin mention her name, Nico Robin, which sounded quite notable, but he had never paid it much mind. However, it seemed that this maid number 2 he had casually picked up had quite an extraordinary identity. Boss, she is no ordinary person. Taizolo's expression turned grave in an instant. He quickly approached Takuro, lowering his voice and speaking with utmost seriousness, relaying everything he knew. Nico Robin, the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident that shocked the world 3 years ago, at the tender age of 8. She was offered a bounty of 79 million berries by the world government. Dubbed the Demon Child, she is a key target of the world government. Boss, harboring her will invite tremendous trouble. Although Taizolo respected Takuro's strength, he was acutely aware of the world government's terrifying might. A behemoth that had dominated the world for 8 centuries. To shelter a fugitive and position their nascent force against the world government seemed exceedingly unwise in his eyes. Yet, after hearing Taizolo's report, Takuro's response was surprisingly nonchalant. Chewing on his apple, he pondered briefly before countering with a question that left Taizolo momentarily speechless. Is it more troublesome than me beating up the celestial dragons? Taizolo scratched his head, suddenly at a loss for words. It seemed that his boss was, in fact, a troublemaker himself. In comparison, taking in one more demon child didn't seem like a monumental issue after all. Chapter 50, News from West City. Meanwhile, Robin, who had been silently listening to the exchange, felt a significant stir within her. She was aware of the news regarding the celestial dragons being attacked on this island, as the newspapers had overwhelmingly attributed the blame to the red-haired pirates. Yet, it now appeared that this boy, who was roughly her age, was the true culprit. However, recalling the world government's penchant for inverting truth and distorting reality, she found the situation not so strange after all. In this moment, Takuro suddenly recalled something, a look of sheer excitement illuminating his face. Right, you mentioned that the world government is paying close attention to her? He gazed at Robin with great interest, as if appraising an artifact capable of reliably summoning rare monsters. Does that mean the world government is likely to send someone to capture her? Indeed, boss. Although Taizolo was puzzled, he responded truthfully, adding that given her significance, they might even dispatch a Marine Vice Admiral or, perhaps, an even higher echelon of power. Isn't that splendid? Takuro exclaimed, slapping his thigh joyfully. This spares me the trouble of searching for those so-called strong individuals. Let them come to me. This will save me a great deal of effort. Young Tai, your news is impeccably timed. I shall remember this favor. Robin, however, found herself engulfed in profound bewilderment, unable to grasp the reasoning of this youth before her. A calamity that others would flee from had somehow transformed into a source of joy for him. Taizolo, on the other hand, seemed to have developed an immunity to his boss's peculiar mindset. He merely sighed in resignation, finding nothing strange in it, for after all, this was the very essence of his superior's character. Takuro paid no heed to Robin's vacant expression. He casually discarded the core of an apple, which landed precisely in a distant trash bin. He then turned back, his curious gaze once again fixed upon her. Hey, maid number 2. I'm rather curious about this O'Hara incident you mentioned. What heinous crime did you commit to earn such hatred? Did you kill someone, set fires, or perhaps desecrate graves? Faced with this bluntly intrusive inquiry, Robin fell silent for a moment. A flicker of indescribable sorrow and fatigue passed through her deep blue eyes. Ultimately, she spoke in a tone so flat it bordered on hollow, uttering 2 words, history. What? Takuro failed to catch her words. I merely wished to study true history. Robin's voice was soft, yet bore the weight of the world. Because of this, my homeland was annihilated, and my family, friends, and teachers vanished overnight. I became the sole survivor, branded as a necessary evil to be erased in their eyes. A brief silence enveloped the room. Taizolo and Monet's faces reflected deep emotion. Unable to fathom the sheer brutality of her experience, one far heavier than any suffering they had endured. However, Takuro's reaction was a furrowed brow, his face etched with confusion. Studying history warrants a worldwide manhunt. He dug at his ears, surveying the room with an incredulous expression. Is the world government suffering from some grand delusion? This blunt and uncaring remark, devoid of sympathy yet striking at the core, rippled through Nicole Robin's tranquil heart like a stone cast into still waters. She stared at Takuro, taken aback. Throughout her life, she had endured countless labels: monster, calamity, harbinger of misfortune, one whom others feared for her powers, coveted for her worth, or scorned for her existence. Yet never had anyone questioned the omnipotent world government that had cast her into the abyss with such casual incredulity. Not out of pity or compassion, but rather a pure, disdainful perplexity rooted in a divergent logic. This sensation was oddly exquisite, though Robin's expression remained largely unchanged. Within her eyes, often veiled by layers of defense, something solid began to quietly dissolve. She sensed that her new master, this seemingly erratic, domineering, and somewhat darkly humorous youth, was indeed remarkably different. Time on Ambry Island flowed like a calm current, and before long, a month had passed. Following Takuro's direct removal of the island's obstinate local tyrants, the underground world underwent a thorough reshuffling. Under the astute leadership of Tezulo, far surpassing his years, and Takuro's overwhelming display of power, all gray industries and criminal factions on Ambry Island were swiftly and decisively consolidated. Thus, the island truly welcomed its sole legitimate master. An extraordinary and efficient management system took shape. Tezulo took on external affairs, showcasing his remarkable commercial talent and hands-on management experience. Moreover, the manual on fundamental training of the turtle hermit style that Takuro had gifted him opened a door to a new world. He was no longer the weak youth who could be easily manipulated. By day, he was the respected manager Tezulo, negotiating with representatives from various business associations and serving as an intermediary in the underground world, ensuring the island's economy ran smoothly. By night, he transformed into a ruthless underground king, employing iron-fisted methods to suppress any who dared challenge the new order. As for Nicole Robin, she naturally took charge of internal affairs. She operated like a composed secretary, managing Takuro's villa as if it were an efficiently functioning intelligence center. One morning, a soft sound accompanied the lifting of gravity in the restricted area of the back mountain. Takuro emerged bare-chested, his body enveloped in visibly rising steam, as though he had just stepped out of a pressure cooker. A month of hellish training in the gravity chamber had sculpted his physique into one of formidable strength, each muscle brimming with explosive power. He wiped the sweat from his brow and strode back to the villa. "Master, have you finished your workout?" Monet, clad in an adorable maid outfit, beamed at him with a radiant smile, happily presenting breakfast, followed by a thoughtfully brewed cup of red tea. Takuro nodded, taking a seat and devouring his meal with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Robin stood quietly to the side, holding a neatly organized document. After Takuro had polished off half a roasted lamb, she began her calm report on the day's work. "Master, the development of Ambry Island has now fallen into a steady rhythm. Under Tezulo's consolidation, the previous gray industries have resumed operations. However, in strict accordance with your directives, we have completely halted all slave trade and human trafficking on the island. This action has provoked considerable discontent among many old clientele." Robin paused, observing Takuro's expression. Noticing he remained engrossed in tackling a massive lobster without any indication of concern, she continued, "Among the most vocal dissenters is the Germa kingdom from the North Sea. Its king, Vinsmoke Judge, is a notorious war profiteer and one of the largest human traffickers in the underground world. After multiple failed negotiations, he has begun deploying his scientific combat units to repeatedly sabotage our shipping vessels at sea, seeking revenge and exerting pressure." "Boring," Takuro suddenly interrupted, lifting his head while chewing on lobster meat. "These trivial matters need not be reported to me in the future. You and Tezulo can handle them. I'm currently more interested in the intelligence regarding the West Capital. How is your progress on that front?" Upon hearing this, Robin appeared to have been prepared all along. She turned the page of the document and spoke calmly. "According to the latest feedback from our intelligence network, we can currently narrow down the high-tech city you described to two potential candidates. The first is the future nation of Belquamoa, located in the first half of the Grand Line, where it is said that scientists have the capability to transform animals into mechanical beings. The second is the Sea Kingdom of Germa, which we just mentioned and with which we have had conflicts. It is formed by a fleet of enormous ships without a fixed territory. As for the prodigious female scientist you specifically mentioned, named Bulma," Robin's tone took on a hint of regret. "I sincerely apologize. Despite a month of exhaustive searching, we have yet to uncover any information regarding that name. The only known individual who fits the definition of a genius scientist remains Dr. Vegapunk, who serves the world government." Upon hearing this, Takuro did not express anger but rather nodded in satisfaction, even offering rare praise. "Well done, you have performed admirably." Although he acted with a carefree disposition, he was not unreasonable. His subordinates had diligently followed his orders. Their inability to complete the task was merely due to objective constraints, which was not something to be blamed. This unexpected affirmation caused a flicker of emotion in Robin's usually calm eyes. Takuro let out a loud belch, leaned back in his chair, and murmured, "So, it seems I must make a trip to this Germa kingdom for the Dragon Ball radar." Suddenly recalling something, he turned his gaze back to Robin. "By the way, in the past month, has there been any movement from the world government or the Navy?" "No." Robin shook her head, her tone tinged with confusion. "It is quite strange. Since the last incident, the world government and the Navy seem to have completely forgotten about Ambry Island. No ships have approached. And aside from the initial issuance of your bounty poster, there have been no further developments. It is unusually calm. Is that so?" Takuro rubbed his chin, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had initially expected a few unwitting individuals to come to him for a sparring session, but after waiting a month, not even a ghostly shadow had appeared. "Very well." He stood up, stretching lazily. "I've been training every day. My bones feel like they're rusting from boredom. Since there has been no activity from the world government, I shall personally pay a visit to this Germa kingdom." He had already formulated a plan in his mind. Since that individual named Vinsmoke Judge dared to seek trouble, it conveniently provided him with a perfect reason to pay a visit. Moreover, he could verify for himself what kind of high technology the so-called scientific combat unit possessed. If he could uncover clues regarding the West City or Bulma, that would be ideal. If not, it would not matter. Takuro grinned. "Then I shall simply eliminate them." Chapter 51. Could it be that one? Meanwhile, in a bustling commercial street on Ambry Island, several figures seamlessly blended into the throngs of people like droplets of water. Dressed in ordinary civilian attire, each appeared to be a typical tourist visiting the island. However, the manner in which they walked and the sharpness of their gazes revealed a professionalism and coldness that set them apart from ordinary individuals, honed through countless trials. At the forefront was a tall youth with two short horns atop his head and a mane of pink hair cascading down. Although his eyes seemed partially obscured by his bangs, the gaze hidden in the shadows swept over everything with the stealth of a poised predator. He was Fusif, an elite agent from Cipher Pole No. 9, the secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. Target confirmed. Fusif's voice was low, tinged with a suppressed excitement. "The devil child, Nico Robin, is within that villa on the eastern side of the island. According to preliminary observations, besides the target, there are 3 others present, a pair of green-haired sisters and the one known as Takuro, codename Monster Tail. Everyone, follow me." With a wave of his hand, he was about to lead the CP9 members directly to the villa to execute their capture mission. However, at that moment, a boy standing by with a white dove perched on his shoulder, who had been observing coldly, suddenly spoke. "Our mission is to confirm the target's whereabouts and conduct surveillance, not to apprehend criminals." Fusif's brow furrowed immediately. He turned around, glaring at the boy acclaimed as the most brilliant talent in CP9 in 800 years, Rob Lucci. Aware that all eyes, including Fusif's, were now fixed on him, Lucci remained unfazed, his expression as impassive as an eternal glacier. "I merely wish to remind you that Takuro has connections with the red-haired pirates," he stated slowly. "The orders from the Gorosei explicitly prohibit direct confrontation with the red-haired pirates until the situation is clarified. Therefore, all actions must be undertaken with caution. Have you forgotten that I am the commander of this operation?" Fusif's voice turned icy, his words dripping with barely concealed menace. Even though Rob Lucci was exceptionally talented and held in high regard by the higher-ups, to Fusif, a still maturing genius posed no real threat. Here, his orders were absolute. Lucci appeared unperturbed by the veiled threat in Fusif's tone, continuing to speak in his emotionless cadence. "While the news has laid the blame for the Ambry Island incident squarely on red-haired Shanks, we who dwell in the shadows are well aware of the true situation. Such propaganda may deceive the ordinary populace, but do not allow it to ensnare you as well." Ignoring Fusif's increasingly darkening expression, Lucci continued with his brutal critique. "Moreover, it is not that I look down upon you, Fusif. Do you truly believe you are a match for that Takuro? A person capable of directly defeating the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and escaping unscathed from the grasp of Admiral candidate Borsellino is certainly no ordinary foe. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to promptly report the latest movements of the target and her association with Takuro to our superiors. We must never act recklessly without thorough preparation. That damn little brat." Fusif silently cursed, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Listening to Lucci's self-assured tone as if he were the true leader made Fusif seethe with resentment. He envied Rob Lucci, for despite being a rare genius himself, the higher-up's eyes seemed forever fixed on this stoic boy instead. However, despite his jealousy, the fear of the world government's rigid hierarchy kept him from openly defying the implicit order to act cautiously. With a grim expression, Fusif reluctantly pulled out a specialized transponder snail from his pocket, unhappily contacting his superior while silently vowing, "Just wait, you little brat. Once this operation concludes, I will make you pay." Mary Ahua, between power. Several years ago, Spandam had emerged from the O'Hara incident and, through merit, ascended to the position of the new commander of CP9. He was reporting to the Gorosei with a respectful demeanor. "The situation is as follows, esteemed gentlemen." Spandam's voice dripped with flattery and self-congratulation as he proclaimed, based on the highest level of encrypted intelligence relayed by frontline CP9 operatives, that we have successfully uncovered the whereabouts of the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. However, she is currently in the company of that individual codenamed Strangetail, Takuro. Moreover, according to our agents' preliminary investigations, they appear to be in search of a city characterized by advanced technology. Advanced Technology City. The moment Spandam's words fell, the ancient, unyielding tension of power dynamics was instantly shattered. The ever-composed financial warlord, Izambalin V. Nejiru, abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze behind the lenses sharp as a blade. That little brat. Could it be that what he seeks is without needing to finish the thought? Everyone present instantly grasped the unspoken implications of his words. 8 centuries ago, that colossal kingdom, possessing technology far beyond its time, was ultimately obliterated from history by a coalition of 20 kings. That name remains the greatest taboo of the world government. Nico Robin, the vestige of O'Hara. The voice of legal warlord Topman Vacheli was as frigid as ice. She was already studying that blank century of history. Now, she has allied herself with that mysterious little brat, who wields the power of ancient weaponry. This cannot possibly be a coincidence. Topman Vacheli, being the very architect behind the O'Hara Demon Extermination Decree, was particularly invested in this matter. One capable of interpreting history, and another wielding world-destroying power. Environmental warlord Makismaz Saint stroked his long beard, his tone unusually grave. Should they discover that location, the consequences would be unfathomable. Shanks. The cold light flickering in the eyes of scientific defense warlord Saint suggested a chilling realization as he swiftly connected all the dots. Behind all of this was indeed the rebellious Figureland family at work. They all vividly remembered that little brat Takuro first appeared alongside the red-haired Shanks. Could it be that agricultural warlord Shepherd St. Peter put forth a heart-stopping hypothesis? Before his demise, Roger divulged information regarding the final island, Laughtail, and even that ancient kingdom to Shanks. This thought spread like wildfire in the hearts of the 5 highest powers in the world. The more they pondered, the more they felt something was amiss. Chapter 52, Undercurrents. Shanks' enigmatic origins, the unique identity of Roger's crew, Takturo's mysterious emergence, Nico Robin's fortuitous convergence, everything seemed to be orchestrated by an invisible hand, pointing towards a colossal conspiracy capable of shaking the very foundations of their 8th century reign. We can no longer allow this to continue. Satan Saint slammed his hand against the armrest, making a decisive resolution. That little brat Taktoro, along with Nico Robin, must be erased from this world with utmost urgency. According to Pagliasolino's report, Taktoro's strength is formidable. A typical vice admiral would likely be heading to their demise. Vacheli stated solemnly. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Satan Saint's eyes. Then we shall dispatch a former admiral. He slowly pronounced a name, long since retired from active duty, yet still instilling fear in countless pirates. Let Zifa take a trip. He has been a trainer long enough. Inform him that this is an opportunity to eradicate future evils. Black Arm Zifa, once the highest combat force of the Navy headquarters, one of the 3 admirals. Although he has since stepped back from the front lines, his iron grip remains a Damoclean sword hanging over all pirates. To ensure absolute success, Satan Saint turned his gaze to Spandane, who was still kneeling, hardly daring to breathe. Spandane, you shall also personally go to Ambry Island. I authorize you to mobilize all CP9 members for this operation and coordinate with the naval forces led by Zifa. Topman Vacheli continued. If necessary, I permit you to utilize that. Ensure to bury Nico Robin and Taktoro, along with any potential secrets they may harbor, deep within the North Sea. Yes, I shall obey your commands, my lords. Spandane quivered with excitement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve unparalleled merit before the 5 elders. After signing the military orders and making assurances, Spandane hastened to leave the Chamber of Power and prepare. Once he departed, Makismaz Saint suddenly inquired, should this matter be reported to Lord M? The room fell silent. And after a moment, Izambalin V. Nejiru slowly spoke. There is no need to trouble Lord M over such trivial matters. As long as that little brat and Nico Robin vanish, the issue will resolve itself. Upon his words, the other 5 elders echoed, agreed. Seconded. Seconded. With the secret orders from Mariewa dispatched, the CP9 members on Ambry Island, just having concluded their report, fell into an immediate silence. Like the most professional hunters, they stifled their presence, transforming into shadows concealed in every corner of the city, patiently awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. A net designed to ensnare Ambry Island was subtly unfurling. Meanwhile, Takuro in the villa remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm. He had just received detailed coordinates and intelligence regarding the Germa kingdom from Robin. Well then, I shall set off. He stood up, stretching lazily, a hint of anticipation gracing his features. I leave the house in your capable hands. Continue gathering intelligence as necessary. Having succinctly assigned tasks, he prepared to embark towards the so-called Germa kingdom, rumored to possess a formidable evil army, Germa 66. I hope you won't make my journey in vain. In the vast, boundless azure expanse of the North Sea, a colossal nation, akin to a moving continent, sailed steadily forward. Dozens of enormous, vibrantly colored snail ships were intricately linked by steel bridges and platforms, forming a floating city of steel upon the waves. Castles, towers, training grounds, and various structures stood in orderly formation, with the skull flag emblazoned with the number 66 waving proudly. Here lies the seafaring kingdom of Germa, renowned for its scientific prowess and warfare, lacking a fixed territory. Within the kingdom's central castle, in a laboratory permeated with the scent of disinfectant, the supreme ruler of Germa, Vinsmoke, Judge, listened impassively to his aide's report. Where has that brat Sanji gone now? He suddenly inquired. The aide immediately bowed and responded. Report, Your Majesty. It seems Prince Sanji has gone to visit Princess Sora again. Should we summon him back at once? No need. Judge's tone was chillingly indifferent, as if discussing an inconsequential item. Let him go. That woman can't do anything of consequence anyway. His dissatisfaction and disdain for his third son had been growing. In the stringent numerical assessments, Sanji's performance paled in comparison to that of his 3 exemplary brothers. Emotionally expressive, physically frail, and averse to combat in summary, in Judge's eyes. This son was a complete failure, an indelible stain on his illustrious scientific career. Thus, allowing this blemish to fade away, out of sight and out of mind, was the final mercy he could extend. Let us not speak of him further. Vinsmoke, Judge waved his hand, deftly redirecting the conversation to the matter that truly preoccupied him, the supply of slaves from Ambry Island. Is there still no compromise on that front? He inquired. The aide perused the documents in his hand and respectfully replied, Indeed, Your Majesty. The other party remains obstinate, completely prohibiting all slave-related industries on the island. Furthermore, our envoys sent to negotiate have all gone missing. Upon hearing this, a flicker of violent coldness flashed in Vinsmoke Judge's eyes as he snorted disdainfully. Humph. How dare a mere child be so arrogant? Since they refuse our overtures, let us erase them from the seas entirely, in pursuit of enhancing his army of clones. Vinsmoke Judge was in dire need of a substantial number of living humans as experimental subjects. Ambry Island had once served as his most stable and convenient source of slaves. But with this vital channel abruptly severed, his research had reached a standstill. Although he had already mastered the technology of replication, the genetic flaws inherent in those copies rendered them incapable of achieving the desired results of his studies. Consequently, he required true human subjects. With Takuro remaining reclusive on the island and delegating all affairs to Tesoro, the young green-haired boy was, by default, perceived as the new master of Ambry Island. Judge mused inwardly. Previously, I had to exercise caution under the dominion of the Don Quixote family, but now, he is merely an inconsequential brat who has appeared from nowhere. Having gathered information, he was aware that the boy named Tesoro lacked any noteworthy backing. Thus, he felt no qualms about proceeding. With this thought in mind, Vinsmoke Judge issued a chilling command. Immediately assemble a contingent, target Ambry Island. I wish to make them aware of the consequences of defying Germa. His tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were ordering the destruction of not an island, but merely the squashing of an annoying ant. In his eyes, the island was already as good as his. Meanwhile, in a distant tower, within a lavish yet coldly decorated infirmary, the air was permeated with the faint scent of medicinal concoctions. Lying on a magnificent bed was a woman with golden hair, her features one yet unable to conceal her beauty, Sora, the princess of the Germa kingdom. The potent medication she had taken to protect her child had left her with lingering side effects, gnawing at her body like a parasite, rendering her increasingly frail, to the point where even sitting up had become exceedingly arduous. Yet at this moment, Her face bore a tender and reassuring smile. Her beautiful eyes filled with affection as they gazed upon the small figure beside her bed. A little boy, with a similarly brilliant golden crop of hair and characteristic curly brows, Vinsmoke Sanji. His body bore several visible bruises and scrapes, gifts from his ruthless brothers. However, in the presence of his mother, he seemed to forget all pain, his face alight with pure, radiant joy. "Mama, look, I made a new dish today," Sanji exclaimed, unveiling the cover of a serving platter, releasing an enticing aroma that instantly filled the room. Within the platter lay a bento, albeit somewhat clumsily presented, yet meticulously arranged. This bento was the result of his stealthy escapade into the kitchen, evading the watchful eyes of his father and brothers, and pouring immense effort into its creation. "Is that so? Let Mama have a look," Sora replied, her voice frail yet brimming with warmth. She knew that this youngest son of hers was the only one among her children who retained his heart, the only one who understood tenderness and love. It was precisely for this reason that he was perceived as an anomaly and a failure in this cold, power-worshipping scientific kingdom, enduring relentless bullying. "It looks truly delicious." She smiled, gently stroking Sanji's hair. Sora let out an unspoken sigh within her heart, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over her. "Is what I am doing truly right? If I had not chosen to take that drug capable of altering our bloodline, would Sanji be spared the disdain and bullying from his father and brothers?" In that cold infirmary, mother and son savored a fleeting moment of warmth, a stark contrast to the kingdom that surrounded them. Outside, the sky had inexplicably darkened, a tempest brewing with fierce winds and torrential rain. Sanji animatedly described a new recipe he had learned from a tattered cookbook, dreaming of the next surprise he would bring to his mother. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted above them, reverberating through the castle. The entire structure quaked violently. Startled by the sudden cacophony, mother and son jumped. Sora instinctively shielded Sanji in her embrace, her gaze filled with terror as she looked upwards. The ceiling of their room had been torn open, as if struck by a meteor, creating a gaping hole. Wind and rain, along with clouds of dust, poured in through the breach. A dark figure descended against the backdrop of blinding lightning. As the dust settled, Sora and Sanji beheld a strange boy with spiky black hair and a brown-black tail. "Cough, cough." Takuro waved away the dust before him, glancing at the massive hole he had created with some dissatisfaction. "TSK, that landing was a bit off." He had intended to make a grand superhero landing, but had miscalculated both the force and angle of his descent. Soon after, Takuro noticed the pair on the bed, their eyes wide with shock, and he grinned broadly. "Hey, kid, is this Germa Kingdom?" Chapter 53, Judge's Panic. "Please, do not harm my child." Sora's weak yet resolute voice echoed in the room. She clutched Sanji tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with vigilance and concern. She could perish, but her Sanji, her only child who retained his heart, must not come to any harm. "Is it really necessary?" Takuro remarked, bemused by her defensive posture as he absent-mindedly touched his face. "Do I really look like a villain?" He pondered. "I should be rather harmless, shouldn't I? Why do I seem like some nefarious monster?" However, he quickly dismissed this trivial thought and took a step forward, his gaze once again locking onto Sora, his tone laced with a hint of pressure. "I will ask once more, is this Germa Kingdom?" "Yes," Sora began to respond, but suddenly, the door to the room was flung open from the outside. Several maids, having heard the commotion, stumbled in. Upon seeing the enormous hole in the ceiling and the boy standing ominously in the center, their minds went blank before erupting into piercing screams. "Help! There's an intruder! There's an intruder in the princess's room." The shrieks sounded like the highest level of alarm. Instantly, hurried and heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. A number of guards clad in combat attire, brandishing crackling spears, stormed in, intent on capturing Takuro without a moment's hesitation. Enough noise. Takuro couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. He made no move, merely letting his thoughts stir, unleashing an invisible, overwhelming aura that surged forth like a tsunami, emanating from a powerful being. The guards, who had just moments ago been brimming with bravado, did not even graze the hem of Takuro's garment before their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon witnessing this, the surviving maid's complexion drained of color, instantly replaced by sheer terror as she scrambled to escape. "An intruder has breached our domain. Hurry, inform His Majesty, Germa." Takuro did not hinder her. Rather, he redirected his gaze with keen interest back to the mother and child upon the bed, a teasing smile curving his lips. "Germa? So, this indeed is the kingdom of Germa. And you, I presume, are the queen?" Although it was phrased as a question, his tone was laden with irrefutable certainty. Solo was unclear about Takuro's true intentions, but she could distinctly sense the unabashed malice he harbored towards the name Vince mocked Germa. This exacerbated the anxiety that already clutched her heart. In her arms, Sanji trembled uncontrollably, yet she summoned her final vestiges of courage, pleading, "If it is wealth you seek, you may take all the jewels from that chest over there. I implore you, do not harm us. Rest assured." Takuro waved his hand dismissively, signaling them not to worry. "There is a reason for everything. I am merely here to address a matter with that scoundrel, Vince mocked Germa." He paused before continuing. "However, before he arrives, I may need to temporarily treat you as hostages. Otherwise, I fear he might flee." Upon hearing this, Sola's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, relaxed slightly. As long as they were unharmed, everything else could be negotiated. As for Vince mocked Germa's fate, who is that? I do not know him. What concern is it of mine? Meanwhile, in her arms, Sanji's eyes, typically filled with trepidation, now sparkled with an unusual glimmer. He gazed intently at the mysterious older brother who had descended from the heavens, his eyes brimming with curiosity and a hint of admiration. Time slipped away in the agonizing wait. Before long, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridor, accompanied by snippets of clear conversation. "Father, why should we care about that woman and Sanji's fate? They are nothing but worthless failures." A cold and haughty voice rang out. "Remember this, Niji," another voice, colder still and as unyielding as steel, reprimanded, "Sola and Sanji's lives may be of little importance, but the dignity of our kingdom is paramount. Whoever dares to challenge the majesty of Germa must be met with the most brutal and bloody retribution." Just then, Takuro was listening when a tall figure clad in a black cloak, wearing a massive metallic helmet, strode in, accompanied by 4 children dressed in various colors: pink, red, blue, and green, each bearing the same curly eyebrows as the little imp by his bedside. Takuro couldn't help but quip, "Ah, with that little yellow one added in. Are you all preparing to form a colorful team to save the world?" On the other side, upon realizing that the intruder was merely an inexperienced youth, Vince mocked Germa initially felt a pang of confusion, swiftly followed by an overwhelming rage as he seethed. A mere boy, how dare he brazenly invade his kingdom, destroy his castle, and even take his wife and child hostage? Who gave him the audacity? Without any further ado, Germa unleashed a torrent of flames from his rocket boots, transforming himself into a streak of golden lightning. The electromagnetic spear in his hand thrusting forward with the force of a tempest, aimed straight at Takuro's heart. Yet, the anticipated scene of piercing through an enemy's body did not occur. Instead, it was replaced by the jarring clang of metal on metal. Takuro did not alter his stance, merely raising his right hand in a claw-like gesture to effortlessly grasp the tip of the electromagnetic spear. Then, with a casual squeeze of his fingers, bang, the specially crafted spear, forged from memory metal and capable of penetrating battleship armor, shattered into a multitude of metallic shards, the sound of its breaking resonating sweetly as they clattered to the ground. "Who are you exactly? Why have you intruded upon Germa without cause?" Germa's fury dissipated as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his expression turning to one of trepidation. That last attack had been delivered without restraint, a full-force strike befitting the king of Germa. Yet, it had been so easily thwarted, as if he had merely crushed a toothpick. This was a clear testament to the fact that the visitor's strength far exceeded his comprehension. At that moment, the arrogance and confidence he had displayed in the corridor had evaporated. Takuro flashed a grin, revealing a row of pearly whites, and spoke slowly. "What do you mean without cause? Was it not you who first sent people to trouble me?" Germa's mind raced, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall when he had offended this formidable being. Thus, he could only cautiously probe. I believe we have no grievances between us. Is there some misunderstanding?" Takuro kindly reminded him. Ambry Island. Germa's pupils constricted in an instant. He suddenly understood. This youth was the assassin dispatched by that little brat, Tesoro. Chapter 54. My lady, you wouldn't want. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, just as he had ordered troops to head for Ambry Island. Assassins had already been dispatched. The pace of this response was utterly alarming. Germa quickly donned a sincere expression, hastily exclaiming, "A misunderstanding. This is undoubtedly a colossal misunderstanding. Whatever that fellow, Tesoro, paid you to act, I will gladly pay double." Takuro chuckled. This man seemed to think of him as a mercenary assassin. He shook his head, his smile turning somewhat frigid. "Is it not possible that Ambry Island is already my territory? And between you and me, there can only be one outcome. Either you die, or you die? No." Despair seized Germa, and he suddenly screamed in a fit of hysteria, "Soldiers! Quickly, come in and protect me." However, Takuro merely raised his hand casually, and a small, Dark red energy orb shot forth like a meteor. Boom! The violent energy consumed everything in its path. The already warped door, the heavy walls, and the clone soldiers who had just rushed to the entrance without a moment to react were all instantly turned to ash in the blinding light. Germa stared in horror at Takuro, at his figure that resembled a demonic god, and he finally regretted his previous actions. His knees buckled, and with a thud, the once aspiring conqueror of the North Sea fell to the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. Please, do not kill me. I was wrong. I promise. I will never disturb you again. I am willing to offer all my wealth and technology. Takuro raised an eyebrow, the scene reminiscent of someone he knew all too well. Indeed, it was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet, compared to that pink-haired birdman, Vinsmock Germa appeared even more cowardly. However, before he could utter a word, the masterpieces standing behind Gaji could no longer restrain themselves. What are you doing? Stand up. The red-haired youth, E.G., shouted in fury. As the king of Germa, how could you bow so low before your enemies? The blue-haired Niji followed suit, his eyes filled with disdain for Gaji's apparent cowardice. The green-haired Yanji remained silent. But upon witnessing Gaji's comical and pitiful state, an inexplicable smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Only the pink-haired Reiju maintained her silence, observing the scene with an expression of complex emotions. Takuro chuckled, though his smile was laced with unabashed mockery. Do you see this, Vinsmoke Gaji? Your creations possess far more backbone than you, and once you are gone, everything will still belong to me. With that, he tightened his grip on Gaji's head. Crack! A sharp, sickening sound of bone breaking echoed through the room. Gaji's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, the spark in his eyes extinguishing like a candle snuffed out by the wind. My dream of conquering the North Sea. His words trailed off, and the underground overlord of the North Sea collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, succumbing to silence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the elite unit Vinsmoke Gaji, earning 10 combat power and the universal capsule technology. Takuro raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had considered Vinsmoke Gaji to be a mediocre opponent, yet the system classified him as an elite unit. Not only did he receive 10 points of combat power, but also a delightful surprise known as universal capsule technology. Universal capsule technology? The term stirred familiar ripples in the depths of his memory. Was it not the core technology of the Bulma family? This was a remarkable asset, capable of compressing various tangible items, from food to entire houses or spaceships, into a small capsule form, which could be activated with simple commands for immediate use. It was an essential tool for home, travel, and even for nefarious deeds. For Takuro, the value of this technology far surpassed that of the 10 combat points. In the future, whether he needed to stockpile vast amounts of food to satisfy his Scion appetite or carry various necessities, it would become exceedingly convenient. Excellent, indeed. He mused with satisfaction, planning to organize the technical documentation and hand it over to that young lad Tesolo for research and development. With that thought, he turned his gaze back to the golden-haired queen upon the bed. The immense shock of losing her husband, combined with the pervasive stench of blood in the room, rendered Sora's complexion increasingly pale. Her already fragile body trembled slightly, and her sickly beauty made her appear like a white rose swaying in the wind, on the verge of wilting, a heartbreaking fragility. A smirk of amusement tugged at Takuro's lips as he teased, "My apologies, it seems I inadvertently made you a widow." At that moment, Sanji, who had been hiding in his mother's embrace, finally registered the reality of the situation. His father, the man he both revered and feared, was dead? Wah! A wave of overwhelming terror and confusion seized him, and he could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears. Father! Father! My lord! Yet, in stark contrast to his grief, his so-called masterpieces displayed a chilling indifference. TCH, what a crybaby Sanji is, truly pathetic. Iji crossed his arms, his face a mask of scorn. What is there to cry about? Niji openly displayed his disdain, asserting that it was only natural for a father who lacked ability to be killed by an enemy. Weaklings have no right to survive. Chimed in Yanji with a hint of malicious glee. Takuro looked at the three boys in astonishment. They were even more heartless than he, an outsider, had anticipated, a veritable model of ruthless filial piety. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl, who had remained silent, possessed an unusually mature gaze that reminded him of the recently recruited Nico Robin. Amidst this bizarre atmosphere, Sora finally spoke. She coughed violently, her frail voice akin to a flickering candle in the wind, yet remarkably clear. Cough, cough this. This cannot be blamed on you, sir. Her condition appeared dire, each cough drawing a hint of sickly crimson to her pale skin. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes devoid of hatred, radiating a sense of calm, as if liberated. Since the day I married Gaji, I knew there might come a day like this. He has committed too many sins. Retribution was inevitable. Oh, Takuro remarked with interest. It appears you possess quite an understanding of the world. This woman was appealing to him. She did not weep or wail, nor did she seek death. Instead, she exhibited a profound comprehension of life as harsh realities. Thus, he declared with an air of undeniable authority, now that Vinsmoke Gaji is dead, from this day forth, you are mine. He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep over the opulent yet cold chamber, as well as the vast iron kingdom beyond the window, adding, and this country will be under your control. His words carried a blatant possessiveness, akin to a declaration of ownership. Sora's heart raced, her face, already pale from weakness, flushed with an abnormal hue at this absurd confession. She gazed incredulously at the dark-haired youth before her, who was barely old enough to be her child. Our ages, she instinctively sought to resist, to rebel against this proclamation. However, before she could finish her thought, Takuro interrupted her with a nonchalant remark. Madam, I trust you do not wish for any harm to befall your children, do you? Chapter 55, The Scion Legion. Sora's complexion drained of color, becoming more pallid than the bed linens. Takuro's seemingly light-hearted words struck with the precision of the sharpest ice pick, piercing through her heart's most vulnerable spot. Her children, e.g., Niji, Yanji, and Reiju, though they were Gaji's creations, devoid of emotions, were ultimately her flesh and blood, born after 10 months of carrying them. And then there was Sanji, her only child whom she cherished deeply. The urge to resist dissipated like a balloon punctured by a needle. I understand, Sora closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, her voice filled with resignation and bitterness. Very well, Takuro nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated dealing with intelligent individuals. It spared him much unnecessary trouble. He turned to the 4 children and casually waved his hand, declaring, from this day forth, your mother is mine. Your country is mine. Takuro announced in a flat tone. Iji, Niji, and Yanji exchanged glances, their minds, altered by Gaji, struggled to process such complex emotions and information. Their father was dead, their nation had changed hands, their mother was taken from them. Within the indoctrinated logic that only comprehends obedience to the powerful and scorn for the weak, the demise of Gaji serves as irrefutable proof of his inferiority. The youth before them, however, embodies a greater strength. Thus, submission to the powerful appears to be the rightful choice. Yet, only Reiju cast a profound glance at Takuro, then at her resigned mother lying upon the bed, ultimately opting for silence. Excellent. It seems there are no objections. Takuro, thoroughly pleased with their reactions, decisively proclaimed that it was settled. He surveyed the ravaged room, then addressed Sanji, saying, Hey, that blonde-haired lad, summon a few of the servants who Haven Tea succumbed to unconsciousness to tidy this place up. Additionally, dispose of your father's corpse. It is quite the eyesore. Sanji was momentarily taken aback by this nonchalant command, but upon witnessing his mother's sorrowful gaze, he timidly acquiesced, wiped his tears, and hurriedly departed. Soon, under the cold and efficient system of the Germa kingdom, news of the king's passing spread throughout the Iron City with remarkable swiftness. There was no mourning, no chaos, only an eerie tranquility, akin to a machine rebooting. In the face of absolute power, the transfer of authority is, thus, brutally simple. Takuro unceremoniously commandeered Gaji's opulent royal office situated at the pinnacle of the castle. He reclined upon the grand throne crafted from rare metals, feet propped upon the table, savoring the finest red tea served by a maid, while issuing his inaugural command to the trembling scientists of the Germa kingdom. Listen closely, from this moment forth, all ships shall alter course and proceed at full speed towards Ambry Island. Yes, at once, my king. The chief scientist promptly bowed in compliance. For these pure researchers, the identity of the king mattered little. What was crucial was whether the new ruler would perpetuate their research endeavors. Excellent. Takuro felt gratified by their astuteness and added, moreover, I wish for you to present all the intriguing aspects of your work to me, especially that core laboratory of Vinsmoke Gaji. Lead me there to see. Although this place was not the West City, its advanced technology might harbor news from there. Yes, accompanied by several chief scientists, Takuro strode into the innermost sanctum of the Germa kingdom, the most clandestine secret, Gaji's private laboratory. This space, rather than merely a laboratory, resembled a colossal life factory brimming with futuristic technology. Countless immense glass containers filled with verdant nutrient solutions stood in orderly rows, evoking the grandeur of a forest. Within each vessel lay a human form, indistinguishable from the living, eyes closed in slumber. These were Gaji's pride, the clone soldiers. The chief scientist reverently explained. By extracting the genetic factors of the finest soldiers as templates, we can produce them in mass quantities in an incredibly short time. Moreover, they fear not death, possess physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary humans, and are the epitome of obedience. Genetic factors? Takuro seized upon this keyword. Indeed, my king, the scientist elucidated. It is the blueprint of life, encapsulating the mysterious factors of an organism's entire genetic information. His Majesty Gaji, nay, the former King Gaji, dedicated his life to researching and modifying these factors, endeavoring to create the ultimate super soldiers. For instance, His Highness Ichiji and the others were altered at the embryonic stage to enhance their genetic factors, thus acquiring bodies surpassing human limits and the advantage of emotional detachment. Takuro observed the clones, akin to mass-produced commodities, with nary a ripple of emotion. To him, such creations seemed crude and primitive. Yet, the concept of genetic factors piqued his interest immensely. To what extent can your technology reach? He inquired. If, and I emphasize if, I were to serve as the template for extracting my genetic factors, could you clone an identical version of me? This question elicited gasps of astonishment from all present scientists. They exchanged incredulous glances, their faces awash with shock and barely contained fervor. Using the new king as a template, one capable of crushing specialized alloys with bare hands, possessing an indomitable physique, and even abilities of flight and energy wave projection. If we could successfully replicate such an entity, it would transcend mere soldiers. It would be a god. Theoretically, it is feasible, my king. The chief scientist responded, his voice trembling with excitement. Your life form surpasses any template we have encountered. If we could obtain a sample of your genetic factors, we are confident we could create an unprecedented and unparalleled life form. Upon hearing this affirmation, a smile slowly spread across Takuro's lips, transforming into a raucous laughter imbued with boundless ambition and madness. Ha 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 ha. A frenzied notion ignited in his mind like a wildfire. Clones? No. What he desired was a legion of Scions. If he could utilize his pure Scion bloodline as a template, employing Germa's technology to forge an entire battalion of clones, utterly obedient to his commands, possessing Scion lineage, how terrifying would that be? A force that could grow stronger through battle and near-death experiences. A legion, brimming with potential, unafraid of death. Moreover, he would no longer be a solitary Scion, adrift in a foreign land. He would possess his own, utterly loyal kin. He, Takuro, would reign as the sole sovereign of this invincible army, truly becoming the Scion King. Frisia, Broly, names that once epitomized absolute power in his memories resurfaced. Soon, dominion over the universe would be within his grasp. Excellent. Splendid. The fervor in Takuro's eyes burned with the intensity of a star on the verge of exploding. He regarded the frenzied scientists before him and declared in an unassailable tone, from this day forth, all previous research projects are to be halted. You shall have but one task. He extended a finger towards himself. To swiftly create for me the most perfect Scion army. Chapter 56, Education. Having discovered the shortcut to realizing his ambitions, Takuro's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He hummed a disjointed rock tune, the origins of which he could not recall. As he ambled through the cold corridors with an air of indifference, the mere thought of a Scion army sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. He gleefully contemplated that once the army was formed, he must seek out that scoundrel Shanks to demonstrate what true teamwork entailed. Imagining Shanks's face, contorted in despair upon witnessing his overwhelming Scion legion, filled Takuro with elation, invigorating his every step. Lost in dreams of a promising future, he unknowingly found himself at the doorstep of Princess Sora's resting chamber. He stroked his chin, a somewhat enigmatic smile gracing his face. Since that woman, along with this entire nation, now belonged to him, it was only natural for the new king to cultivate a connection with his possessions. Although his current 10-year-old physique rendered him incapable of engaging in adult matters, his mental maturity remained intact, establishing a foundation of affection in advance. Thereby laying the groundwork for a future filled with bliss, was indeed a hallmark of a sagacious man. With such pure intentions in mind, Takuro pushed open the ajar door. However, what greeted his eyes was far from the tender scene he had envisioned. The room was in disarray. A young maid lay sprawled on the floor, her face marked with a distinct handprint, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes reflecting fear and humiliation. Surrounding her were the three brothers, IJ, Nij, and Yuj, holding a domineering stance over her. Incompetent fool. You can't even handle this trivial task. The red-haired IJ kicked over a nearby table, sending tea and snacks scattering across the floor. Is this how you deliver a simple treat? Nij, with a malevolent grin, contemptuously ground his foot against the maid's fingers. The maid trembled in pain, yet dared not utter a sound. On the bed, Sola struggled to rise and intervene, but her frail body lacked the strength. And she could only weakly admonish, "Stop. IJ, Nij, cease this at once. You shall not bully Cosette." Yet the three brothers had long since lost all respect for their failed mother. They didn't even bother to glance her way, dismissing her words as mere background noise. This scene caused Takuro, standing at the doorway, to lose his smile in an instant. A cold fury silently began to rise from the depths of his heart. He was no paragon of virtue, indifferent to the plight of the weak. However, these little brats and that maid were all his possessions. In his domain. To strike his people? It was akin to a pack of oblivious wild dogs intruding into the Lion King's territory, savaging a small rabbit before the king's very eyes. This was no longer a matter of right or wrong. It was a blatant provocation. "All of you," a chilling voice resounded abruptly in the room. "Seem to be having quite the fun?" The three brothers jolted in surprise, turning in unison to behold the black-haired youth, who inspired genuine fear within them. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, his expression inscrutable. "It's you." IJ's pupils constricted imperceptibly. "I told you from this day forth. Everything in this country belongs to me." Takuro stepped forward slowly, each stride seemingly treading upon the hearts of the three brothers. "So, who gave you the audacity to lay hands on my people in my own home? She is merely a lowly maid," Nij protested, attempting to justify their actions with their deeply ingrained notions of lineage. "A maid?" Takuro approached him, towering over him with a smile that showed he cared little for his age. Smack. In the next instant, a resounding slap, imbued with terrifying force, struck Nij's face, sending him spinning like a top before crashing into a distant wall, unconscious. Nij, IJ and Yuj gasped in shock. Now, who still believed she was merely a maid? Takuro shook his hand, his gaze calmly sweeping over the remaining two. The room fell into a deathly silence. Sola, Reiju, Sanji, and even the maid named Cosette on the floor stared dumbfounded at the scene. "You, how dare you hit us?" IJ finally recovered from his shock. Anger and defiance etched across his face. "We are the princes of Germa. We are your—" He hesitated to say stepsons, the word stuck in his throat. "Indeed." Takuro interjected bluntly. "You are my sons, and I, your nominal father. Therefore," in an instant, his figure vanished. Bang, bang. Two heavy thuds echoed. IJ and Yuj scarcely comprehended his movements before they both received simultaneous blows to their abdomens. They curled up like cooked shrimp, following Nij into unconsciousness. Takuro withdrew his fists, surveying his three incapacitated creations with satisfaction, and clapped his hands. It is only right for a father to educate his sons. Reiju and Sanji watched in horror, particularly Sanji, who, despite his disdain for his brothers, felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration witnessing their swift and decisive correction. "Well, it's quiet now." Takuro seemed to regard this as a trivial matter. He approached the bed, gazing at Sola, whose expression was a mix of confusion and embarrassment. "From now on, such occurrences will not happen again." He paused, his tone firm and undeniable, declaring, "Listen well, whether in this country or on Ambry Island. All people and all things belong to me, Takuro. Their futures, their lives and deaths, will be determined solely by me. This is the privilege of the strong. If any of you are dissatisfied, you may challenge me at any time. Should you defeat me, you may take everything from me, including the power over my life and death." With that, he glanced disdainfully at the three unconscious figures on the floor, adding, "Of course, given their abilities, they wouldn't stand a chance even after 100 years of training." This straightforward and brutal declaration of strength, filled with Scion logic, plunged everyone present into profound shock. Reiju's eyes, usually veiled with something, sparkled with an unusual light for the first time. She sensed that this new father was vastly superior to her biological father, who only measured everything through science. Meanwhile, Sanji gazed at Takuro with admiration, perceiving him as a hero straight out of a story, someone extraordinary. Having such a figure as his father seemed quite splendid. After this familial education, Takuro waved his hand, issuing a dismissal to Reiju and Sanji. "Now both of you, take these three brats and leave. I wish to have a private conversation with your mother." Though puzzled, Reiju and Sanji obediently dragged their three brothers and the dazed maid out of the room, kindly closing the door behind them. In that moment, the spacious lounge was left with only Takuro and Sola, whose cheeks had begun to flush for reasons unknown. Sir," after the children departed, Sola finally mustered the courage to explain, my body, due to certain circumstances, is in poor condition. I fear I may not be able to fulfill the obligations you expect of me. I am aware, Takuro nodded, taking a seat beside her on the bed. Rest assured, I will not impose upon you in your current state. At his words, Sola felt an inexplicable mix of relief and a twinge of unidentifiable disappointment. However, Takuro's tone shifted, and a smile that made Sola's heart flutter appeared on his face. Your ailment is not beyond remedy. When time permits, I shall ensure you are completely healed. But before the treatment, he extended his hand, imbued with an unmistakable air of authority, reaching toward Solana's still flat abdomen. I must first conduct a thorough examination of your physique, he declared, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the silken fabric of Solana's nightgown, an urgent cacophony of ringing from a miniature telephone insect abruptly shattered the charged atmosphere of the room. Takuro clicked his tongue in irritation, retrieving the specialized telephone insect entrusted to him by Tezulo from his pocket. Once connected, the device projected Tezulo's visage, etched with anxiety and gravity. Boss, this is bad. Tezulo's voice resonated with unprecedented urgency. There has been an incident on Ambry Island. A formidable enemy has invaded. We can barely hold them off. Chapter 57, The Invaders. Takuro's brow furrowed, the playful glint in his eyes swiftly replaced by a frigid intensity. An enemy invasion? How dare anyone trespass on his territory after he had declared his sovereignty? What are the specifics? His voice was succinct yet powerful. It's CP9, the world government's clandestine intelligence agency. Tezulo's voice crackled with urgency through the telephone insect. Their objective is crystal clear. They are currently besieging the villa, targeting Miss Robin. Understood. Takuro's tone was calm, yet beneath that tranquility simmered a tide of fury. These wretched minions of the world government dared to infiltrate his home while he was absent, and disturb the delicate ambience he had cultivated for the blossoming of his affections. Such audacity warranted dire consequences. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed the connection and rose from the bedside. Observing the sudden sharpness in his gaze, Solana inquired with concern, "Is something amiss?" "Just a minor inconvenience," Takuro replied, nodding as he approached the massive hole he had smashed into the room. Turning to Solana, he instructed, "I shall take my leave to address this matter. You and the remaining crew should proceed slowly towards Ambry Island. Upon your arrival, assistance will undoubtedly be provided." He paused, asserting with an irrefutable tone, "Once I depart, all affairs here are entrusted to your capable hands. Rest assured, your word is my command. No one would dare defy you." With that, he offered no further opportunity for questions. A dark crimson aura surged around him, erupting in a brilliant flash as he transformed into a scarlet meteor, soaring through the hole and racing toward Ambry Island at breathtaking speed. Meanwhile, not long before, outside Takuro's villa on Ambry Island, the night was as dark as ink, and several shadowy figures blended seamlessly into the darkness, stealthily lurking around the villa's periphery. "Roosh, has the intel been confirmed?" Phosphor whispered through a miniature telephone insect. "Confirmed." Roosh's emotionless voice emanated from the shadows. "The infamous Takuro has indeed vacated Ambry Island." Upon hearing this news, an uncontrollable fervor flashed in Phosphor's eyes, fueled by a desire for recognition. Zephyr's fleet would not arrive until the morrow. If he could, before their arrival, single-handedly capture the demon child Nico Robin, the glory would be entirely his. At that moment, the so-called once-in-a-century genius, Rob Lucci, would be left beneath his heel. Excellent. A cruel smile curled upon Phosphor's lips as he dispensed the command to launch the assault without a moment's hesitation. "Everyone, heed my command. The plan has changed. We shall not await the Navy. Commence the attack." "Phosphor." Roosh's voice turned icy. "This is insubordination. Commander Spandane has ordered us." "Silence." Phosphor interrupted brusquely, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Do not forget, I am the commander here. My orders are absolute. If you are afraid, then stay on the periphery and watch. Do not hinder my pursuit of glory." With that, he ignored Roosh entirely, gesturing to the other CP9 members. Onward. Numerous shadows surged forward like arrows released from a bow, converging upon the seemingly tranquil villa. However, just as they were about to crash through the windows, the villa's door creaked open, revealing Tezulo stepping out. He had just concluded a routine meeting with Robin regarding the transportation of the next batch of goods. Yet, the moment he emerged, he acutely sensed the oppressive, chilling aura of imminent death in the air. "Who goes there?" The response was a flurry of lethal finger guns, moving faster than the eye could perceive. Six style, finger pistol. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was pierced with a piercing shriek. Tezulo's pupils dilated, Without a moment's thought, he crossed his arms defensively. Clang, clang, clang. A series of muffled explosions erupted, as though metal were colliding. Kizaru felt his arms being battered as if struck by a high-speed drill, the pain searing through him. The sheer force sent him staggering backward, fracturing the stone steps beneath him. Oh, you managed to block that? Phosphor emerged from the shadows, a smirk playing upon his lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Interesting. You must be the infamous Takuro's right-hand man, Tezulo? Tezulo's expression was grave. Had he not spent the past month relentlessly honing the turtle hermit style, pushing his body beyond normal limits, he would have surely been incapacitated in that instant. Suppressing the numbness coursing through his arms, he fixed his hawk-like gaze upon the group of enigmatic black-clad figures before him, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" "We are the ones here to eradicate evil." Phosphor wasted no time with idle chatter, vanishing in an instant. Shave. In the next moment, he materialized before Tezulo. His fist poised with the power to shatter steel, aimed directly at Tezulo's face. Not good. Tezulo's instinct screamed. The opponent's speed and strength far surpassed any adversary he had encountered thus far. In that critical moment, a sharp voice rang out, "Snow Rabbit." A magnificent rabbit, sculpted from pure ice and resembling a living creature, leapt from the second-floor window of the villa, crashing into Phosphor with precision. Boom. The colossal snow rabbit erupted into a cascade of ice crystals and frigid air, temporarily obstructing Phosphor's vision and assault. Monet, with wings of snow, descended gracefully beside Tezulo, her face etched with concern. "Tezulo, who are they?" "I do not know," Tezulo replied, his uncertainty palpable. "But we must remain vigilant. Their intentions are undoubtedly malevolent." "A Logia user?" Phosphor emerged from the icy haze, shaking off the frost from his hands, a glint of avarice dancing in his eyes. "Perfect. Capturing you along with Nico Robin will be quite the accomplishment." Upon hearing this, Tezulo's realization struck him like lightning. "You are agents of the world government?" Their target was Miss Robin, confirming that these individuals were indeed covert operatives dispatched by the world government. "Be sensible and obediently hand over Nico Robin." Fuss's voice dripped with arrogance, as if victory was already within his grasp. "Perhaps this way, you might spare yourself some physical suffering. Get lost. Go to hell, world government." During his time spent alongside Takuro, Tezulo might not have mastered much, but he had certainly absorbed the essence of a tyrant's aura that effortlessly flowed from his lips. Indeed, Fuss's anger ignited at those words. "Ignorant fool. How dare you provoke the world government? Your crime has just multiplied." Without engaging in further dialogue, Tezulo swiftly pressed a concealed alarm button hidden within his sleeve, connecting him to the highest alert level on the island, while simultaneously retrieving a specialized snail phone to notify their boss back in Germa. He understood all too well that with only himself and Monet, they could not possibly hold back the agents before them. As the shrill alarm echoed across the skies, Ambry Island erupted into chaos. Several newly formed guards, armed and ready, rushed towards the villa in a frenzy. Fuss's expression darkened instantly. He feared these minor henchmen not, but any delay could spell disaster if the formidable Takuro returned prematurely. Thus, he decisively issued his final command. "End this swiftly. Everyone, charge into the villa and capture Nico Robin." "Monet," Tezulo exclaimed, "go assist Miss Robin. I'll handle this scoundrel." Monet gritted her teeth, recognizing the urgency of the moment. Without hesitation, she transformed into a whirlwind of white, darting towards the villa's interior. "You overestimate yourself, boy." Fuss sneered coldly at Tezulo, who stood defiantly before him. "Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? How could you know without trying?" Tezulo flashed a smile. Assuming the stance of the turtle school, this was the moment to test the fruits of his training. Chapter 58, Shock. The courtyard outside the villa morphed into a fierce battleground. Under the cover of night, two figures clashed like phantoms in a whirlwind, each separation igniting violent gusts of wind that left the meticulously tended flora in ruins. Raging gale. Fuss's form spun rapidly midair, his right leg slicing through the air with the precision of a deadly axe, unleashing waves of pale blue vacuum slashes that sealed off all of Tezulo's escape routes. Yet, Tezulo faced this onslaught without flinching. He bent his legs slightly, lowering his center of gravity, and let out a deep growl. Phantom fist. In the instant the slashes were about to strike, his figure blurred, splitting into three identical Tezulos, each evading in different directions. What? Fuss's pupils constricted. The lethal strikes sliced through two of the illusions, but only one found its mark on Tezulo's true form. However, the anticipated eruption of bloodshed did not occur. Tezulo merely staggered slightly, dissipating most of the force, leaving behind only a faint white mark on his arm. But this isn't over. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Taisolo propelled himself forward with explosive power, resembling a cannonball, charging straight at Fuzz. He unleashed both palms in a powerful thrust, the force coalescing into a relentless torrent, crashing towards Fuzz's chest like a surging wave. Fuzz's mind raced in alarm. Caught off guard, he quickly crossed his arms defensively, activating his most reliable technique from the 6 styles, Iron Block. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous impacts erupted. Taisolo's palms struck Fuzz's arms with such speed that, in less than a second, dozens of imprints were left behind, each blow layered upon the last, penetrating the Iron Block defense, sending shockwaves through Fuzz's body, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Damn it! Fuzz was forced back by the relentless barrage, his heart racing with trepidation. What kind of technique is this? The intensity of Taisolo's abilities left Fuzz astounded. He had never encountered such a fighting style before. It was at once swift as thunder, elusive as a shadow, and fiercely powerful. Within what seemed like simple strikes lay a unique methodology of harnessing power and breath, a sophistication that hinted at something beyond the 6 styles. It was well known that the reason the world government and navy maintained absolute dominance over the seas was largely due to the 6 styles, a martial arts system that transcended human limitations. It enabled ordinary soldiers to contend with those possessing devil fruit powers. Yet now, an entirely new, perhaps even superior martial arts school had materialized before him without warning. This revelation sent Fuzz's heart racing uncontrollably. This was no mere capture mission anymore. Concealed within lay a tremendous secret capable of altering the world's order. If he could obtain this training method and return it to the world government, the accolades would be monumental. At that point, surpassing Rob Lucci, or even usurping that fool Spandam to become the true commander of CP9, would not be out of reach. Greed and ambition instantly overshadowed the urgency of the battle. Fuzz took a step back, creating distance from Taisolo, and donned a self-satisfied smile he deemed alluring. "Stop for a moment, boy," he called out. "Your martial arts are impressive. What do you call it?" Panting heavily, Taisolo kept a wary gaze fixed on him and coldly replied, "Turtle School." "Turtle School?" Fuzz mentally noted the peculiar name before extending an olive branch. "Taisolo, I must admit, you are a rare talent. It is a waste for someone of your caliber to follow a mere child." He coaxed, "What do you say? Join forces with me. Just hand over that woman named Nico Robin, along with your Turtle School training methods. I promise, you'll receive your due share of glory. You will attain everything you desire: wealth, status, power. The world government will absolutely reward a worthy contributor." However, Taisolo's response was a derisive snicker filled with disdain. World government? Wealth? Power? He wiped the blood from his mouth and stood tall, his green eyes ablaze with an unprecedented light of conviction. "You high and mighty lapdogs will never understand. What I seek is beyond anything you could ever provide. The one I follow grants me hope and a future that you filth cannot even begin to imagine." Fuzz's smile froze on his face. "You refuse my goodwill, then you shall taste the bitter consequences." His voice turned icy and cruel. "Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Once I leave you half dead, I will slowly extract the secrets of the Turtle School." No sooner had he spoken than a remarkable transformation overcame him. The ancient Zoan-type cat fruit, saber-toothed tiger form. With a series of sickening cracks, Fuzz's body swelled with muscle, claws extending, and 2 fearsome fangs protruded menacingly from his maw. An ancient ferocity erupted forth. In this moment, his speed and strength surged explosively. Die! The beastly Fuzzfur transformed into a blurred afterimage, lunging once more at Taisolo. Meanwhile, within the villa, the battle raged fiercely. Snowbind. Monet spread her arms wide, summoning a multitude of ice and snow that surged forth as if alive, ensnaring several CP9 agents attempting to rush toward the study. However, other agents circumvented her obstruction, forcefully breaking through the study's door. "Capture her." Robin stood resolutely behind the desk, observing the swarm of dark-clad figures with an air of forced composure. Crossing her arms over her chest, she activated the powers of the flower fruit. Floral frenzy. Arms sprouted from the floor, blooming like a sea of flowers, striving to impede the enemy's advance. Yet, the CP9 agents were well prepared for this. Paper drawing. Their bodies became as thin as paper, skillfully dodging and weaving through the jungle of arms, swiftly closing in on Robin. The situation had turned dire for Taisolo and Monet. Outside the villa, Taisolo found himself utterly suppressed. The beastly Fuzzfur's strength had surpassed him entirely. The ferocious power rattled his very insides with each clash. and the lightning-fast speed rendered his proud afterimage punch ineffective. With a grunt, after yet another brutal exchange, Tezzalo could no longer endure. He was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the villa's wall and sliding down, leaving behind a horrifying trail of blood. He struggled to rise once more, but it felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, leaving him utterly powerless. Phosphor slowly approached him, seizing his hair and lifting his head, a victorious sneer etched across his face. Now, I shall ask you once more. He leaned in closer to Tezzalo's ear. The secret of the turtle school, as well as that woman, will you surrender it or not? Tezzalo spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Raising his head to meet Phosphor's gaze with eyes still ablaze with unyielding spirit, a smile creeping across his face. The only one who can make Tezzalo willingly follow is that man, from beginning to end. You seek death. Phosphor's patience had finally worn thin. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as his other hand transformed into a claw, unhesitatingly plunging toward Tezzalo's heart. Yet, just as his claw was about to make contact with Tezzalo's chest, an indescribable, terrifying pressure, seemingly from the abyss of the universe, descended without warning. The entire Ambry Island felt as if it was gripped by an invisible, giant hand. The air froze. The wind ceased. All CP9 members embroiled in battle suddenly froze in place, as though ensnared by a binding spell. What a terrifying aura it was, comprehensible only to these CP9 agents. Phosphor's outstretched claw also halted in midair, unable to advance even a fraction. In horror, he lifted his gaze to the dark night sky. There, a crimson streak, resembling a blood-red comet, tore through the clouds, descending at a speed that surpassed the limits of his comprehension. You wretches! Do you think you have the audacity to rampage in my presence? A voice, chilling enough to freeze one's very soul, resonated in the minds of all like the judgment of a deity. Chapter 59, An Unconventional Use of the Gravity Training Room. In that moment, every hair on Phosphor's body stood on end. A chill, like the claw of the abyss, seized his heart, nearly suffocating him. At that instant, only one perplexing thought lingered in his mind. Didn't this guy leave Ambry Island? How could he return so swiftly? He stared up in disbelief. Beneath the darkened sky, the figure of a black-haired youth hovered in midair, arms crossed over his chest. The dark red aura swirling around him resembled a roiling nebula of blood, akin to a deity descended from myth, gazing down with an indifferent expression upon all that lay beneath. Cough, cough. Boss, you've returned. On the ground, the nearly unconscious Tezzalo gazed up at the figure in the sky, akin to a savior, his face betraying an uncontainable excitement. As long as the boss was back, then everything would be safe. Takuro gradually descended, casting a glance at Tezzalo's pitiful state, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. He said little, merely retrieving a senzu bean from his pocket and flicking it with his finger. The bean traced a precise parabolic arc in the air, landing squarely in Tezzalo's mouth. Without a moment's thought, he swallowed it whole. In the next instant, the deep claw marks on Tezzalo's chest writhed visibly, healing at an astonishing rate. Fractured bones reconnected. Torn muscles regenerated. In just a few breaths, all his life-threatening injuries were entirely restored. He sprang to his feet with a powerful surge, and apart from his tattered suit, he had returned to peak condition. Upon witnessing this, Takuro nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Go, help me clear out the pests in the house." As for the biggest one, his gaze, sharp as a predator locking onto its prey, fell upon the petrified Phosphor. "I shall handle that myself." "Yes, boss," Tezzalo responded, charging unhesitatingly into the villa. Phosphor could only watch helplessly as he departed, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, the animalistic instincts bestowed upon him by his Zoan-type devil fruit screamed a warning, should he dare to move. Even the slightest twitch of a finger would result in his utter annihilation. His mind raced like an overloaded machine, gears spinning frantically as he sought that one-in-a-million chance for salvation. Moments later, Phosphor forcibly suppressed his fear, slowly reverting from his beastly form back to his human shape. He lifted his head, forcing a semblance of calm onto his face, attempting to invoke the name of the world government to intimidate his adversary. Strange tale, Takuro. You. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Takuro's chilling words interrupted him completely. Who allowed you to stand there and speak to me? Boom. An invisible, yet immensely heavy force descended without warning. Phosphor felt as if two unseen mountains had descended upon his shoulders. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he found himself uncontrollably kneeling on the ground. The hard stone floor cracked around his knees. Damn it, what kind of power is this? He thought, filled with horror. This was not the mental pressure of Conqueror's Haki. Rather, it was a pure, unreasonable, physically oppressive force. At that moment, He felt as though his body weighed 1,000 pounds, every inch of his bones creaking under the unbearable strain, as if some unseen force was intent on reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. Moreover, as time passed, this pressure only intensified. Ugh! Phosphor could finally bear it no longer, letting out a cry of agony, his teeth biting into his own flesh from the exertion. Takuro, with an expressionless visage, silently adjusted the multiplier of the gravity training room, once more, doubling its intensity. Indeed, this sudden influx of terrifying power stemmed from the divine skill he had acquired from the system, the gravity training room. He discovered its remarkable utility. Not only could it facilitate his training, but it also served as an unfathomable weapon of assault. For instance, in this very moment, with a mere thought, he conjured an invisible, yet palpably existent supergravity space surrounding Phosphor. Utterly convenient. However, while this tactic sufficed for dealing with such a minor character, Takuro surmised it would prove ineffective against formidable foes like Frisia or Cell. Damn it. Finally, Phosphor could no longer endure the humiliation of being toyed with, and began to curse vehemently. You bastard. If you have the guts, kill me. Stop this at once. Takuro appeared oblivious to his pleas, instead letting out a light chuckle. Oh? Still so spirited? It seems the pressure hasn't been sufficient. With that, he escalated the gravity once more. This time, Phosphor was crushed to the ground like a fly struck by a colossal hand, rendered utterly immobile. Not even able to twitch a finger. Tearing. Agony. He felt as if every bone in his body was fracturing under the oppressive weight. Rob Lucci. He summoned his last vestiges of strength to scream. Where the hell are you? Come save me. Yet, the only response was the eerie silence of the night breeze. How infuriating. Phosphor's wails intensified, filled with the rage and bitterness of betrayal. In the distance, amidst the shadows atop a building, Lucci calmly observed the scene through a monocular, his expression devoid of emotion. He could clearly see Phosphor's wretched state, but had no intention of intervening. Finally, an agent beside him could no longer contain himself and whispered, Commander Lucci, are we really not going to help? Lord Phosphor. Lucci merely shot him a cold glance and replied nonchalantly, if you wish to die, feel free to go. The agent fell silent at his words. Lucci slowly lowered the monocular, his tone flat and unyielding. The orders from above are to await the naval reinforcements and act in coordination. It was that fool's own impatience that compromised the plan. What he endures now is simply his due. He turned slowly, merging into the deeper shadows. Let us proceed. Takuro is no longer a foe we can contend with. We shall lie low and wait for the arrival of the former Admiral Zephyr tomorrow. With that, he departed without a trace of hesitation, prompting the surviving agents to follow suit like phantoms. Chapter 60, The Impending Assault. Outside the villa, Phosphor, amidst his despairing cries, realized that no one was responding and understood the gravity of his situation. He shouted in fury, Rob Lucci, you scoundrel, abandoning your superior in the face of death. I will report you to our superiors. Though he could not fathom why his comrades had so callously forsaken him, Takuro's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in his ears. But do you truly believe you can return? Takuro had sensed the rapidly retreating auras of those individuals in the distance. He had initially hoped they would come to meet their demise, yet they had fled instead. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had already memorized their auras. There would be time to deal with them later, one by one. For now, the primary concern was, you have but one chance to explain. Takuro withdrew the gravity. Looking down upon the pitifully prostrate Phosphor, what is the true purpose of your arrival on Ambry Island? Although Tezulo had already informed him that these individuals were after Robin, Takuro still wished to confirm it personally. In a desperate bid for survival, Phosphor disregarded any notions of confidentiality and spilled his secrets like beans from a bamboo tube. It is to capture the Devil's Child, Nico Robin, and you. Takuro's interest piqued at this unexpected revelation. Yes, Phosphor, gasping for breath, hurriedly explained. It is because you were previously searching for the technologically advanced city and collaborated with Nico Robin on historical research. Takuro, intrigued, couldn't help but wonder, what business did his pursuit of the West City have with the world government? Had their claws extended too far? Furthermore, what did it mean that he was researching history? Wasn't that the domain of that maid? Number 2? Why had the blame shifted onto him? However, these questions only served to spark his curiosity further. What sort of history could instill such fear in the lapdogs of the world government? Fascinating. He would need to inquire with Robin upon his return. With that, Takuro's gaze returned to Phosphor. You, it seems, possess a modicum of bravery. With such feeble strength, you dared to seek trouble with me. Commendable courage, though regrettably, your intellect appears lacking. as he slowly raised his hand, preparing to eliminate this now worthless individual. Phosphor, sensing his life hanging by a thread, summoned his final reserves of strength to plead. Wait. I have one last, most crucial piece of information. Oh, what information? Takuro paused. If it pleases me, I may consider sparing your wretched life. Yes, it is Admiral. No, the former Admiral of the Navy. Blackarm Zephyr. Phosphor exclaimed hastily. He is leading an elite fleet, racing towards Ambry Island. His objective is to capture you. He will arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. You have the entire night to escape this place. Admiral of the Navy? Takuro's eyes brightened at this revelation. Leave? What a jest. He was elated. The last time, that flashing scoundrel, Borisolino, had fled mid-battle, leaving him unsatisfied. This time, although it was merely a former admiral, one who had achieved such rank undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. It was as if a pillow had been delivered to him while he was asleep. With this thought, Takuro burst into laughter. This is indeed splendid news. Truly excellent news. He regarded the trembling Phosphor, quaking from fear and the will to survive, and nodded in satisfaction. I said, if it satisfies me, I shall spare you. A Scion's word is his bond. Thus, you have salvaged your life. Now depart. Phosphor swallowed hard, scarcely believing his ears. Had the other truly honored his promise and spared him? Without a moment's hesitation, he expended all his strength to scramble to his feet, fleeing into the darkness without a backward glance. As for his subordinates still trapped within the villa, he could scarcely afford to concern himself with them now, leaving them to fend for themselves. As Takuro stepped through the villa's entrance, the battle within had long since reached its conclusion. The living room was brightly lit. Yet the air still lingered with a faint metallic scent of blood, while the floor and walls bore the marks of battle. Tetsolo was methodically directing a group of guards as they cleaned up the scene. His gaze was unusually bright, exuding a steadiness forged through the crucible of blood and fire. Several surviving agents, bound like Zongzi, were roughly dragged out by the guards. Their faces were bruised and battered, stripped of their previous arrogance. Though Tetsolo was a newcomer, he was a practitioner of the Turtle School, and alongside the nearly inscrutable natural abilities of Monet, they had subdued this group of agents with little trouble. Boss, you're back. Upon seeing the figure of Takuro, Tetsolo immediately halted his commands and hurried over, his face radiating sincere reverence. However, there was a figure faster than his movement. Master. A voice, tinged with fear and a hint of grievance, mixed with a strong desire for praise, rang out. Monet, with her beautiful wings made of pure ice and snow, transformed into a white whirlwind, swiftly darting past Tetsolo and diving into Takuro's embrace, nuzzling her small head against his chest. Woo-woo, Master, you're finally back. I was so scared just now. Those bad guys were so fierce. She looked up, her emerald green eyes glistening with unshed tears, her small face pleading for comfort. Takuro couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting her small head. All right, let go of me. It's calm now. Though he feigned annoyance, he complimented her. You did well this time. Earlier, outside, Takuro had sensed the battle within the villa. This number one maid, despite her seemingly naive demeanor and subtle cunning, proved to be reliable when it mattered most. Upon hearing this simple yet direct praise, Monet completely disregarded the word calm, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to tasting honey. She lifted her head, her face blossoming into an incredibly radiant smile, her small head nuzzling against him even more vigorously. Beside them, Tetsolo observed this scene with a hint of helplessness, realizing that in terms of flattery and affection, he could not compete with this green-haired girl. Chapter 61. Doubts Resurface. Takuro brushed Monet off, scanning the living room for the small figure he didn't see, before inquiring, Where's Sugar? Where's that little one? Don't worry, Master. As soon as the battle began, I sent her to hide in the basement. Good job, Takuro nodded in affirmation. Just then, Tetsolo cleared his throat and stepped forward, wearing a solemn expression. Boss, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Speak. It's like this. Tetsolo's gaze swept over the agents being escorted out, a shadow of gravity crossing his eyes. After this attack, I realized our defensive capabilities on Ambry Island are still too weak. He earnestly analyzed. Though the newly recruited guards are loyal, their strength is utterly inadequate against true powerhouses. They couldn't even delay for a moment. And while Monet and I possess the powers you bestowed upon us, 2 fists can hardly contend with 4 hands. Had today's attackers been a well-trained naval force or more CP9 members, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Takuro stroked his chin, remaining silent, indicating for him to continue. Tetsolo took a deep breath and finally articulated his well-considered suggestion. So, boss, I was wondering, Could you impart the turtle school training method you taught me to those most loyal and promising members of the guard? Upon finishing, he anxiously glanced at Takuro. He understood that in this world, any powerful training methodology was a core secret of a faction rarely shared lightly. His proposal could even be perceived as somewhat overstepping. Takuro, after listening, displayed no extraordinary reaction but fell into a momentary contemplation. The turtle school, to be candid, had lost much of its significance for him. He now relied more on the system and the Scion bloodline that grew stronger with battle. However, he was acutely aware that this seemingly ordinary training method was nothing short of divine for the average person. It was a gateway capable of altering destinies, leading to the realm of the powerful. It was an unparalleled tome that systematically taught individuals how to refine their bodies and perceive and utilize ki from the ground up. Well, Takuro mused for a moment, gazing into Tetsolo's hopeful eyes, eventually nodding nonchalantly. All right. Tetsolo's face instantly lit up with uncontainable joy. However, Takuro continued. The turtle school can be passed down, but it mustn't be indiscriminately given. There must be regulations. Although he was indifferent to the technique, he did not wish to see it become commonplace. Good things should possess corresponding value and thresholds. Tetsolo immediately grasped his meaning, excitedly responding, I understand. Boss, I will draft a detailed system right away. Only those who are most loyal to us have made the greatest contributions and have passed the most rigorous tests will qualify to learn the turtle school. He could already foresee the incredible cohesion and enthusiasm that would erupt across Ambry Island once this news was released. Well, you manage that as you see fit. Takuro waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in the follow-up. After a night of tumult, Ambry Island returned to a tranquil state, beneath which a new, vibrant order was quietly being established. Tetsolo, filled with fervor, immersed himself in the drafting of the Turtle School inheritance plan. Meanwhile, after confirming that the former admiral would arrive the following day, Takuro retreated to the mountains to activate the gravity chamber, engaging in an entire night of rigorous training. When the sun rose the next day, he emerged from the training room, feeling invigorated. The impending battle with Zifa would serve as an excellent opportunity to assess the results of his recent training. He needed to be in peak condition to face it. After enjoying the breakfast meticulously prepared by Monet, Takuro made his way alone to the expansive terrace atop the villa. The sea breeze, carrying a briny scent, caused his iconic black spiky hair to sway slightly. Overlooking the island, which was increasingly flourishing and now rightfully his eyes reflected little joy of a lord. Instead, they revealed an unmistakable sense of confusion and restlessness. This agitation had been accumulating within him for some time. After more than a month of gathering information, coupled with his earlier unmoored wanderings across the sea during his trips to the Germa kingdom, he had seen many islands and encountered numerous people. Yet, the more he witnessed, the deeper his doubts grew. This world seemed to diverge significantly from his recollections of the Dragon Ball universe. It was far too backward. Indeed, it was backward. In his memory, the Earth of Dragon Ball had vast primal forests and wilderness, but it also boasted super metropolises like West City, equipped with anti-gravity vehicles and multifunctional capsules of advanced technology. Yet, everywhere he had visited recently, what did he see? Sail-driven vessels, flintlock firearms ignited by gunpowder, and towns reminiscent of medieval Europe. Even that fabled future nation, Bakamoya, spoken of with such reverence by Tezolo and Robin, appears, according to intelligence reports, to be technologically confined to the realm of biomechanical modifications. Moreover, the so-called scientific kingdom of Germa 66, in his eyes, is merely a misaligned student of cloning and combat suit technology. Here, not a single locale aligns with his vision of a modern, high-tech metropolis. The doubts that had previously surfaced aboard Shank's ship re-emerged. Could it be that this is not the Dragon Ball world? Yet, that cannot be right. His Scion bloodline is undeniable, and the system in his mind incessantly reminds him of his Scion identity. Furthermore, he had confirmed from Shanks that this world indeed harbors the ultimate treasure known as One Piece, capable of granting any wish. Doesn't he that equate to the Dragon Balls? This world possesses the essence of life, the legend of Dragon Balls, and his Scion identity. But why is it devoid of those familiar characters and places he had come to expect? Where's Goku? Where's Master Roshi? What of Bulma and her capsule corporation? A profound sense of dissonance enveloped Takuro, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into a perplexing conundrum. Takuro, a serene voice called from behind him. Chapter 62, The Truth of History Unveiled. Takuro turned to see Robin standing there, holding a steaming cup of coffee, her demeanor tranquil. After a night of contemplation, she had regained her composure and changed into a clean set of casual attire, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She extended the coffee to Takuro, and after a moment of silence, could no longer suppress the question that had lingered in her mind throughout the night. I heard that the world government has dispatched former admirals to capture me. Why do you not hand me over? Keeping me here offers no benefit to you or this island. Having endured countless betrayals and being treated as a mere pawn, she genuinely struggled to comprehend the young man's reasoning. Here she was, a walking calamity capable of attracting disaster. Why would he not rid himself of this burden? Is that it? Takuro accepted the coffee, casting her a perplexed glance, responding in an even more bewildered tone. Has your mind gone awry? You are mine now, my maid. Is it not natural to protect what is mine? Yet, Robin bit her lip, at a loss for how to counter Takuro's blunt materialistic argument. Helping me means becoming an enemy of the entire world government. Are you out of your mind? In truth, Robin herself was unsure why she had spoken those words. In her former self, when confronted with such a situation, she would have chosen to quietly flee at some opportune moment, watching indifferently as the forces that once sheltered her were utterly destroyed by the wrath she had inadvertently brought upon them. This was a cruel survival rule she had been compelled to learn to stay alive. Yet, for reasons unknown, facing this young man made it impossible for her once frozen heart to abandon that instinct. The world government? What does that even signify? Takuro scoffed dismissively, even yawning. If it weren't for my current lack of interest, I would have already flown over to dismantle their headquarters. He waved his hand. Enough of that. They are trivial matters. I have something more significant to discuss with you. Looking at the maid who claimed to decipher history, a thought struck him. Perhaps she could illuminate the doubts plaguing his mind? Robin, he set down his coffee cup, his expression turning unusually earnest for the first time. I ask you, what do you know about the history of this world? Robin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She had not anticipated that a man so disinterested in anything beyond combat and cuisine would actively seek her insights on history. After a brief pause to collect her thoughts, she began, Mr. Takuro, what aspect of history are you interested in? The establishment of the world government? Or the rise and fall of various kingdoms? No, not those. Takuro shook his head, attempting to articulate his confusion in a manner she could comprehend. What I seek is something much older, perhaps even forgotten. For instance, have you heard of a calendar era known as the Aiki? Or a martial artist named Goku? Aiki? Goku? Robin furrowed her brows, meticulously searching her memory for these unfamiliar terms, ultimately shaking her head in response. I am truly sorry, Mr. Takuro. In all the historical texts and archaeological discoveries I have perused, I have never encountered either of these names, nor any record of the Aiki calendar. The calendar we currently utilize is the C-circle calendar. I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Takuro's eyes. Observing his expression, Robin felt an unprecedented curiosity arise within her. What could this mysterious and powerful boy, who seemed to belong to another world, possibly be pursuing? After a moment's reflection, she resolved to offer the closest answer she knew to the enigma. However, Mr. Takuro, she spoke softly, though I am unaware of what you mention. There indeed exists a segment of history, obscured by the world government's exhaustive efforts, that is entirely unknown. Oh, Takuro's interest piqued once more. This pertains to a period approximately 900 to 800 years ago, a century-long span of complete historical void. During that century, no one knows what transpired. Any attempt to investigate that history resulted in the researcher being deemed an enemy and subsequently eradicated by the world government. She gazed at Takuro, her voice softening. Perhaps what you seek has been lost within that century of emptiness. A century of emptiness, Takuro murmured, the phrase echoing in his mind as his thoughts began to crystallize. A daring hypothesis took root in his mind, rapidly taking shape like an unruly vine. Could it be possible? This world possesses the essence of Haki. This world is steeped in the legend of Dragon Balls, One Piece. This world even harbors the true Scion he is. Yet, it lacks those familiar comic characters, the chronologies he knows, and the advanced technological cities he expects. All of this points to one possibility. This is not the era of the original narrative of Dragon Ball that he is familiar with. Rather, it is a distant future, many years and centuries beyond the conclusion of the original Dragon Ball storyline. The more Takuro contemplated, the more he felt this possibility was profound. No wonder the calendar here is not the Aiki, but rather the C-circle calendar. No wonder the technology of this world presents a bizarre amalgamation of advancement and primitivism. It must be so. In the distant past, the story of Dragon Ball concluded. Sun Wukong and his companions have perhaps departed from Earth. Or perhaps they have faded away with the passage of time. Subsequently, the planet underwent an unimaginable catastrophe, one potent enough to obliterate the civilizations of the old era. Whether it was a war or a natural disaster, The calamity utterly decimated the once glorious super-civilization. This erased history is what Robin refers to as the blank 100 years. In the aftermath, the surviving humans endeavored to rebuild a new civilization atop the ruins. Thus, we now inhabit this world, a new realm dominated by pirates and the Navy. Shrouded by the ocean, with this realization, Takuro felt every pore of his body relax. All the confusion and discord that had weighed heavily upon his heart dissipated in an instant. So this is how it is. I understand now. I am completely enlightened. Thank you, Robin. He could not help but burst into laughter, his voice resonating with the exhilaration of newfound clarity. Robin, taken aback by his sudden outburst, was perplexed. Unable to comprehend why her mere recounting of a segment of history regarding the blank 100 years had elicited such excitement from Takuro. She felt as if she had once again grasped her master's train of thought. Nonetheless, if Takuro had come to an understanding, that must surely be a positive development, right? Chapter 63, Within the Navy. Meanwhile, in a tranquil stretch of ocean, a Navy fleet, exuding an air of stern authority, advanced at full speed towards the North Sea. Resembling a moving fortress of steel, the flagship of the fleet was a specially designed warship, imposing in size and presence, far surpassing ordinary military vessels. On the deck, Navy soldiers moved about with purpose, each face reflecting the steely resolve and ruthlessness characteristic of seasoned veterans. Upon the bridge of this flagship stood a figure resembling an iron tower, silently facing the sea breeze. He was tall and muscular, and even clad in standard Navy attire. He could not conceal his formidable aura. His iconic short purple hair framed a weathered face, yet his eyes gleamed with a sense of justice. He was none other than the former highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters, now relegated to a secondary role focused on training elite officers, yet whose name still instilled fear in countless notorious pirates, Black Arm Zephyr. Suddenly, the tranquility of the bridge was shattered by a rapid ringing from the transponder snail. Zephyr furrowed his brow and answered the call. The transponder snail immediately projected the face of Spandam, the CP-9 commander, his expression a mix of sycophancy and urgency. General Zephyr, there is an urgent matter at hand. According to the latest intelligence from our agents stationed on Ambry Island, the villain known as Takuro seems to have discovered our joint capture operation. He deliberately emphasized his words, attempting to create an atmosphere of pressing tension. What? Zephyr's voice was low and powerful, resonating like a deep bell. How could the information have leaked? Well, that is. Spandam's gaze flickered nervously as he stammered. That kid is exceedingly cunning. His methods are enigmatic. Perhaps we underestimated his intelligence network. Yes, that must be it. He was reluctant to admit that it was due to his subordinate Fusif's impetuous actions that had led to the premature exposure of their entire plan. Instead, he obfuscated the matter, attributing the blame to the enemy's overwhelming strength. In any case, the situation was dire. The specifics of its cause were irrelevant. In summary, General Zephyr. He raised his voice, attempting to mask his unease, to prevent prolonged complications and allow those two embodiments of evil to escape. I implore you to accelerate your pace. Zephyr fell silent for a moment, a trace of contempt flickering in his sharp eyes. He did not inquire further, simply uttering 3 cold words, understood. With that, he abruptly hung up the transponder snail. On the other end, within CP-9's temporary command room, Spandam wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Instantly, the sycophantic smile faded from his face, replaced by a fierce rage. He abruptly turned to Fusif, who knelt with his head bowed, yet still unable to conceal his resentment, and delivered a harsh kick to his side. Useless. A liability more than an asset. Spandam bellowed hysterically. Who gave you the authority to act independently? Huh. Almost ruined the highest order issued personally by the 5 elders because of your foolishness. Fusif gritted his teeth, unable to retort. With the mission in jeopardy and leadership faltering, he had no defense. From this day forth, Spandam declared, pointing an accusatory finger at him, you are demoted. Once this mission concludes, you will return to Judiciary Island and guard the gates. Fusof's body trembled, yet he remained silent, merely bowing his head even lower. However, within his downcast visage, his eyes burned with a cold hatred. He loathed Spandam's inept fury and despised Rob Lucci, who had abandoned him in his moment of greatest need. Lucci, he muttered inwardly, repeatedly savoring the name. Just wait. I have etched this humiliation in my memory. One day, I shall make you aware of who the true strongest in CP-9 is. On the flagship, Zephyr severed the call and turned to the signalman behind him, issuing a concise yet powerful command. Relay my orders. The fleet shall advance at full speed. Destination, Ambry Island. Yes, sir. Beside him stood his 2 most esteemed disciples. One was a tall man with white short hair, perpetually holding 2 cigars in his mouth, exuding an untamed aura reminiscent of smoke signals, smoker. The other was a striking woman with long pink hair, always donned in sunglasses and exuding an air of maturity, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. TCH. Those CP9 fellows are nothing but cowards hiding in the shadows. Smoker exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his tone dripping with disdain. Perhaps you've overstated that, Smoker. Law adjusted her sunglasses, though she too found them somewhat unreliable. While she verbally cautioned him, her words bore no contradiction to his sentiment. Zephyr observed his 2 remarkably talented, yet starkly different disciples, and a barely perceptible soft smile graced his normally stoic countenance. However, as if recalling something, he sighed slowly. He understood that regarding this mission, not only were there differing opinions from Smoker and Law, but likely throughout the entire Navy as well. Setting aside the mysterious newcomer, who had appeared like a shooting star, the other target of this mission, the daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, was enough to leave many righteous Navy soldiers in a state of confusion. O'Hara, once a sanctuary for scholars, now reduced to mere ashes, is a name that shall forever remain a contentious topic in the annals of Navy history. It was an unjust war, one that ultimately even claimed the lives of innocents. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, the smoke obscuring his usually sharp gaze. Memories of his friend surfaced involuntarily in his mind. The man who once burned with fervent passion, now casually espousing the languid notion of justice, Kazan. As he shared a drink, a rare look of confusion crossed his face. Smoker. He pondered, what exactly is the justice we uphold? Is it truly justifiable to obliterate an entire island, along with all its scholars, women, and children, for the sake of so-called absolute justice? Deep down, I know they are innocent. Observing the future pinnacle of the navies might beset by self-doubt over this matter. Smoker felt a pang of disquiet. He could not shake the conviction that this incident represented a grave error committed by the Navy and the world government. Yet, just as his thoughts spiraled, Zifa's powerful hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Smoker, Zifa said, gazing toward the distant horizon, where the sun painted the sea in hues of gold. His voice was calm, yet imbued with the resolute strength born of countless trials. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders, regardless of their righteousness or the desires of our hearts. Our task is to draw our swords, aim at the enemy. And then, he slowly clenched his iron fist, capable of shattering all, eradicate the so-called evil. Chapter 64, Confrontation. At Ambry Island's port, the once vibrant bustle had vanished. The air was thick with tension, akin to a bowstring taut and ready to snap. Taizolo, clad in a tailored black combat suit conducive to movement, stood atop the highest point of the port, his expression grave as he surveyed the distant horizon. Behind him stood hundreds of members of the Ambry Island Guard, poised for action, though their faces bore traces of anxiety. Their eyes shone with a resolute determination to defend their homeland. Once mere slaves and impoverished citizens, their fates had changed since Takuro's arrival, who first vanquished the island's villains, then abolished slavery, ensuring they were well-fed and warmly clothed, granting their families a chance at a better life. They knew all of this was brought by Takuro, and even the Navy could not destroy it. Incoming. The lookout's tremulous voice sliced through the morning's tranquility. On the distant horizon, a fleet, dark as storm clouds and exuding an aura of terror capable of crushing all, advanced steadily toward Ambry Island. The Navy's flags flapped in the morning breeze, akin to a beckoning banner of doom. Everyone, prepare for battle. Taizolo bellowed, his voice booming. Remember, behind us lies our home, even in death. We must not allow these Navy hounds to set foot on our island. The guards roared in unison, their spirit unwavering. Yet, just as their battle fervor reached its zenith, a languid voice, like a gentle breeze, dispelled the tension. All right, no need to be so tense. Takuro had appeared beside Taizolo, yawning as if just roused from slumber, displaying no concern for the formidable fleet poised to flatten a nation. Boss, Taizolo exclaimed, hastily urging, the enemy approaches fiercely. At the helm is the former Admiral Zifa. We must, I know, Takuro interrupted impatiently, a look of sheer excitement illuminating his face. What fun opponents. You lot would only create chaos by engaging. Taizolo was at a loss for words. Surely, he did not consider himself among the lot. Takuro stretched, his bones cracking audibly. Just wait here, I shall return shortly. Without granting Taizolo another chance to speak, he erupted into a burst of crimson energy, soaring into the sky like a scarlet meteor, charging directly toward the approaching Navy fleet. Upon the Navy flagship, Zifa peered through his binoculars, assessing Ambry Island's defenses. A ragtag bunch, stubbornly resisting, he scoffed. lowering the binoculars. Yet, in the next moment, his hawk-like eyes widened in shock. A blinding streak of red light surged toward him at a speed beyond comprehension. "What is that?" exclaimed the nearby Janae. Smoker, too, half-formed into his elemental state, braced for battle, his expression grave as he fixated on the rapidly enlarging light. In mere breaths, the streak had traversed several kilometers of ocean, coming to an abrupt halt directly above the Navy fleet. A violent shockwave radiated from him, causing even the flagship's mainsail to flutter wildly. Takuro hovered in midair, arms crossed, his pure black eyes gazing down upon the formidable fleet like a deity surveying mortals. His gaze pierced through the throngs of Navy soldiers, locking onto the most imposing figure on the bridge, a man with deep purple hair exuding a powerful aura. With a grin revealing his gleaming white teeth, he provocatively inquired, "You must be the former Admiral Zifa? After my encounter with that flashy fellow, I hope you can amuse me even further." Zifa slowly raised his head, his expression grave as he regarded the black-haired youth with a spiky hairstyle and a trailing tail. "Then you are the audacious one who dared to assault the celestial dragons and disrupt the order of the North Sea." Takuro? Audacious? What a peculiar moniker, Takuro retorted. "I am a Scion, thank you very much. Regardless of who you are, and impelled down, you shall be treated the same," Zifa stated bluntly. Their gazes clashed fiercely in midair, as though invisible sparks ignited between them. Without further ado, Zifa unleashed a furious roar. "You little brat. Prepare to pay the price for your arrogance." With a thunderous crash, the deck beneath him collapsed. He leapt into the sky like a black cannonball, his arm enveloped in a dark, armament-infused aura, striking down toward Takuro with the force of 1,000 storms. Armament Haki, crushing blow. This punch, fueled by Zifa's immense strength, compressed the air, causing it to scream in protest. In the face of this terrifying assault capable of flattening a small mountain, a fervent grin spread across Takuro's face. "This is quite interesting." He did not evade. Instead, he raised his right fist, ready to meet the oncoming attack. A deafening roar erupted as their fists collided, a sound that seemed to alter the very fabric of the heavens. A violent shockwave surged outward, a tangible ring that expanded rapidly. Below, the sea was forcibly depressed, creating a vast chasm several meters in diameter. Surrounding waters surged into towering waves, crashing violently against the hulls of the warships, causing the entire fleet to tremble. Navy soldiers on the deck were buffeted by the gale, struggling to maintain their footing. What on earth is this Takuro? It is said to be the creature of the fur tribe. Smoker, Jinbei, and others gazed in awe at the cataclysmic spectacle unfolding in the sky, their faces etched with incredulity and shock. Merely a single clash had resulted in such terrifying aftershocks. Yet, what rendered them nearly speechless was the sight of the boy known as Takuro, who effortlessly received Zephyr's devastating blow, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Takuro's lips curled into a slight smirk, his dark eyes aflame with pure, heart-stirring battle intent. Indeed, this was exhilarating. Chapter 65, The Dilemma of the Mousetrap. Truly, a great general, far more formidable than that cowardly Flash fellow from before. Takuro's enthusiastic remark resonated like thunder in the ears of all who heard. However, for Zephyr, who faced this power head-on, his heart plummeted. He could distinctly sense that his formidable strength, capable of shattering mountains, met an immovable wall of sheer, unyielding force the moment it collided with Takuro's fist, entirely countered and dissipated by a more brutal, unreasonable raw power. That small fist was incomparably harder than sea stone. This was simply unscientific. Within Zephyr's vast combat experience and knowledge, an individual's strength was inherently linked to their muscle density and bodily structure. Yet, before him stood this dark-haired boy, whose stature and musculature paled in comparison to the towering monsters of the Grand Line, barely qualifying as a mere rot. How could such a diminutive form conceal an earth-shattering magnitude of power? As the intelligence suggested, this lad was far from an ordinary human. Was it a devil fruit? Or perhaps a product of some unknown experiment? He pondered silently. Such an extraordinary physical strength was utterly inexplicable. Zephyr took a swift step back, quickly creating distance between himself and Takuro, landing back on the deck of the flagship, which slightly buckled under the force of his descent. Below, Smoker and Jinbei, along with the other Navy personnel, were equally astonished. Was that really Takuro? He could withstand Zephyr's assault head-on. No wonder he commanded an initial bounty of 30 million berries as a newcomer. However, despite their astonishment, they still did not believe Takuro could contend with Zephyr. After all, one was merely a fledgling pirate, while the other was the legendary Black Arm Admiral, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the Navy. The disparity was insurmountable. Yet, Zephyr, having engaged Takuro in their brief skirmish, had completely shed any underestimation. He understood that this boy before him was the most terrifying creature he had ever encountered. "Relay my orders." Zephyr's voice grew gravely serious. "The rest of the fleet immediately circumvent the battlefield and head at full speed towards Ambry Island. Target, Nico Robin. Ensure she is captured." He resolved to personally detain Takuro, this most formidable force. Understood. The other warships, upon receiving the command, promptly adjusted their course, preparing to execute the mission. However, at that moment, the arrogant voice from above rang out once more. "Circumvent me? Have you all made a mistake?" Takuro grinned widely, slowly raising his right hand, the fingertip beginning to coalesce a small, dark red energy point exuding a destructive aura. "I told you, none of you are leaving this banquet. Stay here and entertain me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before his words could fully fade, several blindingly fast dark red energy beams shot forth from his fingertip, striking with precision at the Navy ships attempting to withdraw from the battlefield. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the sea. The sturdy ironwood Navy ships had their hulls instantaneously pierced by the energy beams, resulting in violent detonations. Raging seawater surged violently through the enormous gaping holes. The vessels began to tilt and sink at a visibly alarming rate. Seeing this, Zephyr felt an impending sense of doom and immediately bellowed at the soldiers on deck. "Quick! Save the crew! Lower the lifeboats!" Just as he issued the command, he lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with furious fire, fixating on the dark-haired boy in the sky. "You scoundrel!" Takuro's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Don't worry. I've carefully controlled my power, merely puncturing their hulls. If those Navy fools can't even swim, that's not my fault." His smile morphed into one of wicked amusement. "This was merely a warning. Don't even think about encroaching on my territory, otherwise, next time, my lasers may not discriminate." If this group of naval rabble were to land on the island, his newly formed subordinates, lacking in combat capability, would undoubtedly suffer. Takuro considered himself a compassionate leader, one who cared for his subordinates. He was never stingy with kindness towards those who treated him well, but he equally exhibited no restraint in his malice towards enemies. Zephyr clearly understood the underlying implications of Takuro's words. He was caught in a dilemma. He could disregard his own life, but he could not overlook the lives of the thousands of Navy soldiers behind him. Many of them were former students he had personally taught. This monster before him possessed unfathomable laser abilities. If he truly resolved to target other warships, it would be impossible for him to intercept them all. Damn it! Zephyr slammed his fist against the ship's railing, the solid steel bending under the force of his blow. Smoker and Jinbei could only watch helplessly from the sidelines, utterly powerless. They were not yet qualified to intervene in such a caliber of battle. A sense of impotence gnawed at their pride as elite Navy members. In this tense atmosphere, Takuro's voice rang out from the sky once more. "Hey, old man." He stretched his shoulders, appearing somewhat impatient. "This space is too cramped, filled with your bothersome iron ships. You fight like you're hesitant. It's not satisfying at all. How about we switch to a different location?" Zephyr paused, taken aback by his words. He gazed into Takuro's eyes, filled with pure battle intent, and instantly grasped the boy's intention. This lad was not merely posturing. He genuinely sought a battlefield where he could unleash his full potential and engage in a spirited fight. After a moment of silence, Zephyr rapidly weighed the pros and cons. Remaining here would not only divide his focus in protecting the fleet, but also leave him concerned about this monster potentially attacking other soldiers at any moment. Very well, Zephyr decisively concluded. He worried that Takuro might indeed strike at other Navy personnel, and he also wished to personally eliminate this exceedingly dangerous foe. "Where do you intend to go?" "Follow me, and you shall see." Takuro grinned, clearly satisfied with the response. Nearby, there was an uninhabited, desolate island perfectly suited to serve as their arena. Having spoken, he ceased further words, turning swiftly into a streak of crimson light. Racing toward an undisclosed direction, Zephyr cast a glance at Smoker and Jinbei beside him, commanding in a low tone, "Before my return, no one is permitted to act rashly. Secure this place." "Teacher," Smoker protested, unable to contain his frustration. Yet, Zephyr paid him no heed. He exerted force in his legs, causing the air beneath him to explode. Moonwalk. His figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, closely trailing the crimson light, vanishing into the horizon. Smoker stared in the direction where the two had disappeared, his fist crashing against the mast with palpable frustration etched across his face. "Damn it. In the end, am I unable to assist at all?" Jinbei adjusted his sunglasses, merely letting out a gentle sigh. Faced with such an extraordinary monster, they, the so-called elites, ultimately remained woefully inadequate. Chapter 66. What is the world government? On an unnamed deserted island not far from Ambry Island. The landscape was rugged with bizarre rock formations and towering ancient trees, exuding an aura of primal wilderness. Swish. Two figures, one red and one black, descended upon the heart of this solitary island almost simultaneously, akin to comets tearing through the sky. Takuro landed steadily upon a massive boulder, the ground beneath him fracturing instantly. He surveyed the arena, a perfect stage for battle, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Zephyr crashed heavily onto the ground opposite him, shedding his navy coat that symbolized justice, revealing a body of formidable muscles, akin to iron forged in fire, brimming with explosive power. Youth, I must concede. Your audacity is unparalleled in my experience. Zephyr's voice resonated like a mighty bell, imbued with the gravitas of a seasoned warrior, but this is where it ends. Today, I shall personally extinguish you. Stop your incessant prattle, old man. Takuro grinned widely, his dark eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Have you finished your last words? If so, let us commence. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished. Boom. The massive rock beneath his feet was pulverized into dust by the sheer force of his leap. His true form transformed into a blurred streak of crimson lightning, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air as he crossed 100 meters in an instant, delivering a concentrated punch aimed directly at Zephyr's face. Come at me. Zephyr roared without flinching, his voice echoing with thunderous might. His ebony arm, cloaked in an aura of armament haki thick enough to almost solidify, met Tachiro's fist head-on like a black meteor. The raw power of the new era's monster clashed violently with the old era's hero at that very moment. Boom, boom, boom. An indescribable, terrifying sound erupted at the center of the island, as if even space itself contorted in response. At the point where their fists collided, a visible, circular shockwave, interwoven in shades of black and red, surged forth like the wrath of a deity. Instantly, the ground trembled violently. The earth beneath them buckled as if struck by a colossal stone, collapsing, roiling, and cracking. Tons of rock and soil were hurled into the air, only to be rent asunder by the ferocious blast, creating a whirlwind of dust. Surrounding ancient trees, which required multiple people to encircle, were uprooted like fragile matchsticks. Shattered in an instant, the mere aftermath of their clash had reduced the center of this island to a desolate wasteland. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure was propelled backward by the immense recoil. It was none other than Zephyr. Takuro merely stepped back a few paces, his face alight with unprecedented exhilaration. Ha! What a thrill. Truly exhilarating. He shook his slightly numbed fist, savoring the feeling of a worthy adversary. Old man, you are indeed far superior to that flashy fellow. On the other hand, Zephyr's once indomitable black arm now trembled slightly. His face bore the mark of disbelief and shock. How is this possible? Now he could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent, but he had still been caught off guard. The warm-up is over, old man. Tachiro's laughter rang out once more. From here on, I shall not relent until no one remains standing. Ha ha. Boom. A dark red aura erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion, enveloping his entire form, resembling a burning god of war emerging from the depths of hell. Armament Haki Strike. Zephyr summoned his armament Haki to its utmost limit, concentrating all his power into a singular point, compressing and merging, unleashing a strike capable of piercing through all. A razor-sharp shockwave, as fierce as a roiling dragon, tore through the sky. Kamehameha wave. Tachiro, unwilling to yield, conjured a dazzling blue-white energy sphere, brimming with destructive potential, gathering and compressing it within his grasp. Boom. The blue-white torrent of energy clashed violently with the intangible shockwave in midair. Silence. In that moment, it was as if the world had been muted. Only a blinding light consumed everything. Then, an enormous black-red energy sphere formed at the point of collision, before erupting violently. A tempest of energy swept across the entire island. The earth mourned, and the sky quivered. The fierce battle had entered a fever pitch. Zephyr wielded decades of combat experience and martial prowess to perfection. Shave, moonwalk, finger pistol, gale palm. The essence of the Navy's 6 techniques in his hands transcended mere techniques, transforming into the most efficient art of slaughter. Meanwhile, Takuro, fueled by the Scion's instinct for battle and his monstrous physique that defied reason, engaged Zephyr in the most primal display of brute force. Crash, bang, clang. The two figures, amidst the ruins of the island, became blurs beyond the capacity of the naked eye, colliding, separating, then colliding again with frenetic intensity. Each exchange was accompanied by the earth shattering and rocks splintering. The entire island was being flattened and diminished beneath the cataclysmic aftermath of their battle, as if it might sink into the sea at any moment under the weight of their power. Ha! Now this is what I call a fight. This is true combat. Takuro roared with glee, his fists creating a multitude of afterimages. This is the most exhilarating battle I've experienced since arriving in this world. Yet on the other side, Zephyr felt an increasing heaviness in his heart, a growing sense of dread. The youth before him was nothing short of a veritable monster, more terrifying than Whitebeard himself. His stamina seemed inexhaustible, his body as resilient as alloy. Most alarmingly, Zephyr could distinctly sense that throughout their battle, his opponent's strength appeared to be continuously escalating. What manner of creature is this? There was no longer time to hesitate. A profound sense of crisis surged within Zephyr. He abruptly retreated, putting distance between himself and Takuro, gazing at the youth who, despite bearing wounds, seemed only invigorated by the fight, his eyes revealing both admiration and regret. Youth, his voice, rendered somewhat hoarse by his fervent gasps, echoed with incredulity. Why would a fellow like you choose to oppose the world government? If you were willing to join the Navy, with your potential, in no more than a decade, no. Surely within 5 years, you could ascend to become the mightiest admiral in the annals of naval history. You could safeguard the peace of this world. You could become a hero. Such were the heartfelt words he uttered in earnest admiration for talent. Yet, in response, Takuro merely scoffed derisively. The Navy? A hero? Takuro regarded him with a condescending stare. Do spare me the jest, old man. I have no desire to serve as a dog for a bunch of lunatics. He paused, his tone swelling with arrogance. If I am to do something, I shall aim to be at the very pinnacle, the one who establishes the rules. As he recalled Robin and the so-called blank century, his disdain deepened. Your wretched world government even resorts to exterminating those who dare to study history, going so far as to annihilate an entire island. With such narrow-mindedness, how dare you speak of justice? It is utterly laughable. Chapter 67, Intense. Meanwhile, on a pleasantly temperate island within the Grand Line, at the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. President, we have breaking news. An astonishingly monumental scoop. A reporter burst into the president's office, tumbling in his excitement and colliding with the doorframe. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain, clutching a freshly printed report, his voice trembling with exhilaration. What news? President Morgans inquired casually. His subordinates were notorious for blowing even the smallest matters out of proportion, and Morgans had learned to be cautious. Yes, it's him. The bizarre-tailed Takuro. The reporter gasped, struggling for breath. Our insider within the Navy in the North Sea has relayed top-secret intelligence. That mysterious youth has struck again. This time, his opponent is Black Arm Zephyr, the former Admiral of the Navy. What? The once composed Morgan's beak gaped open in shock, his massive frame bolting upright from his seat. What did you say? A battle with Zephyr? He snatched the report from his subordinate, his keen eyes racing across the page. Location, uninhabited waters near Ambry Island in the North Sea. Combatants, bizarre-tailed Takuro versus former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Cause, suspected involvement in a secret operation by CP9 to capture the Devil Fruit user, Nico Robin. Status, unknown, but according to our informant, the aftermath of the battle has caused atmospheric anomalies in the vicinity, triggering localized tsunamis. Ha. After a brief moment of shock, Morgans erupted into a fit of laughter within his office. He excitedly flapped his enormous wings, sending papers swirling into the air. I knew it. This kid named Takuro is the greatest surprise of this era. A veritable goldmine of untapped news. Ever since the incident at Ambry Island involving the celestial dragons, he had developed a profound interest in the name Takuro, although that news had ultimately been forcibly twisted and altered by the world government. Placing all blame and accolades upon the head of red-haired Shanks, Morgans found this deeply unsatisfactory. Who was he? He was the great newsman Morgans. He sought the most authentic and exhilarating truths that could shake the world and ignite an era. The world government's tactics of distorting facts and deceiving the populace were, in his eyes, the gravest sacrilege against the very essence of journalism. And now, the opportunity had arrived. Just over a month had passed. That enigmatic youth had conjured yet another explosive event. A confrontation with Black Arm Zephyr, a legendary figure, one from the same era as Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Roger. A true maritime legend, a newly emerged, mysterious contender facing off against a long-retired hero of folklore. Regardless of the battle's outcome or the path it took, The very nature of this confrontation possessed all the elements necessary to become explosive news. Splendid. Truly splendid. Morgans paced excitedly in his office, his massive talons echoing against the floor. The old fogies of the world government. Last time you managed to suppress the truth was because there were no eyes on the scene, because you could control all sources of information. A fervent glint sparked in his eyes. But this time, I shall not allow you to prevail. Morgans abruptly halted, turned, and unleashed a thunderous roar. Relay my orders. Immediately. Deploy the eyes of that sea. Instruct the nearest news birds to fly at full speed, at all costs, to the battlefield. Tell them, I want no speculation. I want no rumors. I demand photographs. I demand footage. I wish to witness how that lad Takuro battles against Black Arm Zephyr. I want the entire world to see this monster that the world government has deliberately concealed. This time, regardless of whether Zephyr wins or loses, whether Takuro lives or dies. I will ensure that the name Takuro resonates throughout every corner of this sea with the newspapers. I will make the world government, those who attempt to manipulate the truth, aware that in this era, some elements cannot be suppressed. Yes, President. Receiving the orders. The World Economic News Agency, this grand and efficient machinery of journalism, instantly roared to life. Countless directives shot through encrypted snail phone lines from the headquarters. Across the North Sea, newsbirds took flight the moment they received their commands, soaring towards the eye of the storm. On the nameless, lonely island, the fierce battle raged on. Time stretched from daylight into dusk. The island bore no resemblance to its former self. Instead, it was a landscape of shattered stones and fissured earth. Boom! Following yet another earth-shattering clash, a figure plummeted like a severed kite, crashing against the black rocks 100 meters away. Cough, cough, cough. Zephyr knelt upon one knee, gasping violently. Each breath sent waves of agony through countless wounds. His once proud naval uniform, a symbol of justice, lay in tatters. His body marred with brutal fist marks and deep lacerations. Blood flowed incessantly from his wounds. His stamina was nearly depleted. Raising his head, he gazed towards his opponent in the distance. Takuro, though similarly adorned with bruises and wounds from fierce Haki strikes, bore no semblance of fatigue. Instead, his face radiated an exhilarating and euphoric thrill. Ha ha ha! What a rush! This is simply exhilarating. His laughter reverberated across the battlefield. He could distinctly feel every cell in his body rejoicing and leaping with fervor in this extreme clash. The warrior blood of the Scion race, deeply embedded in his veins, surged with unprecedented fervor. Bring it on, old man. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. This is truly enjoyable. Zephyr gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of strength within him, struggling to rise once more. Yet, his body, long overstretched, could no longer heed his iron will. Cursed be my body. The vigor of youth has faded, and what is more, Takuro is a Scion. Time shows no mercy, and Zephyr felt himself falling behind the times. Chapter 68, Victory and Debate. After yet another furious clash, the world before Zephyr began to blur and spin. Ultimately, darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding crash, he collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The hero of a bygone era had fallen. As he gazed at his finally subdued opponent, Takuro's once tumultuous aura gradually subsided. He exhaled a long, heated breath, a wave of satisfaction coursing through him after the fierce battle. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind, fueled by the excitement of the fight. Ding! Host has completed a high-intensity extreme battle. Congratulations, Host, for defeating the boss-level unit, former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Congratulations, Host, for receiving rewards, Battle Power 100. Congratulations, Host, for receiving rewards, 2 lottery chances. Ding! Host's extreme emotional excitement detected during battle. S-cell activity significantly enhanced. Super Scion unlocking progress, stage 150, 60, 70, 80. However, Takuro had no time to dwell on these notifications. His gaze fell upon the purple-haired man lying on the ground, and for the first time, he saw a glimmer of pure admiration in the eyes that had always radiated arrogance. This old man is formidable, stronger than any opponent he had ever encountered, undeniably resilient. Even in the final moments, as his strength waned and consciousness faded, Zephyr's gaze bore no trace of fear or retreat, only a steadfast dedication to the justice that had guided his life. Hey, old man. Takuro approached Zephyr, gently nudging him with his toe. Stop playing dead. I know you still have some fight left in you. With great difficulty, Zephyr opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the youth towering above him. In a hoarse voice, he said, "If you wish to kill me, then do it, brat. I shall not yield to evil." "Kill you?" Takuro chuckled. "What would be the point? I find you quite impressive. You put up a good fight. How about it? Interested in joining me?" "What?" Zephyr was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. He suspected that perhaps he had lost too much blood and was hallucinating. Struggling to prop himself up, he looked at Takuro. His eyes filled with incredulity and a hint of insulted fury. "You want me to follow you, a pirate scoundrel? Are you mocking me? Pirate? Scoundrel?" Takuro scratched his head in confusion. "When did I ever say I was a pirate? And as for being a scoundrel, I don't think that applies to me." He gazed at the unyielding Zephyr, increasingly perplexed. "I just don't get it. What on earth is so great about your so-called world government and Marines that a powerful warrior like you would serve them to such an extent?" "The Marines and the world government." Zephyr coughed violently, spitting blood, yet his resolve remained as ironclad as ever. "They embody justice. They are the last bastion safeguarding countless innocents across these seas." "Justice?" Takuro found this notion laughable, a smirk of derision crossing his face. "Is so-called justice enough to casually annihilate every soul on an entire island for a trivial historical inquiry?" Zephyr's pupils contracted sharply. "You know of O'Hara." That was a taboo topic, deliberately sealed within the confines of the Marines. Yet, he soon realized that with Nico Robin in their grasp, it was no wonder Takuro was aware. Seemingly sensing Takuro's flicker of conscience, Zephyr cautioned, "You'd best keep your distance from that girl. The world government will not spare her." "Enough of that," Takuro retorted, feigning ignorance. "You keep insisting I'm a scoundrel. Tell me, what heinous acts have I committed? Have I burned, killed, or plundered? Or slaughtered innocents?" He paused, breaking into a grin. "Oh right, I did punch a celestial dragon. But aren't they just the gluttonous scum who treat human lives as mere weeds? So your justice is about protecting such filth, is it?" Zephyr found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing, unable to counter Takuro's barrage of accusations. The tragedy of O'Hara had always been a thorn in his heart. Though he had not participated directly, he knew that the so-called execution of justice was, at its core, a complete massacre. Yet, he was ultimately a Marine. No matter what, gritting his teeth, he forced himself to retort, "You stand against order. You are evil. I must stand on the side of justice." At this, Takuro could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth tinged with unabashed scorn for such naive rhetoric. Gradually, he stifled his laughter, kneeling before Zephyr, his black eyes resembling two chilling stars, locking onto Zephyr's weary gaze. "Old man, you still don't understand." His voice was soft, yet it struck Zephyr's heart like a hammer. "In this world, what is absolute justice and evil?" He slowly raised his fist, the very fist that had just vanquished Black Arm Zephyr. "Listen closely. Justice is merely the history written by the victors." "What is justice?" "My fist. The might of my fist is the only eternal, unchanging justice." "You cough. This is absurd." Zephyr sputtered, feeling the raw power of Takuro's declaration of might as justice ignite his blood. He was eager to refute it. However, the moment he opened his mouth, pain surged through his body, causing him to vomit a torrent of blood. All right, old man. Save your strength," Takuro interjected, waving his hand to halt him. "I have no desire to debate philosophical matters with you. If this goes on, I fear you might choke and die right here." He was weary of arguing with a stubborn old man who had been brainwashed by the notion of justice his entire life. It was futile. The scars of ideology are far more challenging to remove than those of the flesh. He had intended to offer Zephyr a sins of being to heal him, hoping to persuade him to join his ranks. Yet, witnessing the unyielding resolve in Zephyr's eyes, as though merely looking at him was a desecration of justice, Takuro abandoned that notion. "Forget it. Our paths do not align. Let us go, old man." Takuro dusted off his hands, his mood still buoyant. "I had a great time today. I should be heading back." With that, he effortlessly hoisted Zephyr's formidable form, akin to lifting a ragged sack, and prepared to take to the skies. You really won't kill me?" Zephyr was momentarily taken aback by the suddenness of his opponent's actions, his voice gravelly as he inquired. From his perspective, given their respective standings, defeat should lead only to death as a final destination. Takuro turned his head, regarding him with the incredulity reserved for the foolish. "I'm no psychopathic killer, indiscriminately slaying everyone in sight." Besides, he grinned, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. "You, old man, possess quite the fighting spirit, which is rather to my liking. Once you've healed, I shall return for another bout. The next encounter must be even more exhilarating than this one." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's demeanor instantly soured. How could that be? Today's battle had nearly shattered his frail, old bones. Another round? He had no doubt that his life would surely be forfeit at the hands of this battle-maddened fiend. The desire to avoid further torment swiftly overwhelmed any lingering notions of justice or dignity. Zifa's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. He had to. He must devise a strategy to divert this monster's attention away from himself. The visage of a troublesome comrade, perpetually grinning yet insufferably irritating, appeared in his mind like a lifeline. Ahem, perhaps you are unaware, Zifa feigned breathlessness, speaking in a halting manner, that above me, within the Navy, there exists another. Known as the hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Garp. As he spoke, he subtly gauged Takuro's reaction. That old man's strength is, cough cough, significantly superior to mine. Takuro's previously poised leap was abruptly halted. He slowly turned his head, and in his dark eyes, an intensity ignited, surpassing even the fervor of their earlier combat. Oh, his voice brimmed with barely contained eagerness. Stronger than you? Pray, elaborate. For reasons unknown. A peculiar sense of exhilaration surged within Zifa, whose heart was otherwise laden with pain and humiliation. Garp, this is not my fault. Let us see how you fare against the fists of that monstrous brat. Chapter 69, Zifa's Defeat. As night descended, the sea breeze grew chilling and damp. The atmosphere on the deck of the Navy flagship was stiflingly silent. Smoker puffed on cigar after cigar, the thick smoke swirling around him like the agitation within his heart. Jinbei leaned against the ship's railing, the flicker of a lady's cigarette dancing between her fingers. All the Navy soldiers remained silent, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the distant sea, awaiting in quiet anticipation. Time slipped by, second by second. Suddenly, an incongruous ringing from a den mushy shattered the quietude. Smoker impatiently seized the noisy creature, answering with a growl. The den mushy promptly conjured the face of CP-9 Commander Spandam, replete with sarcasm and ire. What on earth are you Navy fools doing? Why haven't you landed? Do you intend to watch the demon child escape? Spandam had just received a report indicating that the Navy fleet was anchoring several nautical miles off Ambry Island, making no move whatsoever. Without action, how could he take credit before the Gorosei? How could he aspire for promotion and wealth? As these thoughts rushed through his mind, he could no longer contain his frustration and directly called to demand accountability. However, the response he received was a derisive snort from Smoker. The Navy operates without needing directives from you CP-9 rats, who merely hide in the shadows. After finishing, the brash young man, amidst Spandam's astonished expression, abruptly hung up the phone with a decisive click. Before departing, Teacher Zifa had issued the highest command to remain in place. They were soldiers, bound to obey military orders. What was CP-9 to them? Damn it. In CP-9's makeshift command center, upon hearing the busy signal from the den mushy, Spandam, in a fit of rage, slammed the receiver onto the desk, causing a loud crash. A bunch of ungrateful Navy fools. Once I capture Nico Robin. Just wait until I report your incompetence to the Gorosei. Sir, what shall we do now? A surviving CP-9 agent cautiously inquired. However, this question only invited a torrent of curses. What do you think we should do? Wait. You imbecile. Spandam snapped, shooting a venomous glare at the corner where Fuzzfewer cowered like a stray dog. If it weren't for this fool's rash ambition, recklessly taking actions that led to the loss of most of his elite agents, they wouldn't be in such a passive predicament. Even now, with Takuro absent from the island, their manpower was severely lacking, leaving them too afraid to act recklessly. Fuzzfewer, aware of his errors, buried his head deeper, not daring to speak further. Meanwhile, Lucci remained an indifferent observer, watching everything unfold with a detached demeanor. May that old coot Zifa fare well, Spandam thought helplessly, realizing that under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to place all his hopes on the Navy. Time continued to drag on painfully, second by second. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon. A bright full moon slowly ascended into the night sky, casting its cool silver glow upon the shimmering sea. What if something has gone awry? Jinbei extinguished her cigarette, her eyes betraying a flicker of undeniable concern. It won tea. Smoker's tone remained unwavering, resolute. Teacher's strength is unparalleled upon these waters. That brat could never hope to match him. Jinbei raised her gaze to the full moon, letting out a resigned sigh. Tonight's moon is particularly full, yet before she could finish her thought, a shout from the lookout atop the mast suddenly rang out. In the southeast sky, someone approaches. At this cry, all the Navy soldiers on deck turned their attention in unison toward that direction. In the next moment, every pupil constricted in disbelief. Beneath the chilling moonlight, the figure of a black-haired youth soared toward them at an astonishing speed, his grasp firmly holding none other than their formidable general, Black Arm Zifa. Finally, someone succumbed to the overwhelming visual and psychological shock, murmuring, "Zizifa, Admiral." He lost. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing at the descending figure of the youth with eyes wide in disbelief. Takuro paid no heed to the thoughts of the Navy, hovering above the flagship. He casually tossed the deeply unconscious Zifa onto the deck, speaking in a tone as casual as returning a borrowed item. "This old man is back to you. He is quite injured. If you don't get him treated soon, he may well perish." It was Smoker who first broke free from the paralyzing shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a white plume of smoke, catching Zifa's heavy form midair. "Quick, medical personnel. Arrange for the highest level of emergency treatment immediately," he shouted, cradling his barely breathing teacher, directing an angry roar at the still-dazed soldiers on the deck. The other Navy personnel, finally jolted from their stupor, hastily sprang into action, lifting Zifa towards the medical room within the ship's cabin. After arranging everything, Smoker slowly turned around. Raising his head, his eyes aflame with anger and resentment, vigilantly fixated on the ebony-haired youth. "Zifa-sensei has actually lost to you." He could scarcely fathom the ramifications should this news escape into the vastness of the sea. It would undoubtedly create an uproar of monumental proportions. Meanwhile, Takuro nonchalantly dug at his ear, utterly indifferent to the murderous glare directed his way. "Well, I've returned your man," he yawned, feigning boredom. "I should head back for a meal." With that, he pivoted, transforming into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the night sky. "What? Zifa has been defeated?" When Spandam received this news from his informant within the Navy, he leapt from his chair, his teacup shattering upon the floor in a cacophony of fragments. He dared not linger, immediately contacting the highest echelons of power in Mariawa via a highly secure line. Chapter 70, Demon Extermination Order. In the Holy Land of Mariawa. As the news of Zifa's defeat reached the ears of the five elders, the room, steeped in authority and silence, fell into a profound stillness. Even the former Marine Admiral, Blackwrist, has succumbed. What manner of monster is that boy Takuro? This cannot continue. Finally, the Justice Minister, Topman Watchley Saint, rose slowly to his feet. In his eyes flickered an unprecedented, bone-chilling murderous intent. That boy, alongside the demon child at his side, has become a grave threat to the balance of the world. We must resort to our most extreme measures. His gaze fell upon the transponder snail, where a visibly trembling Spandam awaited. "Spandam," his voice, devoid of any emotion, rang with the finality of divine judgment. "I hereby bestow upon you, in the name of the highest leader of the world government, the ultimate authority to utilize the golden transponder snail. Activate the Demon Extermination Order." "What? That fool Spandam has initiated the Demon Extermination Order." In the Marine headquarters at Marine Ford, within the office of the Admiral, Sengoku's fist slammed down onto the desk, sending papers scattering like snowflakes. The Demon Extermination Order, the highest level of military strike authorization, wielding catastrophic power. Each activation signifies the absolute obliteration of an island from the map. It is the Navy's last and most reluctant resort of violence. At that moment, a Navy officer burst into the room, his expression grave as he saluted and reported, "Admiral, confirmed. Zifa-sensei has indeed been defeated. He is currently en route back on a ship for emergency treatment, and the situation is quite dire." This news struck Sengoku like a heavy hammer, crushing his heart. Even Blackwrist Zifa, who once fought alongside him and personally trained countless elite Marines, has fallen. It is no wonder the Demon Extermination Order has been activated. The ramifications are endless. This individual will undoubtedly become a more formidable threat than Roger or Whitebeard, one that could shake the very foundations of the world. A rare gravity and resolve flickered in Sengoku's eyes. He abruptly turned to the corner of the office, where that old scoundrel, leisurely popping the last piece of senbei into his mouth, stood. "Garp, did you hear that?" "Huh? Garp looked up, brushing crumbs from his hands, and asked, bewildered, "What's the matter, Sengoku? Why the commotion? You startled me, and I almost dropped my snack." "I command you." Sengoku pointed an accusatory finger at him, his voice brooking no argument. "You will personally lead the charge this time. It is imperative that you apprehend that boy Takuro." However, Garp merely scratched his ear, seemingly oblivious, whistling as he strolled toward the office door. "Hey, Garp, stop right there," Sengoku shouted in exasperation. "Ah, what a beautiful night it is." Garp waved a hand dismissively without looking back. "I have other matters to attend to. I'm off." With that, he sauntered out of the office, leaving behind a striking silhouette and a Sengoku nearly on the verge of apoplexy. "This rascal." Sengoku slumped back into his chair, feeling as if this old comrade would eventually drive him to his grave. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze to the glimmering figure, recently returned from the North Sea, who was busy drafting a report. Borsellino, the leisurely Kizaru, upon hearing the Admiral's summons, froze. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, he slowly turned, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. What can I do for you? If there's nothing pressing, I was just about to clock out. You will return to Ambry Island. Sengoku's voice was cold and resolute. Kizaru's smile instantly froze. Not again. He internally lamented. Even my esteemed Zifa-sensei has lost. Do I really have to go? Isn't that just volunteering to be a punching bag for that monster? Desperately, he began praying. I hope that little monster has forgotten about me. Please don't remember me. On the other side, at Ambry Island, within Takuro's villa, as his figure descended from the night sky, Taisolo, awaiting in the courtyard, rushed forward. Boss, you're back. His voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Upon noticing that only his boss had returned, and the massive Navy fleet was nowhere to be seen, a bold conjecture formed in his mind. Boss, you didn't defeat the entire Navy fleet, did you? Oh, that? Takuro waved his hand dismissively. The old man named Zifa was taken down by me, so I returned. The others are probably still out at sea, fishing for people. Though it was a casual remark. It struck Taisolo like a thunderclap. Defeated the former Marine Admiral? This revelation ignited a fire within him. An indescribable pride and fervor surged through his veins. This is his boss. A true god capable of trampling legends beneath his feet. All right, stop standing there like a fool. Takuro clapped him on the shoulder. I'm hungry. Tell Monet to prepare a feast for 10. Yes, boss. As Takuro entered the living room, he spotted Nico Robin standing by the window, her expression complex. The moonlight cast a long shadow upon her, her deep blue eyes seemingly filled with boundless concern. Hey, Takuro approached her, disdainfully remarking, you're just a little girl. Don't you ever tire of pondering so many things all day? Robin slowly turned to face him, her typically calm eyes revealing, for the first time, unreserved gratitude. Thank you, Takuro. Her voice was soft yet remarkably earnest. I never imagined you would go so far for me. Even against a Marine Admiral, are you out of your mind? Takuro interrupted her bluntly. I've told you countless times. I merely sought a worthy opponent for an exhilarating fight. Protecting you was merely a byproduct. Though his words remained coarse and lacking in warmth, for some reason, this time, Robin did not feel disheartened. Instead, she gently smiled. Indeed, he is precisely that kind of person. Formidable, forthright, headstrong, and utterly unreasonable, yet endowed with an irresistible charisma. Perhaps remaining by this man's side, assisting him in unraveling the threads of a forgotten history, and witnessing him shatter the hypocrisy and shackles of this world with his indomitable fists, would prove to be an exceedingly intriguing endeavor. Saul, is this the companion you spoke of? At that moment, a member of the guard rushed in, panic etched across his face, having forsaken even the courtesy of knocking. Lord Takuro, it's terrible. The agents we were monitoring, for reasons unknown, have suddenly gone mad, desperately attempting to flee this island. He reported, breathless. In the chaos, we captured one alive, and pried a piece of information from him. He said, the demon-slaying order is coming. The mere mention of demon-slaying order struck Nico Robin's heart like a bolt of black lightning. The color drained from her face instantaneously, her eyes, which had just brimmed with mirth, now overwhelmed by sheer terror. Run, Takuro, she screamed, grasping his arm with trembling hands. We must leave this place at once. The demon-slaying order will annihilate everything here. However, Takuro merely regarded her with a puzzled expression, confusion written plainly across his face. Demon-slaying order? What is that? Robin hurriedly explained, her voice trembling. My hometown, O'Hara, was destroyed because of it. She had anticipated that after hearing such a harrowing explanation, Takuro would immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet, he simply responded with a nonchalant "oh," his expression remaining indifferent. He even yawned and rubbed his belly. All right. I understand. But I'm hungry now. He gestured towards the kitchen, instructing Robin, go, help Monet prepare a late-night snack with her. I'm famished. With that, he turned and strolled alone to the villa's terrace, lifting his gaze to admire the large, round moon in the night sky, as if savoring a beautiful sight. Tonight's moon is particularly full, he mused. For a Scion, it provided an unparalleled backdrop for the stage. Chapter 71, The Initiation. The night deepened. Above Ambry Island, dark clouds began to gather, and the sea swelled with rising winds, heralding an unprecedented storm. Yet, within the villa, the lights shone brightly, and the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. The massive dining table was laden with a cornucopia of late-night snacks hastily prepared by Monet and Robin. However, at that moment, aside from the ravenous Takuro, who was devouring the food with little regard for decorum, no one else had the appetite to touch their forks and knives. Takuro, are you even listening to me? Robin's usually calm blue eyes betrayed her unmistakable anxiety. Her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. That is the demon-slaying order. It consists of the 10 most elite warships of the Navy headquarters, 5 naval admirals whose powers rival that of monsters. It is a devastating, indiscriminate attack capable of obliterating this island and all of us. Oh, is that any more formidable than an admiral? Takuro asked dispassionately. This is different. Robin desperately wished to emphasize the peril they faced. We must leave immediately, before they complete their encirclement. If we delay, it will truly be too late. Tizolo, standing nearby, wore a gravely serious expression. Although he held an almost blind trust in Takuro's strength, the demon-slaying order was aimed at the entire island. Even if Takuro emerged unscathed, the rest would surely suffer. Boss, Miss Robin is right. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of firewood. We need not confront them head-on, he earnestly advised. Even Monet and Sugar paused their tasks, anxiously watching the one remaining figure who continued to eat leisurely. Yet, in the face of their urgent pleas, Takuro remained unfazed, continuing to eat. He stuffed the last piece of steak into his mouth, chewing contentedly, then lifted a massive goblet, downing the wine within in one gulp. Burp. He let out a loud belch, casually wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, before surveying the others. You're also noisy, he remarked, digging into his ear impatiently. A few broken ships, a handful of admirals. What's the big deal? Is this all you're worth? Those aren't just a handful of admirals. Robin tried to stress the gravity of the situation. All right. Takuro waved her off, stretching his limbs with a series of satisfying cracks. I'm full, he declared. You all can take your people far away, and keep your worries to yourselves. Just like that previous admiral, I'll handle the demon-slaying order. He then lifted his gaze through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, glancing at the moon casting its cold light, a wild smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tonight's moon is quite round, a full moon. My temper might get a bit irritable later. Remember what I said, stay far away, it'll be better for you all. Meanwhile, far on the horizon of Ambry Island's seascape, rows of ghostly black silhouettes cleaved through the inky waves, slowly emerging with an undeniable sense of oppression. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. When the full extent of the fleet was revealed, the monitoring guards rushed to report. Report, Lord Tizolo. The number of enemy ships is not 10. It's at least 30 or more. Boom. This news detonated like a bomb within the villa. Robin's face turned as pale as a sheet. 30 ships. This far exceeded the standard configuration of the demon-slaying order. The world government was adamant about erasing this island, along with Takuro, from existence. In that moment, a wave of guilt washed over Robin, and biting her lip, she whispered, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. At that instant, she was unequivocally certain that she had endangered Takuro. Otherwise, why would the world government mobilize such overwhelming force? Takuro shot her a bemused glance once more. When will you stop being so self-involved, you little girl? Just then, the thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted from the distant sea. Countless shells trailing orange trails of flame rained down upon Ambry Island's harbor with a cataclysmic force. The earth began to tremble violently, and the explosive light illuminated the night sky like it was day. Yet, amidst this apocalyptic scene, Takuro in the courtyard looked up, his face breaking into a radiant smile, akin to a child receiving a beloved toy. Oh, it has finally begun. He cracked his neck, producing a series of satisfying pops. Just right. I'm full. Time for a little post-meal exercise, then a good night's sleep. With those words, he suddenly propelled himself off the ground. Boom. The ground fissured instantaneously, and his silhouette transformed into a crimson meteor, tearing through the night sky, boldly hurtling towards the cataclysmic barrage of artillery fire. Aboard the Demon Slayer fleet's flagship, the sight was indeed a spectacle to behold. Ah, what a magnificent sight, exclaimed Kizaru, his signature remark escaping his lips. Seated with one leg crossed over the other in the commander's chair, he cradled a steaming cup of red tea. Through the porthole, he reveled in the explosive display akin to a fireworks show. Yet, a closer inspection would reveal the subtle tremor in the hand that held the teacup, quivering ever so slightly. Please, oh please, do not let me encounter that harbinger of doom. He fervently prayed to an unknown deity within the confines of his mind, wishing for a smooth completion of the mission and a safe return to clock out for the day. However, fate seemed to revel in playing tricks on him. Just as these thoughts swirled within him, A naval soldier responsible for monitoring suddenly cried out in a voice tinged with terror, "Report, Vice Admiral. There's an unidentified flying object. It's approaching our fleet at an astonishing speed." Kizaru's heart sank. He stiffly turned his head to gaze out the porthole. Amidst the chaos of artillery and the flames of explosions, a scarlet streak, heedless of the laws of physics, rudely pierced through the dense barrage, hurtling directly toward his flagship. Ultimately, that figure hovered directly in front of the flagship. Even from hundreds of meters away, and despite the minuscule appearance of the figure against the colossal warship, Kizaru immediately recognized the spiky-haired individual he hoped never to encounter again. Takuro floated in midair, gazing down at the most majestic flagship. Along with the old friend he had been relentlessly pondering. A broad grin adorned his face. "Well, if it isn't the Flash guy?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in Kizaru's ears. "Long time no see. I've been thinking about you during this time." Chapter 72, Beneath the Full Moon. On the flagship's bridge, Kizaru's hand, holding the teacup, trembled violently. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the radiant smile of the youth in midair. A jolt surged through him, akin to a cat that had just had its tail stepped on. Indeed, he had encountered that harbinger of doom. The thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Vice Admiral Borsalino. "It's that cursed Takuro." His aide, recognizing the intruder, immediately reported, panic lacing his voice, "He has come to us. Please, give the order." An order? What kind of order could he possibly give? Kizaru longed to transform into light and flee. His beloved teacher, Zephyr, had already been defeated. What could he do? Yet, he knew he could not escape. Behind him loomed the irreproachable supreme command issued by the five elders. Before him stood the gaze of dozens of warships and thousands of naval soldiers. He, Borsalino, the candidate for the Marine Headquarters Admiral, had no retreat. What a conundrum this was. Kizaru slowly set down the teacup and stood up, resigned to the fact that he could not evade this overtime duty today. All ships. Target locked. Open fire freely. With Kizaru's command, the cannons of dozens of warships instantaneously redirected, all aimed at the seemingly insignificant figure in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a barrage of artillery tenfold denser than before surged forth, engulfing Takuro entirely in a tempest of steel. Everyone believed that such overwhelming firepower could sink an entire island. However, amidst the explosions and billowing smoke, that audacious voice echoed once more. Hey, Flash guy. Is this the extent of your Navy's welcoming ceremony? It's hardly enough to give me a back rub." As the flames dissipated, Takuro's figure reemerged and scathed. In the sight of all, he even extended his pinky finger to clean his ear, disappointment etched across his face. "Since your enthusiasm is lacking, let me show you something more entertaining." A profound sense of impending crisis surged within Kizaru. "All personnel alert. Highest level of vigilance," he commanded. Yet, it was futile. Above, Takuro slowly spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire night sky. His heart began to pound violently, like a war drum, thumping, thumping. An ancient and savage ferocity, rooted deep within his very bloodline, thundered to life within him. Roar! A sound that transcended humanity erupted from the depths of his throat, filled with primal rage. Under the horrified gaze of thousands of naval soldiers below, Takuro's body began to undergo a terrifying metamorphosis, one that would shatter their lifelong beliefs. His form swelled like an inflating balloon, expanding rapidly. White fur erupted from beneath his skin like frenzied vines, enveloping his entire body in an instant. His face elongated, beastly, with grotesque fangs protruding from his mouth. Those once black eyes transformed into a bloody crimson. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In mere moments, the silhouette that had merely been a youth was transformed under the cold moonlight into a terrifying giant ape, nearly 100 meters tall, cloaked in silvery fur, with eyes glinting with a menacing scarlet glow. Roar! A resounding bellow echoed through the night sky, the terrifying shockwave radiating from Takuro's form, powerful enough to affect even those on the island. What is that thing? A young naval soldier aboard the flagship screamed in sheer terror at the sight of the monstrous figure towering like a mountain in the sky. A monster. Kizaru was utterly stunned. His mouth agape. He forgot to maintain his signature lazy expression. Zoan type? Mythical beast? No, none of those. It's as if he possesses a racial talent. I remember this kid claiming to be a Scion. What kind of race is that? The gears in his mind whirled rapidly. Meanwhile, within Takuro's mind, the system's notification chimed in timely fashion. Ding. Detection of host undergoing great ape transformation. System assistance activated. Host's intellect successfully preserved. Roar. This power is incredible. Absolutely marvelous. Even with his intellect intact, the terrifying strength that surged within him, tenfold stronger than usual, compelled Takuro to unleash an exhilarating roar. Lowering his head, resembling a small mountain, his gigantic crimson eyes locked onto the demon slayer fleet below, which appeared as mere toy models. Then he moved. That fist, larger than a warship, descended mercilessly toward the flagship where Kizaru stood. Everyone, take cover. Kizaru issued an urgent command, yet it was futile. The earth-shattering impact resounded. A thunderous roar, capable of stirring the entire expanse of the sea, erupted forth. The colossal battleship stood before Takuro like a mere child's toy, utterly insignificant in the face of such overwhelming force. The flagship, under the weight of a single punch, was brutally cleaved in twain. Countless naval soldiers, unable to emit even a cry of despair, were ensnared in the vortex of death. Boom! Another fist struck. Another warship followed the fate of the flagship. At this moment, Takuro was exhilarated, wildly unleashing his might. With each swing of his fist, a battleship succumbed to the depths. With each roar, the hearts of thousands of naval soldiers were shattered. Shells struck his mountainous form, barely even registering as a mere tickle. Even when Kizaru unleashed his full power, the lasers merely left tiny scorch marks upon his dense, white fur. Before the giant ape that was Takuro, the fearsome demon slayer fleet, capable of effortlessly obliterating an island, now appeared so feeble and helpless. Kizaru transformed into a disheveled streak of golden light, narrowly evading a sweeping giant hand in midair. He gazed upon the hellish scene below, witnessing his comrades struggling in the frigid waters, and for the first time, an emotion named despair engulfed him. How could they possibly fight back? This was not even a battle of the same dimension. Retreat. All units retreat. With every ounce of strength, he sent the command through the transponder snail to all surviving ships. He lamented that perhaps he should have stayed home to rest instead of carrying out this ill-fated order. Admiral Sengoku, you have doomed me.